Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Clearstream Market's racetrack was located right next to the stables. In fact, it was one of the few gambling activities available in Clearstream Market. After all, cultivators could easily use spiritual energy to manipulate various gambling devices, making mundane gambling a total joke in their eyes. Horse racing, however, was different. It carried immense randomness, making it difficult for even cultivators to rig. Because of this, horse racing managed to thrive in Clearstream Market. Unlike the elegant, immortal-like venues depicted in the cultivation novels Yulo used to read, the Clearstream Market racetrack possessed a raw, wild beauty. To put it bluntly, it was unrefined. It was unrefined both aesthetically and literally. The rain from the past few days had transformed the area into a patchy, muddy field. The edge of the mud was lined with thick stone railings forming a viewing pathway, and inside those stone railings lay the actual racing track. There was a reason it looked so worn down. Horse racing only occurred 3 times a month, and the green steed horses were mere common beasts at the Chi induction realm. Their destructive power when running was immense. No matter how well the grounds were maintained, it would be pointless. Finding an earthen platform with a relatively good vantage point, Ewan looked at the green steed horses rearing to go within the stone railings and gritted his teeth. I bet 3 days that today's champion will be Hulu Gang. Hulu Gang was Ewan's favorite horse, possessing strength around the peak of Chi induction. Though it was slightly up there in age, its raw capability spoke for itself. Over the last 2 years, a third of the championship titles on this track had been claimed by it. Hulu Gang is old, and you've already been burning charcoal for 2 months, Ewan. You can't just hang yourself from a single tree, Yulo reminded him. The 3 of them never bet silver or spirit stones, they wagered their chore shifts helping Home stoke the forge fires. The 3 days Ewan mentioned meant that if he won, his fire-stoking duty would be reduced by 3 days. If he lost, he would have to burn charcoal for 3 more days. Don't listen to your brother, Ewan. Have some faith in yourself. What child cries every single day, and what gambler loses every single time? Besides, 3 days is far too little. Aren't you a real man? Come on, make it 10 days at once. I believe you can win. Zhong Mingyao loved nothing more than stirring up trouble, egging Yuan on to raise the stakes. But Yuan wasn't entirely foolish. As much as he adored his senior martial sister, he was on the verge of vomiting from stoking fires every day. Just 3 days. I'm giving Hulu Gang one final chance. Brother, which horse do you think will win? Yulo, who was intently studying the racetrack, was a bit distracted and answered subconsciously. This place really is spacious. Wait, did you ask which horse would win? Yeah, I'm backing Hulu Gang again this time. Who are you backing? Yuan asked. Yulo looked over the horses and said calmly. I'll also bet on Hulu Gang. Yes, it should be the one. Yuan was pleasantly surprised, while Zhong Mingyao looked puzzled. Yulo seemed incredibly certain. Considering Yulo's usual maturity and steady nature, she suddenly grew curious about his reasoning. Why do you think the oldest horse can win? It certainly wasn't a case of an old warhorse harboring grand ambitions. On the racetrack, if you couldn't outrun the others, you simply couldn't outrun them. Yulo smiled and began to explain. First, Hulu Gang isn't the oldest, it's the second oldest. Second, it just took the championship last time, so many people will likely assume it completely exhausted its explosive power and won't be able to win this time. Yuan, I don't mean to mock you. Although it's unfortunate, I understand the agony you felt when you didn't pick Hulu Gang last time. Noticing that Yuan's face had contorted into a mask of pure agony, Yulo quickly tried to smooth things over. This kid really was plagued by terrible luck. He had consistently backed Hulu Gang for a long time, and after being completely exasperated by his losses, he decided to try another horse just once. As fate would have it, during that exact race, Hulu Gang pulled off an upset and grabbed the championship. Yuan's mental state had nearly collapsed. That was just the life of a gambler, repeatedly trampled by reality. As for the third reason, the 2 newcomers are both fan favorites, which means there's a high probability they won't win. The remaining choices were between Hulu Gang and those few title favorites. Since I want Yuan to win, I chose Hulu Gang. As the group was chatting, a voice they all recognized drifted over. Well, if it isn't Yulo. Your analysis is quite interesting, kid, very logical. Want to buy a few tickets from me? The speaker was Lao Gui, who was currently selling horse tickets to the nearby cultivators gathered to watch the race. There were several gambling operations for the races in Clearstream Market, and Lao Gui ran one of them, and he was easily the most shameless of the lot. The only reason anyone was willing to place bets with him was because his payout odds were slightly higher. Senior Lao Gui, that purple marten you sold me last time has turned into a giant purple-furred rat. It just keeps growing and growing. What breed is it exactly? Zhong Ningyao stared at Lao Gui, asking in an unfriendly tone. Having his past scams exposed so bluntly, Lao Gui let out an embarrassed chuckle. He wanted to slip away, but since the crowd here hadn't placed their bets yet, he couldn't bear to leave just yet. What do you mean giant purple-furred rat? That is a purple marten. The only reason it's so big is because it's a giant breed of purple marten. As for why you think it's a purple-furred rat, that's simply because giant purple martens are incredibly rare. When it came to being an absolute scoundrel, Lao Gui was evenly matched with Gao Jian. It was only because Zhong Mingyao knew he wasn't simple, being the largest underground information broker in Clear Stream Market, that she gave him some face. Compensate me with 3 bottles of beast-grade vitality pills, and we'll call it even. What do you say, Senior Lao Gui? A purple-furred rat was still a purple-furred rat, but after raising it for so long, she had grown attached to it. Zhong Mingyao just wanted to recoup a little bit of her losses now. A purple marten was a spiritual pet with a chance to break into the small demon realm, whereas a purple-furred rat possessed mediocre talent and would remain a mere common beast for the rest of its life. Considering the massive disparity, Zhong Mingyao didn't think asking for 3 bottles of beast-grade vitality pills was an unreasonable demand at all. 3 pills at most. Yulo instantly felt a surge of profound respect. Slashing a demand from 3 bottles down to 3 pills, could this Lao Gui actually be a deep-cover spy for the Wang clan? There were 10 pills in a bottle, so senior sister Ningyao was asking for 30 pills across 3 bottles, yet Lao Gui only intended to give 3 pills. Bargaining straight down to a 10% fraction of the price, this man truly understood the Wang clan style of management. Impossible. At least 1 bottle. Believing she had right on her side, Zhong Mingyao naturally refused to back down. Lao Gui's sinister face flashed a wicked smile as he declared decisively. Deal. With that, the wretched old bastard whipped out a bottle of beast-grade vitality pills from his storage bag and tossed it straight to Ningyao. Good grief, the sheer frustration nearly caused senior sister Ningyao to burst blood vessels. She wasn't even 20 years old yet. It could only be said that characters like Lao Gui, who could navigate the gray areas of the market so smoothly, were absolute scoundrels through and through. 15 minutes later, just as the spectating cultivators were growing highly impatient, the organizer of the race, a high-stage chi refining clan elder from the foundation establishment Yang clan, stepped forward. Channeling his spiritual energy, he called out in a loud voice. Have all fellow Taoists placed your bets? The race existed to serve the gambling, so naturally, it wouldn't begin until the cultivators finished placing their wagers. Hurry up, I have things to do. Old Yang, you guys really know how to drag things out. Start it. Start it. Hearing everyone's shouts, the Yang clan cultivator didn't dally. He immediately stepped onto a shield artifact and flew up into the air. He raised his hand, and the cultivators holding the horses instantly held their breath. Begin. Following his command, the horses, including Hulu Gang, shot forward like a release of arrows, accelerating frantically. 10 horses galloping certainly couldn't match the magnificent aura of 10,000 horses galloping, but the green steed horses participating in the race were at the very least high-stage common beasts, worlds apart from ordinary mortal horses. Boundless power seemed locked within their massive frames, and as they charged, the ground trembled violently underneath. Massive clumps of mud were kicked into the air along both sides of the stone rail track, which was precisely one of the reasons the racetrack always turned into a muddy swamp. Though the ground was terrible, it didn't hinder the speed of the racing beasts at all. Within a few breaths, these horses produced an exhilarating sensation of raw speed, causing even Yulo's blood to pump with excitement. During the first lap, Hulu Gang ran right in the middle of the pack, keeping a low profile and showing absolutely no signs of a champion. But during the third lap, the 2 leading horses collided while trying to navigate a sharp turn, crashing down into a horrific, tangled mess. As the second oldest horse on the track, Hulu Gang possessed immense racing experience. Faced with the obstacle ahead, it leaped gracefully, clearing nearly 10 meters in a single bound as it soared directly over the 2 collapsed horses. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. It's over, completely over. My spirit stones. I curse your ancestors to the 18th generation. Rigged. This has to be rigged. As ecstatic as Yuan's laughter was, that was how miserable the losing gamblers' cries were. Once Hulu Gang broke free from the obstruction, it quickly left the remaining horses dozens of meters behind. Maintaining its leading advantage, it comfortably claimed the title of champion. Yes, it was terribly old and no longer in its prime. Yes, it wasn't the fastest runner out there. But so what? The experience of a veteran was simply peerless. Hulu Gang's victory once again proved an eternal truth: the opposition would eventually stumble. There was no need to be the fastest or the strongest, as long as one performed steadily, the opponents would eventually present an opportunity. Victory was truly that simple. Brother, Hulu Gang won again. Hulu Gang won again, ha ha ha. Yuan pulled at Yulo, rejoicing exactly like a 16-year-old child. You two head back first. I'm going to meet with that senior from the Yang family. Yulo remained perfectly composed. Although Hulu Gang's victory was slightly unexpected, he really had just guessed correctly, it was just a race. Wins and losses were entirely normal outcomes. What are you looking for him for? Zhong Mingyao and Yuan were both thoroughly confused. The Yang clan was a foundation establishment immortal clan famous for rearing spiritual beasts and mounts. Could Yulo be looking to purchase a spiritual beast or a mount? Think about it. This race happens 3 times a month, and every single time, there are at least several hundred cultivators watching, sometimes even over 1,000 during peak days. These cultivators are all potential customers for the 100 Treasures Pavilion. I want to partner with the Yang family and have them help advertise our pavilion during the races. After watching today's race, many thoughts had flashed through Yulo's mind. The event itself possessed numerous avenues for deeper commercial exploitation. However, he only intended to start with an advertisement for now. The rest could wait until future opportunities arose. Under the core rules where absolute personal power reigned supreme, many aspects of the cultivation world were entirely different from the mundane world of his past life. He had to test the waters first and avoid reckless leaps forward. Bidding farewell to Yuan and Ningyao, Yulo located the Yang clan cultivator who was currently treating the injuries of the fallen racing horses. Greetings, senior. This junior is Yulo from the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom. I would like to discuss a business proposal with you. Yulo's manner of speech was perfectly polite and proper. The chi refining cultivator from the Yang family paused his healing movements and looked up in confusion. The Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom? Discussing business with me? He naturally knew the reputation of the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom, and the Yang family already maintained quite a few business dealings with them. However, seeing how young Yulo was, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Seeing that the senior was willing to listen, Yulo was delighted and quickly introduced his plan to utilize the horse racing events to promote the 100 Treasures Pavilion. This is certainly possible, but we've never done anything like this before, the Yang clan cultivator said hesitantly. Everyone has a first time for everything. We can figure it out gradually. I will provide the spirit stones, and you simply need to assist with the promotion. By the way, I have yet to learn your name, senior. Yang Qi. You can just call me Yang Qi, young friend. Let me finish treating this horse first, and then we can sit down to discuss the specifics of our cooperation. The Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom, the masked female cultivator standing behind Yuan softly repeated. Her voice was quite peculiar. If senior martial sister Ningyao's voice was that of a normal female cultivator, then this masked female cultivator's voice belonged to the high-pitched and flirtatious variety. It caused Yuan to shudder, and a loud bang echoed from inside his artifact refining furnace. Looking at the thoroughly embarrassed Yuan, Yulo took a deep breath. What a blockhead. Yulo stood up, intending to greet this chi refining female cultivator named Ingshi whom his senior sister had brought along. But only after standing up did he realize that because he had been burning charcoal just now, his current appearance was far from decent. The peachwood spiritual charcoal had blackened his entire face. Under the baking heat of the high-temperature spirit fire, his surging sweat had carved several winding rivers through the black soot on his face. Compared to the unfamiliar female cultivator, who wore a pristine blue-ground spiritual robe woven with plain patterns and embroidered with silver threads, Yulo looked more like a black bear that had transformed into a coal miner. Since Zhong Ningyao was introducing business to the Wang clan, Yulo could not care about his appearance too much. He clumsily wiped his face, let out a dry laugh, and looked toward senior martial sister Ningyao. Senior sister, this senior is. The female cultivator named Ingshi also looked at Zhong Ningyao with doubt. You said these two were from the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom, so why did one look foolish and the other look pitch black? Neither seemed quite normal. Fellow Daoist Ingshi wants to commission a custom, specialized musical path spiritual artifact that requires spiritual wood as its base material. That made me think of your Wang clan, so I brought her over, Zhong Ningyao explained, glaring with a look of hating iron for not becoming steel at Yuan, who had only just realized what was happening and stood up after his older brother. She then introduced Yulo to the female cultivator, Ingshi. This is Yulo. You can discuss the details of your custom artifact directly with him. Yuan thought to himself, what about me? I'm standing right here too. At this time, Yuan was 16. He stood right beside Zhong Ningyao and the masked female cultivator, Ingshi, yet no one paid him any attention. He secretly swore to himself that he would definitely conquer his inner demons. From now on, he would never let himself be influenced by female cultivators again, and would become an untamed, carefree wanderer. Senior Ingshi, what kind of musical path spiritual artifact do you wish to craft? A horizontal zither, a vertical harp, a guzheng, or a pipa, our Wang clan can make them all. Yulo's response was clever, tailored carefully based on his observations of the female cultivator. She wore a white silk veil that concealed her facial features, but her lake blue spiritual robe with silver threads was woven with high-grade spiritual energy while remaining relatively restrained in style. Moreover, her voice was so, well, unique and memorable. Therefore, after a comprehensive assessment, Yulo judged that this senior would likely not enjoy instruments like the suona, eru, large drums, small drums, waist drums, cymbals, gongs, or chimes. Those did not match her elegant demeanor, so he bypassed those musical path artifacts that sounded somewhat less prestigious. At the same time, he deliberately omitted the flute, sun, and bells. These shared a common trait, they were all items that Hongmei could refine himself. There is no need to call me senior. Our ages are similar, so just call me fellow Daoist. What I want to make is a 7-string zither, preferably refined from spiritual wood. Can your Wang clan do it? Yulo knew about the 7-string zither. This instrument was considered the origin of all stringed instruments, and its 7 strings corresponded to the 7 most fundamental musical notes. We can. Our Wang clan possesses the relevant heritage and experience. However, you might need to wait a while. I must first send a letter detailing your custom requirements to the artifact refiners within our clan. After that, we will continue to communicate regarding the specific customization details, and only then can we set a delivery date. Refining a spiritual artifact like a 7-string zither is inherently difficult, and since you require a custom piece, Fellow Daoist Ingshi, the final customization fee and the delivery date might not be ideal. I hope you can understand. Although he did not know where Zhong Ningyao had managed to pluck this wealthy customer from, Yulo naturally intended to fully exploit her potential commercial value. To put it simply, he wanted to extract as many spirit stones from her as possible. Customizing a musical path spiritual artifact was a rare request, and the wood generation method secretly passed down within the Wang clan for wooden spiritual artifacts could not be deployed for free. Perhaps the Wang clan's fire method metal stone artificing way was not entirely perfected, but that did not mean there were issues with their other lineages of artificing inheritance. The spiritual wood 7-string zither that fellow Daoist Ingshi desired happened to fall precisely within the Wang clan's most proficient field of expertise. What did being most proficient mean? It meant they could demand the highest price. As for the fee, I only require a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Would 800 spirit stones suffice? She clearly did not care much about the time frame, but she did care somewhat about the price. Yulo quickly caught onto this key detail. This female cultivator was not in a hurry to use it, and her requirements for the artifact were very precise. She only required a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Pondering these words carefully, they carried a subtle, hidden, and unpretentious composure. Why was she so composed? After a brief consideration, Yulo spoke calmly. 800 spirit stones, and you expect the Wang clan to custom build a 7-string zither for you? Fellow Daoist, let us part on good terms then. Senior sister, thank you for this opportunity, but there is really nothing left for us to discuss. With that, Yulo turned around and began scooping water to wash his face. Smooth, composed, natural, broad-minded, and dignified. However, Yuan, who stood to the side, was straining immensely to maintain a calm expression on his face. He desperately wanted to rush over, grab his older brother's hand, and kneel down to beg him to stop putting on airs. That was 800 spirit stones. 800 spirit stones. My dear brother, what are you posing for? That is 800 spirit stones. Fortunately, the masked female cultivator, Ingshi, was completely taken aback by Yulo's response and dramatic posture, so she did not notice Yuan's bizarre facial expression. Then, how many spirit stones does fellow Daoist Yulo believe would be appropriate? There was even a trace of solemnity in the masked female cultivator's tone. It worked. Fellow Daoist Ingshi, it is still too early to discuss the final price. How about you provide a deposit of 300 spirit stones first? We can begin by discussing the required restrictions and selecting the type of spiritual wood. You understand the characteristics of musical path spiritual artifacts, different restrictions and base materials exert a massive influence on their power. Only after confirming your exact specifications can we provide a reasonable quote. The price will definitely exceed 800 spirit stones. You must understand that the Wang clan's expertise in the wood generation method and wooden spiritual artifacts is worth a fair amount. It was entirely logical, and he still did not provide a definitive final quote, only stating that it would certainly exceed 800 spirit stones. Yet, after hearing Yulo speak this way, the masked female cultivator actually felt a sense of anticipation. She believed that this sum of spirit stones would be money well spent. Here, this is the deposit of 300 spirit stones. I would like. Even after the mysterious masked female cultivator left, Yuan still had not entirely processed what had just occurred. 300 spirit stones were just handed over as a deposit like that. Who exactly was this female cultivator? After seeing the female cultivator off, Zhong Ningyao returned to the artifact refining furnace. She slapped Yulo heavily on the shoulder and said excitedly, I knew you were a natural talent when it came to running a business. Senior Martial Sister Ningyao's cultivation base was 2 layers higher than his, and her slap caused Yulo to stagger, but he quickly steadied himself and asked the question burning in his mind. Zhong Ningyao raised her finger, pointed in the direction of the town guardian cultivator's manor, and whispered, that man's daughter. Yulo was shocked at first, but then he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Then I didn't overcharge her just now. Even if I demand 1,000 spirit stones, it will barely be a breaking even level for us. It was hard to say whether Yulo's words were good or bad, but hearing them made Zhong Ningyao laugh happily as well. That wretched dog Mu Changza, sigh. Their master did not return for the entire morning. While their senior sister managed the storefront out front, Yulo and Yuan continued refining artifacts in the back workshop. Their cultivation bases were not high, and their spiritual energy was quite limited, so each of them only refined 2 items. Yuan blew up one of his attempts, but Yulo successfully refined both of his, successfully embedding 4 layers of restrictions into each. Just these 2 spiritual artifacts alone helped the golden light in his mind expand significantly, filling roughly 1/20th of the Rui scepter. Yulo estimated that if he refined this kind of low-grade spiritual artifact with 4 layers of restrictions, the Rui scepter in his mind would accumulate full golden light for every 40 pieces he crafted. For a long time, he had not tried to see what kind of benefits he would gain after consuming all the gathered golden light. Thus, he calculated in his heart that he needed to refine more artifacts and draw more talismans in the coming days to fill the golden light as quickly as possible. Brother, you actually succeeded with both pieces. Out of 4 attempts, we succeeded with 3. We can completely establish our own independent shop now. Looking at the 3-finger-thick low-grade spiritual artifact, the purple copper spell-breaking pestle, in his hand, Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. A 3/4 success rate meant that if the 2 of them set out on their own, they could actually sustain a business. Correction, we succeeded with 2.5 pieces, Yulo joked. Yuan's smile vanished instantly. With his personality, he truly needed to be tempered more often. Alright, stay here and keep Senior Marshal Sister Ningyao company. I'm going to take a look at the 100 Treasures Pavilion and report the matter of Mu Yingxi's custom artifact to Uncle Rongshan while I'm at it. Being able to spend more time with Zhong Ningyao was naturally something Yuan would not refuse. However, as he looked at the purple copper spell-breaking pestle in his hands, he seemed quite reluctant to part with it. Brother, how should we sell these spell-breaking pestles? In truth, Yulo had already discussed this matter with Hongmei long ago. Yuan asking this now was simply because he did not want to face Hongmei, or rather, he wasn't prepared to face him. Similarly, Hongmei had disappeared mysteriously this morning, completely avoiding any encounter with the two disciples, which showed that Hongmei had also not adjusted his mindset yet. Among the master and disciples who knew what had occurred, only Yulo understood what he wanted, allowing him to calmly face these storms and difficulties. Let's just keep them for now. We are still short by 2 pieces anyway. We can talk about it tomorrow after we finish refining the rest. Initially, Yulo's plan was to sell these simplified versions of the spell-breaking pestles at Forge Peak residence, but now, he had some new ideas. The 100 Treasures Pavilion was named 100 Treasures after all, so it wouldn't be strange for it to sell spiritual artifacts, right? However, the quality of this batch of purple copper spell-breaking pestles was truly a bit concerning. That remained a major issue. You are saying that Mu Chang's daughter wants to commission our Wang clan to craft a 7-string zither spiritual artifact. Hearing the news brought by Yulo, Wang Rongshan was somewhat stunned. This was an opportunity, right? But this matter looked precisely like the esteemed town guardian cultivator finding yet another innovative direction in his field of bleeding the locals dry. Yes. I recall that 2 of our ancestors were renowned for their expertise in the musical path, and the patriarch's level in the wood generation method is also profound. The 7-string zither that Mu Yingxi wants needs to be made of spiritual wood. Our family lacks neither spiritual wood nor deep insights into wood-attributed methods. Considering these factors, this business deal cannot be missed, so I agreed to it. Yulo's response left Wang Rongshan highly satisfied. Recognizing an opportunity, seizing it, and first skimming a deposit of 300 spirit stones from her. Yulo wasn't just talented in the art of business, he was a literal business genius. Wang Rongshan summoned a messenger pigeon and manipulated a spiritual brush to write a letter on a piece of paper levitating in midair, while instructing Yulo, I will contact the patriarch immediately. However, you must understand that quoting a price too high can turn a potential ally into an enemy. But what you said to her makes sense. I think it's best for me to step forward later and bring the final price back down to 800 spirit stones. This way, we can still make a modest profit while building a bit of rapport with the town guardian cultivator. After all, doesn't the town guardian cultivator's daughter represent the town guardian cultivator himself? Seeing the messenger pigeon fly away, Yulo spoke up after a moment of careful deliberation. Clan uncle, Yulo has another immature little idea. I hope you can guide me a bit. Wang Rongshan nodded in surprise. You don't need to be so polite, Yulo. Feel free to speak your mind. Yulo was a junior whom even the patriarch highly favored, well deserving of being praised as a Qilin child of the Wang clan. Therefore, even though Wang Rongshan possessed a higher cultivation base and was much older, he still held Yulo in high regard. This respect was earned by Yulo step by step, through the gradual demonstration of his intelligence. It's still uncertain whether my plan to use horse racing to promote the 100 Treasures Pavilion will go smoothly, Yulo continued. Therefore, I've come up with a new idea. Hearing that Yulo had yet another new idea, Wang Rongshan felt a trace of helplessness in his heart. The way of business emphasized genuine goods at fair prices, built upon long-term honesty and trust. Even when seeking to win through unorthodox strategies, one should mostly rely on orthodox methods, using fewer unconventional tricks to ensure stability. This young man, Yulo, was thinking of ways to pull off unconventional tricks every single day. In truth, this was not surprising. For Yulo, in this cage-like cultivation world, the best path of development he could currently see was to tightly bind himself to his family. Only when the clan prospered could he reap the benefits along with it. If the clan fared poorly, his weak frame would have a miserable time surviving in this cruel environment. Thus, the sooner the 100 Treasures Pavilion was successfully managed, the slightly better off the Wang clan's development would be. Yulo's own future would also become wider and smoother. Because of this, he was incredibly eager to do something to change the status quo and prepare for a future filled with uncontrollable variables. Regarding Yulo's urgency, Wang Rongshan had his reservations but was unwilling to voice them directly. After all, Yulo had no conflict of interest with him. Thus, he still smiled and asked, oh. What kind of idea? Yulo did not notice the underlying resistance in Wang Rongshan's eyes, assuming his clan uncle still thought very highly of him. Clan uncle, I intend to launch a special blind box gambling event in the 100 Treasures Pavilion to stimulate our customers' desire to buy. Hearing the word gambling, Wang Rongshan became even more vigilant. Gambling? Gambling is no good. Our Wang clan does not lack that bit of pocket money, so we must be cautious. Furthermore, what is this blind box you speak of? It's like this. Among the customers in Clear Stream Market, the ones with the highest cultivation base are merely at the chi refining stage. Moreover, most of them are rogue cultivators and cultivators from small families. As a whole, they are quite short on funds. However, they frequently go to the racetrack to watch the horse racing, and many of them have developed the habit of placing bets on the horses. Therefore, I thought of a special sales method, which I call the blind box gamble. We only need to. Following Yulo's explanation, Wang Rongsheng gradually understood what he wanted to do. After hesitating and pondering for a long time, he spoke up. Yulo, did you think of this yourself, or did some shady cultivator tell you about it? Hearing his clan uncle's words, Yulo was somewhat stunned. He realized that his clan uncle did not believe him. Clan uncle, this idea is indeed a bit unorthodox. But looking at it from the customer's perspective, the goods inside the 100 Treasures Pavilion's blind boxes will be worth at least half the value of the spirit stones they paid. This gives the purchasing customers a psychological sense of security. Beyond this security, if they happen to buy a blind box containing high-value items, they stand to make a massive profit. Although this sales method is called a blind box gamble, it is fundamentally different from regular gambling, where one frequently loses everything. Yulo would naturally never associate with shady cultivators. The idea regarding the blind boxes was entirely conceived by myself. Having been personally appointed by the Patriarch, Wang Rongsheng was currently the Wang clan's supervisor in Clearstream Market, holding a say in all of the Wang clan's businesses within the market. If his plan did not receive Wang Rongsheng's approval, it could not be implemented in the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Therefore, Yulo's reply was very cautious and thorough. Yulo, I naturally believe you, but how can you guarantee that the blind box sales plan won't lose money? You must understand that if we make a profit, it means the customers buying the blind boxes are losing out. Once the customers lose once, twice, or at most 3 times, they won't buy anymore, making the blind box sales unsustainable. If we don't make a profit and instead give up our margins to the customers, the blind box sales might become incredibly popular, but it would be meaningless to us. Wang Rongsheng's understanding was simple. Yulo's plan sounded decent on paper, but its essence was a dead end where one side was bound to suffer a loss. Clan uncle, aren't I discussing this with you precisely for that reason? Doing business always involves profits and losses. If you disagree, then just pretend I never brought it up, Yulo said helplessly. The saying, do less, make fewer mistakes, do more, make more mistakes truly applied everywhere. He had only proposed a scheme, yet it was instantly questioned by Wang Rongsheng. Wanting to get things done was never simple, the risk of failure and the pressure from superiors were all unavoidable obstacles. Yet, perhaps one of his sentences had touched Wang Rongsheng, because this clan uncle, whom Yulo was still not very familiar with, ultimately gave his approval to the idea. Let's do this. I'll support you in using the 100 Treasures Pavilion Spirit Stones to try a blind box gambling event once. If the results are good, we will continue. If the results are poor, we will halt it after just one try. What do you think? Yulo could only agree. In reality, what he did not know was that at the moment of making the decision, Wang Rongsheng was not thinking about whether the event would succeed, nor was he concerned about whether the 100 Treasures Pavilion would turn a profit or suffer a loss. Whether the event succeeded or failed, and how much profit the 100 Treasures Pavilion generated, had nothing to do with Wang Rongsheng. Yulo was the manager. If things went wrong, tall-headed Wang Yulo would take the blame. The point Wang Rongsheng was actually considering was that Yulo seemingly wanted to use the public funds of the 100 Treasures Pavilion to purchase the purple copper spell-breaking pestles from his own hands. That was why Yulo had come up with a new gimmick to try and convince him. Regarding this matter, Yulo was the grand manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Purchasing the purple copper spell-breaking pestles was a transaction that went through the accounts between the 100 Treasures Pavilion and the Forge Peak residence. It was procedurally sound, so why should Wang Rongsheng block it? The Wang clan had already provided him with all sorts of resources sufficient for him to cultivate to the peak chi refining realm. Wang Rongsheng's most urgent matter right now was his cultivation, he had no need to go around offending people. As the saying goes, bully the old, but never bully the young. The next day, at the Wang clan's 100 Treasures Pavilion in Clearstream Market. Are you certain this method will work? Brought along by Yulo, Bai Lu looked at the wooden boxes on the counter, her voice filled with skepticism. As an orphan who had been taken in and raised, she naturally lacked the courage to truly question Yulo. The only reason she asked was out of worry that Yulo's attempt might end in failure. As esteemed children of the Wang clan, Yulo and Yuan did not look down on her, instead treating her as a friend. From a friend's perspective, Bai Lu was deeply concerned. The differences between cultivators and ordinary mortals are vast, but when it comes to human nature, many aspects are exactly the same. Ordinary mortals succumb to greed, for beauty, wealth, and status. Cultivators likewise have their delusions, fantasizing about being blessed with profound destiny and achieving eternal life. As long as there is an opportunity, everyone harbors the possibility of believing that they are the chosen ones of heaven. With several thousand cultivators in Clearstream Market, and over 100,000 within its surrounding sphere of influence, could such a large population ever lack greedy fools? The blind boxes of the 100 Treasures Pavilion cost 20 spirit stones each, and they contained at least 4 different talismans, which carried a market value of 10 spirit stones. If some clever fellow possessed good luck and bought a box containing a purple copper spell-breaking pestle, they could easily make a massive profit. After being harvested by Hongdeng's hail, the prices of all artifacts had surged significantly. A purple copper spell-breaking pestle with 4 layers of restrictions was worth at least 80 spirit stones. Buying it meant making a 4-fold profit. An artifact like the 5-layered restriction purple copper bead was quoted at 60 spirit stones by Wu Jinyan, but he was forcing the price down to buy it. At the same time, bead-type artifacts lacked prestige, which is why its price was lower. Yulo believed that since so many people were willing to gamble on horses, there would definitely be people willing to buy blind boxes. Even if they failed to sell within 10 days, once the next horse racing competition began and Yang Qi put up the advertisements, the accumulated stock of blind boxes would surely be cleared out by the gamblers who loved betting on horses. This was the precise source of confidence that allowed him to bring up the blind box plan to Wang Rongsheng. Wang Yulo was no fool, how could he blindly launch an event? Then do you consider yourself a chosen one of heaven? Bai Lu did not understand how thoroughly Yulo had prepared. She was simply curious about how a child of the Wang clan viewed himself. Yulo froze for a moment, letting out a bitter laugh. A chosen one of heaven? Haha, what kind of chosen one loses both parents at a young age and grows up just in time to face such a terrible era? Perhaps the children of the Wang clan seem very fortunate in your eyes, but in front of true, absolute authority, the Wang clan is merely a slightly larger ant. Wang Xianmao had worried that Yulo's extreme brilliance would harm his longevity, but his worries were entirely superfluous. Yulo knew exactly where he needed to go and how he should act. Therefore, he would not fall into confusion. Since this world was so cruel, and the control exerted by the 10 sects of the Immortal Alliance could be described as exploiting ruthlessly, then he would climb to the absolute peak, to a summit where no one could ever oppress or control him again. To cultivate within the mortal realm, to cultivate amidst hardships and danger, and to cultivate in loneliness. Since he had arrived in this world where one could cultivate to become an ancestor or grandmaster, Wang Yulo naturally did not wish to waste his entire life wallowing at the bottom. He was unsure if he possessed a grand, heroic spirit, but he possessed the courage to directly face the climb. That was enough. It was enough for him to set off. As for how to set off, he would start by managing the 100 Treasures Pavilion well and stabilizing his position within the Wang clan. A slightly larger ant. How could that be? Bai Lu could not see the 1,000-year-old, unaging Danri, nor could she comprehend the cruelty of Patriarch Mangxiang squeezing Hongdeng's Heo dry from top to bottom just to attain the Golden Core realm. In her eyes, the Wang clan was not only far from being an ant, but was instead one of the thickest thighs to lean on in Clear Stream Market, a foundation establishment immortal clan in the eyes of rogue cultivators. Haha, let's not talk about this anymore. Come, arrange all the blind boxes on the shelves in front of the counter, and then open up the doors. I hope we have a few more customers today. Following Yulo's command, Bai Lu and the shop hands bustled into action, some opening the doors while others organized the goods. The early morning sunlight streamed through the main doors of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, casting a golden glow over the white jade floors as customers began to trickle in. Yulo did not proactively step forward to promote the blind boxes, choosing instead to watch Bai Lu and the others attend to the guests. He was the manager and could not possibly do everything himself. Only by properly delegating work to others could he clear out enough time for his own cultivation. Although the upper limit of daily cultivation during the Qi induction realm was locked down by the high-stage cultivators, Yulo still had many areas he needed to study and practice beyond raising his cultivation base. To Yulo's surprise, there were actually more customers today than yesterday, and once they entered the 100 Treasures Pavilion, they refused to leave. They didn't browse the goods, nor did they call for the shop hands. They simply stood in front of the display stands designated for the time-limited auction, their eyes glued to the items on display. As it turned out, these customers had long set their sights on the 100 Treasures Pavilion's time-limited auction event. They were merely unwilling to place their bids early, specifically waiting until the final day to show up. How should one put it? Such behavior possessed a certain beauty, reminiscent of loitering around a supermarket seafood section waiting for the fish to turn their bellies up. The unease in Yulo's heart completely dissipated. Ever since he assumed the role of Grand Manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, both events he introduced, the 3-man 10% discount group buy and the time-limited auction, had achieved resounding success. Just look at the crowd squeezing in front of the auction stands, the customer-attracting effect was visibly excellent. With such feedback, Yulo's confidence in the blind box event grew even stronger. 10 days later, the clamor of voices once again filled the racetrack at Clear Stream Market. Yuan's beloved gourd cylinder didn't pull off an upset this time. It finished dead last, solid as a rock. However, Yuan wasn't present today. He was in the middle of tight preparations, manufacturing the budget version spiritual artifacts needed for the mystery boxes. Fellow Taoists, though the horse racing has concluded, I have a piece of good news to share with everyone. The 100 Treasures Pavilion, a new talisman and spiritual pill shop opened by the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom in Clear Stream Market, has recently commenced business. As long as you can gather 3 people to go together, you can enjoy a 10% discount and purchase the Wang clan's unique donkey hide thousandly talisman. The 100 Treasures Pavilion also. Taoists, opportunity knocks but once. The Wang clan must be out of their minds to offer so many discounts. Everyone, hurry over. If the 100 Treasures Pavilion can't keep its doors open, those Taoists who arrive late won't be able to take advantage of it. Yang Qi's advertising could be described as an utter disaster, but somehow, this stuff actually worked. After all, this was an unprecedented event since the creation of Clear Stream Market. How could these cultivators understand anything about advertising? In the past, the absolute limit for shops in Clear Stream Market was hiring people to spread the word in major restaurants, inns, and tea houses. Yulo's wave of advertising essentially tapped into the private traffic pool built by the Yang clan. By borrowing the top-tier traffic from the Clearstream market horse racing activities and using the 100 Treasures Pavilion discounts as a leverage point, he fully mobilized user contact points and achieved cross-industry marketing. This was fundamentally a crude version of ecological synergy. To the other competitors of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, it was nothing short of a dimensional strike. Cui Baihao only learned about this new shop, the 100 Treasures Pavilion, through Yang Qi's promotion. He was an elder of the Redwood sect, a low-tier sect. An elder at the 9th stage of Qi refining sounded absurd, but considering that the Redwood sect had only produced 2 foundation establishment cultivators since its founding, it wasn't surprising for a 9th stage Qi refining cultivator to serve as an elder. His primary mission during this visit to Clearstream Market was to sell the sect's specialty, Grade 9 Redwood. After finishing his business, he dropped by the racetrack to watch the races. However, upon learning that the shop of the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom offered discounted 1,000-li talismans, his interest was piqued. The juniors in his sect needed 1,000-li talismans. Buying 3 to keep in reserve and bestowing them upon the juniors when the opportunity arose would be just perfect. Thus, he followed the crowd and arrived at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Yes, a crowd. Many cultivators who had been watching the horse racing had come over. Fellow Taoists, please form a line. For those wishing to purchase the 3-person, 10% discount 1,000-li talismans, please note that you must gather exactly 3 people to enjoy the 10% discount, and 1 person can buy a maximum of 2 talismans. Hearing the words of the 100 Treasures Pavilion shop assistant, Cui Baihao felt a bit annoyed. You Wang clan have a grand family and great business, yet you're reluctant to let us buy a few more. Too stingy, simply too stingy. Though he cursed in his mind, Cui Baihao had no intention of leaving. After all, a 10% discount on the Wang clan's donkey hide 1,000-li talisman was truly enticing. This was precisely where the value of a traffic driver product lay. Moreover, the Wang clan raised donkeys themselves, so they naturally didn't lack donkey hide 1,000-li talismans, they could still make a profit even when selling at a 10% discount. Soon, it was Cui Baihao's turn. Under the guidance of the assistant, he and 2 other customers formed a 3-person group, and each bought 2 donkey hide 1,000-li talismans. Those 2 customers turned and left immediately after buying their talismans, but Cui Baihao was stunned by the magnificent ancestral tablets inside the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Beneath Patriarch Mangxiang, Wang Yinghua of the Wang clan was actually of the same generation as Xuanzhuan and Danri. Furthermore, 3 foundation establishment cultivators of the Wang clan had regular entry under the tutelage of Xuanzhuan, ranking among the true disciples of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Thinking of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom, and his own Redwood sect, Cui Baihao felt an unprovoked pang of sorrow. Cultivation was hard. Cultivation was incredibly hard. If a rogue cultivator returned to the mortal world, they could enjoy a very good life, but who would be willing to give up the hope of achieving eternal life? Even though that hope was so desperately minuscule, no one wanted to abandon it. New mystery boxes have been stocked. 20 boxes in total. Inside, we have placed 3 lower-grade spiritual artifacts and 3 bottles of Qi transformation pills, with 6 pills per bottle. Fellow Taoists, the old rules apply. Once purchased, the transaction is final. No exchanges allowed. Qi transformation pills. Cui Baihao didn't know what a mystery box was, but he certainly knew about Qi transformation pills. A single Qi transformation pill sold for 5 spirit stones. It could help a Qi refining cultivator who consumed it triple their cultivation speed for the next 5 days, making 5 days of practice equivalent to 15 days. After asking clearly what a mystery box was, Cui Baihao stared at those wooden boxes with eyes glowing, his heart burning with intense fervor. If he bought 2 boxes, whether he drew a Qi transformation pill or a lower-grade spiritual artifact, he wouldn't lose out and might even make a small profit. But out of the 20 mystery boxes, only 6 contained high-value goods. To get a payout, one had to buy more. He grit his teeth, waving his hand and shouting. Give me 5 mystery boxes. Yes, the mystery boxes, 5 of them. I'm sorry, we have a purchase limit. Each person can buy a maximum of 2. Furthermore, fellow Taoist, you shouted too late. There is only 1 mystery box left now. The assistant's reply left Cui Baihao completely dumbfounded. How could there be only 1 left so quickly? Taoist, do you still want it? If you don't, I will sell it to other Taoists. However, because there were too many people today, the assistant had absolutely no time to let Cui Baihao hesitate. Yes, giving me just 1 is fine too. Buying just 1 was good as well, a small gamble was pleasant entertainment. Buying 5 at once was indeed too risky. Although the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom wouldn't go so far as to ruin their own reputation, it was still more prudent to be cautious. Receiving the mystery box, Cui Baihao stroked the wooden box painted in red lacquer, feeling a bit of anticipation as he prepared to open it. However, he noticed that the other cultivators who had bought mystery boxes were all bowing before the tablet of Patriarch Mangxiang, seemingly praying for the Patriarch's blessing. With the mindset that he wouldn't lose anything anyway, Cui Baihao also bowed twice, his movements and expression perfectly in place. It could be said that this was the most respectful moment of his life toward Patriarch Mangxiang. Since he had bowed to the Patriarch, washing his hands was naturally something he couldn't miss. After all, everyone else had washed theirs. If he alone didn't, what if his luck fell just a tiny bit short because of it? But just as Cui Baihao extended his hand toward the water basin, the assistant stopped him. Spiritual water hand-washing pass. One spirit stone buys a 5-use hand-washing ticket. Fellow Daoist, you haven't bought a ticket yet, right? Chui Baihao's eyes widened. He pointed at the people who had already washed their hands and were preparing to open their boxes, saying, did they all buy tickets? The assistant nimbly pulled out a wooden, carved card that also bore the relief engraving of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Yes. Look, this is the spiritual water hand-washing pass. We punch a hole for each wash. Would you like one? Of course, we also have free hand-washing water, but it's just mortal rootless water. The rootless water can be provided as a complimentary extra. Looking at the wooden, carved spiritual water hand-washing pass in the assistant's hand, Chui Baihao, coming from a small background, was just about to decline. Ha ha ha. I pulled it. I pulled it. Ha ha ha, I got it. A rogue cultivator who had just washed his hands with the spiritual water had opened a lower-grade purple copper spell-breaking pestle. At this moment, he was excitedly dancing in circles around the main hall of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The words at the tip of Chui Baihao's tongue were swallowed back down. Can I pack up the spiritual water I used to wash my hands and take it with me? The Redwood sect was poor. Although Chui Baihao was an elder, he still needed to economize where he could. The spiritual water used for washing hands could be taken back to brew tea. Yes, of course you can. We provide complimentary packing. Daoist, are you buying? I'll buy it. Soon, Chui Baihao finished washing his hands, picked up the packed spiritual water, and left with his mystery box. He was an old hand in the martial world, there was no way he would open the mystery box in front of a grand crowd. If he happened to pull a lower-grade spiritual artifact, it would arouse the envy of others. Returning to the small room he rented at the Fortune Source residence, Chui Baihao sat on the bed, where it was difficult even to turn over, and looked at the red-lacquered mystery box in his hands. An excited heart, trembling hands. Upon opening it, embedded right in the center of the wooden box was a jade bottle. A massive profit. Unscrewing the stopper of the jade bottle, he placed it beneath his nose. Inhaling the fragrance of the Qi transformation pills, Chui Baihao lamented in admiration. So the scent of a Qi transformation pill is actually this refreshing. A spiritual pill is truly extraordinary, truly extraordinary. In the past, he could only afford to use Qi transformation powder and had never purchased a Qi transformation pill. Pouring one out from the bottle onto his palm, Chui Baihao looked at the entirely brown, cherry-sized pill, swallowed his saliva, and put it back inside. He would consume it after returning to the sect. With these 6 Qi transformation pills in hand, his path toward the 10th stage of Qi refining could be traversed a bit faster. On the second floor of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Wang Rongsheng was smiling very happily. Yulo, I didn't expect this mystery box to be so highly sought after. Ha ha ha, back then, it was this old man who lacked vision. With the business of the 100 Treasures Pavilion being so spectacular today, he naturally understood that this was inseparable from Yulo's contributions. The 3-person, 10% discount group, the time-limited auctions, and the racetrack advertisements were all for driving traffic. Only the mystery box sales genuinely expanded the net profit. With these 4 moves executed, Yulo's position as the shop manager was naturally secure. He no longer needed to worry about being dismissed due to poor performance. However, a man without distant worries will surely face immediate anxieties. Clan Uncle, the 100 Treasures Pavilion could not have achieved today's success without your full support. It's just that we now have a new problem. Yulo first praised his clan uncle before seeking assistance. The mystery boxes sell well because their total product value calculates to roughly a 2% discount overall. Consequently, there will always be cultivators who feel they got a bargain returning as repeat customers, so the sales path for the mystery boxes naturally smoothed out. But selling too quickly isn't entirely a good thing. I predict that the 100 Treasures Pavilion will soon face a supply shortage. Right now, the 100 Treasures Pavilion has snatched so much business from other shops. We need to compromise and collaborate with them. We can't rely solely on our own family supply. What do you think? Stabilizing the supply chain while simultaneously avoiding hogging all the profits, which would draw unwanted attention. Yulo's mystery box strategy actually achieved an increase in sales volume within a unit of time through high turnover, thereby raising overall profits. But market demand was limited. Since the business of the 100 Treasures Pavilion had improved, its competitors wouldn't have enough to eat. Therefore, certain measures were required to achieve a win-win situation. Someone like Patriarch Mangxiang had a massive faction and profound strength, he didn't need to fear anything even if he ate until only bones were left for those below. But the Wang clan didn't have such a large mouth. Eating too much would invite disaster. Faced with Yulo's suggestion, Wang Rongsheng felt immensely moved. He nodded and said, Yulo, I finally understand why the Patriarch wanted to appoint you as the manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. You are absolutely right. However, you can leave these matters to me, those old fellows are not easy to deal with. Fortunately, I can be considered an old hand in the martial world as well, so I can still be of some help to you. At this moment, a spiritual crane raised by the Wang clan flew outside the window of the second floor of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. With a face full of impatience, it repeatedly pecked at the window with its beak, signaling the two chatting inside to hurry up and open the door for it. Wang Rongsheng raised his hand in surprise, the window opened, and the spiritual crane flew inside. After dropping a bundle, it walked over to the edge of the table and began drinking the spiritual tea on it, which Wang Rongsheng had originally prepared for Yulo. Is this He Lao or He Lao-san? Hilao and Hilao-san looked too similar, and Yulo couldn't tell them apart for a moment. The spiritual crane pecked at Yulo twice more, then proudly opened its beak. This grandfather is hungry. Wang Rongqing picked up the bundle and, after examining it, said, "It's the 7-string zither customized by Mu Yingxi. The patriarch crafted it personally, and he also specified that you should go to Mu Chunzer's warden cultivator's manor to deliver it." Yulo, who was feeding Hilao-san with pastries, was somewhat surprised. "Letting me deliver the zither?" Immediately afterward, he finally realized something was amiss. Sure enough, not a single Foundation establishment cultivator who could catch the eye of a Purple Mansion expert to become a true disciple was a fool. Clear Stream Market, the town guardian cultivator's manor. Since it was not a day for the ghost market to open, the Qi refining stage guards at the entrance of the manor naturally would not let Wang Yulo pass. True, the town guardian cultivator's manor was somewhat like a brothel in that you could enter as long as you paid spirit stones, but that still depended on the day. If rogue cultivators could just barge in every single day without notice, where would the dignity of the town guardian cultivator be? However, once Yulo declared his identity as a son of the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom and explained his purpose, the guards quickly let him through. A youth from a great clan who had dealings with the town guardian cultivator's daughter, and a young one at that. What did it mean to have boundless prospects? This was exactly what it meant. Yulo had guessed correctly. The patriarch indeed intended for him to test Mu Chang's thoughts, which was why he had specifically designated Yulo to deliver the zither personally. There was a logic here that Yulo had previously overlooked. Namely, why did Mu Yingxi bypass the artificers within the Red Lantern Illumination sect and go out of her way to commission Forge Peak residents? Her father was a core disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. If he wanted to help her contact an artificer, he wouldn't even need to show his face. With a single word, what kind of master artificer couldn't he find? Only after receiving the patriarch's letter did Yulo belatedly realize that that day might have been a special matchmaking session. It was just that her father might not necessarily know about Mu Yingxi coming to Forge Peak residence. The patriarch might have discussed something with Mu Changza, but whether it would succeed ultimately depended on the individual thoughts of Yulo and Mu Yingxi. Having lived 2 lives, this was still Yulo's first matchmaking session. To say he was not nervous would be a lie. Led by an attendant, Yulo walked along the corridor of the front courtyard and arrived before a side parlor in the estate. Separating the corridor from the side parlor was an unsupported stone arch bridge. This type of arch bridge spanned the water without pillars, also known as a flying rainbow bridge. Through the thick stone pillars outside the side parlor, Yulo noticed that the interior was draped with curtains embroidered with green dragon patterns. The master of this place was hidden behind the curtains, making it impossible for him to spot her immediately. "Young Master Wang, please come in." A little maidservant wearing a jade ring hairpin, her hair styled in an upward topknot, and wearing pink embroidered shoes with tiger heads, came skipping out. She pulled open a corner of the curtain and smiled as she invited Yulo inside. Yulo tightened his grip on the 7-string willow with zither in his arms, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the stone arch bridge. As the little maidservant walked ahead to lead the way, Yulo spoke in a low voice. "I am only here to deliver the zither on behalf of the Wang clan. I do not deserve to be called young master." The little maidservant did not reply to him directly. Instead, she spoke in a childish voice to the person behind the curtain, giggling. Miss, he is quite shy." Shy? Thinking of this, Yulo felt even more uneasy. Was this really going to be an on-the-spot matchmaking session? Speaking of which, the daughter of a Red Lantern Illumination sect core disciple who had achieved Foundation establishment was actually a great match. How many people wished for such an opportunity but never got the chance? "Suegwa, do not be rude. Bring my zither." The familiar voice came through, and it was indeed Mu Yingxi. Yulo handed the zither to the handmaiden named Suegwa, then stood quietly and obediently before the curtains of the side parlor. His head was slightly lowered, just enough to see the vivid, expressive green flood dragon embroidered on the curtain. The flood dragon's body was outlined with green silk threads, while its horns and claws were made of gold thread. Its 2 front claws were clutching a small boat, appearing to be causing mischief. To the left of the flood dragon, a gleaming scimitar was speeding forward. The creator of the embroidery was extremely meticulous, even using different shades of white thread to depict the trajectory of the scimitar slicing through the air. Looking at the embroidery of the scimitar slashing the green flood dragon, Yulo thought of the female cultivator sitting behind the curtain. Mu Yingxi possessed a cultivation base at the early stage of Qi refining. Her age should be at least a dozen years older than his. Strictly speaking, Yulo ought to call her auntie. They always said that a 3-year age gap brought gold bricks. Being more than a dozen years older, wouldn't that mean holding a whole pile of gold bricks? This zither is indeed not bad. The Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom truly lives up to its reputation. Mu Yingxi's voice carried out. Yulo snapped back from his reverie and explained, "The patriarch knew that it was ordered by you, senior, so he personally took action to refine it. The base material of this zither is the finest willow wood spiritual material, and the strings are made of 8th grade donkey mane. A total of 15 layers of restrictions have been refined onto it, and 2 layers of space for refinement have been left. If needed in the future, it can continue to be refined." Mu Yingxi was older than Yulo and had a higher cultivation base. Even though she was a matchmaking candidate, calling her senior was still appropriate. "There is no need to call me senior. Wang Yulo, do you know why I commissioned a 7-string zither from your Wang clan?" The person behind the curtain did not discuss the price or the quality, but instead began to test Yulo. Yulo does not know. Facing this kind of situation, Wang Yulo thought it over and decided to play it safe first. Mu Yingxi fell silent behind the curtain for a long time. When she finally spoke, she thoroughly shocked Yulo. I need a Dao companion. A Dao companion born in the Mao month 16 years ago, who possesses at least 2 types of spirit roots in addition to a wood spirit root. To be this direct? Don't tell me you want me to marry into your family. Before Yulo could recover from his shock, Mu Yingxi's second sentence struck him once again. You and I were born in the same year and month, but I have a single spirit root. Trying to open a purple palace will inevitably be as difficult as ascending to heaven. The Red Lantern Illumination sect possesses a dual cultivation secret art. Practicing it allows Dao companions to complement each other's Dao foundation, combining the strength of 2 people to open a purple palace. Wang Yulo, if you are willing to become my Dao companion, you can easily attain the purple palace realm without any effort in the future. What do you think? Yulo only believed a fraction of Mu Yingxi's words. He did not believe that a secret art borrowing an outsider's Dao foundation to open a purple palace would be devoid of flaws. Just thinking about it made it obvious, no matter how close a Dao companion relationship was, there would always be differences between them. Therefore, he concluded that Mu Yingxi was merely painting a pretty picture. The only thing he cared about right now was that Mu Yingxi was born in the same year and month as him. A fact that was not widely known, but which the Wang clan just happened to know, was that the rules of heaven and earth had been jointly altered by grand cultivators. From the past millennium up to the present, and even into the future, all Qi induction cultivators had to firmly rely on their own talent to cultivate to the Qi refining stage. This move was designed by the grand cultivators to restrict the cultivation basis of the world's cultivators. Taking Wang Yulo as an example, if he cultivated step by step, he would need to be at least 31 years old to reach Qi refining. During this process, he could use spiritual food to spare himself from the daily toil of cultivation, but he could not use any means to accelerate the growth of his cultivation base. But if Mu Yingxi's words were true, it meant that Yulo had a chance to reach Qi refining ahead of time. Senior, we were born in the same year and month. Why is it that you reached Qi refining so early? As far as I know, even with a single spirit root, cultivating to Qi refining takes at least a dozen years. Indeed, a Qi induction cultivator with a single spirit root needed a dozen years to reach Qi refining. How did Mu Yingxi, become a Qi refining cultivator in just 3 years? Not expecting Yulo to ask this, Mu Yingxi thought for a moment before replying. Qi induction realm cultivators can enter a purple palace grotto heaven. Within a grotto heaven, there is no restriction on the upper limit of cultivation. Since the Wang clan belonged to the Red Lantern Illumination sect anyway, there was nothing that couldn't be said. Within a purple palace grotto heaven, Qi induction cultivators faced no upper limit restrictions. The rules of heaven and earth could not reach inside a purple palace grotto heaven. Yulo carefully pondered these words, remaining speechless for a long time. The grand cultivators had locked the doors to the vehicle, yet they allowed their own direct descendants to secretly receive special treatment. The cruelty of this world was once again laid bare before Yulo. He now understood why spirit rice and spiritual food were so expensive. The ones consuming them were not those Qi refining cultivators sitting inside the flavorful bistro, but the direct descendants of the great clans and sects who were still in the Qi induction stage. The great clans and sects naturally did not care about the minor expense of buying spirit rice and spiritual food. Yulo understands. Thank you, Senior Sister Yingxi, for clearing up my confusion. Since she didn't want to be called senior because she hated being made to sound old, he might as well settle for calling her senior sister. However, Yulo is puzzled. If the Dao foundations between Dao companions can complement each other through a dual cultivation method, why does the Red Lantern Illumination sect's golden basin mending pill still sell for such an expensive price? Yulo's question caused Mu Yingxi to fall silent. Why did the golden basin mending pill sell for such an expensive price? Because it was worth it. The Dao foundation mended by a single spirit root cultivator using it would be entirely their own. On the other hand, achieving Dao foundation complementarity through a dual cultivation method was, in a sense, a form of cutting corners in cultivation. Cutting corners always came with a price. If one wanted to save on the expense of a golden basin mending pill, compensation had to be made in other areas. Are you trying to refuse? Instead of answering Yulo's question, Mu Yingxi threw the question back at him. Yulo was now completely certain that the so-called sweet date of becoming Dao companions was only sweet on the surface. Yulo naturally dares not refuse. It is just that matters regarding a Dao companion require the approval of the elders at home. Today, I came solely to deliver the zither, and never expected to encounter such an event. Senior sister, as for me, I am still just a child. Whether it is about a Dao companion or not is up to my parents to decide. I just came to deliver a zither this time. There is really no need to put this kind of pressure on me. Haha, Wang Yulo, you are overthinking. Even if you wanted to agree, you would have to reach foundation establishment first. I have already found 4 other cultivators who are similar to you, born in the Mao month 16 years ago. Go back and cultivate well. Once you reach foundation establishment, you might understand. Mu Yingxi's attitude was actually quite uninhibited, to the point where she even blurted out that she had 4 backups. However, to Yulo's ears, she currently possessed a certain stubborn beauty. 4 other cultivators who are similar to you meant he was not unique. Once you reach foundation establishment, you will understand meant he would regret it. Well, it was hard to say. Not daring to think too much, Yulo bowed and said, Yulo understands, Yulo understands. This zither uses willow wood as its base material, with 8th grade donkey mane refined with fine gold to serve as strings. The patriarch said that Senior Mu works truly hard to protect Clear Stream Market, so the Wang clan will only charge you 1,000 spirit stones. Mu Yingxi felt utterly speechless. She was surprised to find that when a person was speechless, they would actually laugh with a sense of relief. Take it. Reach Foundation establishment soon. A storage bag flew out under the guidance of the curtain. Yulo was quick-eyed and deft, catching it easily. Just as he was about to take the spirit stones out of the storage bag, Mu Yingxi spoke again. It's a gift for you. To think the Wang clan doesn't even equip their clan members with storage bags. Yulo bowed once more, then swiftly made his exit. What do you know? It's not that the Wang clan lacks storage bags. Not equipping them is out of fear that they might be targeted by others. Seeing this rascal leave without even turning his head, Mu Yingxi did not grow angry either. He was merely a cultivator from a small family with a narrow horizon. Why should she be angry? She shook her head and placed the zither on the edge of the square table before her. Her pure white jade fingers, untainted by the mortal world, lightly plucked the strings, and an elegant, melodious tune slowly skipped forth. At the spiritual spring of the clear stream of Qin rhyme within the town guardian cultivator's manor, Mu Changza, who was currently cultivating, opened his eyes upon hearing the zither music. He listened for a moment, suddenly let out a gentle laugh, and then resumed his cultivation. It turned out that just now behind the curtain, Suegwa, who was listening to the zither, suddenly remembered something and spoke up in confusion. Miss, when did you have 4 other young masters? How come Suegwa didn't know about it? Instantly, Mu Yingxi's zither music fell into disarray, and a string even snapped under her anger. Hearing that the zither music sounded wrong, Yulo subconsciously quickened his pace to leave. Oh no, there seems to be a problem with that 7-string zither. I need to run quickly. On the second floor of Flavorful Bistro, Wang Rongsheng sat in the seat of honor, delivering smooth pleasantries. By all accounts, as a cultivator only at the 7th layer of qi refining, he had no right to sit above the other shopkeepers, most of whom were at the late stages of qi refining. However, he had the backing of the Wang clan, and the clan's 100 Treasures Pavilion had been doing a roaring trade lately. Now that he had expressed interest in sourcing goods from his peers, the others naturally flattered and elevated him. Might makes right. The Wang clan already possessed overwhelming power, and now they had a booming business to match. Naturally, Wang Rongsheng spoke with unyielding confidence. I heard a couple of days ago that certain cultivators bought talismans from our 100 Treasures Pavilion but found them clumsy to use. I thought to myself, that's impossible. Our Wang clan never sells our goods cheap. Our fellow Taoists are willing to buy because they trust that our merchandise is top tier. If there's any defect, it tarnishes the reputation of the Wang clan. But when I investigated, I discovered that the person spreading these rumors was secretly moonlighting as a rogue cultivator. Fellow Taoist Gao Jian helped me uncover the truth. It turns out they were merely hired hands acting on someone else's behalf. As for who hired them, I've managed to find that out as well. Wang Rongsheng's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the grand shopkeepers at the table, striking terror into the hearts of several men. Good, very good. You invited us here to discuss cooperation, yet you start by killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. As expected of the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom. They play a ruthless game. Che Zenji had a guilty conscience, but as a seasoned old fox, he naturally refused to show any vulnerability. You claim to have found out, I don't believe you. The Che family always dealt with rogue cultivators in absolute secrecy. They could never have known we were behind it. Che Zenji made the judgment that Wang Rongsheng was merely bluffing. Originally, I intended to report this directly to the town guardian cultivator for handling, but our patriarch stopped me. The patriarch said the prosperity of Clear Stream Market relies on everyone's collective efforts. Internal strife serves no one. Our 100 Treasures Pavilion's business is too good, so it's only natural to draw envy. To be free from envy is to be a mediocre talent, after all. It sounded as though the Wang clan intended to drop the matter and pursue it no further. Wang Rongsheng's sudden mention of it today seemed to be nothing more than a warning. But as he spoke, his head snapped around, his eyes locking onto Che Zenji as he barked loudly. Boss Che, don't you think our patriarch is right? This sudden strike terrified Che Zenji so much that his entire body trembled, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Seeing Che Zenji look so utterly pathetic, the other guests at the table were dumbfounded. The Wang clan really found out. How could the Che family have botched the job so badly? Wang Rongsheng stood up, glaring coldly at the shivering Che Zenji. If your Che family pays 2,000 spirit stones as an apology, the Wang clan will drop the matter. Otherwise, the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom will personally strike and tear down your family estate. Everyone who needs to know already knows that Patriarch Mangxiang is about to attain the Golden Core realm. Fellow Daoist Che, I advise your family to think things through quickly. Give me an account within 10 days. The Patriarch had refused to report this to the town guardian cultivator for a very simple reason: if the town guardian cultivator stuffed his pockets, the Wang clan wouldn't get a single bite. Rather than resolving the issue through the system of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, it was better to take matters into their own hands. Having paid so many tributes to Patriarch Mangxiang, the Wang clan had every right to use his terrifying reputation to back themselves up in small-scale disputes. Wiping the unstoppable cold sweat from his forehead, Che Zenji forced a faint smile and feigned ignorance. Daoist Rongsheng, our Che family has never done anything like colluding with rogue cultivators. Could you have made a mistake? Wang Rongsheng smiled, too lazy to explain. Scram back and prepare the spirit stones. Only then did Che Zenji realize that the Wang clan had truly uncovered the absolute truth. He and the Che clan patriarch, Che Zingshu, had made things far too simple. They thought throwing mud was just a tactic, and at most, colluding with rogue cultivators would just be a minor headache. But in front of the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom, the moment you dared to hand them a weapon to use against you, they had every right to weigh the price of your life. Che Zenji fled in a miserable panic. The Che family had to scramble to gather 2,000 spirit stones as quickly as possible, otherwise the Wang clan might truly raise their ancestral grounds. Now that the chicken had been slaughtered, Wang Rongsheng turned his gaze back to the rest of the monkeys. Now, my fellow Taoists, we can discuss the details of our wholesale orders. After seeing Gao Jian off, Wang Rongsheng shook his head and cautioned Yulo. He is a venomous snake. When dealing with his kind, you must maintain clear boundaries. You cannot let the snake's enemies think you share any special relationship with him. The reason they could easily discover that the Che family was playing dirty was naturally inseparable from the assistance of the Clearbrook Market Security Patrol. Since Gao Jian had put in the effort, the Wang clan naturally had to show their gratitude. Yulo understands. It's just that people like Gao Jian are difficult to offend. Petty characters are the hardest to deal with, Yulo said with a wry smile. Mu Yingxi was incredibly easy to talk to, and though Mu Chuan's greed was unsightly, he still kept up appearances on the surface. Gao Jian was different. This mad dog wore his hysteria on his sleeve and had run rampant in Clear Stream Market for decades. He is indeed troublesome. The fact that no one has managed to assassinate him after all these years means it can't just be good luck. Regardless, the fighting between Miaofeng Mountain and the Valley Spirit sect is intense, and the prices of various talismans have risen by a small margin. Yulo, you must adjust the retail prices of the goods in the 100 Treasures Pavilion in a timely manner. We cannot afford to lose out. After Hidden Dragon Market was overrun, the Valley Spirit sect had effectively delivered a vicious slap to Miaofeng Mountain's face, leaving the faces of Miaofeng Mountain's Purple Palace experts thoroughly red and swollen. You wanted a cut, yet you squeezed your sect disciples so hard they changed lineages one after another. Now you've been slapped in the face, and you can't even fight back. With the Immortal Alliance laws hanging overhead, no Purple Palace cultivator could easily intervene. The moment they struck, they would be targeted. Once targeted by the Immortal Alliance, a cultivator would have to bleed immense wealth at the very least, and those who went too far would be imprisoned directly in the Immortal Suppressing Pass. Below the Purple Palace, Foundation establishment cultivators could engage in magical combat, but if someone died, a life must pay for a life, an exact eye for an eye retaliation. No matter how high your cultivation base was, as long as you weren't a Golden Core Master, the Immortal Alliance would never allow any cultivator to easily disrupt the stability and grand strategy of the Wunan Basin's cultivation world. Therefore, even though the Valley Spirit sect and Miaofeng Mountain were about to beat each other's brains out, their spiritual duels were strictly confined to the Qi refining stage. In a sense, the sky was falling, yet the actual scale of combat remained restrained. Up until now, not a single Foundation establishment cultivator had dared to make a move. It was entirely the Qi refining cultivators grinding each other down. The only impact this war had on Clear Stream Market was that the prices of talismans, Dharma treasures, and various other goods had shot up by a small margin overnight. Miaofeng Mountain had posted rewards. Any rogue cultivator who could help Miaofeng Mountain kill a Valley Spirit sect cultivator could exchange their military merit for any technique, treasure, talisman, or spiritual elixir below the Purple Palace realm within Miaofeng Mountain. As a result, rogue cultivators began spending their resources, seeking to boost their power to grasp opportunities in the war. Did the two sides fight like this back when Hidden Dragon Market changed hands in the past? Yulo asked. Wang Rongsheng used to operate in Hidden Dragon Market. Hearing Yulo's question, he spoke with deep meaning. More than 300 years ago, the sect across the Hidden Dragon River was Huishan Prefecture. Later, Huishan Prefecture was crushed by Miaofeng Mountain. The Valley Spirit sect was jointly established by the Ning clan, the direct lineage of Huishan Prefecture, and the Gushen clan, a Grand Purple Palace family under the Sky Serpent sect. They actually share a blood feud with Miaofeng Mountain. When a blood feud like this erupts, it's hard to say when it will ever end. Seeing Yulo fall silent, Wang Rongsheng found it somewhat strange. What's wrong? Why are you quiet? Are you worried? Yulo smiled and explained. No, the Patriarch previously intended to have Yuan join Miaofeng Mountain after he achieved Qi refining. Looking at it now, I'm afraid Yuan won't be able to go to Miaofeng Mountain anymore. Thrown off by Yulo's train of thought, Wang Rongsheng burst into laughter. You boys have great aptitude and have the chance to join a sect. When I was young, haha, let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. I'm going back to cultivate. Yulo, I leave the 100 Treasures Pavilion to you. The Patriarch truly chose the right person. But the current situation is complex. You must not grow arrogant. If you encounter difficult or major matters, do not make decisions alone. Discuss them with me first. In the evening, during the second quarter of the dog hour, the 100 Treasures Pavilion finally shut its doors after a long day of business. Yuan slumped heavily into a chair, complaining exhaustedly. Brother, isn't our main focus supposed to be cultivation right now? We can just leave the matters of the 100 Treasures Pavilion to the shop assistants. With Bailu keeping an eye on things, you'll know immediately if anything goes wrong. Why do you have to bring me here to stand guard every single day? The boy was actually bringing this suffering upon himself. As Yulo's younger brother, he possessed a stubborn streak that refused to admit defeat. Whatever Yulo did, he would copy. But Yulo didn't sleep until near the end of the pig hour, and rose before the rabbit hour, spending the first 3 hours of the day cultivating. In the morning, he went to Forge Peak residence to learn the craft from Hongmei, and in the afternoon, he minded the shop at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Even upon returning at night, he wouldn't rest, spending another 3 hours cultivating. Yulo's routine was like an unrelenting, non-stop machine. Yuan simply couldn't handle that level of intensity. You make it sound easy. Come on, let's head back together. Bailu, you've worked hard too. Tomorrow I'll give you a day off to get some proper rest. Bailu was startled by Yulo's words. She explained in a panic. Young Master Yulo, I'm not tired. This is all what I should do. No need for rest, really, no need. Ever since Yulo snatched her away from Tang Yinxiu, Bailu had received spirit stones for the first time at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. To her, working at the 100 Treasures Pavilion was absolutely wonderful, she actually got paid wages. Therefore, she didn't feel tired at all. When Yulo told her to rest, she instead worried that she was being rejected for being incompetent. If she's not resting, then I, Wang Yuan, won't rest either. Stubborn people were just like this. With a gentle nudge using Bailu, Yulo easily guided him straight back onto the path of endless grinding. Returning to Fortune Source residence, Yulo was surprised to find Tang Yinxiu sitting behind the counter in the main hall, apparently balancing the ledgers. Seeing them walk in, Tang Yinxiu looked up and said. Still so late. Yulo, don't push yourself too hard. Wang Yulo watched as Yuan slipped into the backyard without looking back, then turned to Tang Yinxiu, speaking with an intentional air of passion. As sons of the Wang clan, it is naturally our duty to revitalize the family business. I am not tired. Uncle Yinxiu, however, there is one thing I would like to ask of you. Tang Yinxiu's expression remained unchanged. He subtly glanced past Yulo at Bailu, who kept her head down staring at the floor tiles, already understanding everything. Oh. What is it? We are all family here. Your uncle will certainly do his best to help you. Yulo turned slightly, pulling the nervous Bailu forward as he explained. Bailu is excellent material to be a chief assistant. I want to borrow her to work at the 100 Treasures Pavilion for a few years to train her well. In the future, she might even have a chance to advance to qi refining. Tang Yinxiu shook his head inwardly, but his face was filled with continuous nods. Great. It's a good thing, a wonderful thing, that my goddaughter has caught your eye. Having resolved the matter of Bailu's employment, Yulo was in high spirits. After chatting with Tang Yinxiu for a few more moments, he went back to cultivate. For a long time, the main hall of Fortune Source residence remained empty and silent. Bailu showed no intention of coming back to explain herself. Behind the counter, Tang Yinxiu let out a cold snort and slammed the ledger down heavily. An ungrateful wretch with a cold heart. The Wang clan is like this, and even the daughter I raised turns out the same. Returning to his room, Yulo cultivated for an hour, pushing his cultivation base to the maximum limit allowed by heaven and earth for the day. Before going to sleep, he lay on his bed, staring into the empty, pitch-black night. Yuan was already snoring loudly, but Yulo could not fall asleep no matter what. In the dead of night, Yulo thought about his meeting with Mu Yingxi today and pondered her words. After a long while, he quietly got up, sneaked out through the back door of Fortune Source residence, and entered the backyard of Flavorful Bistro. Back when Hongmei was being escorted by the 3 Wang clan members, Wang Rongxing had used the carrier pigeons the Wang clan placed in mortal towns to send a letter asking the patriarch for backup. Naturally, the Wang clan also had communication methods in Clear Stream Market, and they were much faster than carrier pigeons. They used grey-backed falcons with early-stage minor demonic cultivation bases. These grey-backed falcons had a cultivation base roughly equal to the early stage of the Qi induction realm and could fly up to 1500 li a day. They were spiritual birds bred by beast tamers. The only difference between spiritual birds or beasts and demonic birds or beasts lay in the fact that the spiritual ones had been tamed by cultivators and could be used directly. Beside Flavorful Bistro's donkey shed, a pair of grey-backed falcons cuddled together happily, perched on a wooden beam under the shed. Seeing Yulo approach, the wood spirit dumb donkey inside the shed snorted, pointed its nose toward the fodder, and began braying loudly. Its cries immediately woke the grey-backed falcons on the beam. Annoyed at being disturbed from their slumber, the falcon couple didn't hold back and swooped down to peck furiously at its head. The attack power of a minor demon spiritual bird was nothing to scoff at. Fortunately, the Wang clan's wood spirit dumb donkey also had a cultivation base and thick skin, so it wasn't injured. Alright, which one of you is willing to help me deliver this letter to the patriarch? Yulo grabbed a handful of fodder and stuffed it into the dumb donkey's mouth to shut the foolish beast up, then directed his request to the pair of falcons. Looking at the slip of paper in Yulo's hand, the male and female falcons chirped back and forth to discuss it before finally taking flight and landing on Yulo's hand. Although they were spiritual birds with cultivation bases, their species traits meant their weight and size were quite small. Thus, even with one perched on his hand, Yulo didn't feel any weight at all. Feeling his finger being pecked 5 times, Yulo asked in surprise, 5 pieces of dragon tiger jerky? Doesn't delivering a letter only cost one? Dragon tiger jerky sounded intimidating, but it was actually just bird-type spiritual beast food made from tiger cane root and small geckos. Eating it provided minor benefits to one's cultivation base, chi, and blood. The rough production method involved stuffing processed tiger cane root into a gecko's belly and then drying it. They sold for about 6 pieces per spirit stone. The main cost lay entirely in processing the tiger cane root. The geckos were just ordinary geckos. Therefore, even though the gray-backed falcon couple had made an exorbitant demand, it was actually still quite cheap. But Yulo could never forget the Wong clan's ancestral teachings: when bargaining, first chop off 90% of the price. 1 piece at most, absolutely no more. Hearing Yulo's words, the 2 falcons flew around him in anger, chirping and squawking out some very nasty curses. The male falcon cursed for a while before landing on Yulo's shoulder, violently pecking his arm twice, and then glaring at him fiercely. Its meaning was self-evident. 1.5, but I can only give it to you tomorrow. If you agree, I'll trouble you to deliver the letter. If you don't agree, I'll just wait for the Wong clan's merchant caravan to pass through Clear Stream Market next time to send it. Yulo wasn't about to spoil these spiritual birds that arbitrarily raised their prices. The rule set by the Wong clan was 1 piece of dragon tiger jerky per delivery. Not only did they raise the price casually, but they also dared to multiply it by 5. The male falcon cursed for a bit longer before snatching the letter from Yulo's hand with its beak and flying away without looking back. However, its lively little eyes were full of contempt. Foolish human child, it was so easy to trick you out of half a piece of dragon tiger jerky. Stupid. The people of the Wong clan loved to slash prices down to the floor when bargaining. Under the Wong clan's high-intensity influence, these spiritual birds had already learned how to counter them. Raise the price. They had to raise the price first, and then let those fools from the Wong clan bargain it down. While Yulo slept soundly, the male gray-backed falcon carrying the letter flew rapidly through the starry night toward Wong Family Mountain. At age 13, Yulo and Yuan had left Wong Family Mountain together. Now, 3 years had already passed. The male falcon flew over the capital of the Anbei Kingdom. The myriad twinkling lights of this prosperous mortal dynasty represented the rising trajectory of the Wong clan. Flying all the way, the morning light chased after its shadow, its vigorous figure reflecting on the water's surface. Having flown all night, the male falcon landed on a piece of driftwood in an unnamed lake. It gently lowered its head to take a few sips of water, and then took off again, accompanied by the morning sun. It flew across flat fields and through forest waterfalls. Finally, amid the turbulent mountains, it found the hidden entrance to the Wong clan's ancestral territory. At the base of a sheer vertical cliff, a dark green subterranean river flowed out from a cave. The gray-backed falcon in midair suddenly dove, keeping its body close to the water's surface as it flew into the Wong clan's secret territory. Passing through the artificially shaped underground river, hidden by the surrounding mountains, a paradise-like realm was concealed within. Surrounded by towering mountains thousands of feet high, and concealed from above by a formation array made of clouds, the Wong clan's territory under this protection was as beautiful as an immortal realm on earth. The abundant spiritual energy made the male falcon slightly intoxicated. Flying over the neatly arranged courtyards, it headed straight for the central plain plateau of the basin. Dumb Donkey Plain, an 8th-grade spiritual land, the foundation of the Wong clan. Looking down from the sky, over 100 donkeys were scattered across Dumb Donkey Plain. Some were fighting, some were sleeping, and some were busy making little donkeys. On this plateau towering in the center of the basin, 4 winding streams flowed outward from the center, transforming into waterfalls as they reached the edges of the plain. The stream water fell underground, only to be guided by 4 waterways back into a formation array buried deep within the earth veins of Dumb Donkey Plain, and then relying on the array's power, returned to the plain in an endless cycle. This water was entirely the spiritual water of the clear stream of Qin Rime. The stream itself was also undergoing a transformation from spiritual water to a spiritual artifact. At the source of the streams, standing in the center of Dumb Donkey Plain, were several verdant ancient pine trees. The spiritual water from the clear stream of Qin Rime flowed from their roots, nourishing them, while simultaneously being nourished by them in return. On the thickest ancient pine, there was a platform grown from pine branches. Sitting cross-legged upon it with his eyes closed in cultivation was a Taoist. This was none other than the patriarch of the Wong clan of the Anbei Kingdom. The male falcon landed beside the platform. It hopped twice and placed the letter in front of Wang Xianmao. Wang Xianmao didn't open his eyes. A breeze blew, unrolling the letter to reveal what Yulo wanted to convey. On a branch next to the platform stood a beautiful red-crowned spiritual crane. It spoke to the falcon, Greybeak, wasn't it your wife's turn to deliver the mail this time? Boss Crane had a profound cultivation base, having reached the peak of the small demon realm. It practiced a demon race cultivation technique provided by the Wong clan, which allowed it to speak directly. The gray-backed falcon couldn't do that. Its cultivation base was low, and its intelligence wasn't high either. It simply chirped a basic reply, too late. Wong boy, ambushed. Unsafe. I came. The Wong family boy was ambushed. Boss Crane was startled. The Yu generation had already lost Yulu, and now another was ambushed. The Wong clan seemed to be plagued with disasters these past few years. Hum. Wang Xianmao ignored the 2 spiritual birds' chatter and instead blew into a bone flute. This specially crafted bone flute allowed for directional sound transmission within the Wong clan's territory. Different sounds produced by Wang Xianmao represented the summoning of different people. Soon, an elder of the Wang clan arrived before him. Yulo and Yuan have been out for 3 years. It's time for them to come back for a visit. Go pick them up, and be careful on the road. This elder had an aged face, but an incredibly burly physique. His eyes shone with divine light, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the qi refining stage. He nodded thoughtfully and bowed. Xianzhou will respectfully follow Big Brother's decree. Wang Xianzhou turned to leave as the patriarch's voice echoed in his mind. A few years ago, disciples of Wondrous Peak Mountain tried to rob Rome Yuan, but he killed them instead. Now, they're fighting fiercely with the Valley Spirit sect. On your round trip, make a big scene. Let those people know that the Wang clan of the Anbei Kingdom has the qualifications to enter the game. Hearing his older brother's words, Wang Xianzhou smiled and waved his hand. He knew exactly how to handle this little matter. The Valley Spirit sect and Wondrous Peak Mountain were fighting intensely. Wang Xianmao's old friends had visited the Wang clan twice, asking them to pick a side. But Wang Xianmao felt the benefits offered by Wondrous Peak Mountain were too meager, so he had dragged it out without agreeing. Having him come out of the mountain to show off a bit this time would serve to further raise the Wang clan's entry fee. If Wondrous Peak Mountain wanted the Wang clan's help, offering small profits wouldn't cut it. They had to bleed. In Clearstream Market, Gao Jian stuffed a donkey meat bun from Flavorful Bistro into his mouth while gazing at the packed crowd inside 100 Treasures Pavilion, drooling even more. But thinking of the news his colleagues at the Prefecture Cultivators Manor had shared, he could only keep drooling. He absolutely didn't have the guts to try and extort them. The Wang clan was tough, and they had only gotten tougher over the past few years. Above them, they had unimaginably high backers like Meng Xiang and Xuanzhuan. Below, they had numerous high-level and peak qi refining thugs. A few days ago, that newcomer Wang Rongsheng even threatened to trample the Che clan's territory. Arrogant, but they had the strength to back it up. Even in business, the Wang clan's 100 Treasures Pavilion had only been open for a few days, yet it had beaten the old competing shops into a state of utter misery. Boss, someone is flying on an artifact in Clearstream Market. One of Gao Jian's lackeys noticed the anomaly in the sky first and warned him. Gao Jian looked up and saw someone riding a white flying chariot, stopping right in the sky above Clearstream Market. Such arrogance. Gao Jian could sense that the person flying the chariot was merely a qi refining cultivator, but their appearance was obscured by spiritual light and divine sense couldn't see through it. Seeing the man act so brazenly, Gao Jian didn't hesitate. He tossed his bun, backhandedly drew the spirit-binding rope from his waist, and leaped onto the roof of 100 Treasures Pavilion in a single bound. Using the rope as a whip, he cracked it against the air with a loud snap, and shouted, "Who dares violate the rules of Clearstream Market?" He looked fierce, but he was actually just probing for the newcomer's background. He was a man with brains. If someone dared to be this arrogant, they naturally had the strength and backing to support it. Putting on a tough act was enough for him. When acting as a watchdog, one needed the awareness of a watchdog. There was no need to throw away one's life. However, Gao Jian's caution was useless because Wang Xianzhou had come with a mission. Sitting in the mirror silver orchidwood flying chariot, Wang Xianzhou saw Gao Jian and simply smiled, pointing a finger at him. Soul-Shocking Pierce, a secret spell of the Immortal Alliance emissaries. It specifically targeted a cultivator's divine soul, ranking among the strongest specialized attack spells a qi refining stage cultivator could master. With just a light point from Wang Xianzhou, Gao Jian tumbled off the roof as if struck by lightning. Looking at Gao Jian, who had crashed down like a dead dog, Wang Xianzhou dispelled the spiritual light on his flying chariot and spoke teasingly, "Little Gao, it's only been a few years since we last met, and you already dare bare your fangs at me." Former Immortal Alliance emissary, inner sect disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, the strongest god of slaughter in the Wang clan's qi refining stage, and holder of the record for slaying a Foundation establishment cultivator while at the qi refining stage, Wang Xianzhou, has arrived. Was Wang Xianzhou targeting Gao Jian? No, he was slapping Mu Changze right in the face. Strangely enough, even though Wang Xianzhou had already begun raining down slaps, Mu Changze, the town guardian cultivator, had yet to show his face. With his cultivation base at the Foundation establishment stage, combined with his status as a disciple of a Purple Palace realm expert, if he were to intervene, Wang Xianzhou would undoubtedly be finished. Clearstream Market was a market town under the Red Lantern Illumination sect. By violating the market rules, Wang Xianzhou was directly challenging the order of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. This was no exaggeration. For instance, Wang Xianzhou breaking the rules was just like the Wang clan catching the Che clan red-handed. Once a matter was brought to the scales, whether it weighed hundreds of pounds or thousands of pounds depended entirely on the one holding the scales. If Mu Changze had the slightest inclination to pursue it, Wang Xianzhou would lose a layer of skin even if he managed to survive. Yet, even though Clearstream Market was already buzzing with excitement over Wang Xianzhou's domineering actions, Mu Changze remained hidden. Wang Rongsheng, accompanied by Bailu, and Hongmei, leading Yulo and Yuan, all witnessed Wang Xianzhou up in the sky. "Clan Uncle Xianzhou, what are you doing?" Wang Rongsheng asked, completely dumbfounded. He looked at Gao Jian, who resembled a dead dog on the ground, and then up at Wang Xianzhou in the air, his heart filled with utter panic. Wang Xianzhou stowed away his flying chariot and stepped onto the open air, walking down from the sky toward the ground, step by step. The flight capability of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Many of the spectating rogue cultivators did not realize this was a specialized spell. Mistaking Wang Xianzhou for a Foundation establishment master, they hurriedly called out, "Senior," terrified that their lack of manners might draw the attention of this domineering expert. "Just playing a little joke on little Gao. No need to worry. Where are Yulo and Yuan?" Wang Xianzhou was indeed domineering. Mu Changze was clearly sitting right inside the guardian cultivator's manor, yet he refused to grant him even a shred of face. He reinforced his voice with spiritual energy, sending his words echoing across the entirety of Clear Stream Market. "Go on, quickly. This clan uncle of yours is no ordinary figure," Hongmei said sourly, a bitter taste lingering in her heart. "Grand uncle, what is the meaning of this?" Yulo jogged over to Wang Xianzhou. Looking at the densely packed crowd and the battered Gao Jian on the ground, he found himself momentarily dazed. "Huh, just playing a little joke with little Gao. Come, you've been in Clear Stream Market for 3 years. Today, I'm taking you home. By the way, has anyone been bullying you here in Clear Stream Market?" In Wang Xianzhou's eyes, he had merely played a minor joke on the half-dead Gao Jian. Since Gao Jian himself had no objections, the others naturally didn't dare to raise any. The clever onlookers had already parsed the underlying truth, the town guardian cultivator hadn't uttered a single word up until now. Gao Jian's lackeys felt their legs tremble with fear upon hearing Wang Xianzhou's second question. They hadn't bullied the two brothers, but they were still terrified. Calling Gao Jian little Gao, hailing from the Wang clan, and casually disregarding the dignity of the town guardian cultivator. This person was likely the legendary executioner of the Wang clan, Wang Xianzhou. "Of course no one has bullied us, grand uncle. We always keep the clan rules in mind and only strive to be kind to others," Yulo replied obediently, completely at ease. He was naturally very familiar with his granduncle Xianzhou. Achieving fame as a young genius, he had become a disciple of a great sect during his qi refining days. Through excellence in magical combat, he had been selected as an Immortal Alliance emissary, slaying 2 Foundation establishment cultivators during his tenure. Had it not been for a spiritual duel that damaged his Dao Foundation, he would have reached Foundation establishment long ago, and might have even had a chance to open a Purple Palace. Both Wang Xianhe and Wang Xianzhou had been barred from progressing further due to damaged Dao foundations. The former withered away early after achieving Foundation establishment, while the latter remained trapped in the qi refining stage for the rest of his life. Of course, Wang Xianmao had also been a young genius, just as Wang Yulo was now. The Wang clan never lacked geniuses, for they knew how to nurture their descendants. Those seemingly ridiculous yet admirable clan rules had refined Yuan step by step from an impulsive boy into a grounded individual. A talent of 70% potential, under the cultivation of the Wang clan, had the chance to become a 100% genius. A 50% mediocrity, such as Wang Rongsheng or Chen Luan, could also perform with the effectiveness of a 70% talent. The regrets of these two clan seniors were the necessary price the Wang clan had to pay to preserve its legacy and expand within this brutal cultivation world. Such a price seemed avoidable on the surface, but in reality, it was inevitable. Without Wang Xianhe, perhaps Wang Xianmao would have become the sacrifice. Without Wang Xianzhou, the one to become the sacrifice might have been another son of the Wang clan. After all, wherever there were people and interests, conflict would never be absent. Hearing Yulo's reply, Wang Xianzhou gave no explicit approval. Instead, his gaze swept over the cultivators surrounding him. All who met his eyes lowered their heads in submission. "Ha ha ha. Good, then let us depart." Saying this, he lightly kicked Gao Jian, laughing as he scolded, "Little Gao, stop playing dead. I'm not going to kill you." Stepping onto Wang Xianzhou's flying chariot, Yuan's face flushed slightly with excitement. Grand Uncle Xianzhou's grand display of power suited his tastes perfectly. To be a cultivator meant becoming a presence exactly like Grand Uncle Xianzhou. Yulo, however, remained calm. He knew that the patriarch had already received his letter. In the end, little Gao never got up. Wang Xianzhou gave Wang Rongsheng a nod, glanced once more toward the guardian cultivator's manor, and then drove the flying chariot away. His mirror silver orchidwood flying chariot was a high-grade artifact, possessing an inherent spiritual light that disrupted divine sense. Once activated, it flew with fierce speed and power, making it a peak-tier high-grade artifact capable of charging straight through enemy formations. Watching the brilliant spiritual light blazing across the sky, Wang Rongsheng could only smile helplessly. He stepped forward to help Gao Jian up, intending to offer a few words, but Gao Jian simply turned and walked away without looking back. Humiliating. Too humiliating. How could he face such disgrace? Despite both being at the peak of the qi refining stage, Wang Xianzhou handled him as easily as one might handle a mere chicken. That Gao Jian didn't burst into tears showed he was already quite resilient. Meanwhile, inside the guardian cultivator's manor, Mu Changze was enjoying tea with his daughter. The Gu family knew their place well, having sent over a fresh batch of grade 8 tea. "Father, is the Wang clan testing us?" The young girl extended her delicate hand, gently lifting the purple clay teapot. The pristine water from the clear stream spiritual spring traced a transparent arc through the air, pouring smoothly into the purple clay cup. As the spiritual water and spiritual tea melded, a crisp fragrance suffused the entire room. Unlikely. Wang Xianmao wouldn't resort to such testing. Neither of them felt that their dignity had been damaged. Respect was something one earned for oneself. Once established, it wasn't something others could strip away so easily. Furthermore, even if the Wang clan truly intended to slap Mu Changza in the face, Mu Changza wouldn't immediately cry out in protest. Everyone involved possessed a deep background. Tearing away all pretense would only lead to mutual embarrassment, no one would truly emerge victorious. Thus, choosing to turn a blind eye was the finest strategy. Is this person someone special? The young girl was of a similar age to Yulo, but she was not a member of the Wang clan and had trained inside a grotto heaven since childhood, leaving her completely ignorant of Wang Xianzhou's past. Mu Changza set down his teacup and explained. Among the brothers in arms he shared life and death bonds with during his time in the Immortal Alliance, some have already become core disciples of major sects, while others have advanced to become Foundation establishment emissaries. Every single one of them has a good chance of reaching the Purple Palace realm. That is why he does not fear me. Of course, I don't care either. He doesn't have much longer to live anyway, so let him have his moment of arrogance. No matter how wild and domineering Wang Xianzhou acted, his era was rapidly drawing to a close. Lifespan was an inescapable destiny bestowed upon every living creature by heaven and earth. Cultivators walked against heaven's will, bitterly scaling the path of cultivation. Wang Xianzhou no longer possessed any possibility of taking a step further, his era would soon face its final curtain. Mu Changza, on the other hand, still possessed more than 2 centuries of lifespan. Why would he let his thoughts be troubled by a dying man? He was nothing more than a pile of rotting bones. Granduncle, have we perhaps taken a wrong turn? Furthermore, keeping this flying chariot constantly active, isn't it overly draining on your spiritual energy? Yulo carefully reminded him. The Wang clan maintained a rule, qi-refining descendants were forbidden from flying. Although Wang Rongyuan hadn't taken this clan rule seriously, he had only done so at the time to bait an enemy. No need to be so tense, Yulo. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself in Clear Stream Market. Wang Xianzhou paid absolutely no heed to Yulo's warning. He was a man who had attempted Foundation establishment 4 times. Though he had failed to break through, his spiritual energy reserves were more than triple those of an ordinary qi-refining cultivator. Moreover, he was a top-tier master of magical combat. Let alone making a grand display, even if an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator crossed his path, Wang Xianzhou wouldn't harbor the slightest fear. Not at all, I have merely performed my duties. In the presence of this living legend of the Wang clan, Yulo behaved as obediently as a newly weaned babe. Very well, keep your humility. However, we are indeed taking a detour. Look to the west, that is Wondrous Peak Mountain. Wondrous Peak Mountain lay to the west of Clear Stream Market, situated precisely between Clear Stream Market and Hidden Dragon Market. Yulo turned his head, noting the majestic spiritual mountain rising at the edge of the sky, its midsection blanketed by layers of milky white clouds. Above the cloud line rested the sect grounds of Wondrous Peak Mountain. Bathed in the midday sun, the glazed roof tiles reflected a brilliant golden light. Viewed from afar, the entire mountain seemed adorned with golden pavilions. A Purple Palace realm sect truly commanded such magnificent grandeur, it was no wonder they had managed to utterly crush Huishan Prefecture in the past. Had they not bled their own sect disciples so severely, how could they have fallen into their current state of embarrassment? Clan uncle, our reason for coming here is? Yulo inquired. Wang Family Mountain lay to the south of Clear Stream Market, while Wondrous Peak Mountain lay to the west. Wang Xianzhou had traveled these paths frequently and could not have lost his way. We are going to the front lines where the Valley Spirit Sect and Wondrous Peak Mountain are clashing, just to show them a little something. Abbess Kongshan of Wondrous Peak Mountain has approached the Patriarch multiple times, hoping our Wang clan would help them hold the line, yet she remains unwilling to part with any decent treasures. I am close to death anyway, so I might as well put what remains of my life to good use. Let them understand that the pride of the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom cannot be bought with a few pieces of scrap. With those words, Wang Xianzhou tightened his grip on the front shaft of the flying chariot. The speed of the mirror silver orchidwood flying chariot surged once more, generating a visible sonic boom in the air. Flying in this manner for nearly 300 li, traces of magical combat gradually began to appear on the ground below. These were qi-refining stage cultivators engaged in battle, the Valley Spirit Sect and Wondrous Peak Mountain had not yet completely lost all restraint. Someone noticed the white flash across the sky and cried out in joy. A Foundation establishment senior from our Wondrous Peak Mountain has come to reinforce us. Fellow Taoists, counterattack with me. Curse your ancestors to the 18th generation. You people from Wondrous Peak Mountain launched a sneak attack. We will report this to the Immortal Alliance, came the furious roar of a Valley Spirit Sect cultivator. However, Wang Xianzhou up in the sky had absolutely no intention of intervening. He channeled his spiritual energy, and though the chariot's speed didn't increase further, the radiating spiritual light expanded drastically, making him look even more like a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator. An epiphany struck Yulo, and he instantly understood. Granduncle was tricking, no, he was merely traveling in a perfectly standard manner. Naturally, if any brainless Foundation establishment cultivator from the Valley Spirit Sect dared to attack, they would surely be harboring malicious intent, attempting to bully the weak with a higher realm. Yes, that had to be it. Granduncle, if a Foundation establishment cultivator actually attacks, we will be in grave danger. Yulo thought it over and offered a reminder anyway. There are no ifs. It would be stranger if they didn't attack, but you have nothing to fear. Relax. Just consider this an opportunity one in providing for you to broaden your horizons. Staying cooped up in Clear Stream Market all day will do you no good. Besides, I may be old, but I am not dead yet. Ha ha ha. Wang Xianzhou laughed heartily, his reply filled with bold defiance. Age had ravaged his body, and youth was a distant memory. His once dark hair had turned entirely white. His skin had begun to show the distinct wrinkles of old age. He had attempted foundation establishment 4 times, and failed every time. It was a regret, yet perhaps not entirely a regret. In this lifetime, he had once competed on the same stage against the most brilliant geniuses of Wunan and emerged victorious. Later, he had entered the Immortal Alliance, traveling 20,000 li across Wunan and slaying 2 foundation establishment cultivators while still in the qi refining stage. Therefore, his regrets were few. Time and destiny could not break the grand spirit with which he walked the world. A withered frame could not contain a proud, unyielding soul. The brilliant youth of the Wang clan from years past, Wang Xianzhou, was still alive. Even now, as his life approached its absolute end, he remained that same proud youth. He stubbornly refused to grant Mu Changze any face. Mu Changze might understand, or he might not, but he simply did not care. He only knew that he wasn't dead yet, and he was still capable of battle. The flying chariot tore across the front lines of the battlefield between the Purple Palace sects, leaving a white vapor trail across the sky. The white flash in the heavens was the pride of the strongest genius of the Wang clan's previous generation. Which of the Valley Spirit sect's foundation establishment cultivators would step forward to meet their end? Sitting in the flying chariot, Yulo looked down at the earth. The forces of the Gushen sect had already advanced to within 150 kilometers of Wondrous Peak Mountain. He asked with some anxiety, Ancestor, since the Gushen sect has pushed this far, won't the Red Lantern Illumination sect step in to stop them? The disciples of the Gushen sect invading the Red Lantern Illumination sect's territory and tearing away at Wondrous Peak Mountain's sphere of influence was something that the Red Lantern Illumination sect should, by right, step forward to block. It was like a turf war in those old mortal gang plays. The Gushen sect was like a new branch under the grand banner of the Sky Serpent sect. Now that they were bullying someone right to their face, the Red Lantern Illumination sect ought to come out and back Wondrous Peak Mountain up. The situation is complicated. Wondrous Peak Mountain already has 3 Purple Palace cultivators, making them one of the 2 subordinate sects with the highest number of Purple Palace masters under the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Their former sect master, Li Haiping, now wants to break through to the Purple Palace realm as well. Many factions within the Red Lantern Illumination sect are secretly tripping them up. Otherwise, how could Wondrous Peak Mountain be in such a miserable state? Yulo understood instantly. This was a classic case of fearing a subordinate would starve, yet fearing even more that they would grow too strong. The Red Lantern Illumination sect, oh Red Lantern Illumination sect. This so-called 10 sects alliance was utterly black-hearted from top to bottom. Since everyone is secretly throwing obstacles in their way, why does our Wang clan still dare to help Wondrous Peak Mountain? Yuan had truly grown up now, already capable of seeing through the real undercurrents of the cultivation world's power struggles. He asked the pivotal question. Exactly. We cannot help them too easily. That is why the clan head had me step forward to display some skills, making it easier to raise our price to Wondrous Peak Mountain later. In ordinary struggles between factions, only those below Foundation Establishment could make an appearance. Wang Xianzhou's combat strength was comparable to Foundation Establishment, but his cultivation base was merely at the qi refining stage. Meanwhile, most of Wondrous Peak Mountain's resources were being used to supply Li Haiping, who was attempting to open his Purple Palace. The qi refining disciples knew that the sect's opportunities for Foundation Establishment would shrink drastically over the next few decades, so they had been changing allegiance one after another. Right now, an established qi refining powerhouse like Wang Xianzhou was precisely the kind of assistance Wondrous Peak Mountain needed most. When Wang Rongyuan fought Tang Yanxiu, he could go 1 against 20, slashing until his spiritual artifact's edge chipped without losing his breath. Wang Xianzhou could instantly kill Gao Jian, who was also at the peak of the qi refining stage, with a single finger. Killing 20 of them might only make him catch his breath slightly. Thinking of this, Yulo gradually realized that the Wang clan was not actually as precarious as he had thought. The clan had dared to offer so many tributes to Meng Xiang because he possessed true confidence. Right at that moment, Wang Xianzhou let out a sharp cry. How bold! He abandoned the mirror silver orchidwood flying chariot directly, launching himself into the air with a powerful kick. Sitting in the vehicle, Yulo and Yuan immediately plummeted along with the flying chariot. However, the two did not panic. Their ancestor was right there, and they also possessed the 100-mile free-roaming talisman, so there was nothing to fear. Yulo looked up into the sky, quickly searching for the direction of the incoming enemy, but found nothing. Yuan, with a tense face, gripped his elder brother's clothes and activated a spiritual crane light-body talisman. This item would ensure they would not plunge to their deaths. In the sky, Wang Xianzhou had already channeled his technique. This former Immortal Alliance emissary held his long halberd, riding on the back of a red bird at the peak of the small demon realm. Wang Xianzhou, you truly deserve to die. I've been following you for nearly 2 centuries, and I still have to risk my life against Foundation Establishment cultivators. And it's a 1-on-2 fight. You truly deserve to die. The Crimson Sparrow grumbled and swore as it flew rapidly. Half crouching, Wang Xianzhou ignored the creature. He held his breath, gathered his strength, and fiercely hurled the long halberd toward the empty sky ahead and to his side. Instantly, a black flying sword suddenly materialized and clashed with the long halberd. Boom! The long halberd exploded violently on impact, and the mid-grade spiritual artifact flying sword was also damaged, losing its ability to fight. Qi refining slaying foundation establishment, did people think that was a joke? Even if an upper-grade spiritual artifact arrived, Wang Xianzhou could still contend with it. Having nearly reached the ground, Yulo and Yuan stared blankly ahead. They froze in shock at a trembling white flying sword hovering in mid-air right in front of them. So, this was foundation establishment. So, this was their ancestors' true strength. When the two brothers could see nothing at all, Wang Xianzhou had already spotted the enemy and detected their assault. He had made a decisive move to counter it, entirely unconcerned about Yulo and Yuan's safety. First, there were no Qi refining cultivators from the Gushen sect within several kilometers. Second, the two newcomers were both at the foundation establishment stage. As long as they still valued their lives, they would not dare to strike at Yulo and Yuan. The Immortal Alliance had strict decrees: if a foundation establishment cultivator acted recklessly, they would pay with their life. Striking at a Qi induction realm cultivator carried the exact same death penalty. The leaks of the world belonged entirely to the Purple Palace Grand Cultivators and Golden Core True Persons. Foundation establishment cultivators had no right to touch them. They couldn't touch a single hair. The white spiritual artifact flying sword hovering before them was the best proof. Yulo felt the terror of the Immortal Alliance once again. Yes, terror. Under the crushing weight of the Immortal Alliance, how were foundation establishment cultivators any different from pigs and dogs? There was no difference. It was merely that Qi induction cultivators were more passive in their cage, while foundation establishment cultivators had a bit more freedom of choice, though not by much. Take right now, for instance. Even though two foundation establishment cultivators were watching from the shadows, Wang Xianzhou, sitting on the Crimson Sparrow's back, had already begun celebrating his victory. Ha! Two seniors, I was traveling peacefully on my way. Why would seniors attack a mere Qi refining cultivator like me? Have you forgotten the 13th regulation of the Immortal Alliance cultivator conduct decrees? Do you need me to help you recall it? Speaking of which, I used to be an emissary of the Immortal Alliance, so I am very familiar with the decrees. The 13th regulation states. Just as Wang Xianzhou was smugly chanting his script for a successful extortion, a gentle, elegant, yet utterly astonished female voice rang out. Brother Xianzhou, is that you? As if a pause button had been pressed, Yulo noticed his ancestor's expression freeze first, then turn into shock, and finally settle into an inexplicable silence. This was the first time Yulo had ever seen a sense of absolute stillness on a person's face. He realized that among the two arriving foundation establishment cultivators, there was likely an old acquaintance of his ancestor. The white flying sword returned like a swimming fish, falling into the hand of the figure wrapped in blue light. Behind that blue light followed a streak of black light. As the two foundation establishment cultivators drew closer, Yulo clearly discerned the figures within the light. One was a peerless beauty dressed in a blue robe, looking no older than her 20s. She stared blankly at the aged Wang Xianzhou, temporarily lost for words. The master of the black light was a feminine, beardless man. He appeared to be the beauty's husband. This husband stared gloomily at the flying sword in his hand, then glanced at Wang Xianzhou. Following that, he stepped forward to place his hand around his wife's waist. However, to Yulo's surprise, the blue-robed beauty instinctively pulled back half a step in midair, dodging her husband's hand. Catching an old flame while out fishing. Ancestor, isn't this situation a tiny bit awkward? Yulo didn't dare look further. When it came to the affairs of elders, juniors needed to have some tact. He reached out to press Yuan's head down, and the two of them lowered their gazes together, counting the ants on the ground. 1, 2, wait, why are there only 2? Ah, it turns out we are the ants. Nevertheless, their ears were pricked up quite high. Gossiping required a certain finesse, one should enjoy the show, but definitely not too blatantly. Wang Xianzhou, isn't this little Qian? You two used to be. The Crimson Sparrow possessed a troublemaking personality. Seeing that the two foundation establishment cultivators remained silent and Wang Xianzhou didn't speak either, it shrewdly chose to break the silence on its own. An old friend reunion. Xianzhou, this red bird is trying to help you. I absolutely don't mean to retaliate for you constantly dragging me into life and death situations. Wang Xianzhou casually cast a spell, sealing the Crimson Sparrow's big mouth, preventing the creature from uttering any more outrageous nonsense. You are Wang Xianzhou. The husband could no longer ignore his wife's deliberate instinct to step back. He opened his mouth to ask in surprise. He noted Wang Xianzhou's withered skin, his graying hair, and his Qi refining cultivation base. Yes. Compensate me with 20,000 spirit stones, and I will act as though nothing happened. Otherwise, you know the consequences. For a foundation establishment cultivator to violate the 13th regulation, the starting punishment is 20 years of mandatory service on the West Sea demon hunting front lines. Wang Xianzhou kept his head lowered, not looking at the two foundation establishment seniors opposite him. He offered his price while methodically piecing together the fragments of his long halberd. He seemed to deeply treasure the shattered weapon in his hands. Indeed, this upper-grade halberd was forged from 8th-grade black steel, and its tip was refined using 7th-grade mother-of-pearl spiritual materials. It was excellent material to begin with, further refined through secret methods. Thus, it could traverse the heavens and earth, achieving the feat of breaking a mid-grade spiritual artifact flying sword despite being only an upper grade itself. The husband had a full name. He hailed from the Gushen family, a Purple Palace lineage subordinate to the Sky Serpent sect, and his name was Gushen Qingyuan. 20,000. Wang Xianzhou, you are already a dying man. Aren't you afraid your appetite is too large, bringing disaster upon the Wang clan? Gushen Qingyuan threatened in a sinister tone. He had naturally researched this old flame of his wife. Wang Xianzhou was at least 160 years old by now and could live for 50 more years at most. Considering he had suffered injuries in the past that prevented him from breaking through to Foundation establishment, whether he could continue to extend his lifespan after reaching his 3-cycle limit remained an open question. In fact, he might not even live to 180. Wang Xianzhou abandoned his attempt to piece the halberd back together. He raised his head, looking straight at Gushen Qingyuan. Catching an old flame while fishing, looking back on a century of life. He did not dare look at the still youthful and beautiful Ning Qianqian beside Gushen Qingyuan. As if pouring out all his accumulated resentment, Wang Xianzhou threatened directly, Gushen Qingyuan, do you want to die? An old qi refining cultivator with a damaged Dao foundation stood before a foundation establishment cultivator, asking if the latter wished to die. In his heart, Yulo cheered wildly for his ancestor, but he also felt a bit worried. He felt that his ancestor shouldn't be impulsive, yet he also felt that such a cautious approach was inappropriate here, at least for the moment. An old man playing the youth once more. Ancestor Wang Xianzhou had dedicated his entire life to the family. Did he deserve to be bullied by his peers who had successfully reached foundation establishment just because he was old? No, it absolutely shouldn't be so. Looking into Wang Xianzhou's eyes filled with intent to kill, Gushen Qingyuan's pupils instinctively contracted, his hair standing on end. Fellow Daoist Xianzhou, here are the spirit stones you requested. Our apologies for disrupting your journey. Ning Qianqian spoke up, breaking the intense stare down between the two men. She tossed over a storage bag, then turned around to leave without looking back. The light of her departure was notably faster than when she had arrived. Gushen Qingyuan shot a sinister glare at Wang Xianzhou. Wang Xianzhou glared right back, pulling another long halberd into his hand. Gushen Qingyuan, if you dare to fight, I dare to kill. Recalling Wang Xianzhou's former reputation, Gushen Qingyuan didn't dare to keep staring. With a cold snort, he sped off to pursue his wife. The mission to demonstrate their strength to Wondrous Peak Mountain was a success, and the extortion had succeeded too. Aside from completing the clan head's task, Wang Xianzhou had also made a massive profit. Yet on the journey back, the atmosphere inside the flying chariot was exceptionally heavy. Neither Yulo nor Yuan dared to speak. Wang Xianzhou drove the vehicle with one hand while continuing to piece together the long halberd that had shattered during the combat. However, for some reason, no matter how he tried, he couldn't seem to mend it properly. It was as though he couldn't find the correct placement for the shards, or perhaps a single piece was missing. Suddenly, Wang Xianzhou seemed to snap out of a dream. He halted his movements and gathered all the fragments of the long halberd back into his storage bag. If it couldn't be mended, then so be it. Even if he could repair the long halberd, how could he ever mend his own heavily scarred life? A reader once asked, since this is a modern soul we're dealing with, shouldn't the differences between the major cultivation realms be quantified? Even if someone is an absolute genius, bridging the gap between realms needs a logical framework. My answer is twofold. First, yes, we can absolutely break it down mathematically. However, the additional world-building explanations I included earlier to establish this logic weren't exactly popular with some readers. That is why in yesterday's update, I only included a brief explanation at the end of chapter 59 without diving into hard data, mostly because I didn't want to get bogged down in the tedious calculations. But since you asked, let's break it down properly. Second, I previously replied to a reader in the comments section who felt that fighting above one's realm defied logic. In a spiritual duel, combat power relies heavily on secret inheritances in addition to raw cultivation base. Lower-level cultivators possess wildly varying degrees of secret arts, and this variance is the very core of how one overcomes a higher realm. Conversely, higher-level cultivators have lived for a long time. They have accumulated all the necessary secret arts, which narrows the performance gap between peers and makes fighting above one's realm significantly more difficult. This is a natural progression within a logical system. Now that your question is answered, let's start the math. We know Wang Xianzhou's cultivation base is at the qi refining stage. Considering his character setup as a master of magical combat and his peak qi refining cultivation base, when we convert his raw power into actual combat strength, his base rating is a 10. This is the absolute ceiling for the qi refining stage, otherwise, he never would have passed the martial trials to become an Immortal Alliance emissary. Wang Xianzhou attempted Foundation establishment 4 times but failed every single time. However, this process of repeatedly pushing for breakthroughs allowed his spiritual energy to gradually tower over other qi refining cultivators. In terms of raw strength, that calculates to 10.1.1.11.11.1 is equal to 14.641. Next, if we factor in the Wang clan's secret arts, his custom-refined artifacts, and high-grade Foundation realm talismans, the equation becomes 14.6412, Wang clan's secret arts, 1.5, custom artifacts, asterisk 1.25, high-grade talismans, equals 54.90375. Note that the subsequent multipliers decrease proportionally to account for the marginal utility of these contributing factors. In some traditional cultivation novels, multipliers completely ignore marginal utility and stack mindlessly, resulting in numbers that shoot up by tens of thousands of times. Personally, I don't care for that approach. Given the fantasy setting of xianxia literature, neither writing style is objectively wrong. It is simply a subjective creative choice, and I prefer to take diminishing returns into account. Wang Xianzhou also used to be a member of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, where he learned the secret arts of one of the 10 sects. Later, he joined the Immortal Alliance, mastering their secret arts along with their exclusive, top-tier chi refining ultimate techniques, such as mind-piercing needle. As the pinnacle organization of the world, the upper limit for cultivators under the Immortal Alliance is relatively higher at every stage. Note that a higher ceiling does not mean everyone within the organization can actually reach it. 54.90375 times 1.03125 is equal to 67.678. With a rough calculation, Wang Xianzhou's combat strength comes out to around 68. Now let's look at the baseline cultivation ratings for each realm. A Qi induction cultivator ranges from 0 to 1. A Qi refining cultivator ranges from 1 to 10. A foundation establishment cultivator ranges from 30 to 100. Let's take the absolute lowest baseline for a foundation establishment cultivator, which is 30. Assuming a 75% conversion rate from raw cultivation base to actual combat strength, this particular foundation establishment cultivator's baseline combat rating is 22.5. Achieving Qi refining slaying foundation establishment naturally requires targeting a weaker foundation establishment cultivator. I am not using the absolute weakest example for this comparison, the only metric I dampened was the conversion rate, and even then, I gave it a generous 75%. A weaker foundation establishment cultivator might possess secret arts, but they won't be high-quality ones. Even if they manage to join a major sect, they have to start as low-level laborers and won't immediately receive the sect's core foundation realm techniques. We can assume their standard weapons, spiritual artifacts, and talismans are decent, and give them a single life-saving trump card. 22.51.75, standard secret arts, 1.263, major sect arts, 1.188, weapons and spiritual artifacts, 1.094, high-grade talismans, asterisk 1.047, trump card, equals 67.6713. Even when pitted against a reasonably capable foundation establishment cultivator, Wang Xianzhou's final rating is still higher. Cultivators of this caliber are by no means rare in this world. Take Wu Jinyan as an example, even if he manages to achieve foundation establishment in the future, his final combat rating will absolutely never reach this level. During his peak, Wang Xianzhou could slaughter someone like Wu Jinyan, even a few years after Wu Jinyan's breakthrough to foundation establishment, as easily as slaughtering a chicken. Low-level cultivators have short lifespans, and many have yet to integrate into the systems of the major sects, leaving their personal techniques full of flaws. Once they reach foundation establishment, they have to make up for those deficiencies. This remedial process provides yet another avenue for the major sects to exploit them. Of course, being exploited means one still possesses value. I am merely outlining the philosophy of the world, which does not mean I personally endorse it. But whether I agree with it or not, this is simply how things operate. In short, as a combat genius of the Wang clan, an emissary of the Immortal Alliance, and an inner disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, Wang Xianzhou's journey of cultivation pushed his strength to the absolute peak of the Qi refining stage. Therefore, when facing certain foundation establishment cultivators, he can indeed achieve a cross-realm kill within the power system established in this novel. The flying carriage traveled all the way to Dumb Donkey Plain. Wang Xianzhou picked up the two boys, stowed his magical artifact, and slowly descended before the patriarch. Handing the storage bag to the patriarch, the former prodigy of the Wang clan said, "It went smoothly enough. I ran into the foundation establishment cultivators from the Valley Spirit sect and blackmailed 20,000 spirit stones out of them." With that, he turned and left. The patriarch looked at the 2,000 spirit stones inside the storage bag with doubt in his heart. However, knowing this was earned by Wang Xianzhou himself, he did not dare say more and quietly accepted it. It could only be said that there was a reason why Ning Qianqian of the Huishan Prefecture Ning clan and Wang Xianzhou of the Anbei Kingdom Wang clan had once caught each other's eyes. From this, one could see how chaotic Wang Xianzhou's state of mind was, which also explained why Ning Qianqian had fled so quickly back then. Sitting cross-legged on the platform, the patriarch did not rise. He merely waved his hand lightly, causing 2 chairs to grow out of the ground for the young men, fully displaying his profound mastery of wood magic. "Come, sit. Yulo, how did your talk with Zhou Yingxi go?" His very first question shook Yulo to the core. "Zhou Yingxi? Is her name not Mu Yingxi?" Yulo asked in surprise. Yuan did not understand what the two were discussing, but he had already learned when to remain silent. "Oh. Did you call her by the wrong name? Mu Changza married into the Zhou family as a live-in son-in-law, so his daughter naturally takes the surname Zhou. I know you might be displeased with the arrangement I made for you. But Yulo, opportunities like this are rare. Once you agree, a legacy disciple position is yours." The sheer amount of information was staggering. Yulo analyzed it rapidly, and as realization struck him, he froze in place. Ning Qianqian, Gushen Qingyuan, Mu Changza, Wang Xianzhou. It connected. Everything connected. So that was how it was. How could the proud and outstanding Wang Xianzhou ever look down upon someone like Mu Changze? Patriarch, I naturally would not reject an opportunity, but I was born into the Wang clan. I am unwilling to become a live-in son-in-law and endure the whims of others. Most importantly, the Wang clan birthed and raised me, and even avenged my parents. How could I cast the clan aside so easily? Seeing how sensible Yulo was, the patriarch did not feel happy, he only felt an aching heartache. However, Yulo does indeed have some questions he wishes to ask. The patriarch tended to the makeshift tea table. As he brewed the tea, he replied, "Speak. You are home now, so there is no need to be so cautious. Relax, relax." A wave of warmth filled Yulo's heart. He spoke slowly, recounting his entire conversation with Zhou Yingxi. Beside him, Yuan broke out into a cold sweat just listening. An opportunity for the Purple Palace. This was a chance at the Purple Palace realm. Even if there were issues, it was still a path to the Purple Palace. Right now, they could only cultivate for a few hours each day. But if the Wang clan had a Purple Palace cultivator, the future descendants of the clan could enjoy the absolute best cultivation conditions during the Qi induction stage. Big brother, you are being foolish. Therefore, I concluded that she was concealing something from me. That is why I wrote the letter overnight, wishing to consult you in person. Yulo held his teacup without drinking. Only after finishing his explanation in one breath did he take a careful sip. This spiritual tea. Grade 8. As the rising spiritual energy surged through his meridians, Yulo found that his cultivation limit for the day had actually been completely filled by a single sip of tea. Grade 7. Yuan, you drink some too. Unsure of how to answer Yulo's question in a way that would be easy for him to accept, the patriarch could only urge Yuan to drink. He knew very well that Yulo was highly understanding. Even if the answer was cruel, Yulo would comprehend. Yet, the more sensible the boy was, the harder it became for the patriarch to speak. Delicious. With just one sip, Yuan cried out in pleasant surprise. The patriarch smiled and tapped the silly boy's head, saying, "Ha ha ha, go and rest first. Elder Crane, go, escort Yuan down." Yuan looked at his older brother, then at the patriarch. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he left obediently. He wanted to urge his brother to accept Zhou Yingxi's conditions, but he also understood his brother's resolve. Indeed, the Wang family was wonderful. Wang family mountain might be small, but the spiritual fruits were sweet, the donkey meat was delicious, and the spiritual spring was crisp. How was it any inferior to other places? Within Wang family mountain, the sky was clear and the air was crisp. Patriarch Wang Xianmao sat across from Yulo and spoke solemnly. Your guess is correct. The Zhou family's method of jointly opening a purple palace indeed has issues. Opening a purple palace requires all 5 meridians of the Dao Foundation to be complete before a purple mansion minor cave heaven can be formed. The Zhou family's secret method can save the expenses required to cultivate the 5 foundational meridians, but Zhou Yingxi's cultivation base is higher than yours, so she will achieve foundation establishment sooner. With the Zhou family's resources, she will certainly open 3 meridians, leaving you to open 2. Once the purple palace is jointly opened, she will be the master and you will be the subordinate. The purple mansion minor cave heaven you open will reside within her body. In other words, you will possess the cultivation level of the purple palace but none of its actual power, let alone the near infinite lifespan that comes with it. However, I naturally did not intend to push you into a fire pit. If Patriarch Mengxiang successfully attains his golden core, you can use the Zhou family's resources to safely cultivate 2 foundational meridians first. In the future, you could enter the tutelage of true person Xuanzhuan or even the Patriarch himself. You would not have to bear the karma of that relationship. Yulo was left utterly dumbfounded. Brilliant. The Zhou family was plotting against his person, while the Patriarch was plotting against the Zhou family's resources. We won't have to bear the karma. To freely leech resources from a Purple Palace clan, the Patriarch's boldness was truly staggering. The Patriarch nodded slowly, speaking with a touch of pain, yes. The Zhou family already bears a deep, profound grudge against the Patriarch. If Patriarch Mengxiang can achieve the Golden Core realm, nothing will happen. If the Patriarch fails, Yulo, your entry into the Zhou family would ensure our Wang clan does not decline for the next 700 years. Of course, all of this depends entirely on you. Since you are unwilling now, we shall speak no more of it. Yulo remained silent. This was an immortal cultivation version of a gamble, wagering Wang Yulo's future and the future of the entire Wang clan. The Patriarch was bold and visionary, and fortunately, the Wang clan held the power of choice in this matter. Now, that choice had been laid at Yulo's feet. The Patriarch's words might have sounded like moral blackmail, but Yulo knew the Patriarch would never do such a thing. The reason the Patriarch was so conflicted was simply because it was an incredibly painful choice, and Wang Xianmao felt ashamed facing Yulo. Though Yulo is not a supreme talent, I wish to try opening the Purple Palace on my own. I do not want to become a stepping stone for Zhou Yingxi. Moreover, even if something goes awry with the Patriarch's breakthrough, my brothers like Yuan and I can shoulder the responsibility of the family. Yulo answered resolutely, then asked about another matter. What exactly is the lifespan of the Purple Palace? You said it is near infinite, is that true? Wang Xianmao looked up at the floating clouds in the sky. With a mixture of yearning and dread, he spoke slowly. Opening the Purple Palace itself extends one's lifespan by 6 cycles of the heavenly stems, which is over 700 years of life. However, the unique Purple Mansion Minor Cave Heaven of a Purple Palace cultivator exists independently outside of this world. Once the cultivator enters it, their lifespan freezes. Cultivators like True Person Danri and True Person Xuanzhuan, who rarely walk the mortal world, can easily live for tens of thousands of years. The patriarch himself has existed for at least over 2,000 years. As for the exact number, our Wang clan has no way of knowing. Swept away by the shock, Yulo found himself at a loss for words. He too looked up at the clear, bright sky. The weather was beautiful and Wang Family Mountain was magnificent, yet Yulo's heart felt incredibly bitter. This was no immortal cultivation world, this was hell, a breeding ground for immortals. Every cultivator who failed to reach the Purple Palace was nothing more than livestock kept in a cage. The two sat in silence for a long time before Yulo spoke with difficulty. Is there something special about me? You seemed certain that Zhou could only choose me. Looking at the sensible Yulo, the patriarch felt comforted at first, followed by another pang of heartache. He could no longer remember how many times his heart had ached today. Child, you are too intelligent, and far too sensible. How could I, Wang Xianmao, allow my most sensible child to bear the cost? If a price must be paid, it should be me, the patriarch, who goes first. He waved his hand and leaned back against the tree trunk. Resting one hand on his knee, he forced a carefree smile and replied, the Zhou family also fears that the patriarch will smoothly attain his golden core, yet they dare not interfere openly. Yulo, think no more on it. You are right. Our Wang clan achieved everything we have today through the struggles of generations of ancestors, not by relying on patrons or marriage alliances. I was too obsessed. Wiping away the tears that had inexplicably welled in his eyes, Wang Xianmao suddenly missed his eldest brother. Eldest brother, the Wang clan has produced another Qilin child, one no lesser than brother Xianzhou. You should have held on for a few more years to see him before you left. The patriarch has drained the Wang clan dry. They bully us too much. What am I supposed to do? Patriarch. Yulo is already well satisfied just to have a chance at the Purple Palace. Wang Yulo was speaking the truth. A terrifying cage locked down the Wang clan, trapping everyone who had not reached the Purple Palace. To marry into a wealthy clan, gain a beautiful Dao companion for free, and secure a chance at the Purple Palace to live for another 700 or 800 years, was that not already a heavenly existence? It was enough. After learning the horrific truth, Yulo's expectations were no longer so high. Nonsense. What does a boy like you know? The Zhou family might not even succeed in letting you and Zhou Yingxi open the Purple Palace. Look at how miserable Wondrous Peak Mountain has become just to produce another Purple Palace cultivator, they are the best example. Do not mention that matter again, the patriarch scolded sharply. Is it because the patriarch's path to the golden core is also difficult to achieve? Yulo asked softly. Wang Xianmao recalled his conversation with Mu Changze and replied, Mu Changze said the Zhou family is afraid of the patriarch's success, so it should go smoothly, right? What they say might not be true. Patriarch, we must make preparations early. What can we even do? Yulo fell silent. He was a transmigrator, he understood many concepts that the societal structures of this world could never give birth to. But this cage was too cruel, and the young Yulo could not find an answer. Yulo gently closed his eyes, and the jade rui within his mind stirred slightly. Can it help me break this deadlock? It should. It definitely can. True Person Shenguan was real. At the very least, the Wang clan witnessed his legend unfold step by step. Therefore, there must be a chance to break out of this cage. There definitely is. True Person Shenguan could become a true person step by step. Our Wang clan has a chance as well, Yulo answered firmly. Seeing Yulo so full of confidence, the gloom on the patriarch's face finally gave way to a vivid expression. Indeed, as long as the Wang clan stood united, there would always be a chance. Come, our Wang family cannot provide you with a minor cave heaven, but we do not lack spiritual food. Elder Crane, notify everyone to slaughter a donkey. We shall all enjoy a whole donkey feast together. Yulo hurriedly stopped the patriarch, saying, Patriarch, my cultivation has already reached its limit for today. Ruffling Yulo's hair, Wang Xianmao carried him down toward Dumb Donkey Plain. Actually, one of the donkeys suffered a heatstroke, so it's the perfect time to dress it. You just eat. Ah. Heatstroke. Isn't it spring right now? Besides, how can a spiritual donkey get heatstroke? Look at that donkey over there, lying on the ground without moving an inch. If that isn't heatstroke, what is? Patriarch, it looks like it's just sleeping. Sleeping in broad daylight. It's clearly a lazy donkey at a glance. Let's pick that one. 7 years was a long time. Yet for cultivators, it was merely the ascent of a minor cultivation realm, the refinement of a single magic treasure, or the opening salvos of a war. Indeed, it was only the beginning. Over those 7 years, Wondrous Peak Mountain and the Valley Spirit sect fought so viciously they nearly tore each other's brains out, showing absolutely no intention of stopping. Perhaps they simply could not stop anymore. Both sides continuously escalated and raised the stakes, and the Valley Spirit sect had even pushed their front lines directly beneath the mountain gates of Wondrous Peak Mountain at one point. Wondrous Peak Mountain had also issued widespread hero recruitment orders, borrowing the strength of thousands of chi refining cultivators from within the Red Lantern Illumination sect to push the front lines back across the Hidden Dragon River. However, the greatest victor of this war was Wang Xianzhou of the Anbei Kingdom's Wang clan. He personally slew over 100 chi refining enemies in battle, and along the way, he even decapitated a blind Foundation establishment cultivator who had crossed his path. Under the rules and regulations of the Immortal Alliance, Elder Xianzhou, relying on his peak chi refining strength, taught both the Valley Spirit sect and Wondrous Peak Mountain a severe lesson. Faced with Wang Xianzhou's battlefield achievements, no matter how reluctant Wondrous Peak Mountain was, they could only obediently pay up. But none of this had much to do with Yulo, who had firmly nested himself within Clear Stream Market for 7 years. What he did every day was nothing more than running his own shop, studying the artificing path under Hongnei, and exchanging insights on cultivation with various fellow Taoists, nothing more, nothing less. In the main hall of the Forge Peak residence, a female cultivator dressed in a lotus root pink spiritual robe pushed the door open and walked in. Today it was Yuan's turn to attend to the front counter. Catching sight of the newcomer, he did not move an inch, remaining seated in his reclining chair to continue reading his book. Having spent so much time with Yulo, Yuan's temperament had gradually shifted from flighty to composed. Even his current posture of slacking off while reading a book was learned directly from Yulo. Of course, this was only in front of outsiders. In front of his elder brother, Yuan could forever remain a carefree youth. Seeing that Wang Yuan was ignoring her, Tsuegwa took 3 steps and 2, marched forward, and swatted the book right out of Wang Yuan's hands. "Where is your brother?" Tsuegwa asked, her face showing a trace of faint anger. Wang Yuan did not get angry either. He swayed his head back and forth, offering a calm critique. "Fellow Taoist, you are already walking the path to your own demise. You must watch your words and actions, do you understand?" Tsuegwa was no longer the tiger-headed, simple-minded little maidservant of the past. With Zhou Yingxi backing her up, she put on quite an air, pointing at Yuan with her hands on her hips as she snapped back in annoyance. "Don't change the subject, Wang Yuan. Is there any insider manipulation in that Wondrous Peak Mountain Valley Spirit Sect war material contract trading that your brother and the Yang clan put together? My young mistress listened to your brother's words and wagered 2,800 spirit stones, betting that both sides would remain deadlocked over the next few months and that all the contracts would drop in price. Now Wondrous Peak Mountain has pushed the front line back, and the Valley Spirit Sect almost had to fight a second defense battle for Hidden Dragon Market. This is completely different from what was promised. Your brother must give us an explanation." Over the past few years, although Yulo had rejected the temptation of marrying into her family, perhaps because they were peers, he had instead become friends with Zhou Yingxi. As for the Wondrous Peak Mountain Valley Spirit Sect war material contract trading, it belonged to a special type of futures. The main categories traded were items frequently required for magical combat by chi refining cultivators, such as commonly used talismans like flying fire talismans, common medicinal pills like great blood chi pills and spirit opening pills, as well as various spiritual materials. In the beginning, Yulo had only used it to help the Wang clan lock in the prices of future goods, leveraging Wang Xianzhou, a human bulldozer capable of shifting the front lines, to earn the price differences. For instance, on the first day of the 5th month, the Wang clan placed an order with Wu Jinyan's family for 10 pieces of grade 9 purple copper, with both sides signing a purchase contract. Each piece of purple copper was valued at 180 spirit stones, with a delivery date set for the first day of the 7th month. Yet at the exact moment the order was placed, Wang Xianzhou would lead the Wang clan squad back from the front lines to rest. Consequently, Wondrous Peak Mountain's front lines would immediately begin to destabilize. By mid-5th month, Wondrous Peak Mountain could no longer hold the line and was forced to raise the stakes, wildly issuing hero recruitment orders to gather chi refining cultivators. The price of purple copper would immediately jump by 10% or even more. The purple copper contracts held by the Wang clan would thus appreciate by 10%. Later on, Yulo realized that this thing was actually quite similar to futures, and if utilized correctly, it held immense potential. After confirming that the unfortunately Hai Ping of Wondrous Peak Mountain would attempt to open his purple mansion no matter how difficult it became, he urged the Wang clan to join forces with the Yang clan to pull off a massive venture. On the surface, the two Foundation establishment Immortal clans sent people to help Wondrous Peak Mountain stabilize the front line, but behind the scenes, they quietly established this special war material contract trading system. They opened a commodities exchange right next to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. On the surface, it sold large quantities of various war-required goods at wholesale prices, but internally, its main revenue came from collecting transaction fees by introducing customers to trade order contracts. Both families were making so much from the transaction fees alone that their hands were growing numb. While the front lines of Wondrous Peak Mountain were tight, the rear at Clear Stream Market was gorging itself. Since everyone was a colleague under the roof of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, there was naturally no need to treat each other like strangers. What do you mean, different from what was promised? Don't speak nonsense. Besides, I also lost a lot of money recently. Tsuegwa, you don't see me throwing a tantrum at my brother, do you? Faced with this unreasonable girl, Yuan could only try to deflect. You lost money too? Tsuegwa looked at Yuan suspiciously. Yuan knitted his brows, turned his head slightly, leaned back into his chair, and spoke with a touch of sarcasm. Fine, fine, fine. I was wondering why you looked like you swallowed gunpowder today. Indeed, how could a person like fellow Taoist Ingshi get angry over less than 3,000 spirit stones? It must be that you, Tsuegwa, secretly followed her lead and bought some yourself, which is why you're in such a rush. Seeing that Yuan had seen through her little secret, Tsuegwa's face instantly flushed crimson. Don't make false accusations. Hurry up and tell me where your brother went, it's the young mistress who is looking for him. Yuan jumped up from his chair, exchanged a few words with the shop assistants, and then looked toward Tsuegwa. The racetrack. Come, I'll go with you. Today is the tri-monthly Clearstream Market Spirit Horse Racing Gala. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked straight out the door. Catching sight of Zhou Yingxi at the entrance, Yuan felt a slight touch of awkwardness. Senior Yingxi, long time no see. Zhou Yingxi was also somewhat embarrassed. The face behind her veil tightened slightly as she replied in a clear, cold voice. Tsuegwa has indeed been a bit lacking in discipline lately. Furthermore, it's better if fellow Taoist Yuan doesn't call me senior. Yuan had already passed the age of youthful awkwardness around women. Facing Zhou Yingxi, whose face remained hidden but was clearly beautiful and whose voice possessed an inherently captivating quality, he managed to respond with ease and composure. For this Clearstream Spirit Horse Racing Gala, 2 racehorses from a vassal force of the Sky Serpent sect have arrived. Big Brother and Yang Qi attach great importance to it, so he has been soaking himself at the racetrack the entire day. A look of surprise flashed across Zhou Yingxi's eyes. Wang Yulo, that clever fellow, truly had a remarkable set of skills. The 100 Treasures Pavilion was flourishing and bringing in mountains of wealth daily, and the war material contract trading had captured the attention of everyone under the Red Lantern Illumination sect, even alarming the old ancestors of the Zhou family. His casual cooperation with the Yang clan to establish the Clearstream Spirit Horse Racing Gala had originally been quite ordinary. But now, no one knew from where the clever fellow had managed to pluck 2 racehorses raised by a vassal force of the Sky Serpent sect. The rogue cultivators and small family cultivators near Clearstream Market had accepted many hero recruitment orders from Wondrous Peak Mountain over the years, heading to the front lines of the war between the 2 sects to serve as cannon fodder. It could be said that they possessed an immense interest in the Sky Serpent sect, though it certainly wasn't a positive kind of interest. Yulo bringing over 2 racehorses from the Sky Serpent sect was like presenting a beautiful young maiden to an old bachelor who had been single for 70 years, it instantly ignited the volcanic emotions within the spectators' hearts. And yet, this was merely the least successful business venture of that young business genius. 7 years had passed, and the broken, crude racetrack of yesteryear had completely transformed. A massive wood and stone structure formed a giant ring, resembling a large stadium, its towering walls blocking the view of any freeloaders. Although flying was restricted within Clearstream Market, eliminating the possibility of cultivators freeloading from the sky, those who truly wished to watch for free could still use their divine sense to stand outside and observe. However, generally no one did that. After all, most people still valued their reputation. Yuan thoughtfully purchased tickets for Senior Yingxi and the somewhat impolite fellow Taoist Tsuegwa, and the 3 of them entered the Clearstream Market racetrack together. Inside the venue, the racing tracks had been thoroughly upgraded. Under Yulo's guidance, the 100 Treasures Pavilion had partnered with the Yang clan, investing a full 8,000 spirit stones to take a 50% stake in the Clearstream Market racing business. These spirit stones had basically all been spent on upgrading the racing tracks. Obstacle formations, trap formations, starved demonic beasts, and various shorter but far more difficult pathways, these new additions raised the entertainment value of the Clearstream Market horse racing to a whole new level. Why are there so many people today? Looking at the crowds that nearly filled half the spectator stands, Tsuegwa asked in surprise. Yulo had redefined spirit horse racing, but up until now, the 8,000 spirit stones invested hadn't even broken even. The spectator stands of the racetrack had never been completely full, filling half the stands this time already marked a new record. Yulo had overestimated the financial capacity of the cultivators. Thus, it was only 2 years ago that he created the upgraded tournament known as the Clearstream Market Spirit Horse Racing Gala, solely to make the spectators willing to part with their spirit stones to buy tickets. Everyone is here for those 2 horses from the Sky Serpent sect. In the past, at most 200 or 300 people would be willing to spend spirit stones on tickets, Yuan explained with a smile. However, business wasn't actually that bad. Because those who bought tickets to come inside would generally place a few wagers, and selling the betting distribution rights helped Yulo recoup his funds. For instance, Old Ghost from the Beast Medicine shop used to pay the Yang clan only 200 spirit stones a year. Now it was different, the price for the distribution rights had directly doubled. Perhaps in another 2 years, that massive investment of 8,000 spirit stones he directed would finally break even. However, even so, this remained the most unsuccessful investment of Yulo's life. Attempting structural innovation had almost left him trapped in his own venture. This also made Yulo realize that many experiences from his past life could not simply be copied over blindly. Having received Yuan's transmission talisman, Yulo quickly rushed over. Senior Yingxi, what brings you here so suddenly? Zhou Yingxi said helplessly, I've said it several times, call me fellow Taoist. How can you never remember? Isn't today the Spirit Horse Racing Gala? Clearstream Market is only mildly interesting when the races are on, so I came to take a look. Our sudden arrival didn't disturb you, did it? Mu Changze had come to Clearstream Market to serve as the town guardian cultivator primarily to make it convenient for Zhou Yingxi to utilize the spiritual resonance of the Clearstream of Qin Rhyme for her cultivation. However, the spiritual resonance accumulated slowly but was consumed quickly, leaving Zhou Yingxi bored most of the time. Of course it's no disturbance. Senior sister, senior sister Ningyao, she is already prepared, and the horse race is about to begin, Yulo explained to the group as he sat down beside Yuan. As he spoke, Zhong Ningyao appeared on the second-floor platform of the racehorse preparation area. Fellow Taoists, the tri-monthly Clear Stream Market Spirit Horse Racing Gala begins now. First is the racehorse presentation segment. The first horse, Azure Qilin, high-tier miscellaneous demon realm, has achieved first-place finishes twice before. The position of host for the horse racing events had changed from the old fellow Yang Qi to the young and beautiful Zhong Ningyao after the Wang clan took a stake in the racetrack. Yulo could not accept having an old man serve as the host, no matter how he thought about it, it was simply too absurd. As Zhong Ningyao's words fell, the impatient Azure Qilin charged out from the preparation area, beginning to showcase itself along the track. It held its head high, easily breaking through the numerous difficulties on the track, running with great composure even under the pursuit of ironbone wolves. As miscellaneous demons, these green steed horses possessed intelligence. The seriously performing Azure Qilin knew that this was no longer the era when the Yang clan manipulated the games behind the scenes. If it could win, Wang Yulo, this shareholder, was truly generous with his rewards. Soon, as the racehorses were showcased one by one, the two racehorses from the Sky Serpent sect were about to make their appearance. Fellow Taoists, the final two horses are racers bred by the subordinate forces of the Sky Serpent sect. However, there is a slight difference between their racers and the green steed horses. Black Venerable, a peak miscellaneous demon realm armored spirit horse. Hold it down. Hold it down. Just as Zhong Ningyao was giving her introduction, an unexpected accident occurred. In the staging area, the armored spirit horse named Black Venerable suddenly went wild, lunging and biting at a nearby green steed horse. Covered in snake scales and bearing sharp fangs, it bit into the poor green steed horse until it wailed. How shameless. That's no armored spirit horse, it's a snakeskin horse. Tsuegwa cursed, her cheeks puffing with anger. Accompanying Zhou Yingxi as her companion, she had been raised in comfort and well protected since childhood. She held a simple hostility toward Hongdeng's Heo's rival, the Sky Serpent sect. The Sky Serpent sect served the Sky Serpent. While outsiders called it the Sky Serpent, the sect's own members referred to it as a heavenly immortal. The magic power and bloodline of the heavenly immortal affected many living creatures within the Sky Serpent sect's domain. This armored spirit horse, for instance, was born with snake scales. Within the Sky Serpent sect's territory, to show respect for their so-called heavenly immortal, they called these snake-scaled horses armored spirit horses. Now, seeing the frenzied armored spirit horse from the Sky Serpent sect savage a Hongdeng's Heo green steed horse, the spectators in the grandstands instantly erupted in fury. Even though they were essentially beasts of burden under Hongdeng's Heo, mere chives waiting to be harvested by the grand cultivators, they surprisingly shared Tsuegwa's genuine sense of indignation. Hearing the angry shouts from the stands, Yulo worried that Zhong Ningyao might lose control of the situation, so he sent her a voice transmission. Introduce the second horse immediately. Don't let them parade on the track. Start the race right after the introduction. Also, since Black Venerable caused such a mess, remember to penalize it with a 3-breath delayed start. Now that Yulo had reached the 7th layer of the Qi induction realm, he had unlocked his divine sense, making voice transmissions incredibly convenient. Hearing Yulo's guidance, Zhong Ningyao composed herself. She channeled her magic power to project her voice, suppressing the curses of the crowd. Fellow Taoists, we have experienced a minor accident. Very well, that horse will not be showcased on the track. Let us proceed directly to the second racer. Tyrant King, a peak miscellaneous demon realm armored spirit horse from the Sky Serpent sect. The race is about to begin. Restrain Black Venerable and penalize it with a 3-breath delayed start. Seeing their outrage addressed, the spectators in the grandstands felt a surge of participation and immediately broke into cheers. At Zhong Ningyao's command, the racers shot out from the staging area. The previously unbridled Black Venerable could only watch as the other horses dashed away. Unable to move, it fumed with such rage that smoke practically rose from its head. As the racers chased each other on the track, Yulo sat in the stands, secretly conversing with Zhou Yingxi via divine sense. Fellow Daoist Yingxi, I would like to invite you to the flavorful bistro tonight to taste some freshly butchered spiritual donkey meat. Do you have time? Yulo initiated the private chat. Have you agreed to marry into our family? Zhou Yingxi remained perfectly still, but her heart skipped a beat. No. Members of your Zhou family have come to the great goods store to purchase a large number of contracts. Does this mean your family believes the war between Wondrous Peak Mountain and the Valley Spirit sect is going to expand? The Great Goods Store was the name of the contract exchange. On the surface, the establishment dealt in bulk wholesale. However, the wholesale prices were only a fraction lower than the market rate, making it a price where anyone buying wholesale would easily lose money. The actual business of the shop was brokering contract trades for related goods. Through this venture, the Wang clan had earned quite a bit over the past few years. However, beyond earning spirit stones, the Great Goods Store served a unique purpose. It acted as an early warning system. The Great Goods Store was no duck, it facilitated contract negotiations and trades for war materials. By observing the entities involved in the trades, the volume of capital invested, and historical profit and loss data, Yulo had grasped a lot of unknown information. For instance, which sects and clans were secretly backing the Valley Spirit sect, and which were undermining Wondrous Peak Mountain. The Zhou family had never participated in these contract trades on a large scale. Yulo knew Zhou Yingxi dabbled in them occasionally, but merely for fun. Yesterday, however, a steward from the Zhou family had arrived at Clearstream Market and spent half the day sweeping up goods, purchasing contracts with a total value exceeding 40,000 spirit stones. And today, he had returned and spent the entire morning sweeping up more goods. The Zhou clan was a Purple Palace immortal clan, and one within Hongdeng's Heio at that. What did such sudden behavior represent behind the scenes? How could Yulo not be worried? How should I know, Wang Yulo? Don't tell me you don't know how much I've lost at your place. Zhou Yingxi felt a touch irritable, annoyed that Wang Yulo made it sound like her family was secretly undermining others or using underhanded tactics. You bear your own profits and losses. You didn't buy those contracts from me, and you've had your fair share of profitable days. Fellow Daoist, there is no need to be unreasonable. You're calling me unreasonable? Zhou Yingxi turned her head directly, putting pressure on Yulo. Ah, my divine sense is running low. Let's watch the race. Yulo rubbed his temple and looked toward the center of the track. The pack of iron-bone wolves had caught a clumsy horse and were already disemboweling it, making the spectating cultivators' blood boil with excitement. Yulo's preparations had not failed, this special event was a success. It was conceivable that many of the new spectators would become loyal audience members after today and return frequently in the future. The only unhappy party was the owner of the disemboweled horse, his racer was just gone. But there was no cause for criticism. Since he coveted the appearance fee for the race, he had to bear the corresponding risk. Seeing this scoundrel Wang Yulo attentively watching the race, Zhou Yingxi hesitated before gritting her teeth and sending a transmission. Wang Yulo, I received news that the Valley Spirit sect has already petitioned the Immortal Alliance to initiate a war of sect annihilation against Wondrous Peak Mountain. Senior Xianzhou was once one of the most brilliant talents of our Hongdeng's Heio. Your Wang clan should get out of that muddy water as soon as possible. Yulo's clapping hands stopped. He turned his head and met Zhou Yingxi's gaze. Zhou Yingxi possessed a beautiful pair of peach blossom eyes with chestnut-brown pupils. Really? In his shock, Yulo forgot to use voice transmission. He unconsciously opened his mouth and asked silently. Zhou Yingxi glared at him before continuing to watch the race. On the track, the late-starting Black Venerable finally overtook the leading Green Kirin. Its cultivation and realm were higher, after all. After passing the Green Kirin, Black Venerable delivered a backward kick, knocking the Green Kirin toward the pack of iron-bone wolves currently devouring the horse meat. The wolves stared blankly for a moment, then lunged in unison before the Green Kirin could struggle up. The Green Kirin's agonizing wail sent a chill through everyone's hearts, but Yulo's expression remained perfectly calm. Finding two peak miscellaneous demon realm armored spirit horses, or snake-scaled horses, as they could also be called, was naturally done with the hope that they would win. If Black Venerable or Tyrant King weren't allowed to win, how could the hype of Clearstream Market's races be stoked? After immediately relaying Zhou Yingxi's news back to the clan, Yulo directly closed the 100 Treasures Pavilion and the Great Goods Store. With the war potentially escalating, he temporarily closed the shops to prevent anyone from bottom fishing. Everything would wait until word came back from the clan. Only then did he return to the flavorful bistro, where Zhou Yingxi had already been waiting for quite some time. This is the first time I've known a 7th-layer Qi induction cultivator to be so arrogant as to keep a Qi refining senior waiting like this. Don't you think it's inappropriate? The best spiritual tea at the flavorful bistro was only 9th grade. Zhou Yingxi took a single sip and spent the rest of the time just waiting. She felt that criticizing Wang Yulo with just one sentence already showed great restraint. My apologies, fellow Daoist Yingxi. I was a poor host today, but as you know, I'm deeply entangled in mundane affairs. Wang Yulo smiled wryly. Zhou Yingxi didn't make things difficult for him. Although they lacked the fate to become Dao companions, they still got along reasonably well as friends. The Wang clan's way of cultivating you two brothers is quite interesting. It's one thing to arrange for you to come to Clearstream Market to learn artificing under Redbrow, but to also have you moonlight as the manager of 2 shops, don't you find it strange? I can only cultivate for a few hours each day, so I have to make use of the rest of my time. Yulo didn't find the clan's arrangement strange at all. With Tai Qin has successfully achieving foundation establishment while Wang Rongjiang failed on the verge of success, being able to contribute to the family through business was also a good thing. With Hongdeng's Heio harvesting and Wondrous Peak Mountain handing out benefits, a single set of foundation establishment resources now cost at least 80,000 spirit stones to purchase. Over the past 7 years, Yulo had managed to scrape together half a set of foundation establishment resources through his own efforts. Of course, these earned spirit stones couldn't all be used to help Wang clan cultivators attempt foundation establishment. But for the Wang clan, which had been harvested down to the bone, Yulo had effectively helped the family recover a massive amount of lifeblood. Hearing Yulo's words, Zhou Yingxi felt a bit awkward. Having cultivated within a Purple Palace grotto heaven since childhood, she had finished the entire Qi induction stage in a mere 2 years. What did you want to see me about? The news I told you is true, the Ning clan of the Valley Spirit sect has ignited true fury. Their Huishan prefecture was previously shattered by Wondrous Peak Mountain. Now, they want to seize this opportunity to avenge that destruction. Within the Immortal Alliance, many grand cultivators and true persons don't want your family's patriarch Manxiang to prove his golden core. Striking at Wondrous Peak Mountain can put pressure on Hongdeng's Heio. Therefore, the Valley Spirit sect's application for a war of sect annihilation has a high probability of passing. When that time comes, Foundation establishment cultivators will be able to strike within a limited scope, and Senior Wang Xianzhou will undoubtedly be targeted. The clan was the clan, and the individual was the individual. Zhou Yingxi truly considered Wang Yulo a friend, which was why she had shared such critical news without reservation. In truth, Yulo, the patriarch, and other clan members had already guessed at the news Zhou Yingxi brought. Patriarch Manxiang proving his golden core, Li Haiping opening his purple palace. With Hongdeng's Heo expanding like this, the Sky Serpent sect next door would not simply sit by and watch. He simply hadn't expected this interference to begin with the Valley Spirit sect attempting to extinguish Wondrous Peak Mountain's orthodox lineage. Once a war of sect annihilation began, Purple Palace Grand Cultivators might be able to keep their lives, but with all their disciples gone, the sect's orthodox lineage would disappear. If Hongdeng's Heo stepped into back Wondrous Peak Mountain, the situation would escalate further, potentially delaying Patriarch Manxiang's path to the Golden Core. This was the general trend. Yulo pondered, choosing to do what he could. What do you mean, our family's Patriarch Manxiang? Our clan doesn't have such great fortune, don't speak nonsense. Over the last 7 years, he had done much and accomplished much, and he could accomplish even more in the future. Fellow Daoist Yingxi, I plan to host a special competition under the name of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, the Clear Stream Market Talisman Master Competition. I will invite Chi refining talisman masters from 1,000 miles around to Clear Stream Market to compete and see whose talisman crafting skills are the highest. Based on their rankings, we will give them some rewards. Through this competition, we can further boost the reputation of Clear Stream Market while also helping the 100 Treasures Pavilion reach the next level. Zhou Yingxi looked at Yulo in shock. No, seriously. The danger of war was expanding. It was one thing for him not to panic. But he was actually telling her that his response was to host some talisman master competition. Wasn't this inappropriate? Right, it was truly inappropriate. Wang Yulo, a war is about to break out. How do you not seem panicked? Yulo shook his head and spoke calmly. I only have the cultivation of the 7th layer of the Qi induction realm, fellow Daoist Yingxi. When giant beasts clash, what can I do? Nothing more than cultivate properly and try my best to help the family walk more steadily. As for the rest, I have no right to think about it. Zhou Yingxi was left speechless. Indeed, she was born into a large clan, but there wasn't much the Zhou clan could do either. What she could do was equally negligible, she would even have her Dao companion arranged by the family. She wanted to refuse, but when the stormy waves crashed down, without her family's protection, she would be powerless to resist. Therefore, she actually had no way to refuse. Yulo didn't mind what the woman across from him was thinking and continued talking about the Talisman Master competition. During the competition, I plan to invite 3 judges, my master, Householder Redbrow, my clan uncle, Wang Rongshan, and you. The judge's main duty is to prevent cheating. Considering the limited room for cheating, this job isn't difficult. As for the fee, 300 spirit stones. What does fellow Daoist Yingxi think? Zhou Yingxi originally wanted to say 300 spirit stones was a bit little, but remembering the Wang clan's pitiful state, she changed her tune. Alright, this talisman Moss. Master competition. Master competition, right, master competition. When do you plan to hold it? Zhou Yingxi secluded herself for half a month at a time, so she needed to arrange her schedule in advance. My thought is that we need to spread the word and ensure every relevant cultivator within 1,000 miles knows about it before holding it. So, I'm setting the date for a month from now. A month should be enough time for the news to spread. Yulo had already formulated his plan in his heart. Having his cash flow tied up at the racetrack had already taught him a profound lesson. My father is the guarding cultivator, but after knowing you these past few years, I've gradually developed a feeling. Yulo, you are actually the one suited to be the guarding cultivator. Aside from your lacking cultivation, you're formidable in every other aspect. The girl with the peach blossom eyes sighed with emotion. Her father only knew how to line his own pockets and had no intention of managing Clear Stream Market at all. Yulo, on the other hand, held no official position, yet everything he did was highly beneficial to the development of Clear Stream Market. The War Materials Futures Exchange known as the Great Goods Store gave Clear Stream Market a reputation even within Hongdeng's Hale. The Clear Stream Market racing events were only getting better. Zhou Yingxi had watched Yulo build the racetrack up bit by bit, how could she not admire him? These things you do might seem driven purely by earning spirit stones, but objectively, they've promoted the development of Clear Stream Market. I can even feel that the number of cultivators in Clear Stream Market this year is visibly larger than in previous years. For this, you actually deserve the thanks. Hearing Zhou Yingxi praise him so much, Yulo waved his hand humbly. Don't flatter me. It's actually not as incredible as you think, I just caught the dividend left by the disappearance of Hidden Dragon Market. Because of the war, Hidden Dragon Market has temporarily disappeared, so the number of customers in Clear Stream Market has naturally increased. This belonged to the universal category of connection. On the other hand, Yulo couldn't charge into battle for the Wang clan like Wang Xianzhou, nor could he be the stabilizing pillar of the clan like Wang Xianmao. But he also wanted to contribute to the Wang clan, so naturally he had to seize opportunities in time and do what was within his capability. Looking at Yulo, who spoke with such bold vision, Zhou Yingxi felt the gap between them. She was like a flower raised under protection, high cultivation, strong strength, and a bright future, but lacking tempering. She would even feel fear and confusion over distant, irrelevant things. But Yulo wasn't bad either. Growing in the cracks where soil was scarce, he was like a weed with vigorous vitality, not letting a single drop of rainwater slip by and striving to grasp every opportunity he could. Wang Yulo. Yulo hastily swallowed the donkey meat in his mouth and asked. What's wrong? Zhou Yingxi's eyes flickered as she looked at the plate on the table. Your family's donkey meat is indeed delicious. Hearing Zhou Yingxi praise his family's donkey meat as delicious, Wang Yulo smiled and began to introduce it. Indeed. This stir-fried donkey intestine dish is made from the finest cut. A single donkey only yields one plate, it is the absolute essence of the animal. The seasoning incorporates a variety of medicinal herbs, and to stimulate their medicinal properties, a tiny amount of toxic aconite powder is added. Not only is it incredibly delicious, but it also perfectly harmonizes medicine and food. Eating it regularly can prolong one's life. However, Zhou Yingxi, sitting across from him, looked somewhat confused. What do you mean by, the cut of the intestine? Is it a particularly long donkey head? She found it strange, the food on the plate clearly did not look like a donkey's head. Wang Yulo paused for a moment before explaining. No, it is the donkey's intestine. The absolute best part of the donkey's intestine. Hearing his words, Zhou Yingxi did not reply. Instead, she immediately spat out the meat in her mouth, took a quick sip of spiritual tea to rinse, and spat that out too. She stood up silently, not even casting a glance at Yulo, and walked straight toward the exit. Wang Yulo, you are worse than a dog, Wang Yulo. You do not deserve a single shred of my gentleness. Our friendship ends here. It is my utmost tolerance that I am not turning into your sworn enemy right now. I accepted your invitation to attend a banquet, yet you served me the tip of an intestine. You just watched me eat that stuff, which used to hold, that kind of filling, bite after bite without stopping. Could you not have given me a single warning? You truly deserve to die. Ugh. Ultimately unable to hold it in, fellow Daoist Yingxi dry heaved after taking a couple of steps. Yulo stood up, feeling a bit awkward. This was quite a predicament. She had clearly been enjoying it so much just a moment ago, yet now she could not stand it after learning the name. Fellow Daoist, you are too attached to appearances. This is a literal attachment to form. Miss Zhou, the spiritual donkeys of our Wang clan eat spiritual grass and leaves for all 3 meals across the 4 seasons, and they drink from spiritual springs and dew. Please do not misunderstand. Yulo's point was simple. Given the dietary standards of their spiritual donkeys, even the contents inside could not be considered that filthy. At the very least, it had to be a spiritual filling. Zhou Yingxi had just barely suppressed her urge to retch, but hearing Yulo put it that way, she instantly pictured what she had just eaten. Ugh. Do not call me Miss Zhou. I cannot bear it. Believing she had been utterly wretchedly deceived by that bastard Wang Yulo, a dazed Zhou Yingxi rushed downstairs. Yulo followed her all the way to the entrance of the flavorful bistro, calling out to her retreating figure. Fellow Daoist Yingxi, are you still coming to the Talisman Master competition in a month? Having breathed in the fresh outside air, Zhou Yingxi finally recovered her composure. She turned around fiercely and snapped. I am raising my price. 600 spirit stones. You bastard, since you tricked me into eating that, I must fleece you thoroughly to vent the anger in my heart. Otherwise, if I let you off so easily, I will suffer too great a loss. I will be so furious my Dao heart will be blocked. Contrary to what Zhou Yingxi expected, Yulo, who had assumed the matter was ruined, was instantly overjoyed. Deal. Hearing the scoundrel agree so readily, Zhou Yingxi realized she had set her price too low. This fellow infuriated her so much that the huffing breath from her nostrils nearly blew her veil right off. In this regard, Ning Qianqian was Zhou Yingxi's senior, she was an expert at dealing with the younger generation of the Wang clan. The people of the Wang clan had their family rules carved into their very bones. Even Yuan, with his wild and unbridled personality, had been gradually restrained by those family rules. When it came to bargaining and quoting prices, the Wang clan members were often incredibly ruthless. No matter how extraordinary the relationship, one had to remain constantly on guard. As a furious Zhou Yingxi departed, old Tang of the flavorful bistro stepped forward with a smile. That was Senior Mu's daughter, right? What happened? Did you have a fight with her? Tang Yanxiu's round face was completely filled with an amused expression, clearly enjoying the spectacle. This kid Wang Yulo had poached his goddaughter, so seeing Wang Yulo suffer a setback with Zhou Yingxi made old Tang incredibly happy. If he were not mindful of Wang Yulo's feelings, he might have even broken into song. Yulo, it is not that your uncle Nianxiu wants to lecture you, but when it comes to matters of the heart between men and women, both sides must be happy together for it to work. One-sided affection yields no results. Senior Mu's daughter is so much older than you anyway. Forget about it, just forget about it. Hearing old Tang's nonsense, Yulo did not bother to explain. What do you mean forget about it, and what do you mean one-sided affection yields no results? Do you think I am a sycophant? No, back then, I was the one who firmly rejected the marriage alliance request. Old Tang only possessed this much foresight, so why would Wang Yulo bother explaining things to him? Yes. You are absolutely right, uncle. Yulo will keep it firmly in mind, firmly in mind. This string of agreements left Tang Yanxiu somewhat bewildered. Even though Wang Yulo was agreeing with him, everything about it felt slightly off. Yes, is that right? That cannot be right, can it? Just as Tang Yanxiu was about to ask, Wang Yulo had already walked away with quick steps. On another morning, inside Forge Peak residence. The scorching peachwood spirit fire made the room feel like a steamer. This was actually a manifestation of Senior Marshal Sister Ningyao's insufficient control over the spirit fire. Such an issue would never occur when Hongmei performed the refining himself. Her cultivation base was only at the 8th layer of qi induction, and refining a mid-grade spiritual artifact required an even hotter spirit fire. Therefore, Ningyao was still wearing that special heat-resistant spirit artifact armor set today. However, Yuan had long passed the age of secretly peeking at his senior martial sister for no reason. He merely circulated his divine sense silently, observing the refinement of the artifact inside the furnace. Sis. Senior martial sister Ningyao wiped the sweat from her forehead helplessly and collapsed into a chair. A problem arose while inscribing the 11th layer of restrictions. Father, can we modify the design of the restrictions to make the 9th layer slightly smaller? Hongmei shook his head and critiqued. No matter. There is still progress, and it is much better than last time. Go to the front and look after the shop. Yulo, it is your turn now. This was the semi-annual examination of the artificing path. Hongmei's requirement for Zhong Ningyao was to directly refine a mid-grade spiritual artifact with 11 layers of restrictions. For Yuan and Yulo, the requirement was to attempt refining a mid-grade spiritual artifact with 9 layers of restrictions. There was still a difference between creating an artifact blank and directly producing a finished artifact. If the former wanted to achieve the theoretical upper limit of restriction layers, it required subsequent advanced refinement. And if one could directly refine a mid-grade spiritual artifact, it was naturally better than creating a blank first and refining it later. After all, there was always a risk of explosion during advanced refinement. However, artifact blanks were also a necessity. Refining the basic restrictions in advance allowed them to adjust the subsequent types of restrictions according to a customer's specific needs when an order was placed. This prevented refined items from remaining unsold while simultaneously accelerating the inventory turnover rate. After selecting a piece of purple copper, Yulo stood before the artifact refining furnace. Over the years, he had developed a preference for purple copper. For no other reason than the fact that once Yulo reached the qi refining realm in the future, he intended to practice water methods. Purple copper was among the metal and stone materials that possessed the highest affinity for water methods. This piece of purple copper has not undergone imbuing nature, so it is relatively simpler. However, you must control the consumption of your spiritual energy well. Do you want to take an enlightenment pill? Now named Wang Yushua, with the Dao name Hongmei, the older man gave a warm reminder from the side. After all, Yulo was his nominal younger brother and his troublesome disciple. If he did not impart his fire method metal stone artificing way without reserving anything, Wang Xianmao would never grant him the opportunity to reach foundation establishment. Yulo swallowed a spiritual pill and held a second enlightenment pill in his mouth. Once fully prepared, he tossed the purple copper into the artifact refining furnace. He stimulated its spirituality, added auxiliary materials in sequence, controlled the spiritual nature, and began to alter its shape. The jade rui activated, and its golden light was rapidly consumed. Yulo's movements were exceptionally smooth, leaving Hongmei utterly dazed as he watched. He is only in his early 20s. The Wang clan, the Wang clan, the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom. 10 layers. Yuan discovered to his amazement that Yulo did not stop after completing the 9 layers of restrictions, but instead directly began inscribing the 10th layer. The 10th layer of restrictions was successful. Hongmei's brow furrowed tightly. This was no longer just excellent, it was monstrous. The 11th layer of restrictions was successful. The spirit fire began to lose control, so Hongmei helped regulate the flames. The spiritual aura of Yulo's spiritual belt automatically activated to protect its master. The 12th layer of restrictions was successful. Looking at Yulo's spiritual belt, Yuan felt a touch of envy in his heart, but he also believed this was exactly what his elder brother deserved. The 13th layer of restrictions was successful. Hongmei had long noticed that belt Yulo had worn for many years, which reminded him of the night he had shared a room with Yulo. Once the 13th layer of restrictions was inscribed, Yulo noticed that the golden light in his mind had been completely exhausted. With a wave of Yulo's hand, a purple copper flying sword with 13 layers of restrictions flew out from the artifact refining furnace. Its entire body was a purplish red, flashing with brilliant spiritual light. It had already achieved the rank of a premium-grade item among mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Using it during magical combat to cleave through an opponent's spells or protective shields would be top-tier. Hongmei, or rather Wang Yushua, let out a long, deep sigh. A monster. This was a true monster. In his early 20s, he already possessed the aura of an artificing master. Wang Yulo's talent in the artificing path could be said to far surpass his own. He looked at Yulo with great emotion and spoke. Yulo. Well, Yuan, you go ahead and refine first. Their senior martial sister's refinement had exploded, though she usually maintained a level where 10 layers would not fail. His elder brother, on the other hand, had actually managed to refine a mid-grade flying sword with 13 layers of restrictions. Yuan was under immense pressure now. He silently placed a piece of 9th-grade variegated agate into the artifact refining furnace and began refining with a great deal of nervousness. He did not pursue an excessively high number of restriction layers. After all, he did not possess a fire spirit root, which marked a fundamental difference between him and Zhong Ningyao or Wang Yulo. A quarter of an hour later, through Yuan's cautious movements, the 9th layer of restrictions on the variegated agate was finally completed. A variegated agate magic seal with 9 layers of restrictions. Even a gatekeeper of the mid-grade was still considered a mid-grade artifact. It was a mid-grade item after all. Though looking at it himself, Yuan felt it was rather shabby. Hongmei did not mind much. Even Zhong Mingyao possessed more talent than Wang Yuan. Furthermore, with Yulo's magnificent achievement right before them, this 9th grade variegated agate magic seal refined by Yuan truly had nothing worthy of praise. The refinement is decent. Go on, go to the front and keep your senior martial sister company in looking after the shop. Hearing Hongmei say this, Yuan glanced at his elder brother. Once Wang Yulo nodded, he happily headed to the front to find his senior martial sister. Yulo shook his head. Yuan had matured a lot by now, but in front of his elder brother, he would always retain the appearance of a young boy. Yulo, you are the most talented person I have ever seen on the artificing path. Have you ever considered joining 9 Apertures Valley to continue your cultivation in artifact refining in the future? 9 Apertures Valley was one of the 10 sects of Wunan, belonging to the same lower 7 sects tier as the Red Lantern Illumination sect. It was named 9 Apertures because it was situated within the Grade 3 spiritual valley of the 9 Apertures Mountain, where the 9 Apertures corresponded to the production of 9 special types of spiritual materials. Consequently, 9 Apertures Valley was exceptionally inclusive regarding the artificing path, possessing a high level of expertise and numerous inheritances. Legend had it that even Golden Core true persons who sat upon the Gathering Immortals platform had to seek assistance from the 9 Apertures Valley to refine their magic treasures. The 9 Orifices sect is too far away. Besides, my cultivation depends on the clan's arrangements. In truth, Yulo had already decided that he would enter Drip Drop Cave to cultivate in the future. True person Danri had tested his spiritual roots and judged them to be 6 parts fire and 4 parts water. To harmonize his elemental chi and achieve a swift breakthrough to foundation establishment, he needed to supplement his water attribute methods. The source vein Gue water chi from Drip Drop Cave, which true person Danri recommended, would not only help Yulo balance his water methods but was also first-rate for magical combat. Therefore, Yulo was bound to join Drip Drop Cave for his future cultivation. For the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom, arranging for a disciple with dual spiritual roots to enter a Purple Palace Realm sect was as simple as eating or drinking. However, Yulo saw no need to explain all of this to Hongmei, so he merely stated that he would follow the clan's arrangements. The clan's arrangements. Yulo, my good disciple, your family, no, our Wang family. How our Wang family plans to handle me is something the Patriarch has never given a definitive word on. The fact that you were able to refine a mid-grade artifact with 13 restrictions today while only at the 7th layer of Qi induction means you are actually ready to complete your apprenticeship, Hongmei probed hesitantly. The condition Wang Xianmao had given him was to thoroughly instruct the 2 brothers in the artificing path before they would discuss his own foundation establishment. Years ago, in order to attempt foundation establishment, Hongmei had taken extreme risks and endured immense humiliation. Yet 7 years had passed, and the required resources for foundation establishment had skyrocketed from 40,000 spiritual stones to 80,000 spiritual stones, while Wang Xianmao had never once brought up the matter of his breakthrough. How could Hongmei not worry? Master, I only managed to craft the purple copper Dharma sword with 13 restrictions today because I fell into an epiphany during the refining process. As your disciple, I still have much to learn from you. I am far from ready to complete my apprenticeship, Yulo replied humbly. With the enhancement of a full strand of Rui Golden Radiance, his attainment in the artificing path had been temporarily boosted by a massive margin, raising his limit directly from 10 restrictions to 13 restrictions. This was not a mere 30% improvement, it was at least a 50% leap, as the difficulty escalated exponentially with each additional restriction. Hongmei did not truly care about Yulo's precise level of attainment. He nodded and said, an epiphany can indeed temporarily elevate one's artificing level, but Yulo, the fact that you could achieve an epiphany proves you have accumulated more than enough foundational knowledge. I want to find an opportunity to visit the clan estate and pay my respects to the Patriarch. I wonder if you or fellow Daoist Rongshan could request an audience on my behalf. Child, say no more, your level is already sufficient. I have taught you every restriction I know, and you have mastered all the corresponding techniques. The only limitation is your low cultivation base. If you were at the Qi refining stage, crafting high-grade artifacts would be child's play for you. Master, you are aware of our Wang family's current situation. Uncle Rongjiang is currently in his second secluded meditation to break through to foundation establishment. Though ancestor Tai Qinhua achieved foundation establishment long ago, uncles Rong Yuan and Rongwen likely still need a few more years. Assuming Uncle Rongjiang's advancement goes smoothly this time, the Wang clan will possess 4 foundation establishment cultivators. Ancestor Jingyi and Ancestor Tai are both from outside lineages, while the Patriarch and Uncle Rongjiang belong to the direct lineage, a perfect 2-to-2 balance. If you wish to attempt foundation establishment, I am afraid you will have to wait until either Uncle Rong Yuan or Uncle Rongwen succeeds before an opportunity arises. Even though Yulo delivered discouraging news, Hongmei felt vastly reassured instead. With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, he spoke up, so, the clan will still grant me an opportunity for foundation establishment, won't they? In his view, he had only committed a minor mistake in the past, and he had hidden his intentions well while enduring humiliation for all these years. Therefore, now that he was redeeming himself through service, it was entirely possible for the Wang clan to offer him a chance at a breakthrough. What I just shared was merely my personal analysis. As for the Patriarch's actual intent, you will have to ask him yourself. I will convey your request to him. Furthermore, whether the progress Yuan and I have made on the artificing path is sufficient will also need to be evaluated by the Patriarch or other elders. Yulo's words instantly poured cold water over Hongmei's newly ignited fervor. He stood frozen for a long time before speaking in a calm, flat tone. I do not require financial support from the clan. The resources and spiritual stones from back then can be treated entirely as an apology gift. Yulo, you know very well that over these years, I have dedicated myself fully and held nothing back while teaching you and Yuan. He had laid his cards on the table, resorting to emotional leverage. Hongmei accepted his past wrongs, he wanted to negotiate for his future. Yulo, I made mistakes, but I haven't treated you poorly since. The artifact refining room within Huafeng residence fell dead silent. The cooling water from the refining furnace dripped down steadily, each splash echoing heavily like a mallet against their hearts. Anxiously staring at Yulo, Hongmei felt a chaotic mess in his mind. Yulo, do you think I still have a chance? Master, how old are you this year? Yulo's question was fascinating, deeply so. Hongmei understood the underlying meaning, at least a part of it. His yearning for foundation establishment began to race once more. The expectations that had cooled down time and again soared anew, filling Hongmei's eyes. He put on a dejected front, attempting to elicit Yulo's sympathy. 89. It sounds young, but foundation establishment isn't guaranteed to succeed on the first try. If I fail, I'll need at least 3 to 5 years to recuperate. The delay would be devastating, I cannot afford to wait. Yulo and Hongmei were transitioning from mutual probing to a conversation aligned toward a shared purpose. When it came to foundation establishment seeds like Wang Rongwen and Wang Rongyuan, the Wang clan possessed 3 within the Rong generation. Wang Rongjiang had taken the lead, and according to the Patriarch's arrangements, Rongyuan and Rongwen were right behind him. These 3 possessed ample talent and accumulation, provided there were enough resources, at least 2 would succeed. As for senior direct lineage qi refining cultivators like Wang Rongsheng, whose breakthroughs would be difficult but who still held a slim chance, the Wang clan had 7 or 8 more. If even one among them succeeded, the direct lineage would boast 4 foundation establishment cultivators. Yet Hongmei was 89 years old, an awkward age where he could afford to wait, but not for very long. Master, you must have noticed. In recent years, the Red Lantern Illumination sect has sold a vast number of cultivation methods to rogue cultivators, and the conflict between Wondrous Peak Mountain and the Valley Spirit sect has grown fierce. Those powerful rogue cultivators have been jumping between both sides to earn hefty mercenary fees, driving up the cost of foundation establishment resources higher and higher. I recall that during the Qingxi Grand Assembly, a single set of foundation establishment resources could be secured for 40,000 spiritual stones. Now, that exact same set requires 80,000 spiritual stones. I cannot give you a definitive timeline on when the clan will permit your breakthrough. However, I suggest that you might want to start accumulating foundation establishment resources on your own first. It would have been better if Yulo hadn't brought this up, because mentioning it only made Hongmei feel more bitter inside. Back then, why on earth had he been possessed by a sudden madness, attempting to murder these 2 disciples? If he had simply joined the Wang clan as a guest elder, the resources he had painstakingly gathered over his lifetime would never have been stripped clean by Wang Xianmao. He might have achieved a successful breakthrough long ago. As it stood now, one wrong step had led to a cascade of failures. Furthermore, Master, it is not entirely impossible to attempt a breakthrough without a complete set of foundation establishment resources, the risk is simply higher and the success rate lower. You could adopt the same strategy as Ancestor Tai, purchase only half a portion of the pills meant to protect your life and preserve your Dao foundation, and then make the attempt. That way, even if you fail, you won't completely waste your time. As long as you escape severe backlash and injuries, the more attempts you make, the higher your eventual success rate will be. Hongmei stared at Yulo with slight disbelief, uncertain if this was a newly dug trap. Does the Wang clan want me to keep working like a donkey to amass precious pills and spiritual herbs for a breakthrough, only so they can plunder them again? Is he just playing me? Yes, that must be it. It is true that time waits for no one. Over these years, everything related to foundation establishment has more than doubled in price, and some items are becoming unavailable at any cost. I have no idea when prices will ever drop in the future. Sigh. Hongmei did not buy into Yulo's empty talk and chose to divert the topic. They won't drop. 5 years ago, many people were still transporting goods from various regions to sell here near the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Later, it evolved to the point where cultivators nearing a breakthrough would travel abroad themselves to purchase the necessary resources along the way. Now, prices everywhere within the Wunan Basin have become ridiculously inflated. The closed distribution networks of the great sects do not open up to small clans and rogue cultivators, resulting in less and less circulation of breakthrough resources. That is why prices are rising so rapidly. Once this trend begins, it is virtually impossible to halt. After all, everyone wants to maximize their profits. After speaking, Yulo prepared to depart. He still needed to visit the 100 Treasures Pavilion to adjust the pricing for their complex inventory. As the fighting along the Hidden Dragon River front grew increasingly intense, critical wartime provisions experienced price fluctuations by the day, sometimes even changing between morning and afternoon. Yulo, are you truly willing to let me break through to foundation establishment? In the end, Hongmei called out to stop Yulo, voicing the deepest doubt in his heart. Because just now, Yulo's words had implicitly carried that exact sentiment. Our Wang clan has always treated others with kindness. However, when facing enemies, we believe in acting decisively or not at all. Once we strike, we eradicate the problem at its roots. Master, I believe you are an intelligent man who would not give us a pretext to weed out any threats. Besides, Yuan has feelings for senior martial sister. He is my younger brother, after all. Yulo's stance was not surprising. In his view, Hongmei could be allowed to achieve foundation establishment, but only under several prerequisites. Among those prerequisites lay the Patriarch's bottom line and Yulo's own objectives. It remained to be seen whether Hongmei was willing to accept them. The timing had to be after the Wang clan's direct lineage possessed a sufficient number of foundation establishment cultivators. This was the Patriarch's bottom line, as it would otherwise be difficult to maintain control. Yuan and Ningyao had to become cultivation partners. This was one of Yulo's objectives. Yuan was, after all, his blood brother whom he had watched grow up, and he could not leave him unguided. Once Yuan and Ningyao became partners, Hongmei would naturally be drawn closer to the Wang clan. In the future, this discount master could, in a sense, become an auxiliary force for Yulo, an unspoken objective Yulo kept to himself. Cultivators capable of reaching foundation establishment generally understood clearly enough whether they had any chance of witnessing the Purple Palace realm. Under the suppression of the Wang clan, it was impossible for Hongmei to reach the Purple Palace. Even if he wished to stir up trouble, he would merely be gambling with his life. Under such circumstances, drawing closer to the Wang clan became the only viable path for Hongmei in the short term. Yulo's display of proactive approachability was, in fact, an effort to build his own momentum. By leveraging the advantages of rules and raw strength, powerful cultivators could effortlessly seize the yields of low-level cultivators or clans like the Wang family. If Yulo wished to walk farther along his path, he had to learn to band together with others for mutual warmth. Just as he had told Yuan, no matter how cruel reality might be, one must always begin by accepting it, or at least a portion of it, before searching for a way to break the deadlock. As for whether Hongmei might cause trouble in the future, Yulo did not harbor the slightest fear. Because the foundation establishment cultivators of the Wang clan would soon emerge one after another like bamboo shoots after rain. This clan was marching toward a brand new era. Those matters are easily settled, but the black vine soul-locking art within my body. As for his daughter, Hongmei did not particularly care. He had previously entertained the thought of using her to bind Yuan, Wang Rongwen, and others to his side. However, the black vine soul-locking art inside him was a different story. If this technique was not dispelled, he would be barred from foundation establishment for the rest of his days. Master, my stance carries no weight. You will have to convince the Patriarch. Yulo smiled, signaling that he was merely playing the gentle role. Now that his part was finished, the remaining terms required Wang Xianmao to name his price. With that, he walked out of Huafeng residence, and this time Hongmei did not try to stop him. Yulo had painted a beautiful illusion and left lightheartedly. Yet this pie, resembling a flower in a mirror or the moon reflected in water, had thoroughly captivated Hongmei. He understood. Having feared and fretted for so many years, how could he fail to understand? Hongmei understood everything perfectly. The 300-gene householder Redbrow stared at the vacant refining chamber, pulled over a chair, and slumped into it powerlessly. How had he managed to cut off his own options step by step until the path was completely blocked? Master, was Hongmei a qualified master? He had taught Yulo and Yuan everything about the artificing path, yet it was also true that he had harbored murderous intent toward the two brothers on several occasions. It was truly hard to say. At Wang Family Mountain, a traveler who had been away from home for 10 years finally returned to his homeland. Unlike Greyback Falcon, as an elder of the Wang clan, Wang Rongyuan would not resort to crawling through some underground river, that would be far too undignified. He steered his flying magic artifact, and before even approaching the layered cloud array, he activated the somewhat unfamiliar hand seal. The hand seal triggered the formation array, causing the clouds in the sky slowly to part and reveal a path. Looking down at the familiar dumb donkey plain in the mountain valley, a smile appeared on Wang Rongyuan's weathered face. Compared to the West Sea, which was plagued by demonic beasts and fraught with extreme danger, Wang Family Mountain was practically a paradise on earth. However, the Patriarch was not in the clan today. Instead, it was Tai Qinhua who noticed his return and proactively flew up to greet him. Rongyuan, you have had a hard journey. Sizing up Wang Rongyuan's empty right sleeve and noticing that his cultivation base had dropped by 2 layers, Tai Qinhua let out a sigh. He and Wang Rongyuan were old acquaintances. Contrary to his fierce and domineering name, Tai Qinhua was actually a shriveled little old man. His age when he achieved foundation establishment had even exceeded 130 years. He had been in the foundation establishment stage for 4 years now. His primary reason for remaining at Wang Family Mountain was that, as a foundation establishment cultivator with an outside surname, there were simply too many gaps in his cultivation that required remedial study. The Patriarch had negotiated terms with him. The Wang clan would first help him complete his missing techniques and secret heritages, and in the future, he would provide greater returns to the Wang clan. Wang Rongyuan did not mind Tai Qinhua's gaze. The demonic beasts of the West Sea were not vegetarians, they enjoyed eating meat, the flesh of cultivators. That great demon meerkat had only consumed half of his shoulder, which was already a stroke of luck for him. Accompanied by Tai Qinhua, Wang Rongyuan landed in front of the gates of his own residence. Senior Qinhua, is the Patriarch not present? Tai Chinhua shook his head and said, "You already know about the matters concerning Wondrous Peak Mountain and the Valley Spirit Sect. The Wang clan's businesses in Clearstream Market have been affected by the war, so the Patriarch needed to head over there to oversee the situation." After Yulo received the news from Zhou Yingxi, he had sent a message to the Patriarch, but the Patriarch had explained things very clearly to Tai Chinhua. "However, you do not need to worry about these things. Now that this West Sea mission is completed, you should first rest well at home for a few years to recover your lost cultivation base." Wang Rongyuan had half of his shoulder devoured by a great demon equivalent to the Foundation establishment stage, resulting in the loss of his right arm as well. His cultivation base had plummeted directly from the peak chi refining realm to the 7th layer. The fact that he currently possessed an 8th layer cultivation base was already the result of recuperating in the West Sea for 2 years. After all, no matter how harsh the Immortal Alliance's legal decree was, they could not force an injured cultivator to march to their death. As the cultivator who had accepted the legal decree on behalf of the Wang clan, the Immortal Alliance could not coerce the Wang clan into immediately sending a new chi refining cultivator after Wang Rongyuan was injured. Consequently, he had recuperated at the Immortal Alliance's station in the West Sea for 2 years, and only after fully collecting the rewards for his 10-year demon hunting mission did he return home. "It is fine. I exchanged for the Yin-Yang Life Vein Elixir at the Immortal Alliance's Military Merit Pavilion, so my cultivation base and injuries will slowly recover." On the other hand, Rongwen mentioned in his letter to me that Yulo is managing things quite splendidly in Clearstream Market. The Yin-Yang Life Vein Elixir. Tai Chinhua's heart stirred. That item was by no means cheap, its price was comparable to a Foundation establishment pill, and that was even after the price hike. Commensurate with its exorbitant price, its effects were naturally potent. When used by a chi refining cultivator, it could regenerate limbs without damaging their Dao foundation. It appeared that the Wang clan would also arrange for Wang Rongyuan to attempt Foundation establishment in the future. With this thought, Tai Chinhua's attitude became even more amiable as he smiled and explained. "It is not just a matter of being splendid. The 100 Treasures Pavilion has nothing particularly unusual about it, except that the items are more expensive yet still manage to sell. However, Yulo also set up a shop called the Great Goods Store. He does not actually sell physical goods there day to day, instead, he specializes in bringing other cultivators together to trade contract orders at his establishment. In addition, he oversaw the cooperation between our Wang family and the Yang clan, successfully getting the racetrack up and running. Over the years, this child has given our family quite a few surprises." Even though Tai Chinhua was praising Wang Yulo, Wang Rongyuan frowned instead. Currently, Yulo's primary task should be to focus wholeheartedly on his cultivation rather than managing shops. Wang Rongyuan did not yet realize that the Wang clan was currently in a critical transition period. Within a transition period, there were positive aspects, but there were also immense risks. To be specific, the things Wang Yulo was currently doing had actually received the Patriarch's permission. Surprises. Fine. I plan to host a banquet at my residence tonight, so Senior Chinhua must come. It has been many years since we last met, so we must have a good drink together. Returning from the West Sea this time, besides this body full of injuries, I did bring back a few jars of fine wine. Ah, why call me senior? Just like before, calling me Brother Tai will do. However, Rongwen is not at home, and Rongjiang is in secluded cultivation, though Uncle Xianzhou has returned. Tai Chinhua was very humble. Even though he had established his foundation, he still referred to Wang Xianzhou, who was at the peak of chi refining, as Uncle Xianzhou. In the evening, Wang Rongyuan's residence was brightly lit. He sat among the tables, chatting about his experiences in the West Sea with the brothers, sisters, seniors, and juniors of the clan. That great demon meerkat was incredibly cunning. It disguised itself as a white fox and hid among a pack of white foxes that only had the cultivation bases of small demons. The moment we approached, it suddenly struck. Next to me was a fellow Taoist from Great Skymount Mountain. Before he could even react, he was swallowed whole in a single bite. This half of my shoulder and my arm were merely torn and bitten because I was caught in the meerkat's massive jaws. At that time, I was also impatient and activated the escape talisman too quickly. Its teeth were clamped down on half of my body, I wanted to leave but could not break free. Left with no alternative, I could only channel my spiritual energy to shatter my own shoulder before I finally managed to escape from the great demon meerkat's mouth. Wang Rongyuan's narration left everyone at the table somewhat silent. Having one's body caught in the teeth of a great demon, and wanting to leave, one had no choice but to shatter their own shoulder, shattering their own shoulder by themselves. Was that meerkat at the early stage or mid-stage of the great demon realm, or rather, did it have any specific traits? Rongyuan, tell us in detail. In the future, when the juniors of the Wang clan go to the West Sea, they might have a chance to avenge you. Wang Xianzhou set down his wine cup and asked solemnly. He no longer had the chance himself. Over the years, Wang Xianzhou had actually accumulated quite a few enemies. If he went to the West Sea, it would mean certain death. He could only pass the days under the Red Lantern Illumination sect, barely scraping by while bullying those cultivators at the chi refining stage. There is no need. Come, let us drink. This is the Moon Dew Nectar gifted to me by a female immortal from the Moon Splendor sect. It cannot be purchased within the territory of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Wang Rongyuan was exceptionally open-minded, showing no intention of seeking revenge at all, and instead urged everyone to drink. Revenge? Against whom would he seek revenge? It was the Immortal Alliance's legal decree that pressed down, forcing the Wong clan to send people to the West Sea for demon hunting. As for the consequences, the Immortal Alliance did not care, and the Wong clan lacked the power to resist the rules. On the other hand, the Wong clan could have originally hired someone to accept the legal decree on behalf of the family, yet they directly dispatched Wang Rongyuan instead. Many matters could not bear close scrutiny, but at the very least, the clan's arrangements were flawless. Without experiencing tempering, on what basis could he, Wang Rongyuan, become the target of the clan's resource allocation? Based on high talent? That was impossible. If talent decided everything, then those with poor talent could rightfully lie flat and do nothing, and the very foundation of the Wang clan's existence would perish. Zhou Yingxi viewed herself as a flower in a greenhouse, while seeing Wang Yulo as a wildly growing weed full of vitality. Her perspective possessed a sort of naive ignorance born of privilege. Within the Wang clan's metric of evaluation, Wang Yulo had at most merely proven his talent in the way of business. The corresponding tempering was still heavily lacking, and he would still need to be thoroughly polished in the future. Rongyuan, tell us more about that female immortal from the Moon Splendor sect, ha 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 ha, Tai Qinhua joked with a laugh. When the banquet concluded and the crowd dispersed, Wang Xianzhou, who remained until the very end, touched Wang Rongyuan's ferocious wound, his eyes entirely filled with worry. This heavenly genius of the Wang clan, who was approaching the end of his lifespan, was filled entirely with concern for the junior generation. Is the Yin-Yang life vein elixir enough? If not, I will think of another way for you. Wang Xianzhou's Dao Foundation had become completely ruined after losing half of his body. No matter how excellent the medicinal pills were, they could not salvage the damage of a half-destroyed body. Being able to maintain his cultivation base at the peak qi refining realm was already a miracle. Wang Rongyuan's situation was somewhat unique. He had lost half of his shoulder, placing him in an ambiguous state where his future remained uncertain. Uncle Xianzhou, there is no need to worry. A Foundation Establishment senior from the Immortal Alliance has already examined it. Even if it truly affects my Foundation Establishment, the impact will not be too severe, Wang Rongyuan said calmly. The family required responsible disciples to become its pillars, which was why they were sent out to be constantly tempered through trials. Risks naturally existed. Wang Xianmao knew this, and Wang Rongyuan knew it as well. Therefore, he could accept this outcome. At the very least, he was still alive, was he not? Rewinding time to a few hours prior. At noon, inside the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Yulo stood behind the counter, holding a copy of 36 Stratagems for Rogue Cultivator Magical Combat, reading it with great absorption. Go, call your shopkeeper over. A cultivator at the peak qi refining realm with a thick, beard-like halberds tapped the stone surface of the counter, ordering Yulo about. Yulo naturally would not argue with a customer. He set down the book and replied with a smile. Fellow Taoist, I am the shopkeeper of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Wang Yulo of the Anbei Kingdom Wang clan. Might I ask your esteemed surname? The heavily bearded cultivator looked at Yulo suspiciously, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke, my humble surname is Luo. Just call me Luo Old 3. I heard that the 100 Treasures Pavilion has Foundation Establishment auxiliary spiritual pills for sale. A big fish. Storing the book into his storage bag, Yulo led this big fish up to the second floor. After the two of them took their seats, an attendant served spiritual tea. Taoist Luo, please have a taste. Although it is not Gu family spiritual tea, it is still something our Wang clan has cultivated with care, and it is a spiritual tea that is close to entering the rank tiers. No need for tea. Just introduce the matter of the Foundation Establishment auxiliary spiritual pills directly, Luo Old 3 said impatiently. Yulo smiled slightly and began his introduction. For a cultivator like yourself who is preparing for Foundation Establishment, the 100 Treasures Pavilion offers 3 related services. The first type is the informational introduction of Foundation Establishment auxiliary spiritual pills. For 300 spirit stones, you can obtain information that is not inferior to what disciples of the Red Lantern Illumination sect can access. The second type is the custom tailoring of Foundation Establishment auxiliary spiritual pills. We can refine over a dozen different types of Foundation Establishment auxiliary spiritual pills. Although the refining cost is high, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. The third type is full process guidance for Foundation Establishment. If you are a rogue cultivator, purchasing Foundation Establishment-related precious pills and spiritual herbs on your own will inevitably lead to being deceived, and you might suffer a loss if you are not careful. If you choose full process guidance, our Wang clan can impart to you all information related to Foundation Establishment, provide corresponding custom pill refining services, and finally, allow you to read the Foundation Establishment insights left behind by successive generations of the Wang clan's Foundation Establishment ancestors. Of course, if you have not found a suitable location for Foundation Establishment, the Wang clan can also arrange a related secluded cultivation cave dwelling for you. How much does the full process guidance cost? Luo Old 3 asked, his face full of anticipation. That will be 3,000 spirit stones to start. Custom pill refining and arranging a cave dwelling will each require an additional 3,000 spirit stones, depending on your own preferences. It is somewhat expensive, but the 100 Treasures Pavilion has always been this way. Since we dare to ask for a high price, we naturally provide the finest service. Lifting his teacup, Yulo replied in a warm tone. Faced with the Wang clan's highly sophisticated methods of gathering wealth, Luo Old 3, who had initially been full of confidence, fled in a state of utter dishevelment. He had spent many years hustling on the front lines between the two sects, believing that his accumulated wealth was already sufficient to support a lavish expenditure. However, in front of the super harvesting machine that Wang Yulo had introduced, he was still far from qualified. Having failed the sales pitch, Yulo returned to the counter, pulled out that copy of 36 Stratagems for Rogue Cultivator Magical Combat, and resumed reading. The book sounded unreliable, but the content was rather interesting. Golden liquid magic swords, lime for battlefield control. In order to survive, rogue cultivators truly employed a myriad of clever schemes. Big brother, big brother. Wang Yuan called out Yulo's name as he came running in from outside. Why are you shouting? Speak clearly if something happened. Wang Yulo did not even lift his head, directly transmitting his voice to reprimand his younger brother. The customers and shop hands inside the 100 Treasures Pavilion had already turned to look at Yuan. Yuan nodded awkwardly, pretending to be calm, and also replied via voice transmission, Senior Wu Jinyan, has successfully established his foundation. The pupils of Yulo, who was reading the book, contracted slightly. That bastard surnamed Gao is finally going to suffer a downfall. War was never a good thing. Wondrous Peak Mountain and the Valley Spirit sect had been fighting for so long that several generations of their chi refining disciples had already been wiped out and replaced. This entire affair was like raising goo. The two sects served as the goo-raising pits, absorbing the goo bugs from within the Sky Serpent sect and the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Using chi-refining cultivators as the goo and the flesh and blood grinding mill to refine them, success meant changing one's fate, while failure meant losing one's life. The cruelty did not lie in the resulting deaths, but in the fact that neither side could control the direction of the war. There were many underlying causes for this conflict, none of which they could dictate or alter. Naturally, the Sky Serpent sect supported the Valley Spirit sect's escalating stakes in order to interfere with Meng Xiang's attempt to attain the Golden Core realm. The former sect master of Wondrous Peak Mountain, Li Haiping, wanted to break through to the Purple Palace realm. Due to a generational blood feud, the Ning clan, a Purple Palace family within the Valley Spirit sect, had to prevent him from succeeding. At the same time, Wondrous Peak Mountain was one of the two sects under the Red Lantern Illumination sect with the most Purple Palace cultivators. Their desire to add another Purple Palace cultivator to their ranks displeased certain individuals within the Red Lantern Illumination sect, as well as Wondrous Peak Mountain's potential rivals. For these reasons and more, they had no choice but to fight. However, the effects of the war were bound to overflow and expand. Since the two sects went to war, the prices for all sorts of war materials across the entire Wunan Basin had been steadily rising. Of course, the Red Lantern Illumination sect overdrawing on future harvests to spur a wave of rogue cultivators reaching foundation establishment was also a major factor driving up prices. However, the heavenly Tao was balanced. While many suffered losses due to the chaos, certain factions were quietly feasting until their bellies were round and their mouths gleamed with oil. The prime example was the Wang clan. Wang Yulo's ventures into the 100 Treasures Pavilion and the Great Goods Store, playing with war material futures, perfectly capitalized on the turning point of this era. The 100 Treasures Pavilion absorbed the demand left by the disappearance of Hidden Dragon Market, while the war futures fed entirely on the dividends of war. With these two combined, in another 2 years, Wang Yulo would be able to earn a fresh set of foundation establishment resources for the Wang clan. Aside from the Wang clan, the Wu clan, a chi-refining immortal family, was another representative that had secretly gorged themselves. Back when the Wu clan was being heavily exploited by the Red Lantern Illumination sect, things were so dire that even their patriarch had to personally set up a street stall in the ghost market of Clear Stream Market. They had truly been struggling back then. But the Wu clan possessed a rank 9 spiritual resource, the Rubble Well, which could produce various metal and stone materials. Take purple copper for example. 7 years ago, its price had more than doubled. Today, each piece had soared to over 200 spirit stones. It could be said that Wu Jinyan's ability to reach foundation establishment was entirely thanks to reaping the war dividends and promptly cashing in the future expectations the Wu clan had exchanged from the merit hall of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Who did you hear this from? Yulo asked, looking toward Wang Yuan. After the patriarch returned from visiting Mu Changza, the people from the Wu clan found out the patriarch was in Clear Stream Market and immediately submitted a visitation card. I don't know what they want to discuss. Wang Yulo shook his head, harboring a few guesses. A minor chi refining clan like the Wu clan had never produced a foundation establishment cultivator before. Wu Jinyan was their first, meaning he had very little backing within the hierarchy of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. The Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom had interacted a lot with the Wu clan, and Wu Jinyan's close friend, Hongmei, had even become the master of Yulo and Yuan. Therefore, right after reaching foundation establishment, Wu Jinyan's visit to Wang Xianmao was likely just to build connections and pave the way for his future development. After all, now that he was in foundation establishment, he would have to join the Red Lantern Illumination sect system under the Immortal Alliance to work. How could he not pay his respects to the local powers? Behind the Wang clan stood the Manxiang lineage, a single faction boasting 3 Purple Palace cultivators. Their power was even greater than that of Wondrous Peak Mountain. The 3 Purple Palace seniors of Wondrous Peak Mountain certainly lacked the grand ambition to attempt attaining the Golden Core realm. Alright, how are things going with contacting the Talisman Masters like I asked? Yulo didn't feel much regarding Wu Jinyan's foundation establishment breakthrough. He only hoped Wu Jinyan would go mad and slaughter that animal Gao Jian. However, given Wu Jinyan's temperament, he probably wouldn't be that foolish. Gao Jian was merely the chamber pot of the town guardian cultivator, fundamentally used to resolve base needs. Killing him would yield little to no benefit and carried the risk of offending the town guardian cultivator. It wasn't worth it. The suppliers and supplying families for the 100 Treasures Pavilion have already started spreading the word. On the other hand, the signs at the racetrack have been completed. Anyone watching the horse racing will see them. Additionally, the Patriarch's intent is that among the guest elders bearing different surnames in the Wang clan, 2 are Qi refining stage talisman masters. We absolutely must invite those 2. Over the years, Yulo's cultivation speed had been locked down by the altered rules of heaven and earth, but he hadn't slacked off in other areas. The 100 Treasures Pavilion and the racetrack were booming, and correspondingly, more and more people and factions shared mutual interests with the Wang clan. The amount of assistance Yulo could leverage was steadily growing. Cultivating to immortality was, of course, a personal matter. But under the system of the Immortal Alliance's 10 sects, it wasn't entirely a personal matter either. No one could defy the system, the very system established by the great cultivators. What Yulo was doing now was gradually finding ways, starting from the fringes, to join and influence that system. Furthermore, he could establish a small subsystem of his own, belonging to the Wang clan. In other words, make as many friends as possible, and reduce enemies to a minimum. In fact, he had already succeeded. The 100 Treasures Pavilion's Talisman Master competition was a prime example. Even though it hadn't started yet and no one knew how well it would run, within the system Yulo had established, those partners whose cultivation bases far exceeded his own naturally chose to lend him a hand. The Patriarch's thoughts weren't complicated. Since the 100 Treasures Pavilion was hosting a Talisman Master competition, members of the Wang clan definitely couldn't participate. After all, there were prizes involved, and the Wang clan needed to maintain a respectable appearance. But just because the Wang clan's own children couldn't join didn't mean the guest elders couldn't. At dusk, Yulo returned to Fortune Source residence earlier than usual. With Egret watching over the 100 Treasures Pavilion and the Great Goods Store, no major problems would occur. After all, Clear Stream Market was Red Lantern Illumination sect territory. No matter how high someone's cultivation base was, as long as it wasn't higher than Mu Chang's, they wouldn't dare cause trouble. Arriving at the door to the Patriarch's quarters, Yulo noticed it was open. Wang Xianmao and Wu Jinyan were conversing inside, and Hongmei was also present. Brother Xianmao, the more I think about joining the Red Lantern Illumination sect, the more apprehensive I feel. Listening to your explanation today has finally given me some direction. My heart is finally at ease. Wang Xianmao laughed heartily. He pulled a sheet of bitter mulberry paper from his robes, used his spiritual energy as a pen, and swiftly wrote down a line of text. Then, he handed the inscribed bitter mulberry paper to Wu Jinyan. It's nothing. The first foundation establishment cultivator of every family goes through this. Here, take this. When you leave your aura mark at the Red Lantern Illumination sect's Immortal Alliance branch, you'll be led to the Outer Sect Elders Hall. The Outer Sect Elders Hall is overseen by a Purple Palace cultivator from the Red Lantern Illumination sect and manages the affairs of the Outer Sect Foundation establishment deacons. The deacons in the hall will assign you a task, and theoretically, whatever you receive is what you must do. Just tell them you are looking for Linghu Qishang. He is a good friend of mine, and the Linghu family is an old friend of our Wang clan. Show him this bitter mulberry paper, hand over a sum of spirit stones, and you will be able to choose from a selection of tasks. Wu Jinyan was instantly overjoyed and offered a barrage of profound thanks. The Outer Sect deacons of the Red Lantern Illumination sect had many different types of tasks, and he absolutely did not want to go demon hunting in the West Sea. Indeed, while the Wang clan had to send Qi refining cultivators to hunt demons in the West Sea, factions like the Red Lantern Illumination sect and Wondrous Peak Mountain sent Foundation establishment cultivators instead. As for Purple Palace cultivators, they belonged to the upper echelons of the Immortal Alliance system. They were the tier that divided the choicest cuts of meat, so naturally, they wouldn't be sent off as expendable fodder, nor did anyone possess the authority to send them as such. The logic was simple. If a Purple Palace cultivator hid inside a minor grotto heaven, their lifespan was nearly limitless. Forming a blood feud with a Purple Palace cultivator meant massive trouble. This was also one of the reasons a monstrosity like the Immortal Alliance had developed in the first place. Among the 3 of them, Wang Xianmao was very pleased with Wu Jinyan drawing closer to the Wang clan. Wu Jinyan was ecstatic to have found a guide, while only Hongmei's heart was filled with bitterness. The Wang clan had been a vassal of the Red Lantern Illumination sect for many years and indeed possessed deep foundations. His initial idea to align with the Wang clan hadn't been wrong. But later on, step by step, he had walked that path of life straight into a dead end. If he hadn't acted so foolishly back then, the first person smiling in front of Wang Xianmao wouldn't have been Wu Jinyan, but him. To think Senior Wu reached Foundation establishment so quickly, Yulo sighed with a touch of emotion after Wu Jinyan and the luckless Hongmei left. Wang Xianmao was equally moved. His luck is quite good. He wasn't even fully prepared for root and qi harmonization, yet he succeeded on his very first attempt at Foundation establishment. Fate was an incredibly fickle thing. For a peak qi condensation realm cultivator to attempt Foundation establishment, root and qi harmonization was the foundational requirement. Of course, if one couldn't achieve root and qi harmonization, they could use auxiliary spiritual pills to simulate a state close to it, or attempt Foundation establishment multiple times to increase the success rate. Tai Qinhua only succeeded on his second Foundation establishment attempt. Wang Rongjiang was currently on his second attempt as well, and whether he would succeed still depended on luck. Even with root and qi harmonization, the probability of success varied from person to person. It could be said that the success rate was heavily influenced by both the depth of one's accumulation and the quality of their luck. As a cultivator from a minor qi refining family, Wu Jinyan's accumulation was obviously average, but that couldn't stop his incredible luck. This was something others couldn't envy even if they tried. Wang Rongjiang had perfect root and qi harmonization and was maxed out on auxiliary spiritual pills, yet he failed his first attempt. Wu Jinyan had average accumulation, relying entirely on spiritual pills and luck, yet somehow succeeded in one go. Uncle Rongjiang should succeed this time, right? Yulo was actually a bit anxious. The prices for Foundation establishment resources were rising fiercely. There were too many closed systems in Wunan, and all of them held dominant market positions. Consequently, Foundation establishment resources faced a Davis double play on pricing, caused by severe supply shortages overlapping with explosive surges in demand. Under these circumstances, let alone 80,000 spirit stones for a single portion, Yulo wouldn't even be surprised if the price skyrocketed to 100,000 spirit stones in the future. If Wang Rongjiang ended up needing 3 attempts to succeed, then even with the clan discount for his own people, he would probably be paying off his debt to the Wang clan for the rest of his life. Let's hope so. I called you over because there is an important matter. I've already discussed the situation with Mu Changze. That dog is still acting like a complete bastard, speaking 9 lies for every truth. I've sent a message to Jingyi. We will wait for her reply before deciding on a new strategy. But the confrontation between the Sky Serpent sect and the Red Lantern Illumination sect has little to do with us. After all, our family is weak and small. As for Xianzhou's matter, I will negotiate properly with Wondrous Peak Mountain. Things are getting increasingly chaotic, and he is actually better suited to guarding the clan grounds. It's just. Yulo, we have to hand over that great goods store. Between his words, the Patriarch's deep regard for Yulo was fully apparent. Yulo's meteoric rise in clear stream market could be said to have won him respect from all sides, step by step. Zhou Yingxi saying he looked more like a town guardian cultivator was just one facet of it. One must remember, Zhou Yingxi was the daughter of the actual town guardian cultivator. Zhou Yingxi admired Yulo's capabilities, his business partners respected his commercial prowess, and even the Patriarch valued his intellect. Yet, Yulo still felt a sense of regret. The War Futures business was acutely sensitive. He had long anticipated this day, but he just hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. For a single, dad, mom, grandpa, patriarch from higher up, he was forced to surrender the business he had painstakingly built. Yulo wanted to ask why, but the words wouldn't leave his mouth. Hadn't the patriarch just said it? Our family is weak and small. Our family is weak and small. Who is taking over? Seeing Yulo's tense expression, Wang Xianmao thought about it for a moment, understood, and smiled. Did you think it was being violently seized from us? Haha, rest assured. He pulled a silver decree of the Red Lantern Illumination sect from his storage bag, held it up, and read it aloud. By order of the Red Lantern Illumination sect's sect master, Huang Qiushen, the Commerce Hall of Elders shall take over all affairs of the Wang clan's great goods store in Clear Stream Market. The Wang clan is ordered to handle the handover. The Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom has performed meritoriously in their operations. They are hereby specially rewarded with 1 Foundation Establishment Pill, 1 bottle of Spirit Marrow Meridian Cleansing Pills, 1 high-grade spiritual artifact, a legacy reward of 2 Inner Sect Disciple quotas, and a legacy reward of 10 Outer Sect Disciple quotas. A Foundation Establishment Pill, regardless of which spirit root it belonged to, now had a starting price of over 20,000 spirit stones. It was an item solely meant to help cultivators reach Foundation establishment. Spirit Marrow Meridian Cleansing Pills were a type of spiritual pill used for healing and advancing one's cultivation base. They could treat meridian damage and even repair the Dao Foundation. Yulo didn't know exactly how much they cost, but they definitely weren't cheap, belonging to the most expensive category of specialized spiritual pills. A high-grade spiritual artifact. Yulo didn't know its exact value, but he was certain it wasn't merely 10 times the price of a high-grade magical artifact. This item would fetch at least 30,000 spirit stones. 2 Inner Sect Disciple quotas corresponded to a value of 18,000 each, totaling 36,000. 10 Outer Sect Disciple quotas corresponded to 3,200 each, totaling 32,000. Selling that damn great goods store had netted them at least 120,000 spirit stones. Yulo snapped out of his shock and daze, asking nervously, Patriarch, did we misunderstand the Patriarch? Ha ha ha, indeed we did. We must forever remember the grace of Patriarch Mangxiang, ha ha ha. Laughing, Wang Xianmao handed the Red Lantern Illumination Sect decree over to Yulo. The decree wasn't made entirely of silver. Its base was crafted from rank 9 white elm spirit wood, only coated with an outer layer of mirror silver. The mountain gate scenery of the Red Lantern Illumination sect was carved into the mirror silver, giving it a very imposing appearance. In each of the decree's 4 corners was a small red lantern. When Yulo touched it with his finger, he felt a burst of warmth, unsure of how it was crafted. After carefully reading the sect master's order on the decree twice, Yulo's heart completely settled. This wasn't a violent seizure. Rather, Huang Qiushen was collaborating with the Wang clan, or more accurately, the Wang clan acting as a part of the Mangxiang lineage, with the sect master's help, was poaching the foundation of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Not only had the Wang clan not taken a loss, they had made a massive profit. Looking at the decree in his hands, Yulo realized something. This wasn't a decree at all, this was entirely Patriarch Mengxiang's profound grace. In the past, when Yulo first heard about the Wang family's strategy of differentiated placement for its younger generation, he harbored quite a few doubts regarding the policy of keeping first-rate disciples at home. Were great sects not good? Why send the less talented ones to the sects while retaining the most gifted at home? Now, the decree from the Red Lantern Illumination sect master in his hands served as the best answer to that doubt. The Red Lantern Illumination sect boasted tens of thousands of disciples, and its territory stretched for millions of miles across the northwest of the Wunan cultivation world. Within the sect, there were dozens of Purple Palace Grand Cultivators and Golden Core True Persons, split into more than a dozen major and minor factions. Under such circumstances, an individual with a shallow background entering the sect would amount to nothing more than cannon fodder for the high-level cultivators of great clans. Even for someone with perseverance, bitterly accumulating merits within the sect made the path of advancement exceptionally difficult. Take Gao Jian, for instance. He was thoroughly wicked, but wasn't his persistent wickedness also a form of perseverance? Yet, he could only serve as a dog for the core disciples. Though called a cultivator, how did he differ from a Dao slave? As a subordinate branch of the Mengxiang lineage within the Red Lantern Illumination sect, the Wang clan regularly offered tribute, but tribute came with returns. For example, the sect master's decree obtained just now, or the long-term trade relations between the Wang clan and the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Through the inner disciple slots granted as rewards, the descendants of the Wang family could bypass the process of being ordered around like Dao slaves by the Red Lantern Illumination sect and directly join the inner sect. The significance of keeping the best children at home lay in the fact that the benefits the family obtained from the sect through their subordinate relationship could be used to precisely nurture core disciples, such as Yulo and Yuan, ensuring they received the finest cultivation before reaching foundation establishment. By remaining within the clan, the exploitation they faced before reaching a certain level of cultivation was practically non-existent. To be precise, that was not exploitation at all. Having enjoyed the clan's protection, it was only natural to make contributions so the family could prosper and endure across generations. Of course, ungrateful wolves existed, individuals who would harm the family's foundations to realize their own wild ambitions. Such degenerate obstacles had certainly appeared in the history of the Wang clan, but they were few and far between. Furthermore, human sentiment shifted like the tide. If one acted too selfishly, no one would be swayed. No matter how powerful Meng Xiang was, didn't he still need a group of people supporting him to step-by-step attain his golden core? Now, borrowing the decree of the Red Lantern Illumination sect master Huang Qiushen, he had distributed a massive portion to the Wang clan. Though it was a display of the sect's generosity, the Wang family had indeed eaten its fill. No matter how promising the future expected returns of the great goods store were, one had to consider whether it could be protected. Yulo understood the discrepancy between projected earnings and tangible, real-world benefits all too well. In truth, the Wang clan had not just made a small profit this time, they had made a fortune. Only. Patriarch, since we received this decree from the sect master, shouldn't we express our gratitude? Providing kickbacks or tea money after securing a massive deal was basic etiquette, which Yulo naturally would not forget. Wang Xianmao smiled and shook his head, saying, "You little rascal are quite sharp. Out of 52,000 spirit stones, 50,000 go to true person Xuanzhuan, and 2,000 go to fellow Daoist Qiushen. So it was Xuanzhuan who pushed this matter forward." With that being the case, such a grand gesture was no longer surprising, though Yulo remained somewhat startled by Xuanzhuan's appetite. 50,000 spirit stones, the Red Lantern Illumination sect gave generously, and Xuanzhuan, who handled the matter, accepted even more generously. It felt very much like 70% belonged to someone else. Perhaps in the eyes of a true person, 50,000 spirit stones were of little consequence. Seeing Yulo's expression alter completely, Wang Xianmao explained in a gentle tone. "Yulo, there are things you do not know. The value of this bottle of spirit marrow meridian cleansing pills far exceeds 50,000 spirit stones, and these pills were refined by a master of the alchemical Tao at the foundation establishment stage. They are perpetually in high demand but short supply. As it happens, our Wang family needs this medicine, which is why Jingyi specially requested true person Xuanzhuan to facilitate this matter." It wasn't that Xuanzhuan was overly greedy, but rather that the true person had provided immense assistance. The structural innovation of the great goods store held exceptional value from the height of the Red Lantern Illumination sect's perspective, which was the fundamental reason why Huang Qiushen specifically issued a sect master's decree. But how that value would be realized, and what it would be exchanged for, was not for the Wang clan to decide. Xuanzhuan had secured the urgently needed spirit marrow meridian cleansing pills for the Wang clan. This was effectively a form of help that allowed them to draw a guaranteed top-tier prize directly, bypassing the regular risks. To put it bluntly, no matter how rare a foundation establishment pill was, no matter how useful a high-grade spiritual artifact might be, or how scarce an inner disciple slot was. For the Wang clan, these were all things they could slowly acquire on their own or find someone to handle. But the spirit marrow meridian cleansing pill was something the Wang clan could not obtain even if they wanted to. Particularly now, with a great war about to erupt, this type of spiritual pill used to repair meridians and the Tao foundation would only dwindle further with each use. Within a given time frame, the quantity of alchemical materials could hardly achieve a breakthrough increase, while the expected growth in demand was very high. The price of the spirit marrow meridian cleansing pill would only continue to climb. Therefore, taking all this into account, Xuanzhuan had actually not taken that much. The man was already a Purple Palace true man, wasn't it only right for him to receive 50,000 spirit stones as a facilitation fee? How did the saying go? This is it, and yet how many people want to kneel but lack the entrance? Could it be that Ancestor Xianzhou's injuries can be treated with this pill? Yulo asked. Wang Xianzhou was once a genius of the Wang clan who achieved fame at a young age. Later, he joined the Red Lantern Illumination sect and won victory after victory in the Immortal Alliance envoy combat selection, becoming an Immortal Alliance emissary through his own strength. Had his Dao Foundation not been damaged, he would absolutely have been able to achieve Foundation establishment, and after doing so, he might have been even stronger than the current Wang Xianmao. Although Wang Xianmao possessed divine abilities, Wang Xianzhou belonged to the tier of individuals who could firmly establish a foothold among the gathered talents of the Immortal Alliance. The upper limits of the two could not be spoken of in the same breath. But those possibilities, that beautiful future, and those things belonging to Wang Xianzhou no longer had anything to do with him now. Yulo had personally witnessed the way Ancestor Xianzhou dared not look his old lover in the eye. That day, Wang Xianzhou's Dao heart was so disrupted that even Yuan could see it. How could juniors like Yulo and Yuan not feel a pang of sorrow? If the Spirit Marrow Meridian Cleansing Pill could treat Ancestor Xianzhou's injuries, then the Wang clan would very quickly gain another Foundation establishment cultivator. Given Ancestor Xianzhou's age, he might not be able to extend his lifespan by too long after reaching Foundation establishment, but at the very least, he would certainly be able to live past 200 years. Moreover, with his combat prowess, a Foundation establishment Wang Xianzhou would beat the likes of Tai Qinhua and Wu Jinyan as easily as child's play. Xianzhou. Sigh, he has used spiritual pills even better than the Spirit Marrow Meridian Cleansing Pill. This Spirit Marrow Meridian Cleansing Pill is meant for Rongyuan. In addition, if chaos arises in the future, having more Spirit Marrow Meridian Cleansing Pills prepared within the clan will ensure we are ready for any eventuality. Regarding his younger brother, Wang Xianmao also felt powerless. If the children of the Wang family were not sent to the most dangerous places to be tempered, how could they be chiseled into fine jade? But once sent, accidents were inevitable. Uncle Rongyuan is injured. Yulo immediately grew anxious. Demon hunting in the West Sea was the best way out for low-level cultivators, and the only fair avenue for advancement in Wunan when there were no large-scale sect wars. It sounded excellent, but it was also a process of raising venomous insects. The Immortal Alliance summoned cultivators their wave after wave. Yet out of the clan members from successive generations of the Wang family who went to the West Sea for demon hunting, barely more than half returned. Those who failed to return all ended up in the bellies of demonic beasts. Yes, though it is quite light. He just needs to recuperate. Now that we have the Spirit Marrow Meridian Cleansing Pill, his injuries will not even affect his Foundation establishment. Wang Rongyuan had lost half a shoulder along with an arm. It sounded like a severe injury, but for a cultivator, such a wound was merely ordinary. By the way, Yulo, the sect master's decree instructs our Wang clan to complete the handover of the Great Goods Store with the Red Lantern Illumination sect's Commerce Hall of Elders. This shop was built up through your management, so you understand its specific operations best. When I spoke with Mu Chuanza, it was settled that you would handle the handover. Tomorrow morning, the Commerce Hall of Elders will send several Foundation establishment cultivators over. Open the doors early tomorrow and think about how to conduct the handover smoothly. Since we have accepted the rewards from the Red Lantern Illumination sect, we naturally need to put forth our best efforts. Otherwise, it is the face of Ancestor Xuanzhuan that will be lost. Do you understand? Yulo originally wanted to ask more about Wang Rongyuan's injuries, but hearing the Patriarch speak this way, it was inappropriate to press further. Yulo understands. However, after the Great Goods Store is handed over to the sect, will it continue to operate in the clear stream market? Changing the subject proved effective, but Yulo's question managed to pique Wang Xianmao's interest. Are you saying, we should open another one? It had to be said that this idea of Yulo's was bold, considerably bold. After the Red Lantern Illumination sect absorbed the industries of its subordinate families and minor sects and provided a sum of compensation, the party whose asset was taken would open another identical business to continue operating. Regarding this matter, first of all, Wang Xianmao was certain it did not violate any regulations. The network of interests within the Red Lantern Illumination sect was complex, and quite a few people engaged in similar behavior. The sect could not manage it, nor did it wish to. With factions standing in numbers, the Red Lantern Illumination sect possessed intricate governing decision bodies, and its governance efficiency dropped drastically outside the established rules. Minor sects and subordinate families were themselves buffer zones outside the rules and above the order, responsible for helping the Red Lantern Illumination sect extend its governing feelers into every corner of the territory. The relationship between the two sides was not a simple superior-subordinate one. Although the operational model within it was complex, there remained immense room for maneuvering. In other words, as long as the Wang clan's foundations were sturdy enough, they could naturally proceed with confidence. If conditions do not allow it here, we can start fresh. We don't have to operate in a clear stream market, we can change to another market town. Wang Xianmao was certain that Yulo's suggestion held immense practical value. After pondering for a moment, he made the executive decision. We won't make a move for the next few years. No rush. We'll wait and see first. The characteristic caution and observation of the Wang family. Yulo nodded, then brought up another matter. Patriarch, regarding the matter of Hongmei's foundation establishment, has he mentioned it to you? The Patriarch froze for a moment. This was the second time Yulo had raised this matter with him. Last time, he had given Yulo a reason to temporarily smooth things over, because at that time, Wang Xianmao did not believe Yulo possessed the qualifications to discuss such major family affairs. But the situation had changed now. While Yulo's cultivation base was not high, his contributions to the clan were greater than those of the vast majority of mid-stage qi refining cultivators. With the structural innovation of the Great Goods Store as his backing, even some high-stage qi refining cultivators with shallow seniority could not compare to Yulo. The current Wang Yulo had used the victories he won to earn a well-deserved status, to the point where even Wang Xianmao had to take his thoughts seriously. Since Yulo raised the matter of Hongmei again, he naturally could not brush it aside. If you want Hongmei to achieve foundation establishment, that is entirely possible, but we need to wait until the direct lineage of our Wang clan has a few more foundation establishment cultivators. At least 2 more. What do you think? Wang Xianmao was well aware that Yulo possessed deep thoughts. By asking about Hongmei's foundation establishment, he actually wanted to establish his own authority and faction within the small power structure of the Wang clan. Regarding this sort of ambition from Yulo, Wang Xianmao actually felt no aversion. Cultivating immortality was still bound to human affairs before one truly became an immortal. Far too many things required people to be carried out successfully. If nothing else, the Ning clan of Huishan Prefecture was forced to merge with the Gushen family precisely because they ran out of people, becoming mere shareholders of the Valley Spirit sect. But how could minor shareholders compare to major shareholders? The hardships involved were things only the Ning clan itself understood. Even if a cultivator attained a golden core, they still needed to manage their own forces. After all, no matter how formidable a grand cultivator was, they could not attend to every single matter personally, could they? Mang Xiang attaining his golden core, with 2 disciples of Purple Palace Cultivation running errands all over the place and the entire faction being mobilized to support him, served as another example. Seeing that Yulo understood the importance of gathering people and building momentum at such a young age, the Patriarch was naturally pleased to see it succeed. The morning sun was rising, casting the early dawn over Clear Stream Market. Wang Yulo grabbed 2 servings of donkey meat pastry and headed over to Great Goods Store with Wang Yuan. As a prominent example of business innovation within the forces under the Red Lantern Illumination sect, Great Goods Store being taken over by the sect actually came as quite a surprise to Yulo. He had anticipated that it might be seized by rivals, snatched away by all sorts of greedy hands, but he had never expected the Red Lantern Illumination sect to actually pay compensation to take it over. This development was rather fascinating, revealing at least 2 key insights. First, there was an active drive for expansion within the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Second, the Red Lantern Illumination sect maintained a relatively fair attitude toward the subordinate forces within its own system. As for how much the influence of Patriarch Mangxiang attaining the Golden Core stage played into this, it was difficult to tell, no one could truly calculate it. Why are we arriving so early? Yuan asked, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Yulo opened the main doors of the shop. Golden sunlight flooded the floor as he stepped into the war materials contract exchange that he had established with his own hands. Though the name was Great Goods Store, its actual operations revolved around contract trading. Do you know why Great Goods Store was taken over by the Red Lantern Illumination sect? Yulo had always placed great importance on this younger brother of his. Their bond was deep, and Yuan possessed decent talent, meaning he could become one of his greatest pillars of support in the future. If Wang Yuan's father, Wang Rongwen, could successfully achieve foundation establishment, then Yulo's future standing within the Wang clan would carry tremendous weight. While the position of the next patriarch would certainly have nothing to do with Wang Yulo, he would undoubtedly command a massive share of the decision-making power within the Wang clan in the future. Because it can earn a lot of spirit stones. Yulo shook his head. Humph. Is the Red Lantern Illumination sect short on the meager amount of spirit stones we make? The profits of Great Goods Store aren't even the highest in Clear Stream Market. And the Red Lantern Illumination sect controls over a dozen markets just like Clear Stream Market. Not to mention the merchant groups managed directly by the Red Lantern Illumination sect and the continuous output of spiritual resources from the sect itself. When you add it all up, Great Goods Store is nothing more than half a hair on 9 oxen. What is half a hair? It doesn't even count as a single strand. Now it was Yuan's turn to feel slighted. Following Wang Yulo to generate revenue in Clear Stream Market meant he had been driven like a beast of burden. The success of Great Goods Store and 100 Treasures Pavilion was built on Wang Yuan's sweat. Big brother, you are incredible, but saying that the Great Goods Store we built together doesn't even amount to a single strand of hair is a bit too much, isn't it? That can't be true. From its inception to the present day, our Great Goods Store has already earned nearly 20,000 spirit stones. Big brother, that is no small sum. It is enough to purchase a slightly lower quality foundation establishment pill. A short while ago, 3 subpar Fire Attribute Foundation establishment pills had leaked into the ghost market of Clear Stream Market. Good heavens, the rogue cultivators had bid the price of those items up to 18,000 spirit stones each. Yuan's heart had pounded wildly at the sight. In the past, he had believed that he would achieve foundation establishment sooner or later in his life. But now, seeing the cost of foundation establishment resources soaring into the heavens, how could his heart not fill with panic? However, this also solidified his conviction, he had to tightly grasp his big brother's thigh. Yes, we earned a fair amount, but the Red Lantern Illumination sect does not lack spirit stones, they lack resources. The most valuable aspect of Great Goods Store, or rather the part most favored by the sect, is its target audience and business model. This setup represents a completely novel concept that the entire Red Lantern Illumination sect has never encountered before. Furthermore, it possesses the unique value of stabilizing price fluctuations and protecting sales profits. Because of this, we were able to attract the sect's attention, leading to the arrival of the seniors from the Red Lantern Illumination sect's Commerce Hall of Elders today. Yulo's explanation was simple and easy to understand. Yuan grasped it perfectly, but his amazement only grew. Are you saying this shop is the only one of its kind across the entire Red Lantern Illumination sect? Of course not. Several nearby markets have already copied it. Once we started earning spirit stones, others saw it and learned from us. But we were the very first, there is no doubt about that. Alright, let us drop this topic and rehearse our script. You will play the senior from the Commerce Hall of Elders, and I will introduce the business model of Great Goods Store to you. Yulo had arrived so early precisely to prepare in advance, so he could properly present everything once the representatives from the Red Lantern Illumination sect arrived. Yulo was a member of the Anbei Kingdom's Wong clan, the Wong clan was a vassal of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, and the Commerce Hall of Elders was a core department under the sect. Preparing a proper report was a fundamental part of managing upward in the workplace. It might seem like mere formalism, but the prevalence of formalism existed because it possessed its own objective value. The Red Lantern Illumination sect's purpose in absorbing Great Goods Store was simple, to adopt the model of contract futures trading from Great Goods Store, thereby creating greater value for the sect. As long as Yulo delivered an excellent presentation today, if he chose to advance within the system of the Red Lantern Illumination sect in the future, this would serve as a bridge of goodwill that might come in handy one day. As midday approached, Bailu had already been standing guard at the entrance of Great Goods Store for half the morning. In order to give Yulo a brief moment to mentally prepare for the arrival of the sect's foundation establishment cultivator, she had kept her eyes glued to the road outside all morning. Details did not necessarily dictate success or failure, but paying attention to details always added a few more margins of certainty, there was absolutely no doubt about that. When it came to details, the Wong clan never fell short, and Wong Yulo was even more meticulous. It appeared to be a trivial matter, but the principles of conduct hidden within small matters were the precise methods required to achieve great endeavors. This was known as entering the game with one's own body, forging ahead through hardships. They are here. Bailu called out, and Yulo quickly placed the account books, which he had checked 4 times, onto the edge of the counter. At the same time, he stepped out from behind the counter and stood before a display board. On the display board was a simple line graph showing the revenue streams and profits of Great Goods Store over the past few years. Daoist Liangjua, Yulo was sent to Clearstream Market to learn trade at a young age. As a youth raised amidst the marketplaces, he naturally possesses a keen interest in the ways of business. Because of this, he established Great Goods Store and managed to achieve some negligible results, fortunately drawing the attention of the sect, Wang Xianmao said humbly. Zhou Liangjua thought to himself, this isn't merely drawing the attention of the sect, it's because your Mengxian lineage is acting far too greedily. The sect master was elevated to his position by your faction, and now he is indiscriminately issuing sect master decrees to channel benefits to your Wong clan. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Regardless, I sent my disciples to sweep up a massive batch of purchase contracts 2 days ago, so we will certainly earn a fortune in the future. That is enough. While the Wong clan eats the meat, I, Zhou Liangjua, will drink the soup. Neither of us can criticize the other. It could only be said that the patriarch understood the art of concealing his brilliance perfectly. Because he acted so humbly, Zhou Liangjua actually believed him, which played right into Wang Xianmao's hands. Yulo was indeed a true prodigy, but a true prodigy often needed to be carefully hidden away rather than exposing his sharp edges too openly. After all, a prominent tree was easily blown down by the wind, and excessive rigidity led to breaking. Oh. This arrangement is quite interesting. Xianmao, Patriarch Mengxian must be revered. Your Wong clan is doing well, very well. Upon stepping through the doors of Great Goods Store, Zhou Liangjua of the Zhou family was initially taken aback by the longevity tablet dedicated to Patriarch Mengxian inside. He hastily bowed 3 times before offering a veiled remark. Our Wong clan naturally dares not forget the teachings of the Patriarch. This youth here is Yulo. Yulo, come forward and greet Senior Zhou Liangjua. After the group exchanged pleasantries, Yulo was about to begin his explanation. However, Zhou Liangjua waved his hand dismissively. Under Yulo's perplexed gaze, he spoke cold words. There is no need to speak so much. The Commerce Hall of Elders will naturally comply with the sect master's orders. Let us leave it at that, you may depart. We will arrange for our own people to handle the subsequent management of this shop. Yulo and Yuan exchanged glances. Yuan even felt a surge of resentment in his heart, though he did not allow it to show on his face. Wang Xianmao understood Zhou Liangjua's mindset perfectly, so he extended an invitation. Very well. In that case, Daoist Liangjua, shall we head directly to a banquet? Changza informed me of your arrival, so I specifically had a fresh donkey sent from our estate. Your hospitality is difficult to turn down, but I truly have pressing matters. A cauldron of pills is currently being refined, and I must return to the sect immediately. Seeing that Zhou Liangjua showed so little regard for courtesy, Wang Xianmao naturally refrained from pressing him to stay. Once this foundation establishment senior had departed, Yuan finally let out a long, heavy sigh. He knew his big brother had prepared exhaustively, yet no one expected that all those preparations would prove completely useless. Do you too feel somewhat at a loss? Wang Xianmao, on the other hand, maintained an exceptionally calm composure, even finding the leisure to tease the younger members of his family with a smile. Are all the cultivators from the great clans within the sect like this? Yulo asked reflectively. He felt that Zhou Liangzhuo was somewhat lacking in maturity. This was not merely a matter of posture, but rather an excess of overbearing arrogance. Compared to this individual, Jiang Baobian and Mu Changze seemed considerably more reasonable. These people, you see, have been protected far too well. Since you prepared so much today, why don't you present it to this patriarch instead? The patriarch looked at the two young prodigies of his family with a beaming smile. Yulo was a true genius, while Yuan could be considered half a genius. Let us forget it. However, I am not optimistic about Great Goods Store outperforming its competitors in the neighboring markets under the sect's management. Yulo understood the patriarch's intentions, the older man simply did not want the children of the clan to feel disappointed. Yet, he and Yuan had ceased to be children long ago. Of course, in the patriarch's eyes, most members of the younger generation were still children, which was also true in its own right. Let us not discuss them. If they wish to ruin it, let them ruin it. Moving forward, do you have any new business plans? As the children grew older, they seemed less inclined to rely closely on him, causing the old patriarch to feel a brief pang of melancholy, though he quickly adjusted his mood. The achievements Yulo has made over these years are actually the realization of the family's long-term accumulation. 100 Treasures Pavilion represents a material realization, while Great Goods Store represents a realization of reputation and prestige. At the same time, we were fortunate to capitalize on the disappearance of Hidden Dragon Market and the various impacts brought about by the war, allowing us to achieve such significant success. This sort of momentum has actually reached its absolute limit. The only reason it has persisted for so long is entirely due to the war between Wondrous Peak Mountain and Valley Spirit Sect. Therefore, regarding other new business plans, Yulo truly has none left. In the future, as long as 100 Treasures Pavilion successfully hosts the Clear Stream Market Talisman Master Competition and elevates our renown, business will naturally remain prosperous for a long time to come. Wang Xianmao pondered for a moment before asking, you have invited 3 qi refining cultivators to serve as judges. The competing talisman masters might not accept their authority. Why don't I, Daoist Changze, and Daoist Jinyan serve as the judges instead? What do you think? The patriarch's words were indeed logical, but Yulo had his own financial considerations. Patriarch, I spent 600 spirit stones to invite Hongmei, Uncle Rongsheng, and Zhou Yingxi to serve as judges. If we were to invite Senior Changze and Senior Jinyan, the expenses for the competition would skyrocket. When factoring in the rewards for the victors, the total cost of hosting it would be far too grand. Managing accounts was the core element of organizational work. As the organizer of the competition, Yulo had to calculate every expense with absolute precision. Humph, that wretched scoundrel Mu Changze, our Wang clan has invested heavily into the racetrack, and Great Goods Store was managed exceptionally well. These establishments have drawn a vast number of new customers to Clear Stream Market. As the town guardian cultivator, even if he does not receive a single spirit stone, he ought to come and repay you for your contributions to Clear Stream Market. As for Daoist Jinyan, he should not refuse my invitation. Therefore, this time you can switch to 3 foundation establishment judges, and you won't have to spend a single spirit stone instead. When it came to driving a hard bargain, the Wang clan was entirely professional. To Yulo's absolute astonishment, the patriarch demonstrated to him the absolute pinnacle of negotiation. This time, Mu Changze and Wu Jinyan were cut down so thoroughly by the patriarch that they didn't even have their heels left. To be precise, they would not receive even half a strand of hair in compensation. 4 promises. First, I will never intentionally suppress the protagonist's level, nor will I deliberately torment him. In this setting, the rules of heaven and earth were altered by grand cultivators. Cultivation for the underlings in the chi drawing realm is simply slow, making it easier for the grand cultivators to exploit them. If you can accept this setting, you will understand why Yulo's cultivation speed seems slow for a Xianxia novel. Second, absolutely no pretentious melodrama, cuckoldry, giving away love interests, saving loose women, or NTR. Those who know, know. I keep my word. Third, I will never owe updates, and any missed chapters due to a leave of absence will definitely be made up. My track record is guaranteed, so everyone can dive in with peace of mind. Fourth, no matter the results, I will never compromise, and I will never lower the standards of my storytelling. Always giving my all, always full of passion, and always striving to create better stories. Fellow Taoists, Chang'an is an author with no backlog. I don't have that habit, so I publish whatever I write. The novel launches tomorrow. I took a day off from work just to mass release chapters. I've also been getting back into the groove lately. Tomorrow I'll write at least 12,000 characters. Anything more will depend on my creative state. I ask for everyone's support. After the official launch, the story will only get more exciting. How did one host a minor or major competition in the cultivation world? Reflecting on the cultivation stories from his past life, Wang Yulo remembered that no matter where the protagonists went, they would always happen to arrive just as a 3-year minor competition was about to begin or a centennial grand competition was fast approaching. However, after Yulo actually arrived in the cultivation world, he discovered that such competitions were exceedingly rare. The essence of a competition was selection, which directly touched upon the core realm of personnel and power. In a conventional sense, the authority to select was a crucial means for those in high positions to shape their own interest groups. If open and fair competitions were held everywhere, how could the authority of the higher-ups be enforced? After all, when cultivators could obtain opportunities simply by winning a competition, those victorious underdogs would find it difficult to lower their proud heads again. This directly harmed the interests of those who had already secured their seats at the table. Compared to these so-called winners whose allegiances, obedience, and loyalty remained completely unknown, the grand cultivators preferred to seek candidates for promotion from among their own vassals and direct family lines. Jiang Baobian was a direct son of the Jiang clan, which was why he became a true disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Mu Changze was a live-in son-in-law of the Zhou family, which allowed him to enter under the tutelage of a Purple Mansion realm master. Wang Xianmao appeared to have no master, but because of his faction's protection, the Wang clan had just reaped a massive harvest. The grand cultivators possessed profound cultivation bases. This depth was not limited to mere strength, their cold treatment of various competitions also demonstrated an incredibly sophisticated level of political, magical combat. Take the Red Lantern Illumination sect as an example. As one of the 10 sects of Wunan, the only grand competition within the sect open to low-level disciples was the Immortal Alliance Envoy Combat Selection, and even that was directed by the Immortal Alliance rather than the Red Lantern Illumination sect itself. From this perspective, the existence of the Immortal Alliance served to some extent to alleviate the resentment of low-level cultivators, though the effect was minimal. None of this, however, mattered to Wang Rongsheng. As a representative of those within the Wang clan whose talent was not particularly outstanding, he had always been deeply devoted to family affairs. He was sitting cross-legged atop a red lantern, flying through the sky at high speed on his way to deliver messages. With the backing of Wang Xianmao, the judging panel for the Clearstream Market Talisman Master competition had undergone a sudden upgrade. The appearance of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators turned this promotional event into something quite extraordinary. To match this development, Wang Yulo and Wang Xianmao held an emergency consultation. They decided to elevate the prestige and talisman-making standards of the participants. By dangling the carrot of competition rewards and widespread fame, they invited multiple Foundation establishment immortal clans, minor sects, and dozens of chi-refining immortal clans to join the grand event. The task of delivering these invitations naturally fell to Wang Rongsheng. The Patriarch had even directly gifted him a flying lantern exclusive to inner disciples of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, ensuring his safety during the journey. Wang Rongsheng naturally would not refuse such a task. The Wang clan had given him birth, raised him, and provided him with opportunities and assistance for his cultivation. Given the limitations of his talent, only by successfully executing the tasks assigned by the family could he hope to obtain opportunities for advancement. As a grassroots power under the umbrella of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, the Wang clan did not possess any special selection-based competitions, but their model of interest distribution was highly sophisticated. After all, a small force like the Wang clan enjoyed the advantage of being nimble and easy to steer. As long as the Patriarch did not lose his mind, steady development could be easily guaranteed. Tai Qinhua, who had achieved Foundation establishment despite bearing an outside surname, was a prime example. To external cultivators, one of the greatest attractions of the Wang clan was its even-handed fairness. As he entered the territory of the Redwood sect, Wang Rongsheng frowned slightly at the sight of their shabby defensive formation array. When he had visited a few years ago, the Redwood sect's defensive array was still a top-tier basic formation, capable of holding off an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator for at least the time it took to drink a few cups of tea. Returning now, the array had degraded to an entry-level basic formation. Even a slightly formidable high-stage chi-refining rogue cultivator could probably break through it. Are fellow Taoists of the Redwood sect present? Wang Rongsheng of the Anbei Kingdom Wang clan has come to visit, Wang Rongsheng shouted, circulating his cultivation base to project his voice. Before long, 2 cultivators from the Redwood sect emerged from the formation array, flying up to meet him. Among them was an acquaintance of Wang Rongsheng, Cui Baihao, who had recently entered the 10th stage of chi refining. The other was at the 8th stage of chi refining, whose name was unknown. Cupping his hands toward Cui Baihao, Wang Rongsheng spoke with a smile. Fellow Taoist Cui, our 100 Treasures Pavilion is organizing a grand event, the Clearstream Market Talisman Master Competition. We wish to invite all Talisman Masters within a 500-kilometer radius of Clearstream Market to join us. The competition will be judged by 3 Foundation establishment seniors, including Old Ancestor Xianmao and Senior Mu Changze. The top 20 winners will all receive rewards, and the grand prize is a low-grade spiritual artifact talisman brush, along with the production methods for 3 high-grade talismans. Your Redwood sect has never lacked brilliant talisman masters. It would be a great pity if you were to miss this competition, fellow Taoist Cui. Organized by the 100 Treasures Pavilion, hosted under the name of Clearstream Market, attended by the Town Guardian Cultivator, and featuring a spiritual artifact talisman brush as the prize. Though the name of this so-called Talisman Master competition was unremarkable, its prestige was clearly unparalleled for the region. As a former elder and current sect master of the Redwood sect, as well as a long-term partner of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Cui Baihao did not hesitate for a moment. He accepted with visible excitement. I had already heard rumors of this matter, but I never expected fellow Taoist Rongsheng to personally come and invite our Redwood sect. We are deeply honored indeed. Ah, you are too polite, fellow Taoist Cui. This time, your Redwood sect is being invited with the etiquette due to a foundation establishment sect. We have also invited grand lineages such as Wondrous Peak Mountain and the tea-producing Gu clan of the Tea Kings. It will certainly be a magnificent sight when the time comes. You should bring more of your disciples along to broaden their horizons. Hearing Wang Rongsheng's words, Cui Baihao grew even more delighted. He held on to Wang Rongsheng for a long exchange of pleasantries before finally letting him depart. Watching the retreating red lantern, the Redwood sect elder beside Cui Baihao, Du Zhongnian, inquired curiously. Our Redwood sect hasn't produced a foundation establishment cultivator in years, yet the Wang clan still treats us with such respect. It seems they truly are worthy of deep friendship. The external reputation of the Anbei Kingdom Wang clan was generally seen as distinct in its rewards and punishments, yet relatively upright, which was why the elder thought this way. You are mistaken, Cui Baihao countered with a sigh. Clear Stream Market has never hosted such an event before. The Wang clan granting the Redwood sect the courtesies of a foundation establishment sect is entirely dependent on his final remark, to bring more disciples along to broaden their horizons. Only when minor sects and small families like ours bring plenty of people will the event become lively, ensuring it won't start with a bang and end with a whimper. Du Zhongnian had not anticipated such an interpretation. After pondering for a moment, he sighed. Sect Master, it seems I still have much to learn from you. However, since the Wang clan's motives in honoring us are not pure, should we still send our disciples to Clear Stream Market? Cui Baihao led Elder Du back inside the formation array and sighed heavily. Our Redwood sect can barely afford to maintain this defensive array anymore. We are so impoverished that we can only afford to run an entry-level basic array for appearances when someone is guarding the sect, just to squeeze out a few spirit stones. Since the Wang clan is willing to elevate our standing, we will take our disciples there. We don't need to concern ourselves with their hidden motives. After all, being able to take the disciples out to broaden their horizons is a wonderful opportunity in its own right. Eking out a living in the cultivation world while leading a group of cultivators placed immense pressure on Cui Baihao. The Wang clan's willingness to show him and the Redwood sect respect fulfilled a deep, latent emotional need within him. He felt a sense of respect he had not experienced in a long time. Therefore, even though he knew the Wang clan's courtesy was calculated and intended to make use of the Redwood sect, he still chose to accept it gracefully. Being of use to others was not entirely a bad thing. Once, a certain scoundrel who owed 10 trillion credits laid out a philosophy. How does one build a grand enterprise? By buying, merging, expanding, scaling, and optimizing. It sounded like nonsense, but a fundamental truth lay hidden within it. Acquisitions and mergers brought allies and assistance, expanding territory secured resources, and scaling up thickened one's defense. When all these factors aligned, things would naturally improve, wouldn't they? Of course, the quality of a methodology had no guaranteed link to its practical outcome, because people remained the core variable deciding everything. Wang Yulo had no intention of blindly copying a failure's methodology, yet some of his own strategies were not particularly unique either. He simply employed his utmost sincerity, patience, and effort, harboring a cautious and reverent heart to gradually approach a specific possibility and goal. At the Clear Stream Market racetrack, Wang Yulo and the old patriarch sat on the highest level of the spectator stands. Pointing at the various facilities across the racetrack, Wang Yulo spoke to the patriarch about the pitfalls he had encountered over the years. Patriarch, horse racing is not an absolute necessity for cultivators. Unlike spiritual pills and talismans, whether they watch the races or not has no impact on their cultivation. Therefore, from a business perspective, my decision to lead the family's investment into the Clear Stream Market racetrack back then was actually quite a miscalculation. Over the past few years, I had to constantly scramble and innovate just to keep this investment from losing money. In the future, our Wang clan must learn from this lesson. We cannot invest heavily in industries that cultivators do not strictly need. The risk is simply too high. Wisdom came from experience, and Yulo had truly been shaken. For the past few years, the investment in the racetrack had been the heaviest boulder weighing on his heart. Even though that boulder had finally been lifted, he still felt a lingering dread. Yulo, you are being overly modest again. Though you make a good point, we must indeed be careful moving forward. But as you see, you also clearly understand that a cultivator's advancement is the absolute priority. Do you have any plans regarding your own future cultivation? Yulo had spent a solid 10 years rooted in Clear Stream Market, progressing from the second layer of Qi induction to his current 7th layer of Qi induction, while also fully mastering the cultivation path. In truth, he could already return home to cultivate, but the patriarch still wanted to ask Yulo about his personal intentions. This was his respect for Yulo, yes, genuine respect. The rigid model of a feudal patriarch had long been discarded by the Wang clan. To survive in the cultivation world, a clan had to remain united. Over these years, Yulo had earned the full respect of patriarch Wang Xianmao through his own achievements and success. Once this talisman master competition in Clear Stream Market concludes, I intend to return to the clan first. I will focus on cultivating until I reach the Qi refining stage and patch up the various techniques and methods I currently lack. True person Danri's guidance back then was explicit. I should join Drip Drop Cave after reaching the Qi refining stage. I will still require the clan's assistance regarding that matter. For a cultivator, the level of one's cultivation base was one aspect, in fact, the primary aspect. However, supplementary arts, various spells, methods of magical combat, and escape techniques could not be neglected either. Otherwise, one would become a flawed cultivator who could not go far. The several foundation establishment cultivators that Wang Xianzhou had slain were all individuals who had failed to forge a sufficiently deep foundation during their qi refining stage. Yulo was determined to avoid that pitfall. He needed a high cultivation base, but even more so, he needed the strength to ensure his own safety. You are willing to just walk away from such a massive operation here in Clear Stream Market? The Patriarch was deeply astonished, surprised by Yulo's open-mindedness and detachment. Both the 100 Treasures Pavilion and the Clear Stream Market racetrack had been built from scratch by Yulo, piece by piece. No matter how large the operation, it belongs to the clan. If I weren't standing on the shoulders of the clan, I could never have achieved what I have today relying solely on myself. Understanding one's position was a form of wisdom. Wang Yulo's long stay in Clear Stream Market was partly due to the clan's arrangements and partly because the laws of heaven and earth were locked down. However, this period of laying low would eventually end, and he would return to his primary duty of cultivation. After reaching the qi refining stage, every single day and hour could be spent cultivating to his heart's content. How could Yulo bear to waste his time on running a business? Furthermore, Patriarch, our business operations in Clear Stream Market have pretty much reached their limit. We discussed this point before. Wang Xianmao shook his head, asking with hidden meaning. Has it really reached the limit? Yulo, I might be getting older, but my mind isn't muddled yet. Tell me your true thoughts. Evidently, the wise Patriarch had discerned that Yulo was holding something back. Wang Yulo felt a brief flash of awkwardness, but he quickly adjusted his composure. Patriarch, a man's wealth can bring about his ruin. The great goods store being taken over by the sect is a prime example. Yes, part of it involved our dealings with true person Xuanzhuan. But fundamentally, the innovative business model represented by the great goods store holds immense value, and the current Wang clan simply lacks the strength to protect it. You should be able to understand this point. When I said the Wang clan has hit a limit in the way of business, this is exactly what I meant. If our Wang clan can produce more foundation establishment cultivators in the future, we can naturally attempt more ventures. Otherwise, it is better not to hand precious opportunities over to others on a silver platter. The Patriarch nodded repeatedly, yet he pushed further with another question. Look at it this way, if our Wang clan cannot protect it alone, why not find an ally to run it together? Isn't that exactly how you handled the racetrack? Operating it alongside the Yang family has made it incredibly prosperous now. Cooperation was indeed a good method, which Yulo admitted. We can find allies, Patriarch, but this involves the issue of leadership and control. In the cultivation world, control over an industry's operations is not determined by the shares one holds, but by sheer power. Our Wang clan is facing a bottleneck in terms of overall strength. Partnering with a powerful ally might help us, but we would lose leadership right from the start. If we look for a weaker ally, we might retain control for a long time, but then we lose the fundamental purpose of seeking an ally in the first place. It leaves us stuck in a dilemma. Having gained experience in Clear Stream Market for so long, I have yet to find a way to break through this deadlock. The lack of progress with the racetrack had prompted Yulo to engage in a lot of contemplation and self-reflection. Too many concepts and experiences from his past life could not simply be copied into the cultivation world. The initial failure of the racetrack was the perfect proof. Yulo's response at this moment was the ultimate conclusion of his many reflections and judgments. Everything would eventually return to the principle that might makes right. The Wang clan relied on the Manxian lineage as a backer, allowing them to borrow strength, but borrowed strength was ultimately not their own. For a clan to flourish, numbers could provide strength, but the prerequisite for that strength was a sufficiently powerful backbone. There had to be a formidable core individual. Yulo, oh Yulo. I was actually worried that your success in Clear Stream Market might affect your Dao heart. Looking at it now, this old Patriarch completely underestimated you. Ha ha ha. Wang Xianmao stood up with a grand laugh, leading Yulo as they flew down into the racetrack to begin the day's work. The scale of the Clear Stream Market Talisman Master competition was entirely different now. Due to the Patriarch's intervention, the event had been put on a fast track. The venue had also shifted from the open ground in front of the 100 Treasures Pavilion to the racetrack, perfectly aligning with the principle of maximizing scale. With Yulo assisting him, Wang Xianmao began utilizing wood elemental arts to alter the terrain in the center of the racetrack, shaping the arena where the grand competition would soon take place. In truth, Yulo, compared to the 100 Treasures Pavilion, I am far more satisfied with your management of the racetrack. The 100 Treasures Pavilion stocks our clan's goods, so it will always bring in a baseline revenue. Success there wasn't difficult. But this racetrack was pulled out of a deficit step by step. It was precisely because of your success with the racetrack that I dared to let you open the great goods store. Wang Yulo began by introducing the layout of the racing tracks within the racetrack to the Patriarch. He had put a tremendous amount of effort into this aspect. In fact, the racetrack's ability to slowly pull itself back from the brink of bankruptcy relied entirely on this unique track design, which was the only one of its kind in the entire Red Lantern illumination area. The most exciting part is still these few Ironbone wolves. They were provided by the Yang clan, and they are barely fed normally. They only wait until the race, when their bone-deep hunger drives them to desperately hunt the racing horses. During this process, the audience gets a highly satisfying show, which also increases their engagement with the race. Increased the audience's engagement with the race? Wang Xianmao was puzzled. Why do you say it increases their engagement? Patriarch, the Immortal Alliance and the 10 sects are excellent, but the cultivators living under the Immortal Alliance 10 sect system do not have it easy. It is difficult for everyone to raise their cultivation base or extend their lifespan, and they frequently encounter life or death crises. Watching the races can bring them entertainment, and the presence of the Ironbone Wolves adds another dimension to that entertainment. Before, they were simply watching horse racing. Now, there is an added element of watching wolves hunt the horses. Furthermore, besides betting on horses, the racetrack can introduce a new business line of betting on the wolves. For instance, the audience can bet on which wolf strikes first, or bet that not a single wolf succeeds, and so on. This increases their engagement. And as he spoke, Yulo suddenly froze. He realized that he had overlooked a point previously, a very important point. What is it? The Patriarch noticed Yulo's sudden daze. Yulo smiled and proposed a new concept. Patriarch, look at this racetrack. The surrounding spectator stands are beautifully constructed, and the arena within the racetrack is vast. Isn't it an excellent place to host large-scale events? Of course it is. Otherwise, we wouldn't have changed the venue of the Talisman Master competition to this location. If we can develop new uses for the arena, the racetrack's future profits might rise to another level. As expected, all great achievements could only be created through practice. By hosting a small competition, the 100 Treasures Pavilion gained fame, and a new profit growth point for the racetrack naturally emerged. Yulo was originally not well versed in exhibitions and competitions, but through the practical process of participating in the organization of the Talisman Master competition, he had found a new opportunity. Perhaps a new business line or a bit of fresh revenue could not be considered a great achievement, there might even be a distance of thousands or tens of thousands of miles between it and a truly great achievement. But as the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Yulo felt certain that he was indeed walking on the correct path toward that 10,000-mile journey. Even in a different world, even in a mystical Xianxia world, the education he had once received and the thinking patterns he had cultivated could still play a massive role. How could this not fill Wang Yulo with pleasant surprise? The ideas of young people are indeed more flexible than ours. This is indeed a direction, a very good direction. The Patriarch laughed heartily, even somewhat unrestrainedly. How could he not be satisfied? The clan produced talents in every generation. In the Xian generation, there was Wang Xianzhou, who had stunned his contemporaries and made a name for himself across the Red Lantern illumination area. In the Yu generation, there was Wang Yulo. Although he was young and his cultivation base was not high, his extraordinary talent was already fully apparent. The Wang clan had reached its current position precisely through the efforts of one generation of disciples after another. Seeing that the clan's enterprise had a worthy successor, Wang Xianmao was naturally extremely satisfied. Furthermore, Patriarch, if we look at it from the perspective of the racetrack, we can find even more exciting segments for the Talisman Master competition. For example, we can use the racetrack's unique spirit horse racing activity as the opening ceremony for the Talisman Master competition. Clan Uncle Rongshan has already gone out to invite various immortal clans and sects to participate in the competition. By the day of the competition, the stands of the racetrack will in all probability be completely filled. Holding a horse racing performance at that time can both advertise the racetrack and make the competition appear incredibly bustling. What do you think? By shifting the dimension and angle of thought, several more brilliant strategies to break the deadlock appeared. Yulo had merely shifted the main subject of his reflections to the racetrack, and he immediately came up with another excellent plan. To this, how could the Patriarch possibly object? However, relying on his expertise as an experienced old fox of the Wang clan, he still offered a very practical and critical suggestion. Yulo, your idea is fine, but if we do this, shouldn't the Yang clan also contribute a sum of spirit stones? The rewards for the Talisman Master competition are currently all provided by our Wang family. Although the portion that directly consumes spirit stones is only a few thousand pieces, when the other hidden costs are factored in, 20,000 pieces won't even cover it. Now that the venue has been changed to the racetrack, it will also help the Yang clan gain fame. It wouldn't be right for them not to contribute any spirit stones. The rewards for the competition were meant for the top 20 winners. The primary expenditure was the spiritual artifact talisman brushes provided by the Wang clan, which Wang Xianmao could forge himself. Wooden or bone brush shafts, combined with some 8th-grade donkey bristles, tied together with a red string and infused with a bit of spiritual rhythm, would be just about enough. This calculation included Wang Xianmao's own labor costs. However, among the other rewards, the largest portion consisted of the high-tier qi refining talisman crafting methods provided by the Wang clan, which belonged to hidden intellectual property expenses. The Wang clan possessed these methods themselves, so teaching them to others could be viewed as a cost-free expenditure. But from a commercial perspective, for the winners to take away dozens of secret techniques from the Wang clan, it would normally cost at least 20,000 spirit stones. Wang Xianmao did not expect the Yang clan to shell out too much. In his view, it would be reasonable for the Yang clan to contribute 1 or 2,000 spirit stones. Foundation establishment resources were expensive, and the rewards given to the Wang clan by the Red Lantern illumination area were quite substantial, but spirit stones remained a very hard currency, so the Yang clan could not possibly give too much. Gao Jian is indeed wise. Yulo felt great admiration for the Patriarch. This spirit of squeezing out whatever benefits possible was something he had to study and absorb deeply, as it was one of the secret heritages of the Wang clan. Don't mention that brute, the Patriarch joked. Haha, after Senior Wu successfully achieved foundation establishment, he invited fellow cultivators to a celestial ascension banquet at his clan grounds. That fellow Gao Jian actually sent Senior Wu a congratulatory gift of a full 5,000 spirit stones. Yulo shared a piece of news with a smile. This matter had spread all over Clearstream Market in the past few days. From this, one could also see the value of the Wang clan's education for its younger generations: be kind to others, and endure first when encountering trouble. One could not simply act overbearing without reason; acting overbearing carried a price. Furthermore, one must never easily let oneself be used as a beast of burden by others. Gao Jian had served 2 generations of town guardian cultivators, but neither would ever treat him as one of their own. Having acted as a commode, once the town guardian cultivators finished resolving their needs, they would still find him filthy. It could be said that Gao Jian was the perfect illustration of how a pitiful person always possesses detestable traits. Let's not talk about him anymore. But Yulo, a new problem has arisen now. If we use the horse racing format to warm up the crowd before the competition begins, then the arena we are currently setting up with wood magic will become useless. Setting up the stage first would disrupt the horse racing. Holding the horse racing first would disrupt the construction of the competition arena. Yulo thought for a moment and asked, can you achieve this level of proficiency, practice a few times beforehand, and then quickly manifest the arena using wood magic after the horse racing concludes on the day of the competition? The main issue is that this arena is too large. Let me think. I can design a special temporary formation array and bury it in advance. When the day of the competition arrives, I will be able to cast my magic calmly and instantly erect the wooden competition arena. Yulo's eyes lit up, and he praised, this method is excellent. Patriarch, when the time comes, you must wear a dignified and respectable magical robe, and then elegantly cast your spell to display the magnificent grandeur of our Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom as a pillar of support. You rascal, you're actually arranging things for me, the Patriarch. You love keeping a low profile too much on a daily basis. When it's time to be high profile, you must stand out. Clearstream Market, Town Guardian Cultivator's Manor. Zhou Yingxi was probably the last person to find out that her position as a judge had been taken over by her own father. To Yulo, pinching pennies wherever possible was the priority. An early qi condensation cultivator like Zhou Yingxi wanted 600 spirit stones, whereas Mu Chuanzi, who had successfully achieved foundation establishment, was willing to make an appearance for free. Did that even require a choice? The lovely young lady wanted 600, while the mature old-timer was free. Choose the old-timer. Anyone who hesitated could give up on cultivating; their Dao heart was simply too weak. Yingxi, your father didn't want to go either, but that old scoundrel Wang Xianmao is incredibly crafty. He backed me into a corner where I couldn't refuse. Mu Chuanzi spoke cautiously, noticing his daughter's displeasure. Such was the life of a live-in son-in-law. He did not carry the Zhou surname, and Zhou Yingxi possessed absolute peak talent, making her the darling of the Zhou family's ancestor. Compared to Zhou Yingxi, Mu Chuanzi's status within the Zhou family was akin to a long-term hired hand, even worse off than Tai Qinhe within the Wang family. I have no objection to you going, father. It's just, on what grounds does the Wang family get to refuse you even a single spirit stone? Zhou Yingxi felt too embarrassed to mention that Wang Yulo had played her, so she used this excuse to brush off her cheap father. A noble daughter of the Zhou family was exactly that. Calling Mu Chuanzi her father was basic etiquette, but it went without saying that she did not particularly look up to this matrilocal father. Wang Xianzhou looked down on him, and so did Zhou Yingxi. As the town guardian cultivator of Clearstream Market, safeguarding the peace of this region and ensuring its prosperity is my responsibility. Spirit stones or not, it doesn't matter at all, it really doesn't matter. Mu Chuanzi, famous for diluting water with water, put on a self-righteous front. Zhou Yingxi remained silent, stood up, and left. After his daughter departed, the smile on Mu Chuanzi's face slowly faded. He let out a long sigh and resumed his cultivation. What else could he do? A live-in son-in-law was exactly that, a live-in son-in-law. Every choice carried a price. Since he wanted to rely on the Zhou family's protection, he had to endure the cold shoulders of its members. He was well aware of Zhou Yingxi's attitude toward him. Now, seeing his daughter look down on him more and more, Mu Chuanzi actually did not feel a single shred of regret. Not a single shred. If he had to play the cowardly lackey, then so be it. It was worth it. Still, remembering how his daughter used to grab his pant legs and call him daddy when she was little, Mu Chuanzi couldn't help but feel a bit melancholy. At the Huafeng residence, Cuegua found Yulo, who was currently reading How to Handle Sword Cultivators, 18 Methods to Counter Flying Swords. Sword cultivators usually possessed top-tier magical combat skills and were experts at manipulating various types of flying swords. As for flying swords themselves, from the artifact level to the magic treasure level, numerous artificing masters had researched them meticulously. Therefore, knowing how to deal with sword cultivators was a mandatory technique that every immortal cultivator had to master. Wang Yulo, the young miss wants you to come over. Toward Yuan, Cuegua would strike with heavy fists. Toward Yulo, Cuegua was completely submissive. Where? Yulo stood up. He still had to show Zhou Yingxi proper respect. She was an indisputable core disciple of the Purple Palace Immortal Clan, the Zhou family, and she was the same age as him. To facilitate her cultivation, Mu Chuanzi had been deployed directly to Clearstream Market as the town guardian cultivator. Most of the spiritual essence of the Qin Rhyme clear stream was being consumed by Zhou Yingxi. This female cultivator's cultivation wasn't just training, it was literally burning spirit stones. Even if such a person never became his Tao companion, maintaining a good relationship with her would provide a great network for the future. Jiwei Bistro. The young miss seems a bit angry, so keep your wits about you. Suegwa chattered and warned him all along the way. Going upstairs, Yulo found Zhou Yingxi sitting by the window, staring blankly at the street outside. Through the side of her veil, one could see her perfect profile. Below those beautiful peach blossom eyes was a delicate, exquisite nose, and her lips, which were somewhat thin, were pressed tightly together in tension. Fellow Taoist Yingxi. Yulo sat opposite her and asked. Should we order some food? Today they have water essence spiritual duck. We can have the kitchen prepare the Wang family's secret recipe roast duck for us. The Wang family's secret recipe roast duck was a new dish created by Yulo. However, it wasn't very well known, since few cultivators could afford a 9th-grade duck. Withdrawing her gaze from the outside, Zhou Yingxi looked at Wang Yulo, her eyes filled with resentment. You aren't even willing to give me 600 spirit stones. Wang Yulo, isn't that a bit too much? However, to Zhou Yingxi's astonishment, after she finished speaking, Wang Yulo suddenly burst out laughing. It was the kind of laugh that simply couldn't be held back, which made Zhou Yingxi even more furious. Yulo was also helpless. It was truly because fellow Taoist Yingxi looked too hilarious, and Yulo failed to suppress the sudden wave of amusement that surged within him. Fellow Taoist Yingxi was wearing a red Dharma robe today, with a red ribbon tied in her hair, styled into a beautiful flying ring bun, making her look exactly like she was wearing a red hood. Combined with her line, you won't even give me 600 spirit stones, it was truly hard not to crack up. Let's put it this way, fellow Taoist Yingxi. The process and scale of the Talisman Master competition have indeed undergone a few minor changes. My clan's ancestor and senior Chuanza will serve as judges. It would be inappropriate for you to be a judge now, so. Without finishing Wang Yulo's explanation, Zhou Yingxi chose to decisively and passionately air her grievances. Then you should have notified me. You didn't even mention it to me, and I only found out when my father told me. Oh, turns out I was fired by you. Wang Yulo, your Wang family's secrecy work is truly exceptional, the absolute best kind of exceptional. Everyone else knew I was fired, and I, Zhou Yingxi, am the last to know. If my father hadn't brought it up with me, would I have foolishly gone over there on the day of the competition just to be a laughingstock? Fellow Taoist Yingxi was still very well bred. Even though she was angry, highly resentful, and clearly venting her emotions, her words were completely devoid of vulgar insults. In this regard, she truly deserved the title of a little fairy, in the most positive sense of the term. It's like this. I've been rather busy lately. Even if you hadn't come, I would have visited you on another day to inform you of the corresponding changes. Furthermore. Zhou Yingxi interrupted Wang Yulo's explanation once again. Fine, now that you've informed me, let's leave our discussion at that. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, there is no need for us to be friends. Your Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom is so proud, unwilling to flatter those above you, though I never considered myself a superior, I understand your pride. Patriarch Mangxiang is about to attain the golden core, so the chickens and dogs he raises are naturally different from before. Let's leave it at that. Fellow Taoist Yingxi tilted her chin up, extremely satisfied with her own biting sarcasm. She hadn't cursed him by name, but she had achieved massive success in terms of passive-aggressive mockery. The chickens and dogs raised by Mangxiang are naturally different from before. Zhou Yingxi, am truly brilliant. The Yang clan is collaborating with us and has invested 30,000 spirit stones as preparation funds for the Talisman Master competition. Many of the plans I originally established myself have been modified, so it is indeed no longer suitable for fellow Taoist Yingxi to continue serving as a judge. However, I also advocated for you to the Patriarch. Fellow Taoist Yingxi is skilled in the musical Tao, so you can perform a warm-up show before the competition begins. You are, after all, a noble daughter of the Zhou family. For such a performance, we are willing to pay 1,000 spirit stones as compensation. I wonder what you think. Remaining calm in the face of praise or humiliation was a fundamental trait. Wang Yulo would not slap someone's face, let alone actively offend a disciple of a great clan like Zhou Yingxi. Therefore, he had prepared a new position for her. Wang Yulo saw things clearly. What this girl lacked was not spirit stones, but the experience of participating in something novel. Having grown up within her clan and a grotto heaven since before the tomboyish girl left, she reluctantly but with lightning-fast chopsticks devoured half a plate of donkey intestines. Zhou Yingxi thought to herself, it smells pungent but tastes amazing. Delicious. It was also old Tang's fault for being so dense. How could a refined young lady eat donkey intestines? He should have been more mindful when bringing out the dishes. However, Yulo did not take Zhou Yingxi's attitude to heart. He preferred practical action over empty talk. No matter how Zhou Yingxi treated him, it would not alter his established plans. As long as a person keeps moving forward, many things naturally fall into place, and the companions around them will be carried along by the momentum. As for what others thought, they could think whatever they pleased, Yulo did not care. Those whose hearts wavered just because of a female cultivator were destined never to become true great cultivators. Late at night, inside the Patriarch's bedroom at Fortune Source Residence, the prominent figures of the Wong clan in Clearstream Market gathered to refine their strategy for the Clearstream Market Talisman Master Competition. This was the first time Yulo had organized such a complex event, and it was also the first time the Wong clan truly stood at the center of the stage as a unified force. Both Yulo and the Patriarch wanted to execute everything flawlessly, so they decided to pool their wisdom and see where things could be optimized. In the past, Yulo had been indifferent to many matters in this cultivation world. But after enduring the grueling process of reviving the racetrack from the brink of failure, he now only desired to put forth his absolute best effort to master everything within his control. He who is capable shall be the teacher. Every senior with more pedigree and experience had their own unique insights. As long as he carefully listened to the advice from all sides, the final outcome could hardly be disastrous. Patriarch, our Wong clan has poured so many resources into this competition. If the first place winner isn't one of our own, won't we suffer a massive loss? Old Tang offered his counsel to the Patriarch. His logic was simple: since the Wong clan provided the funds, they naturally deserved the top prize. To him, this wasn't rigging the match, it was only natural. Wang Yulo did not express his opinion, but in his heart, he understood Tang Nianxiu's perspective. Old Tang was a man who fussed over every single penny. If a cook at the flavorful bistro dared to put an extra piece of donkey meat into a meat burger, Tang would point at the cook's head and lecture him for half an hour. First place. How is first place enough? This competition was organized specifically to make 100 Treasures Pavilion famous. The goods at 100 Treasures Pavilion are supplied by the Wong clan. If you ask me, we should sweep the top 3 spots for the Wong clan. Only then will the pavilion's goods sell even better. Considering our investment this time, if only one person from the Wong clan makes it into the top 3, the family loses money. Tang Yinxiu only wanted to secure the championship, but when it came to Wang Rongshan, the man went a step further, directly demanding that the top 3 positions all belong to the Wong clan. Because his talent was mediocre, this elder uncle had left home at a young age to make a living, drifting through the ruthless world of cultivators for half his life. When it came to penny pinching, he was even more extreme than Tang Yinxiu. It wasn't fair to call these two seniors short-sighted, as the advice they offered was firmly rooted in the interests of the Wong clan. However, Yulo truly did not believe that 100 Treasures Pavilion or the Wong clan would lose out. The calculation of hidden costs was merely a shift in accounting figures, whereas the potential, unquantifiable returns were immeasurable. With the endorsement of 3 Foundation establishment masters, the reputation of Clearstream Market was also being utilized. If this competition could be sustained as a long-term event, the Wong clan status within the surrounding region of Clearstream Market would receive a significant elevation. Of course, once it became a regular event, the rewards would have to be scaled back slightly to ensure sustainability. The power dynamics and benefit distribution models between factions were incredibly complex coupling mechanisms. Prestige and reputation could not be quantified, yet they truly existed. It was precisely because the Patriarch saw the potential of this competition that he supported Yulo so heavily, rather than out of mere doting or blind faith. Affection and trust had their limits, but a shared ambition to expand the family was boundless. Alright, this is our first time hosting such an event, so we must maintain basic fairness. However, we can tilt the scales slightly. We can't have our Wong clan build the stage only to let outsiders perform all the lead roles. At the very least, our own people must become prominent figures and secure a spot in the top 3. The Patriarch chose a compromise. The charm of a compromise lay in the sense of security it provided to the decision-maker. In the process of collective decision-making, a compromise strategy aligned with the lowest common denominator of the group, thereby diluting the specific responsibility of the person who made the final call should any problems arise in the future. Yulo, tell us your thoughts. Hearing the Patriarch address Yulo, Tang Nianxiu and Wang Rongshan turned their heads as well. Indeed, Yulo was the creator of the Talisman Master competition, so his opinion was vital. I agree with the Patriarch's view. Since it was a collective decision and the Patriarch had already made the call, what other opinion could Yulo have? The current situation was simple: he had conceived a brilliant idea, the clan had taken over the leadership, and because they did not trust him completely yet, Yulo could only comply. A person with an overabundance of individualism could not survive in a collective group. The collective interest was the bigger picture. Yulo had not yet reached the point where he embodied the bigger picture himself, so he had to hide his sharp edges. Furthermore, having the clan assume control was not entirely a bad thing. The law of the unity of opposites dictated that if any accidents occurred or if the competition yielded poor results, the clan would naturally help shoulder the pressure for Yulo. With his current fragile standing, his ability to withstand pressure was still insufficient. Half a month later, Cui Baihao, the sect master of the Redwood sect, arrived at Clearstream Market in a horse carriage, accompanied by the sect elder Du Zhongnian. Sect master, this crowd is comparable to the Clearstream Grand Gathering from years ago, Du Zhongnian remarked as he chatted with Cui Baihao while sitting at the front of the carriage. It's far from that level, but there are indeed more people than usual, Cui Baihao evaluated. After parking their carriage at the designated lot, the two led their disciples to Fortune Source Residence. Sect Master, this Fortune Source Residence is an inn equipped with spiritual energy, so staying here requires spirit stones. Should we switch to a tavern that doesn't cost spirit stones? Haha, it's fine. The Wong clan's Fortune Source Residence is quite decent, they offer discounted small rooms. Leading his disciples inside, Cui Baihao cast aside his majestic demeanor as a sect master and spoke to the attendant at the counter. Young man, give us 8 small rooms, the smallest kind will do. We'll be staying for 2 days. That will be 2 spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, here are your room tokens. Accepting the tokens, Chui Baihao led the Redwood sect disciples into the backyard. Disciples at the Qi induction realm will share 2 to a room. Deacons and elders at the Qi refining stage will get a single room each. Come over and take your tokens. The washing area and restrooms are outside. The conditions are a bit basic, but there is plenty of spiritual energy, no worse than inside our own sect. Once the sect's cultivators were settled, Chui Baihao headed toward the racetrack alone. The invitation Wang Rongsheng had given them earlier contained a general schedule of events. He needed to secure the Redwood sect's viewing positions in advance. Yet, the moment he stepped into the racetrack, he realized that things were far more grand than he had anticipated. This was Chui Baihao's first time entering the interior of the racetrack. It was so magnificent and imposing that he stood dazed for a long time. He had heard that this was also a property of the Anbei Kingdom's Wang clan. Was this the sheer grandeur of an clan? After tracking down the manager on duty at the racetrack, Chui Baihao received the spectator number plates for the Redwood sect. When you bring your disciples tomorrow, remember to advise them not to bet on horses carelessly. Since it's your first time here, it's best to just watch first. The racetrack manager offered a thoughtful reminder, which was another change brought about by Yulo. Harvesting wealth from the masses was one thing, but one had to maintain an elegant appearance while doing so. The distribution rights system of the racetrack dictated that villains like Lao Gui would handle the dirty work, while the racetrack, as the platform behind the scenes, needed to play the role of a fair referee perfectly. As expected of the famous Clearstream Market horse racing. It truly is extraordinary, Chui Baihao thought to himself. The Clearstream Market Talisman Master Competition was a highly unusual event. Though named after Clearstream Market, it borrowed its authority from the Red Lantern Illumination sect. The name itself clearly defined the contents and nature of the tournament. Under the leadership of the Wang clan, the town guardian cultivator of Clearstream Market had also joined the ranks of the competition judges, giving the event yet another layer of official endorsement from the Red Lantern Illumination sect. This was the exact leverage Wang Rongsheng needed to invite various clans and sects to participate. If the Wang clan had tried to host this alone, the ceiling of the competition would have been exactly what Yulo had initially envisioned, modest at best. With the matches about to begin, Wang Yuan was locked in hesitation, debating whether he should place a bet. Yuan's mother, Chen Luan, was currently in her prime. Holding a cultivation base at the 9th layer of the Qi refining stage, she had come to Clearstream Market to compete. Yuan's maternal grandfather had originally been embraced by the Wang clan solely due to his exceptional talisman-making talents. His mother had gone a step further, becoming one of the core figures managing the Wang clan's talisman business. It was safe to say that within the clan, Chen Luan's talisman crafting skills were unmatched among those at the Qi refining stage. Yet, when it came to wagering that his own mother would win, Wang Yuan lacked absolute confidence. It wasn't that he didn't love his mother, but rather that the lineup of competitors invited to the Clearstream Market Talisman Master competition was simply too magnificent. Wondrous Peak Mountain had dispatched 2 representatives, and the Gu clan had sent 1. These 2 Purple Palace families had deployed 3 formidable contestants between them. Furthermore, located 700 miles east of Clearstream Market was a family renowned for its talisman creation, the Lu clan of Muddy Pool. They had also sent 2 of their finest talisman masters. With experts standing as thick as trees, many of the participants were far from ordinary. Nevertheless, under the constant prompting of Lao Gui, Yuan still placed a wager of 20 spirit stones, betting that his mother would secure 3rd place. He knew the Wang clan would subtly tilt the competition logistics in favor of the talisman masters deployed by the family. Yuan only hoped his mother could secure the 3rd spot. That would be more than enough. Wang Yuan. Your brother is looking for you. Get over to the racetrack preparation area, quick. A stable boy from the Yang family's racetrack finally spotted Yuan and hurriedly shouted the reminder. Yuan ran at a brisk pace, eventually finding Yulo, who was so busy his feet barely touched the ground. Yuan, you take charge of the live operations for the racetrack's pre-race warm-up. Contact me immediately if any issues arise. I need to go receive our fellow Taoists of Clearstream Market. Yulo patted Yuan on the shoulder as he spoke. All right, brother. Leave it to me, don't you worry. Yuan had always been passionate about spirit horse racing, and since the Wang clan held shares in the racetrack, he naturally understood the ins and outs of the business perfectly. Yulo turned and left without looking back. The fellow Taoists of Clearstream Market he mentioned actually referred to the owners and shopkeepers of the other commercial establishments in the market. As the most prominent public figure representing the Wang clan in Clearstream Market, Yulo might be young, but he had earned the genuine recognition of his peers through his sheer business acumen. Due to regular commercial dealings, Wang Yulo interacted with these individuals constantly. Consequently, even those who had previously held minor grudges showed immense respect today, showing up in droves to support the event. As the host, Yulo naturally couldn't be discourteous. Making a round to greet everyone was a baseline necessity. Where is Wang Yulo? Inside the VIP lounge of the racetrack, Zhou Yingxi cradled her 7-string zither and questioned Tang Yinxiu. The VIP lounge offered the absolute best vantage point. Today, it had been reserved exclusively to host Foundation establishment seniors alongside Zhou Yingxi, an arrangement Yulo had specifically ordered. Zhou Yingxi possessed a fiery temperament and was a noble young lady of the Zhou family. She naturally required the highest level of etiquette. Old Tang, as the manager of Flavorful Bistro, was unparalleled in his hospitality, which was why he had been assigned to handle the receptions here. Well, he is quite busy right now, and I am not entirely certain of his exact location. Should I send him a transmission talisman? Forget it, no need. Standing by the window, Zhou Yingxi had already spotted Wang Yulo. This peer of her generation was currently on the western grandstands, exchanging greetings with the Clearstream Market shopkeepers who had come to watch the event. Yulo was undeniably young, yet standing before a crowd of qi refining cultivators whose cultivation bases were universally higher than his, he remained exceptionally popular. Furthermore, his conduct was flawlessly measured. Even from across the vast distance, standing high up in the racetrack's VIP lounge, Zhou Yingxi could see Yulo sharing what appeared to be a joke. The surrounding shopkeepers instantly clutched their stomachs, roaring with laughter. Following that, Wang Yulo exchanged a few more pleasantries before walking from the western grandstands over to the southern side. Bai Lu, go. Arrange for Senior Gao Jian's concubines to head up and perform a dance for everyone. Yulo directed Bai Lu, who stood beside him. The joke that had just amused the shopkeepers revolved entirely around this arrangement. The Clearstream Market Talisman Master competition was heavily backed by the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom, attended by the town guardian cultivator, and even featured Gao Jian's bitter enemy, Wu Jinyan, as a competitor. The man surnamed Gao had been terrified out of his wits. He had repeatedly approached Yulo, expressing a desperate desire to assist and perform any task within his power. Unable to shake him off, Yulo had simply stated that he had taken a liking to Gao Jian's concubines. That beast surnamed Gao played the groom every single year, using weddings as a pretext to extort spirit stones for the town guardian cultivator, accumulating over a dozen concubines in the process. Upon hearing Yulo's request, Gao Jian had initially assumed the young man wanted to indulge in a massive den of vice. In his mind, he had already reluctantly agreed to the demand. He never anticipated that Yulo merely wanted his concubines to come out and perform a warm-up dance for the crowd. This was precisely why the shopkeepers had laughed so heartily, whenever that man named Gao suffered misfortune, which shopkeeper in Clearstream Market wouldn't celebrate. It felt more festive than New Year's Day. Right at that moment, the door to the VIP lounge swung open. Wang Xianmao walked in, accompanied by Mu Chuanzi and Wu Jinyan. After paying her respects, Zhou Yingxi returned to the window, her eyes tracking Wang Yulo's movements. By now, Gao Jian's concubine dance troupe had assumed their positions and begun their performance. Wang Yulo, meanwhile, had finished a basic round of greetings with all the attending clans and sects. While this superficial mingling didn't count as true connections, connections were built precisely from these tiny increments. Your clan's Yulo is excellent, truly excellent, brother Xianmao. Mu Chuanzi swept out his divine sense, instantly grasping the overall situation. Ha ha ha, it is utterly absurd. Making Gao Jian's concubines come out to dance, preposterous. Wang Xianmao claimed it was absurd, yet his face was stretched into a wide, joyous smile. Clearly, either his words or his expression was a lie. Father, I shall head down first. I need to play the zither shortly, Zhou Yingxi announced before quietly exiting the VIP lounge. Watching his daughter leave to find Wang Yulo, Mu Chuanzi felt somewhat speechless. Silly girl, you are completely infatuated with him. However, his speechlessness quickly melted away. Under the piercing perception of a Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense, the conversations of numerous cultivators across the racetrack flooded his ears. Over on the western grandstands, Che Zhenji of the Che family was currently conversing with Wang Rongsheng. Daoist Rongsheng, if you ask me, your clan's Yulo is the true town guardian cultivator of Clearstream Market. Over the past few years, thanks to the racetrack and the great goods store, the volume of customers visiting Clearstream Market has surged significantly. Every bit of it stems from Yulo's management. He is the most formidable business genius I have ever witnessed. Ever since receiving that stern warning from Wang Rongsheng, the Che family had transformed into a vital business partner of the Wang clan. They knew better than to make a futile effort and court disaster, so their only logical path was compliance. Naturally, this compliance did not mean becoming a lowly vassal to the Wang clan, rather, it involved deeper cooperation with the Wang clan to achieve mutual prosperity. It was precisely because of this reality that Che Zhenji felt prompted to voice such a heartfelt sigh today. Indeed. If Wang Yulo truly became the town guardian cultivator of Clearstream Market, our market's development would likely be even more spectacular, another shopkeeper chimed in agreement. Fellow Taoists, watch your words. Senior Mu is a predecessor deeply worthy of our respect. Mind your tongues. Wang Rongsheng remained incredibly sober, instantly cutting off the careless rambling of these loudmouthed shopkeepers. Yet, inside the VIP lounge, Mu Chuanzi had already overheard every single word. Wang Yulo hadn't done a thing, nor had he uttered a word, yet he had still delivered a resounding, invisible slap straight across Mu Chuanzi's face. In the eyes of the various shopkeepers of Clearstream Market, the contributions of a Foundation establishment cultivator like Mu Chuanzi fell pathetically short of what a young man like Wang Yulo had achieved. Slapping a face was only truly satisfying when it was the face of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Yulo remained entirely oblivious to the sheer scale of psychological damage he had inflicted upon Mu Chuanzi. Staring down at Zhou Yingxi, who was currently engaging in conversation with Wang Yulo, Mu Chuanzi gritted his teeth and took a sharp sip of his spiritual tea. His daughter was practically ready to run off with the boy. Furthermore, after serving as the town guardian cultivator for so many years, his public reputation was actually inferior to that of a mere youth at the Qi induction realm. The stag horns atop Mu Chuanza's head were practically smoking from sheer fury. Oh. Has fellow Daoist Chuanza's cultivation improved once again? Wang Xianmao had no idea what was going on in Mu Chuanza's complex inner mind. Seeing the deer antlers on Mu Chuanza's head smoking, he simply offered a polite compliment. However, all he received in return was a cold glare. Yuan clan bastards really deserve to die. No. Let's just watch the race. Mu Chuanza couldn't exactly engage in a staring contest with Wang Xianmao. No matter how stifled and frustrated he felt, he couldn't openly admit that he had just suffered a long-distance mental strike from Wang Yulo. Having been inadvertently slapped in the face by Wang Yulo's achievements, Mu Chuanza had no way to retaliate. He could only tell himself that he had committed so many sins in his life, and this minor face slap didn't even make up for 0.5% of them. Regarding Mu Chuanza's coldness, Wang Xianmao merely smiled faintly. When it came to emotional stability, everyone in the Wang clan was rock solid. You can be as overbearing as you want, but as long as it doesn't harm my interests, if I waste my breath arguing with you, I'm the fool. Above the preparation area of the racetrack was the main stage. Gao Jian's concubine dance troupe had already stepped down. Zhong Mingyao gracefully walked onto the stage and took over the hosting duties for the day. Fellow Taoists, welcome to the Clear Stream Market Talisman Master Competition. Our 3 judges, Senior Wang Xianmao of the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom, Senior Mu Chuanza, the town guardian cultivator of Clear Stream Market, and Senior Wu Jinyan, patriarch of the foundation establishment Wu family, have arrived. Now, please enjoy the unique horse racing of Clear Stream Market. This race is proudly sponsored by the Yang clan of Dais. The Yang clan of Dais has focused on breeding mounts and spiritual beasts for 500 years, and can provide all fellow Taoists with the finest cultivation partners. Let the horse race begin. With her command, the horses in the preparation area surged forward like mad, bolting past the starting line. Yang Qi had thrown down a heavy incentive: any horse that ran faster than those 2 celestial armored horses would receive a massive reward. Many of the cultivators invited today were watching a horse race for the first time. As the herd galloped fiercely, the stands vibrated along with them. The spectators watched the grand display with great relish. The life of immortal cultivation could be exciting, but it was also incredibly dull. When the path of ascension was tightly blocked, wanting to leap through the dragon gate and change one's fate became an unattainable luxury. Therefore, a certain amount of exclusive entertainment tailored for cultivators could effectively numb the souls of those at the bottom, so the popularity of the horse races was hardly surprising. On the other side, Yulo was coordinating with Zhou Yingxi about the upcoming performance. It's like this, fellow Daoist Yingxi. After you finish playing the opening piece, do not leave the stage. When Ancestor Xianmao makes his entrance, I need you to use the 7-string zither to provide some background music for him. Yulo's request wasn't overly complicated. Zhou Yingxi nodded. Understood. But should I stop playing when my father appears? Wang Yulo paused for a moment before replying. Fellow Daoist Yingxi, our Wang clan wouldn't dare show favoritism. It's just that for this Talisman Master competition in Clear Stream Market, our Wang clan has invested a massive amount of capital. Naturally, we hope the patriarch can show off his divine might in front of the crowd to elevate the Wang clan's reputation. I hope you can understand. Of course, Senior Chuanza is also a seasoned foundation establishment cultivator with great divine abilities. If you wish to play some background music for his entrance as well, you are absolutely welcome to do so. I won't object. Being courteous and reasonable was the foundation. Since the Wang clan had invested spirit stones, they naturally expected to see results. Promoting the reputation of the 100 Treasures Pavilion while simultaneously increasing the Wang clan's influence in the vicinity of Clear Stream Market were their primary goals. Yulo's frankness left Zhou Yingxi somewhat unsure of how to respond. The Wang clan seemed to be monopolizing the spotlight, but Wang Yulo's reasoning was perfectly logical and fair. Moreover, he had even agreed to let her play background music for her father's entrance, which left her with no room to argue. If she played it, it might make her and Mu Chuanza look a bit too greedy for attention. If she didn't play it, Zhou Yingxi subconsciously felt that she would be letting her father down. Yulo, something's happened. Come quickly. Wang Rongsheng's voice transmission talisman flew over. Upon hearing the message, Yulo's expression changed drastically. He looked at the equally surprised Zhou Yingxi and said, Fellow Daoist Yingxi, let's stick to the planned schedule. As for Senior Chuanza's background music, you can decide on your own. A minor situation has occurred in the stands. I'll head over first. Leaving Zhou Yingxi standing there blankly, Yulo rushed toward the southern stands. Anyone who has managed large-scale events or projects knows that when an event reaches a certain scale, all kinds of unexpected incidents will inevitably pop up during execution. Various problems you can think of, and plenty you can't, are completely unavoidable simply because there are too many unpredictable factors. What happened? Yulo asked loudly as he noticed a crowd of cultivators surrounding his clan uncle. It's like this, Yulo. These fellow Taoists also want to participate in the competition and want to sign up last minute. But the segments and schedule of our competition are already fixed. With so many temporary registrations, it will throw off our established plans. How do you think we should handle this? Wang Rongsheng had actually already sent a voice transmission to the Patriarch, and the Patriarch's intent was to have Yulo step up and handle the crisis. The old Patriarch's reasoning was very simple. An unpolished jade cannot become a useful vessel. Wang Yulo, go forth and claim your stage. Little fellow Taoist, all of us here have a decent level of skill in talisman crafting, though we didn't necessarily think our skills were enough to win. We knew there was a talisman competition in Clearstream Market, so we just came to take a look, treating it as an opportunity to exchange pointers with fellow Taoists, one of the cultivators explained politely. But after arriving, we found out that even the top 20 will receive rewards, so we figured we might as well participate and give it a try. I wonder if you could make things convenient for us. Everyone here was a respectable cultivator, placed in the mortal realm, any of them could easily rule as kings or ancestors. Since these temporary applicants had explained their reasons clearly, Yulo knew exactly how to handle it. Uncle Rongshan, let's change the format. Today will be the preliminaries, and tomorrow will be the finals. Since these fellow Taoists want to participate, we naturally welcome them. I must ask you to communicate this with the Patriarch. As for those two seniors, well, the Patriarch will handle it, you don't need to worry. Halfway through his sentence, Yulo switched to voice transmission. Hearing Yulo's arrangements, Wang Rongshan nodded repeatedly. Indeed, since people had come to show their support, there was absolutely no reason to turn them away. Following the end of Zhou Yingxi's entrance piece, the Clearstream Market Talisman Master competition officially began. Please welcome Senior Wang Xianmao of the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom to the stage. Zhong Mingyao announced loudly, her voice filled with palpable excitement. This was the biggest stage she had ever stood on in her life, acting as the host in front of thousands of cultivators. For her, everything today was so unforgettable that she would likely remember it for the rest of her days. Before Wang Xianmao even appeared, his voice boomed through the air. Fellow Taoists have traveled from afar. It is the Wang clan's honor that you are all willing to support the competition we are hosting. During tomorrow's finals, I will select 20 fellow Taoists from the audience, and each will be gifted a high-grade Qi refining talisman as a token of our appreciation for your support. Instantly, the entire venue boiled over. 20 high-grade Qi refining talismans. Cui Baihao immediately realized, with so many people from the Redwood sect present, their chances of being drawn were incredibly high. Then, as the entire audience looked toward the source of the voice, Wang Xianmao made his entrance. Wearing a dark green, high-grade spiritual artifact Dharma robe, Wang Xianmao walked out of the VIP room and released the restraint on his spiritual aura. The surging spiritual resonance of the robe spread outward, and those who practiced wood element techniques instantly felt a powerful attraction. With his sickly green skin and dark green robe, Wang Xianmao stepped down from the elevated VIP room of the racetrack. With every single step he took, a green lotus bloomed beneath his feet, a suggestion provided by Wang Yulo. The essence of showing off in public lay in maxing out the prestige factor. Following Patriarch Mengxiang's path to the Golden Core, the Mengxiang lineage was now making its own voice heard within the Red Lantern Illumination sect. As Zhou Yingxi's background music echoed, the Patriarch's exclusive entrance BGM filled the arena. Seeing Wang Xianmao's grand display, the spectators watched in absolute awe. Was this the divine ability and magical power of a seasoned Foundation establishment cultivator? With every step the Patriarch completed, a green lotus remained frozen in the sky. By the time he walked from the edge of the arena to the midair above the center, a heavenly path paved with green lotuses trailed behind him. Wang Xianmao merely raised his left hand lightly and tapped the air a few times. The green lotuses fluttered toward the ground in the center of the arena. Then, under the dual activation of wood element arts and a formation array, a massive wooden platform arena rapidly grew into existence from the floor. Wang Xianmao gracefully landed on the stage and offered a polite bow to the surroundings. In the VIP room, Mu Chuanzi, who also cultivated wood element arts and possessed similar divine abilities, naturally saw right through Wang Xianmao's tricks. His face darkened, and he cursed internally. Xianmao, you really know how to put on an act. You really know how to put on a show. Those green lotuses were entirely a facade. They have no use, absolutely zero practical use. You did that purely to show off. Indeed, every single green lotus beneath Wang Xianmao's feet was purely for show. Though they looked incredibly flashy, resembling the manifestation of some profound divine ability, they were ultimately nothing more than cosmetic flair. They offered visual splendor but absolutely no practical stat improvements. Even so, it was more than enough. As a fellow practitioner of wood element cultivation, Mu Chuanzi, the town guardian cultivator, naturally saw through Wang Xianmao's grandstanding. But could he openly call him out on it? Of course not. They all operated within the same system, unless they reached a point of complete and utter enmity, no one would spark a confrontation over something so trivial. Would Mu Chuanzi be foolish enough to start a feud just because someone else was showing off a bit too much? Hardly. If he were that foolish, he would never have endured the humiliation of being a matrilocal son-in-law for so long. The only reason this town guardian cultivator had achieved his current status was his ability to tolerate what ordinary people could not. Since Mu Chuanzi, the only one capable of exposing the display, remained silent, the other Foundation establishment cultivators present, whose mastery over wood element techniques fell short of Wang Xianmao's, naturally failed to see the truth. To the entire audience, excluding Mu Chuanzi, the Wang clan appeared profoundly enigmatic. When they considered that Patriarch Mengxiang was currently attaining Golden Core, that the Wang clan possessed a Foundation establishment cultivator who was a core disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, and that even the clan's external disciples had reached Foundation establishment, their awe only deepened. Members of certain ancient clans, such as the second elder of the Gu clan who had arrived today, began to take a serious interest in the Wang clan. Inside the VIP lounge, standing between Wu Jinyan and Mu Chuanzi, the second elder of the Gu clan recalled his clan's historical records. The Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom, if I remember correctly, that family has endured for at least 1,000 years. A 1,000-year-old foundation establishment Immortal clan possessed deep roots. In the future, there was a very high probability they would produce a Purple Palace realm cultivator. Considering the situation if Mengxiang achieves the Golden Core realm, yes, I must report this to the Patriarch. Our clan should make every effort to forge a close alliance with the Wang clan. Now, let us welcome our second judge, a core disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, a disciple under the tutelage of perfected man Fu Jiao, and the town guardian cultivator of Clear Stream Market, Senior Mu Chuanzi. As Zhong Ningyao's voice faded, Tang Yanxiu, who was attending to the guests in the VIP lounge, reminded Mu Chuanzi that it was his turn to step forward. Stepping out of the lounge and looking down at the massive crowds filling the spectator stands, Mu Chuanzi recalled Wang Xianmao's recent grand entrance. He leaped forward, activating a divine ability mid-air as his form blurred and reshaped into a white spiritual deer. The spiritual deer bounded through the sky, radiating a vibrant aura of flourishing life. This was Mu Chuanzi's signature divine ability, transform into auspicious deer. In this form, Mu Chuanzi retained no human characteristics whatsoever. His snow-white fur emitted a soft, ethereal glow, and his emerald antlers left faint afterimages in the air. His eyes shone as brilliantly as rubies. While the color red often evoked thoughts of blood and malice, the auspicious deer instead filled everyone who looked upon it with a profound sense of vitality and the warm embrace of nature. Thus, the auspicious deer elegantly descended from the heights toward the center of the arena. However, halfway through his descent, Mu Chuanzi realized something was amiss. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Though he couldn't immediately pinpoint the issue, he felt an undeniable sense of discord. Wait. Zhou Yingxi, why did you stop playing your zither? Mu Chuanzi finally realized what was missing. When Wang Xianmao made his entrance, Zhou Yingxi had provided a beautiful musical backdrop. Yet now, when her own father was stepping onto the stage, she had gone completely silent. In this unspoken battle of grand entrances, the lack of background music meant Mu Chuanzi had already lost a round. Suppressing a surge of irritation, Mu Chuanzi landed beside Wang Xianmao and reverted to his human form. He then began nodding to the surrounding crowd. While Wang Xianmao had offered a polite bow, Mu Chuanzi merely gave a nod. Xianmao, no matter how grandly you display your skills, I will always hold authority over you. It was a meaningless comparison, yet Mu Chuanzi's competitive nature had been thoroughly stoked. However, having just deactivated his deer form, Mu Chuanzi was still in a state of high spiritual arousal. In this condition, his divine sense was temporarily amplified several times over. He couldn't fully control this heightened divine sense. After all, transforming into the auspicious deer drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy and hindered his regular cultivation, so he had never actively practiced controlling the sensory overload that followed. As a result, Mu Chuanzi inadvertently overheard the commentary of the spectators once again. Is he a human or a beast? Hard to say. Probably a demi-human. Did you see his deer whip down there? Ahem, best not to speak loosely, best not to speak loosely. Mu Chuanzi's face turned even greener than Wang Xianmao's. He had intended to use his divine ability to make a majestic impression, so why was the crowd's focus so utterly vulgar? The ones speaking were merely two chi-drawing realm cultivators, insignificant beginners who understood nothing. His reason told him that a grand foundation establishment cultivator shouldn't take the words of such ignorant fools to heart, but his emotions proved far harder to soothe. I am a powerful cultivator wielding a genuine divine ability, broadening your horizons. It is fine if your shallow vision cannot comprehend my strength, you are nothing but short-sighted rabble. But to call me a demi-human. And to actually, enough. If you weren't mere low-level cultivators, I would have Gao Jian execute you both the moment this ends. Failing to outshine Wang Xianmao and being labeled a demi-human left Mu Chuanzi feeling utterly cold inside. Fellow Daoist Mu's divine ability is truly extraordinary, truly remarkable, Wang Xianmao praised politely. After a brief exchange between the two, Wu Jinyan also quietly entered the arena. As the third judge to appear, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Mu Chuanzi was a Purple Mansion disciple and a core disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Wang Xianmao was a foundation establishment cultivator of a grand clan with deep, profound cultivation methods. Wu Jinyan knew he had no right to compete with either of them. Let the preliminary round begin. All talisman masters, please take your places. Under Zhong Ningyao's structured guidance, the competitors took their positions one by one. Before each of them stood a simple, unadorned wooden table. This would be their battlefield for the duration of the event. The format of the Clear Stream Market Talisman Master competition was straightforward. The preliminary round would eliminate half the contestants using basic, fundamental tests. In the subsequent elimination round, the remaining participants would blindly draw topics based on their respective spirit root attributes. Each spirit root category offered multiple choices. After drawing their category, competitors could select the specific talisman they were most proficient in crafting. Since all the participants were currently in the chi refining stage, the types of talismans they created generally aligned with their natural elemental attributes. If a competitor still couldn't find a single talisman they excelled at under such favorable conditions, they naturally deserved to be disqualified. Under the watchful eyes of 3 foundation establishment cultivators, no one dared to attempt any form of cheating. Faced with the preliminary requirement of mass-producing basic spiritual attraction talismans within a strict time limit, the participants began working so intensely that sweat poured from their brows. Many experienced masters had long since forgotten how to draw a basic spiritual attraction talisman on cheap hemp cloth. However, these individuals often possessed the highest fundamental skills, allowing them to rapidly adapt to the constraints of the competition. Furthermore, these elite creators possessed high-quality talisman brushes and extensive experience. Though they started slowly, they quickly accelerated to make up for lost time, producing exceptionally high-quality spiritual attraction talismans in the process. For the competitors, there was no secret shortcut to victory, they simply had to produce as many high-quality pieces as possible within the tight window. Ultimately, scores would be awarded based on the quality of the talismans produced, and the bottom half of the leaderboard would be eliminated. The spiritual attraction talisman served as the foundation for the vast majority of advanced talismans. Only by mastering it could one truly become an exceptional talisman master. In this regard, the structure of the preliminary round was entirely fair and practical. Watching the competitors write furiously upon the yellow hemp cloth, Zhou Yingxi expressed her admiration. Your Wang clan truly possesses remarkable foresight. By structuring the competition this way, you avoid wasting valuable spirit stones while immediately exposing the true skill levels of the participants. Hemp cloth could be manufactured easily by mortals. Because its texture was relatively coarse, it served as an excellent medium for honing one's brushwork, making it widely used by teachers training apprentice talisman masters and weaponsmiths. We save where we can and spend where it matters. The grand rewards are reserved for the final victors, so there is no need to waste spirit stones on the preliminaries. Once we reach the semi-finals, our clan will provide the appropriate spiritual materials, Yulo explained with a smile. Having generated such immense public momentum, they couldn't afford to start with a bang and end with a whimper. It was clear that every single phase and procedure of the Talisman Master competition had been meticulously planned and thoroughly optimized. The preliminary rounds concluded quickly, with only the scoring and ranking process causing a slight delay. However, for the audience members who had been sitting all morning, watching the concubine dance troupe perform, witnessing the spirit horse racing, listening to musical recitals, and observing displays of divine abilities, they also welcomed the break. The sheer variety of entertainment at the Clearstream Market Talisman Master competition was dizzying, leaving everyone thoroughly enthralled. In terms of pure excitement, this was far more captivating than conventional theater or simple song and dance. Good heavens, every single one of Gao Jian's dozen or so concubines at the Qi induction and Qi refining stages was as beautiful as a flower, radiantly dressed, blooming so exquisitely that their smiles could dissolve old grudges and end deep animosities. Following them was the horse racing exhibition. The grand promises painted by Yang Qi held far too much allure for those miscellaneous demon realm steeds, and they practically exerted the greatest effort of their lives to secure a better result. Next came the 7-string zither recital by the town guardian cultivator's daughter. Although quite a few traditional, old-fashioned fellows believed that Zhou Yingxi's public appearance was unbecoming of a young lady from a great clan, the rogue cultivators all declared it beautiful, loved watching it, and wanted to see more. The most explosive moment undoubtedly belonged to Wang Xianmao's grand entrance. Under Yulo's precise planning, the old patriarch's visual and audio special effects were turned up to the absolute maximum. Utilizing deeply aesthetic azure lotuses and a magnificent, luxurious Dharma robe, he showed those green rogue cultivators what a true divine ability looked like, and what it meant to be a seasoned foundation establishment cultivator. Of course, Senior Mu Chuan's transformation into a white stag was also incredibly impressive, but to the country bumpkins present, the divine ability of this Purple Mansion disciple was simply too detached from their reality. Mu Chuan's thought, detached. Fellow Taoist, come, stand right in front of me and say that again. I promise I won't strike you. Right, little Gao? Naturally, when it came to bad luck and legendary status, the most prominent figure of the morning session of the Talisman Master competition was Gao Jian. Things like Gao Jian's tyrannical oppression of Clearstream Market found absolutely no market today, no one wanted to think about such things. Compared to harsh realities, people preferred to pretend that nothing cruel existed and instead discuss topics that brought them amusement and joy. Indeed, if one wished to pursue cultivation, one had to walk through a hellish cage. So many things could not be changed, so why not find some happiness? Thus, everyone harmoniously discussed topics like, which of Gao Jian's concubines is the most .. Gao Jian violently beats Senior Wu, turns around and delivers 50,000 spirit stones as emotional compensation, Gao Jian's concubines actually live in the town guardian cultivator's manor, and, standing outside the door listening to the town guardian cultivator teaching his concubine Dao techniques on Gao Jian's wedding day. Of course, those who discussed the relationship between Gao Jian's concubines and the town guardian cultivator were swiftly detained by the cultivators of the Clearstream Market Security Patrol. Gao Jian thought, you can make up stories about me, but you absolutely cannot make up stories about my master, loyalty. In the afternoon, the elimination stage of the Talisman Master competition commenced. The 87 Talisman Masters were divided into 5 lines according to their spirit root attributes. The first step, blindly drawing topics. The topics were all blind choices corresponding to their spirit roots. The Talisman Masters could select one from various types of talismans listed on the prompt, using their most proficient talisman for the competition to perform the creation. The Wang clan had invested heavily in this phase, spending upwards of 2,000 spirit stones. Each talisman master would receive 2 sets of materials. After creating 2 talismans, they would submit the one of superior quality for evaluation. During this elimination round, the 3 Foundation establishment seniors serving as judges would assess which talisman masters would remain and which would be eliminated. Yuan's mother, Chen Luan, possessed water, metal, and earth spirit roots, but she was most proficient in water techniques. This was hardly surprising. Being born under the Red Lantern Illumination sect, if a rogue cultivator did not practice water techniques, would they practice fire techniques? If you practiced water techniques and encountered someone from the Red Lantern Illumination sect, you could still trade a few blows. If you practiced fire techniques and encountered someone from the Red Lantern Illumination sect, they would utilize their secret sect arts where fire techniques reign supreme, roasting you as easily as a duck. Yuan's maternal grandfather had been an old chi refining cultivator with deep mastery over water techniques. Chen Luan had inherited her father's accomplishments in water techniques, and her skill with water-attributed talismans was considered top tier even among the Wang clan's talisman masters. Standing before the drawing platform, Chen Luan suppressed the urge to look at the patriarch and extended her hand into the box containing the blind topics. Logically speaking, if one were daring enough, they could use their divine sense to inspect the contents and choose a topic containing a talisman they were most familiar with. However, with 3 Foundation establishment cultivators sitting directly ahead, generally no one possessed that kind of audacity. The talisman masters present clearly had not lived long enough and still wished to survive for a few more years. Drawing a piece of yellow hemp paper, Chen Luan looked at it and discovered that out of the 4 listed talismans, 2 were ones she excelled at creating. This was the art of reasonably giving a slight advantage to Wang clan talisman masters. The 3 participating Wang clan talisman masters each focused on different spirit roots. Within the topics corresponding to those spirit roots, every single prompt included at least one talisman they were highly proficient in. In this manner, they could ensure their steady advancement into the finals without entirely compromising fairness. After all, among the 3 judges, only one was their own person. Even if Wang Xianmao truly wished to manipulate the results, it would be difficult to do so overtly without losing face. Seeing that all the talisman masters had finished drawing their topics, Zhong Ningyao spoke up. Please proceed to your respective talisman creation tables and prepare. This elimination round will not provide corresponding spiritual energy for the creation process, so please take note during your crafting. Once the respective materials are fully distributed, you will have 15 minutes of preparation time. Please keep your hands behind your backs. During the preparation time, you may utilize your divine sense to examine the materials. If you discover any defects, please report them immediately. Professional. Unquestionably professional. This was the strongest impression felt by all the participants at this moment. Many among them knew the talisman masters of the Wang clan and had originally assumed that since the Wang clan's people were participating, certain rankings would already be predetermined. They did not consider this to be underhanded manipulation either. In the minds of most people, since the Wang clan organized the competition, even if they reserved the top 3 positions for their own people, it was perfectly natural and nothing out of the ordinary. This era was simply like this. Even cultivators like Zhou Liangzhua could become disciples of a Purple Mansion master. Great sects and grand clans would always suppress outsiders and favor their own at any given time. It had always been so. Yet at the Wang clan's Clear Stream Market Talisman Master competition, many cultivators and participating talisman masters saw a distinct and unfamiliar concept for the very first time. This concept was called fairness. Perhaps you do not hail from a grand clan, but we do not look at your lineage. Perhaps the types of talismans you know are few, but we grant you multiple options to choose from. Perhaps you lack confidence in yourself, but we will at least provide you with a platform to participate. Fellow Taoist, strive with all your might. You might not become the proudest, victorious lobster. But here, you stand a chance. You have a chance to achieve an excellent score and attain the honor of being a victor in the Clear Stream Market Talisman Master competition held by the Wang clan. This achievement is very small. It cannot help you achieve foundation establishment, it cannot raise your cultivation base, and it cannot guarantee your absolute safety. The Wang clan cannot provide those things. But this achievement is also very grand. If, just if, you manage to become that victor. Fellow Taoist, you can establish your livelihood, gain far more possibilities, and possess the opportunity to walk toward the place you yearn for. Chen Luan's 4 choices for the topic were the torrent technique, the water ring technique, the poison mist technique, and the fire containment technique. She specialized in crafting the torrent technique and the poison mist technique. The former was an offensive water attribute spell, while the latter was an auxiliary water attribute spell used for control and interference. Of these 2, she refined the former to earn spirit stones, and the latter specifically for the cultivators of the Wang clan, which was always in short supply. The requirements for making a torrent talisman were relatively low, and the materials used were cheap. When Chen Luan made it, she could easily display her best standard. Because the upper limit of this spell was too low, as a water attribute offensive spell for the chi refining stage, the torrent talisman was mostly used for specialized situational attacks. If one truly wanted to rely on it to win a duel, it would be quite difficult, though not impossible. However, after considering it for a moment, Chen Luan still chose the poison mist talisman. Brother, look, that's my mother. My mother will definitely advance. Even though Yuan was already a big lad of 23, in front of his eldest brother, he would always be the younger brother. Seeing Yuan so full of anticipation, Yulo replied with a smile. Aunt Chen's talisman-making standard is top tier even within the Wang clan. If she can't even manage to advance, our Wang clan would never have passed down its heritage to this day. Zhou Yingxi, however, was somewhat surprised. Chen Luwan looked far too ordinary. That female cultivator wearing the blue training robes is Yuan's mother. Although a talisman master was not a favored elite profession like an artificer or a pill refiner, they usually lived quite a comfortable life. After all, when cultivators traveled the cultivation world, they could never do without useful talismans. Even for cultivators with a high level of skill, the types of talismans they could produce were relatively limited, which meant the talisman market was always highly active. But Chen Luwan's appearance among the crowd of talisman masters clad in luxurious magical robes who had entered the advancement tournament phase seemed too low profile, even a bit inconspicuous. To put it bluntly, she looked impoverished. Yes. Yulo gave Zhou Yingxi a calm glance, saying nothing more. Yet for some reason, Zhou Yingxi obediently closed her mouth. The gaze Wang Yulo had just given her carried a hint of warning, do not ask. Begin. Everyone has 1 hour, so you may take your time to craft. Your opponents are all the finest talisman masters, so you must take this seriously. Otherwise, you will not be able to win. As soon as Zhong Ningyao's words fell, Chen Luwan swiftly began processing the materials in front of her. Was the poison mist technique difficult? It was, and the poison mist talisman was even more difficult. Just in terms of the materials alone, it required the use of spirit fish skin. In a place like the Red Lantern Illumination sect where fire techniques flourished, this item was incredibly expensive. Aside from the rare and hard-to-process materials, another difficulty of the poison mist talisman lay in the poison mist it contained. Poison mist, as the name implied, was toxic. And what the talisman master faced was not the mist itself, but the raw toxic liquids and poisonous powders, which were far more potent than the resulting mist. The final difficulty of the poison mist talisman lay in grasping the toxicity and the drawing rhythm during the inscription. Different poisons had different properties, some dispersed rapidly, while others tended to cluster. If the talisman master failed to pay attention to the differences in poison types and the requirements of the drawing process, they would create a defective poison mist talisman. As for the types of defects, there were many, and some would even knock out the user first when deployed. As a talisman master proficient in the poison mist talisman, those aforementioned difficulties existed for Chen Luwan as well, and every single step required her utmost caution. Under Yuan's tense gaze, his mother stood calmly before the talisman crafting table, handling the spiritual materials and toxic fluids with fluid grace. After half a quarter of an hour, Chen Luwan smoothly completed her first poison mist talisman, and the overall completion level was exceptionally high. With her experience, she didn't even need to test it to be certain that this talisman, crafted from spirit fish skin, could easily unleash the poison mist technique. Great! My mother succeeded. Brother, look, my mother succeeded, ha ha ha. Yulo pressed down his excited younger brother and said, don't be impatient. Aunt Chen is still studying the materials in her hands, it seems she has a new plan. Chen Luwan certainly had a new plan. She hadn't forgotten Zhong Ningyao's reminder, your opponents are all the finest talisman masters. She had just scanned her surroundings and found that more than half of the participants had already finished crafting their first talisman, and those who hadn't were fast approaching completion. If her creation was merely highly difficult and of excellent quality, she might still be eliminated by these opponents. Therefore, she thought of a special kind of poison mist talisman. Poisons could be combined. Naturally, a poison mist talisman could also accommodate multiple poisons, thereby enhancing the power of the toxic mist and increasing the difficulty for enemies to neutralize it. Among the materials provided to her by the competition, there were 3 different kinds of poison. Heart-burning python venom, this poison was an animal toxin produced from the fangs of the demonic beast, the heart-burning python. It was in liquid form, and its effect was very straightforward. The victim would feel as if a raging fire was burning their heart, which would disrupt all of their movements and capabilities, thereby achieving the effect of the poison mist technique. Light yellow powder stone poison, this poison was made by grinding light yellow stone into a powder, classifying it as a mineral poison. Its effect was the most overbearing, specifically targeting a person's eyes. The victim would go blind and feel dizzy. If both sides in a duel were of equal strength, as long as this poison hit its mark, the victim would undoubtedly perish. Rat fragrance grass herbal poison, this poison was ground from the roots and stems of the rat fragrance grass, also in powder form. Its effect was not very pronounced, but its persistence was extremely strong. The victim would feel weak and limp all over, which didn't heavily impact combat, but the victim's scent would be tracked by fragrance-sensing rats, making it difficult to fade even if they fled for 10 days and 10 nights. After careful consideration, Chen Luwan decided to abandon the heart-burning python venom and only use the light yellow powder stone poison and the rat fragrance grass herbal poison as the toxic seeds to craft another special poison mist talisman. Because the liquid heart-burning python venom did not mix well with the other 2 powdered toxins. If put together, the final effect might actually be inferior to using just the 2 powdered poisons. With a clear path in mind, Chen Luwan moved nimbly. The rules of the advancement tournament were simple, everyone had 2 sets of spiritual materials and could draw 2 talismans, then select the better one to be submitted for evaluation. Just moments ago, Chen Luwan had already drawn an excellent, fine-grade poison mist talisman, the kind that would sell for at least 50 spirit stones in the 100 treasures pavilion. Poison mist talismans were just that useful. Having warmed up with 1 talisman, Chen Luwan was confident that she could perfectly master the light yellow powder and the rat fragrance grass powder, allowing them to achieve a flawless fusion. My mother she wants to use multiple toxins to create a poison mist talisman. Brother, my mother is still so incredible. Yuan said very proudly. Indeed, Aunt Chen has the strength to rank at least in the top 10. Nonsense, my mother must be number 1. Zhou Yingxi shook her head. She had never seen her own mother, nor did she like her father. She could not comprehend the deep value the brothers Yulo and Yuan placed on family affection. Boom! On the tournament field, a purple flame talisman crafted by one of the talisman masters exploded. Just as the audience cried out in surprise, Yulo instantly sensed that something was wrong. Chen Luwan closed her eyes. Just now, while she was handling the light yellow powder, an explosion had occurred on the talisman crafting table behind her. The light yellow powder was caught in the aftershock of the explosion, splashing directly into her eyes. Tears flowed uncontrollably, a subconscious reflex of the human tear ducts trying to expel a foreign object. But what had entered Chen Luwan's eyes this time was no ordinary foreign object, it was the light yellow powder poison. The victim would go blind and feel dizzy. Fate was not kind to this mother. She possessed the strength to rank at least in the top 10, but it seemed she could only stop here at the advancement tournament. Pain. It hurt so much. It was a throbbing, sour ache. It started around her eyes, then spread until her entire head was filled with agony. The ache pierced straight to the bone, making her instinctively want to sit down and cradle her head in her hands. But if she did that, she wouldn't be able to continue the competition. The pain seemed to come from nowhere, yet it consumed her entire mind, freezing her senses and awareness. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Chen Luwan's eyes. However, as an experienced talisman master, her very first thought was that her tears would ruin the materials on the talisman table. I can't let them drip onto the materials. I still have a chance. I still have a chance to win. I can't let them drip down. And so, she forced her upper body backward, keeping her tears far away from the materials on the talisman table. Mother. Noticing his mother's harrowing situation, Yuan cried out in agonizing worry, startling Zhou Yingxi beside him. Wang Yulo, who was standing nearby, didn't flinch. His expression was incredibly grave, and his heart sank heavily, plunging straight into a dark abyss. Auntie Chen was a wonderful elder. Back when he and Yuan were studying at the clan school, whenever Yuan's family had something delicious, Auntie Chen would always remind Yuan to bring some to Yulo. That scoundrel Wang Yuan had been quite the glutton as a child. When Auntie Chen told him to give Yulo 2 fresh peaches, Wang Yuan would end up eating 1.5 himself, leaving only half a peach for Yulo. Of course, as Yuan grew older and more sensible, he stopped doing such things. The deep bond between the two brothers had been forged step by step since those early days. Therefore, seeing Auntie Chen's eyes blinded by the light yellow stone powder, it wasn't just Yuan who was anxious, Yulo's heart was burning with worry as well. Down in the arena, the mother naturally heard her child's cry. How could a mother ever miss the anxious voice of her own child? She could always hear it. She had always heard it. From the moment a child was born crying into the world to the time they grew up, all a mother ever looked forward to was the child coming home safely every day and saying, "Mom, I'm hungry." Yet, even though Yuan's cry was filled with such panic, Chen Luwan's hands remained steady. They were just as steady as they had been before she was poisoned. She hadn't given up yet. The pain of the light yellow powder pierced her very soul, but she still wanted to win. She wanted to advance, to claim the winner's reward. She wanted to win that talisman brush spiritual artifact. As Foundation Establishment cultivators, the 3 judges naturally noticed Chen Luwan's condition immediately. At first, Wang Xianmao intended to step down and rescue this junior of his clan who had been poisoned. But Chen Luwan's actions made the patriarch realize that this young woman still wanted to continue the competition. Daoist Xianmao? Wu Jinyan asked in confusion, noticing that Wang Xianmao had shifted slightly but then stopped. It is fine. Let us watch. Wang Xianmao sat back down, closed his eyes, and carefully used his divine sense to observe Chen Luwan's situation. Little Wan, hold on. You can do this. When a clan junior encountered a trial and wanted to overcome it themselves, Wang Xianmao would not lightly intervene. It was never a good thing for elders to overmanage, but he wouldn't completely ignore it either. If Chen Luwan's condition worsened, Wang Xianmao would undoubtedly step in at the very first moment. Mu Changza frowned slightly but said nothing. The Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom was truly extraordinary, even a random clan member possessed such resilience. But how could she not be resilient? A woman is weak by nature, but a mother is strong. As a cultivator mother, Chen Luwan was naturally unbreakable. Mother. Stop writing. Hurry up and treat your injuries. Yuan roared from the sidelines. Many cultivators turned to look at him, but he was completely oblivious to them. His big brother had taught him that the opinions and views of others were total garbage, even worse than garbage. Yuan didn't care how the surrounding cultivators judged his rashness, he only wished for his mother to stop and tend to her wounds immediately. Yuan's thoughts were simple. Mother, forget about the competition. You're still a talisman master of the Wang family. We don't need to compete anymore. Yet, Chen Luwan's movements never stopped. Silly child, how could I stop competing? Your mother doesn't know many things, but fortunately, I have some skill in making talismans. This is a family secret passed down to me by your grandfather. Our Chen family line may have ended with me, but this secret technique will not die. Because this was the very reliance your grandfather used to establish himself in the world. By relying on it, your grandfather became an external guest elder for the Wang family. I relied on it too to become a well-known talisman master in the Wang family and found a wonderful husband in your father. It's not that I just want to win, I must win. This is what I am most proud of in my life. If I don't win, I will never be at peace. As a high-level chi refining cultivator, Chen Luan could use her divine sense to help maintain her talisman crafting movements even though she was temporarily blinded. She only needed to overcome the pain, and she could continue drawing the toxic mist talisman. However, the effects of the light yellow powder were potent enough to easily decide a magical combat between two equal opponents. If one was afflicted by this poison during a spiritual duel, death was practically guaranteed. No one could comprehend what it took to withstand such agony. Because it was simply too difficult, far too difficult. No one knew how Chen Luan was enduring it. Perhaps she was thinking of her husband, who was preparing for foundation establishment. Wang Rongwen might not succeed in his foundation establishment on the first try, he would need her support. Perhaps she was thinking of her son, whose talent was better than Yulo's, but whose temperament fell far short of Yulo's. She thought about how Yuan's future path might not be easy to walk. In short, supported by her obsession and her love, this mother held on, step by step, continuing her talisman-making movements. The toxicity of the light yellow powder was incredibly fierce, having brought down countless cultivators, yet at this moment, it could do absolutely nothing against this great mother. What does the pain you bring even matter? Physical pain has a limit. Living in this cultivation world that feels like a cage, the pain in my heart when I am awake is infinite. The grand cultivators had turned the world into a cage. A child like Yuan could cultivate for 10 years and still not match a single year of Zhou Yingxi cultivating inside a grotto heaven. If she didn't have a child, Chen Luan might have accepted this cruel world. For the young girl she once was, becoming a chi refining cultivator and living for 180 years would have been enough. Faced with a hopeless world, Wang Yulo could accept becoming a flawed purple palace cultivator, because even a flawed purple palace cultivator could live for over 700 years. Yulo could accept that. But Chen Luan refused to accept it. This mother was greedy, she wanted her child to become an immortal. Light yellow powder, did you think you were formidable? No, you are nothing. The mother's heart screamed inside her. She pushed past the hellish pain and crossed the bitter sea of sensory deprivation. She wrote furiously with her brush, carving out her own path stroke by stroke, carving out her child's path. The grand cultivators had locked away the heavens and the earth, establishing a cage, and she could accept becoming the price for it. But Chen Luan was unwilling. But Chen Luan refused to accept it. Chen Luan refused to accept her child becoming the price. I will secure a better rank. I will become the victor. I will help my child walk a little further. Just a little further, a little further. Even further. I will make sure his path isn't so difficult. This mother was greedy. She wanted her child to become an immortal, she wanted Wang Yuan to leave this boundless sea of suffering. She wanted him to become an immortal venerable who would never be bullied again, someone whom no one could ever turn into a mere price to be paid. The pain made her long for it even more, and that longing drove her to grip the brush tightly in her hand, as if that talisman brush could truly help her change her fate, help change her child's fate. But the cruelty of destiny lay in the fact that it never easily smiled upon rebels. The essence of rebellion lay in brave action, not in how loudly one could scream. Just as Chen Luan was about to finish drawing her second toxic mist talisman, the bone brush snapped under the sheer force of her desperation. Success failed at the final step, and a surge of chaotic vital energy rushed to her chest. Amidst Yuan's sorrowful cry, his mother, who had dared to challenge an unjust fate, collapsed. Before Chen Luan could even fall, Wang Xianmao had already appeared behind her. The old patriarch extended his arms, gently catching her body. Thanks to Yuan's shouting, the audience in the racetrack had long since realized what had happened. Seeing this resilient mother collapse, even the cultivators with the most steadfast Dao hearts could not help but feel a tinge of regret. People always hope to see heroes overcome trials and tribulations to achieve success, and always wish that those of their own kind caught in dire straits could break free. This had nothing to do with one's stance, but was simply human empathy at work, except for those with antisocial personalities. Wang Xianmao sent a divine sense transmission to Yuan, telling him not to worry, and then began using spells to examine Chen Luan's injuries. After confirming that the injury was not severe and that her mental energy had merely been depleted from resisting the light yellow powder poison, the patriarch pondered for a moment. He first rinsed Chen Luan's poisoned eyes with spiritual water, then took out several spiritual herbs and a detoxifying pill from his storage bag, using spiritual power to suspend them in midair. He lit a spiritual fire red candle, a specialty of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, and drew upon the candle's flame. By now, no one was watching the talisman masters draw their talismans anymore. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of spectators, Wang Xianmao performed a live demonstration of alchemy, utilizing the highly advanced core embracing method. Using the original detoxifying pill as a foundation, he integrated other herbs specifically meant for neutralizing stone poison, clearing eyesight, and nourishing the mind, forming a brand new precious elixir over the original pill. The medicinal efficacy of the original detoxifying pill could not perfectly merge with the newly added layers, but perfect fusion was not actually necessary. As long as it was functional, the purpose of this makeshift alchemy was to provide timely treatment. A timely standard treatment was far more effective than the greatest efforts applied too late. After placing the precious elixir into Chen Luan's mouth, it took less than half a cup of tea's time for this mother, who had collapsed from a sudden surge of grief and anger, to slowly wake up. Patriarch. Alright, Luan, go down and rest first. Yuan, come and help your mother back to rest. Wang Yuan walked onto the arena and supported Chen Luan as they walked away. Under the supervision of the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators, the evaluation phase of the qualifiers proceeded without any further incidents. Householder Redbrow and Chen Luan both successfully advanced to the finals. However, for Yulo, who was organizing this competition, he had gained another valuable piece of experience. Next time, he needed to place the Talisman Masters much further apart. The finals of the Talisman Master competition will be held right here tomorrow morning. At the same time, the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom will randomly select 20 fellow Taoists from the audience, and each will be gifted a high-grade Qi refining talisman. Please do not arrive too late, everyone. If you come late, there might not be any seats left in the racetrack stands. Zhong Ningyao actually felt a bit of heartache over the Wang family's generosity. 20 high-grade talismans. In her opinion, giving away 10 would have been more than enough. However, both Wang Yulo and Wang Xianmao were leaders who never lacked a grand vision. They naturally understood that since they had already spent so much on the major expenses, there was no need to skimp on the minor details. For the competition, tomorrow's finals were the crucial part. But because the tournament format had been changed on short notice, if the audience thinned out during tomorrow's finals, the Wang family's massive promotional campaign to raise their prestige might start with a bang and end with a whimper. Losing the greater picture for minor savings was something they had to guard against. Compared to the prestige the Wang family stood to gain, 20 high-grade Qi refining talismans were nothing but a drop in the bucket. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. That evening, at Fortune Source residence, Wang Yuan was kicked out of the room by Chen Luan. Your mother is only injured, it's not like I'm lying here drawing my last breath. Standing by my bed like that is disrupting my rest. Chen Luan was actually in a calm state of mind. After all, the quality of her first toxic mist talisman had been extremely high. At the time, she had chosen the more difficult option between the rushing torrent technique and the toxic mist talisman, but many others did not share her confidence. Thus, even though she had failed to complete her second drawing, she still successfully advanced to the finals. Wang Xianmao had not shown any favoritism, especially since Chen Luan was the focus of the entire audience's attention. Talisman masters generally kept many talisman brushes on hand. Just like how most web novel writers used multiple keyboards or even multiple computers, a talisman brush was something where muscle memory mattered most, and it was always better to have spares. Therefore, even though one had snapped, Chen Luan still had backups available, which were sufficient to help her continue competing in tomorrow's finals. The poison from the light yellow powder certainly had an effect, such as her swollen eyes. However, as a cultivator, Chen Luan possessed strong recovery capabilities and a resilient nature. She did not believe that today's minor mishap would affect her performance in tomorrow's match. Of course, with the goal of achieving a better result in mind, she still needed to practice a bit beforehand. So, this annoying pest of a son whose filial piety was overflowing had to be driven away. How is Aunt Luan's injury? Seeing Yuan walk in with a dejected expression, Yulo, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, opened his eyes and asked. She said she's fine and told me not to waste her time while she prepares for tomorrow's competition. That's good, that's good. A cultivator's injuries healed very quickly, especially when they received prompt medical attention. Even an injury like Wang Rongyuan's, where he lost half a shoulder, could be managed without hindering his foundation establishment. The light yellow powder poison Chen Luan suffered would only cause temporary blindness, and after receiving proper treatment from the patriarch, it was no longer a major issue. Say, what kind of rank do you think my mother can get? Wang Yuan was in no mood to cultivate either. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and after a long while, turned around to ask Yulo. Hard to say. Brother, you always love to brush people off with hard to say. Just give me a straight answer for once. Having spent so much time with Yulo, Yuan was well acquainted with his brother's habits. He knew that his profound and calculating elder brother definitely had a clear estimate in mind. The top 10, didn't I mention that before? Yulo's lips remained as tightly sealed as if he had practiced a silence vow. He had answered, but it was practically the same as saying nothing at all. For the final round of the Talisman Master competition, only 30 competitors remained. Theoretically, 20 out of the 30 were guaranteed to emerge as winners and receive the prizes provided by the Wang family. It did not seem too difficult, but every Talisman Master who had truly made it to the finals knew that this 2 out of 3 ratio marked the moment of greatest competitive pressure. The first round weeded out the amateurs, the second round weeded out those who were merely average, and the third round selected only the absolute best. The final battle had begun, and every single one of them was an expert. Today, we have prepared 5-colored purple haze Qi to serve as the spiritual energy. Fellow Taoists, you are free to craft any high-grade Qi refining talisman you choose. For the sake of fairness, the spiritual energy for the talismans will uniformly utilize the 5-colored purple haze Qi. In the end, specific rankings will be determined based on a comprehensive evaluation of the talisman's difficulty, effects, power, and practical value. 5-colored purple haze Qi. Looking at the 5 large glass jars that were as tall as a person in the center of the arena, many rogue cultivators felt a wave of emotion in their hearts. The Wang family was truly overbearing, providing spiritual energy directly for the talisman masters to use. Qi refining revolved around utilizing energy, and different types of spiritual energy possessed distinct traits, giving rise to all sorts of varied Qi refining cultivators. The 5-colored purple haze chi was similar to the 5-rhyme earth vein chi and the 5 spirits monster absorbing chi. They were all among the easiest to cultivate and offered the smoothest path to reaching foundation establishment. The terms 5-colored, 5-rhyme, and 5 spirits corresponded to the 5 different spiritual roots, ensuring that any cultivator could find a variation within these energies that suited their own cultivation. While their destructive power wasn't particularly outstanding, one could not deny how advantageous they were for achieving foundation establishment, and continuing one's practice after reaching that realm was equally convenient. Mu Changza had once cultivated the 5 spirits monster absorbing chi. Back in the day, he had fought his way out from the West Sea. The contestants were allowed to freely create high-grade chi refining talismans, but their spiritual energy was strictly limited to the most common 5-colored purple haze chi. This arrangement by the Wang clan was exceptionally clever. Many chi refining cultivators who practiced unique cultivation methods possessed distinct types of spiritual energy and specialized secret inheritances. If they were allowed to use their own specialized energy and secret techniques to craft complete, high-grade chi refining talismans, they would easily gain an advantage in the competition. However, forcing everyone to rely solely on the ordinary 5-colored purple haze chi leveled the playing field, completely neutralizing their specialized advantages or even turning them into disadvantages. With free choice of talisman type, materials provided by oneself, and strictly restricted spiritual energy, if the Wang clan talisman makers who received the prompt in advance still failed to secure a good ranking, Wang Yulo would have nothing left to say. As a master of the artificing path, Householder Redbrow possessed an exceptionally high level of talisman crafting skill. He immediately drew 2 streams of spiritual energy from the glass bottles containing the gold and red variants of the purple haze chi. His dual gold and fire spirit roots were the very foundation that allowed him to become a master of the fire method metal stone artificing path. The talisman he intended to craft was the branding iron golden fire talisman. This technique utilized spiritual metal as a base to engrave the secret technique known as the branding iron golden fire art onto the spiritual materials. Though this talisman was expensive to produce, it unleashed a dual assault of both an artifact and a spell when activated. Used correctly during magical combat, it could directly influence the outcome of a battle. Seeing that Householder Redbrow and the others had already begun, Chen Luan did not dare to delay. Drawing the water blue and green variants of the purple haze chi, she commenced her final challenge. It was safe to say that none of the talisman makers who made it to the finals intended to give up. Under the criteria of free creation and comprehensive evaluation, they had tacitly chosen to aim for the absolute highest tier of chi refining talismans within their mastery. A chi refining cultivator could usually cultivate only one type of spiritual energy, but through specific methods, they could utilize different types of spiritual energy to cast spells. This involved secret inheritances. Similarly, a talisman master could utilize multiple types of spiritual energy to craft specialized, top-tier chi refining talismans. The branding iron golden fire talisman was created through the branding iron golden fire art, a secret technique derived from the standard golden fire art. Meanwhile, Chen Luan selected the water blue and green purple haze chi because she intended to craft the clouds and rain transform spring talisman, a secret technique unique to the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom. This technique was derived from the basic clouds and rain art and functioned as a supportive enhancement spell. Once the clouds and rain transform spring talisman was activated, the surrounding water and wood spiritual energy would temporarily become highly active, thereby amplifying the power and efficacy of any water or wood attribute spells cast by the cultivator. In terms of practical utility, Householder Redbrow's branding iron golden fire talisman and Chen Luan's clouds and rain transform spring talisman were completely different, but they shared 2 common traits: both were incredibly difficult to create, and both were exceptionally expensive. Standing beside Wang Yulo, Zhong Ningyao nodded repeatedly as she listened to his instructions. Finally, Yulo pointed toward the VIP lounge and added a few more details. With that, Zhong Ningyao turned and walked onto the stage located right above the racetrack preparation area. Fellow Taoists, the talismans being crafted in the finals are far more difficult than before. Therefore, why don't we use this time to hold a thrilling lucky draw? As Zhong Ningyao organized the raffle, Zhou Yingxi, who was sitting with Yulo to watch the competition, expressed some concern. With such a massive commotion from your lucky draw, won't the noise in the racetrack affect the talisman masters during their competition? Yulo genuinely hadn't considered this issue, as he couldn't possibly anticipate every single detail perfectly. However, after a brief moment of thought, Yulo offered his perspective. Daoist friend Yingxi, your perspective is from the standpoint of the talisman masters, which sounds perfectly reasonable. But to the audience and to us, the organizers of this event, it actually doesn't matter who wins. The audience just wants to enjoy the excitement and wait for the lucky draw to win some talismans. Whichever master wins, the crowd will accept it. As for our Wang clan, if a cultivator is genuinely distracted by this noise, it only proves that their cultivation is lacking and their talisman-making skills aren't stable enough. The female cultivator behind the veil paused slightly, asking instinctively, it doesn't matter who wins. But holding such a massive competition costs a fortune. If it's only to raise the reputation of 100 Treasures Pavilion, isn't that a bit of a loss? Wang Yulo nodded, intentionally contorting his face into a pained expression as he replied, exactly, it's a massive loss. So, about your appearance fee of 1,000 spirit stones, do you think you could give me a small discount? Ha ha ha. Seeing that Zhou Yingxi's eyebrows were about to knit together in irritation, Wang Yulo stopped teasing her, laughing heartily as he transitioned into a serious explanation. Through this competition, the racetrack can be further revitalized, and the reputation of the 100 Treasures Pavilion will soar. Furthermore, our Wang clan needs to present itself to the world in a completely new light. Since we have the opportunity to achieve these gains, spending a few spirit stones is entirely worth it. Zhou Yingxi nodded and fell silent, though her mind immediately drifted to the matters concerning the Red Lantern Illumination sect. In her view, the Wang clan was undoubtedly dedicating their entire family's resources to support Meng Xiang's attempt at attaining Golden Core. Otherwise, Sect Master Huang Qiushan wouldn't have helped the Wang clan recover their losses under the guise of sect rewards. Consequently, it was highly anticipated that the Wang clan would possess at least 5 or more foundation establishment cultivators in the near future. This perfectly aligned with Wang Yulo's words, connecting all the pieces seamlessly. The Mengxiang faction was currently expanding, while the Zhou family was gradually growing unstable amidst the changing winds. Zhou Yingxi thought of her estranged clan uncle, Zhou Liangzhuo, a man who hardly lived up to his name. Suddenly, she looked up toward the center of the arena and noticed Wang Xianmao and Wu Jinyan chatting merrily. This old patriarch of the Wang family had friends spread across the Immortal Alliance, the Red Lantern Illumination sect, Wondrous Peak Mountain, and Drip Drop Cave. He truly understood the art of bringing people together. The bright eyes behind her veil dimmed slightly as Zhou Yingxi gathered her thoughts and took a deep breath. Even if Meng Xiang successfully became a Golden Core cultivator, there was nothing to fear. The ancestor had already stated that if that dog Meng Xiang pushed them too far, the Zhou family would simply pack up and join a different sect. Up in the spectator stands, the Red Tree sect's master, Cui Baihao, couldn't close his mouth from smiling as he received a high-grade Qi refining talisman treasure box from his disciple. Opening the box, which looked almost identical to the blind boxes from the 100 Treasures Pavilion, a mist wave art talisman crafted with a spiritual wood base lay quietly at the bottom. Using spiritual wood to craft a talisman, utilizing the wood property to sustain water spells. Indeed, the Wang clan truly knows how to rake in spirit stones. Hearing his sect master's lament, Du Zhongnian agreed completely. This talisman sells for a high price, but its production cost is also steep. However, water attribute talismans are simply too popular. Even so, our Red Tree sect's 9th grade redwood possesses both wood and fire properties, making it an excellent base material for fire attribute talismans. We simply lack a truly skilled talisman master. Although there were many talisman masters participating in the Clearstream Market Talisman Master competition, the vast majority already belonged to established factions or possessed strong backgrounds. Under normal circumstances, a talisman master among rogue cultivators would never willingly join a declining sect like the Red Tree sect. Speaking of talisman masters, while I was listening to fellow cultivators chatting in the main hall of the Fortune Source residence yesterday, someone mentioned something interesting. During yesterday's qualifiers, that rogue talisman master who caused an explosion ended up drawing fire attribute spells that he completely lacked proficiency in. Zhongnian, go gather some information on him and see if we can invite him to join our Red Tree sect. Cui Baihao calculated silently in his mind. The small temple of the Red Tree sect couldn't accommodate a grand deity, but a talisman master who had literally blown up his own creation shouldn't be sought after by anyone else, right? This was the Cultivation world's version of scavenging for hidden gems. Cui Baihao didn't care at all if the candidate was a bit clumsy, his only hope was that the talisman master wouldn't look down on the Red Tree sect for being poor. The finals of the Clearstream Market Talisman Master competition raged on. The talisman masters who had fought their way into the finals were riding furiously across the arena. Zhou Yingxi, amidst her melancholy, quietly hoped for Meng Xiang's swift demise. Cui Baihao, having successfully won a talisman, hoped for the growth and prosperity of the Red Tree sect. Everyone looked forward to a bright future. In Wang Yulo's mind, at least one of the 3 talisman makers sent by the Wang clan to participate in the competition should have placed in the top 3. However, the results completely defied his expectations. Among the 3, Chen Luan ranked the highest, taking 5th place with her Clouds and Rain Transform Spring talisman. The other 2 fell outside the top 10. The poor performance of the Wang clan's talisman makers was enough to cause even someone like Wang Xianmao, who had seen his fair share of storms, to lose his composure. His expression grew tight and stern. Noticing Wang Xianmao's foul mood, that wretch Mu Changze hurried to kick him while he was down. Xianmao, your 3 competitors did quite well. Although their rankings vary, the gap between them and the champion isn't actually that large. Furthermore, since first place was taken by a disciple of Great Skymount Mountain, we can only concede defeat with utmost sincerity. We can only concede defeat with utmost sincerity. Mu Changze smoothly included Wang Xianmao in his statement, but the old patriarch could only swallow his anger. Clearstream Market was tens of thousands of miles away from Great Skymount Mountain. For a disciple of Great Skymount Mountain to disguise themselves as a rogue cultivator just to crash Clearstream Market's competition, this foreign fellow Taoist was quite impolite. Yet, this cultivator from Great Skymount Mountain was indeed extraordinary. The Frost Sword Rain talisman he crafted possessed both the sharpness of sword chi and the biting chill of ice. In terms of value and difficulty, it effortlessly crushed the other competitors by a wide margin. When Mu Changze claimed that the 3 Wang clan talisman makers were comparable to the champion from Great Skymount Mountain, he was covertly mocking them. Young Taoist friend, what brings you all the way from Great Skymount Mountain to Red Lantern Illumination sect territory? Wu Jinyan understood the situation perfectly and took the initiative to ask on Wang Xianmao's behalf. Seniors, I am searching for the opportunity to reach Foundation establishment. Thus, I have been traveling the world and happened upon this treasured land. Participating in the talisman making competition was solely to test my own skills. I have no intention of claiming the rewards. This kid really knew how to act. Seeing the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators staring at him, his eyes darted around, and he immediately declined all the prizes. I just came to test my skills and accidentally took first place. I can give up all the rewards. Seniors, please don't target me. For a cultivator reaching Foundation establishment, there was no qualitative difference between breaking through with or without pills. However, disciples of major sects preferred to let their cultivation run its natural course, waiting until their chi refining base was truly perfected to break through naturally. Therefore, it wasn't uncommon to see disciples from large sects traveling the world in this manner. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators didn't find it strange. There is no need to refuse. We will give you what you rightfully earned, Wang Xianmao said with a wave of his hand. The most expensive part of the competition's prize pool was that low-grade spiritual artifact talisman brush, which cost only a few thousand spirit stones. The other expenses were merely accounting costs, they didn't require paying out a single actual spirit stone. Come, Yulo. You organized this competition, so come up and present the awards to the winners. Summoned by the patriarch, Yulo quickly walked up to the stage, with Yuan cleverly trailing right behind his older brother. Many people in the racetrack hadn't been there the previous day, so they didn't recognize Yulo. Seeing this unfamiliar youngster take the stage, they began asking those around them for information about him. After hearing Yulo's story, it was as if a silencing spell had been cast upon them. No one spoke. Faced with Yulo's success, it was easy to feel that the gap between some people was wider than the gap between humans and dogs. However, standing on the stage, Yulo felt a similar sentiment. Looking at the guest from Great Skymount Mountain, who possessed eyebrows like crescent moons, eyes like morning stars, and lips like blooming peaches, Yulo even felt a trace of envy. A disciple of an upper path sect, traveling the world to seek the opportunity for Foundation establishment. He had just arrived at Clear Stream Market, casually entered a competition, effortlessly breezed through all the rounds, and easily claimed first place. All of the Wang clan's calculations were useless against him. Completely useless. First-class looks, profound cultivation, a young age, vast knowledge, and outstanding strength. Moreover, the foundation for all of this was an excellent background. He hoarded all the good fortune to himself, reducing Chen Luan and Hongmei to mere background characters. Compared to this person, Yulo felt like a pathetic greenhorn. In fact, looking closely at the script this person had played out in the competition, one would realize he perfectly resembled a legendary protagonist. Entering obscurely, quietly advancing to the finals, and then, while everyone was completely oblivious, playing the pig to eat the tiger and securing a massive victory. Yet, no one dared to dispute that this great Skymount Mountain disciple deserved first place. The sheer power of that Frost Sword Rain talisman already surpassed the power of spells cast by ordinary early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. This person was undoubtedly a heavenly genius as well, on par with or perhaps even greater than Wang Xianzhou. Senior, this is the reward for first place, a low-grade spiritual artifact talisman brush specially crafted by the Wang clan. We only prepared one, Yulo said to the guest from Great Skymount Mountain, picking up the top prize from the wooden tray held by Yuan. Huh, little brother, there's no need to call me senior. My surname is Guo, and my given name is Yaoyue. You can just call me Brother Guo. As for this spirit brush, I have long admired the reputation of the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom's spirit donkeys, so it would be disrespectful to decline. Yulo stared blankly at the spirit brush in his hand, then looked at Guo Yaoyue. Their eyes met. One was perplexed, the other was calm and assured. Didn't you just say you had no intention of claiming the rewards? I was just being polite. Yulo was just thinking about trying to see if he could. Then, he suddenly woke up with a start. What am I doing? The family rules and teachings of the Wang clan echoed in Yulo's mind. Even memories from his past life began to surface. In countless stories and legends, how many massive families and powerful factions had perished because they underestimated the so-called weak. The current script was, a sudden, inexplicably appearing child of destiny named Guo Yaoyue plays the pig to eat the tiger and takes first place in the competition. Yet, Wang Xianmao didn't step forward to present the award, instead having Yulo do it. And Yulo, acting strangely as if possessed or delirious, actually considered embezzling this low-grade spiritual artifact talisman brush right in front of Guo Yaoyue. Given Yulo's personality, was it possible for him to steal someone else's talisman brush? Absolutely impossible. In that instant, Yulo froze. He thought of a possibility. He would embezzle the talisman brush. This suddenly appearing Guo Yaoyue would swallow his anger, then find a quiet opportunity to murder either him or Yuan. Once Wang Xianmao found out what Guo Yaoyue had done, he would seek revenge for Yulo, because Guo Yaoyue wouldn't be at Foundation establishment when he killed him. But by the time Wang Xianmao came for revenge, Guo Yaoyue would have broken through to Foundation establishment. This suddenly appearing child of destiny from tens of thousands of miles away in Great Skymount Mountain would turn the tables and kill Wang Xianmao. After that, he would only need to find a way to take shelter under the Sky Serpent sect. Right now, the Sky Serpent sect was eyeing Meng Xiang, trying to stop him from successfully attaining Golden Core. If Guo Yaoyue went there, he would receive their protection. The Immortal Alliance could regulate the Sky Serpent sect, but they couldn't micromanage everything. Thus, starting with Yulo's delirious actions, everything would gradually plunge into chaos. Holding the talisman brush, Yulo stood before Guo Yaoyue, motionless like a wooden puppet. A grand cultivator is altering my fate. A grand cultivator is controlling me from the shadows. Yulo let out a long breath in terror. Under Guiyaoyue's bewildered gaze, he shakily handed the talisman brush over. Yulo had already noticed many anomalies. For instance, during the entire process of his delirious thoughts, the usually astute Wang Xianmao seemed foolish, solely focused on chatting with the winning talisman makers, completely ignoring Yulo's interaction with the great Sky Mountain disciple. This was not Wang Xianmao's normal pattern of behavior. Here is your talisman brush, along with the crafting methods for 3 high-grade talismans. Senior Gua, please leave as quickly as you can. Confused, Guiyaoyue took the talisman brush and the jade slip containing the talisman crafting methods. He shook his head and walked out of the competition grounds. After Guiyaoyue left, Yulo continued to carefully hand out the remaining awards. He didn't even dare to speak a single word to the other talisman makers. He was certain either he had suddenly gone crazy just now. Only someone completely mad, someone who managed stores that earned so many spirit stones, would suddenly be driven by greed over a talisman brush worth a mere few thousand spirit stones. Or, someone was playing tricks. And a very powerful person, at that. If a grand cultivator could alter the very rules of heaven and earth, why couldn't they alter an individual's fate and behavior? Moreover, was there something wrong with Guiyaoyue too? Every grand gathering must eventually come to an end. As the crowds dispersed, Yulo, who had been quietly trailing Wang Xianmao, finally found an opportunity to speak with the patriarch. On the way back to Fortune Source residence, Yulo quickened his pace, leaving Yuan behind as he moved up to walk alongside the patriarch. Patriarch, we have a situation. Wang Xianmao smiled slightly, giving no sign that he had heard Yulo at all. He replied with something entirely unrelated. Ah, today's finals were indeed run quite well. Yulo was completely dumbfounded, but he quickly realized what was happening. The patriarch meant that they should wait until they reached Fortune Source residence or another secure location before discussing secret matters. Thus, Yulo walked alongside the patriarch, intending to return to Fortune Source residence together. What he did not know, however, was that Wang Xianmao had actually scheduled a banquet with Mu Changze to celebrate the successful conclusion of Clear Stream Market's grand event. Left entirely in the dark, Wang Yulo could only follow the patriarch straight into the prefecture cultivator's manor. Doubts plagued his mind. What kind of secret location could there possibly be inside the prefecture cultivator's manor? This place was Mu Changze's domain. Given Mu Changze's obnoxious demeanor, especially with those stag horns growing from his head, even the plants and flowers here might very well be his spies. Socializing and banqueting in the cultivation world differed very little from the mortal world, it still revolved around eating and drinking. The only difference was that the beverages and food served were spirit wine, spiritual meat, and the like. Seeing that most of the invited guests had arrived, Mu Changze, seated at the head of the banquet hall, raised his wine cup, stood up, and spoke with a laugh. Ha ha ha. Today's competition was excellent. Although first place was taken by a disciple of Great Sky Mountain, second place by a talisman master from the Lu clan of Muddy Pool, third place by a talisman master from Wondrous Peak Mountain, and fourth place by a talisman master from the Gu clan. Right, speaking of which, Brother Gu, you must drink a few more cups. And Brother Wang, you must drink a few more cups as well. Your family's Chen. It was unclear whether Mu Changze was intentionally stirring up trouble, but when he mentioned Aunt Chen, he acted as though he had forgotten her name. A foundation establishment cultivator's memory could not possibly be that poor. He was deliberately trying to disgust people. Listing the top 4 winners earlier had been done purely to mock the Wang clan. Since the Wang clan had already rejected the marriage alliance with the Zhou family, as long as they did not openly fall out, exchanging a few sarcastic remarks for personal satisfaction was harmless enough. Chen Luan, Senior Mu. My name is Luan, Aunt Chen replied in a respectful voice, standing up while pressing down on Yuan's hands, whose knuckles were turning white from gripping the edge of the table so tightly. Though she did not know why Mu Changze was throwing a tantrum, she understood that enduring it was her best strategy. There was no need to force the patriarch to step in, as that would only escalate the conflict. The Wang clan's principles of conduct had always been clear. Guided by the clan rules, all members, whether direct descendants or relatives by marriage, knew exactly what they ought to do. Yes, Luan. You did quite well yourself, 5th place is very respectable. Come, Xian Mao, old Gu, let us have a drink. Mu Changze had not invited Wu Jinyan to today's banquet. After all, Wu Jinyan had a grudge against his dog, and as a loyal dog, Gao Jian was someone Mu Changze still protected fiercely. On the other hand, it was because in Mu Changze's eyes, Wu Jinyan would never amount to anything more than what he was now for the rest of his life. Seeing how absurd her father was acting, Zhou Yingxi turned her gaze toward Yulo, only to find him smiling and shaking his head repeatedly. She was slightly puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly froze, and she began to smile as well. To Yulo's astonishment, Zhou Yingxi actually took the initiative to sit down right beside him, even reaching out to intertwine her arm with his. Looking at the ordinary expressions of everyone else at the banquet, Yulo felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of ice. Little fellow Daoist, have you discovered something? Zhou Yingxi asked with a smile. Patriarch, something is wrong. Yulo suddenly stood up, shouting sharply as he forcefully tried to fling off the seemingly crazed Zhou Yingxi. The jade rui within his mind vibrated gently, and the accumulated golden radiance inside it was slowly dwindling. Yulo guessed that back at the racetrack, it was this jade rui brought over from his transmigration that had played a critical role. It had helped him resist the control of the Grand Cultivator, allowing him to see through the scripted arrangement. At that time, he had been far too tense, or perhaps the Grand Cultivator had stopped the control upon realizing he was losing grip, which was why Yulo had not noticed the Jade Rui's immense help. But now, under the Grand Cultivator's control, the Jade Rui's golden radiance was depleting rapidly. In less than 15 minutes, it would be entirely exhausted. Sensing the crisis, Yulo stood and shouted for the Patriarch several times. However, Zhou Yingshi's cultivation base was much higher than his. The female cultivator applied a gentle pressure, pinning Yulo down and forcing him back into his seat. The Patriarch, however, did turn around to look at Yulo, saying, "Very well. Hongmei, take Yulo and Yuan back first. The business at Forge Peak Residence must not be neglected." Yulo was absolutely certain now. The mysterious Grand Cultivator had controlled Zhou Yingshi, masked their true actions, and manipulated his words. Whatever Yulo said reached the Patriarch's ears as something entirely different. Every sentence he had spoken earlier had likely been altered. Even the controlled Zhou Yingshi still appeared to be sitting in her original place in the eyes of Wang Xianmao, Mu Changze, and the second master of the Gu clan. Lacking the confidence to simultaneously control the Patriarch and Mu Changze, the Grand Cultivator had simply altered the words Yulo just spoke to the Patriarch, prompting Hongmei to take him and Yuan away, leaving the Grand Cultivator free to control Hongmei later. As Yulo's thoughts raced wildly, Mu Changze, seated at the head of the table, suddenly spoke. "Yingshi, if you do not wish to eat, then so be it. My apologies, everyone, my daughter is feeling unwell today, ha ha ha." Yulo watched helplessly as the Patriarch and Mu Changze continued chatting while Chen Luan and the other juniors accompanied them. Everyone appeared completely harmonious, even when sharp words were occasionally exchanged, the atmosphere remained amicable. It was a cultivation version of the Truman Show, and Yulo was Truman. Pulled along by Zhou Yingshi, he was step by step approaching the main entrance of the banquet hall. Watching the Rui golden radiance dwindle further, Yulo realized he could not leave. At the very least, he was still within the line of sight of Wang Xianmao and Mu Changze. No matter how much the Grand Cultivator altered his words or disguised his and Mu Yingshi's actions, they would not dare to directly strike him down or violently take over his body here. But if he left the side of these two seasoned Foundation establishment cultivators who possessed divine abilities, Wang Yulo would be in mortal danger. Pulled by Zhou Yingshi, the distance to the doorway grew shorter and shorter. Yulo wanted to speak, but at that moment, the mountain of flesh known as Hongmei suddenly appeared before him. Hongmei sneered, clearly under control as well. From within the robes of this cheap master, two fiery red spiritual snakes slithered out and began to dance. Yulo gradually realized that Hongmei was executing a charm art. The primary cultivation technique his master practiced was actually a charm art. A 300-pound fat man, practicing a charm art. "Master, no wonder you never mentioned teaching us any cultivation methods or secret techniques outside of the artificing path. Who could have imagined you practiced a charm art?" Because two seasoned Foundation establishment cultivators were present, that mysterious Grand Cultivator did not dare to draw upon the spiritual energy of Zhou Yingshi and the other two. Thus, they could only force Hongmei to use his robes and physical movements to trigger the charm art, attempting to control the legendarily crowd control resistant Wang Yulo. Hongmei's proficiency in the charm art was exceptionally high, and Yulo's consciousness began to sink into oblivion. In the face of this critical danger, he wanted to activate the Hundredly Wanderer escape talisman, intending to throw himself directly at Mu Changze's face or plant a foot right on it. In a life-or-death crisis, survival was everything. He had to aim straight for Mu Changze's face, utilizing the full potential of the Hundredly Wanderer escape talisman to ensure his strike succeeded in a single blow. However, just as he reached for the escape talisman, his other arm, the one not held by Zhou Yingshi, was firmly pinned down by Yuan. Thus, with Zhou Yingshi on his left, Wang Yuan on his right, and a dancing mountain of flesh right in front of him, Yulo realized that this time, he might truly be finished. What other way out was there? What other way out was there? During his time in the Qi refining stage, Mu Changze had cultivated the wood attribute variation of the 5 spirits monster-absorbing Qi. Compared to the 5-colored purple haze Qi, which required slow and tedious collection over decades to complete, or the 5-rhyme earth vein Qi, which required massive amounts of resources to quickly advance one's cultivation base, the 5 spirits monster-absorbing Qi offered rapid progression with very little material investment. The only drawback was that cultivators of this monster-absorbing spiritual energy had to engage in life-or-death combat with demon beasts, absorbing their essence and demonic power to convert it into spiritual energy. By treating demon beasts as resources, anyone who could survive one battle after another could achieve Foundation establishment at the fastest speed and with minimal investment. In short, Mu Changze, who had fought his way out of the West Sea, was an exceptionally formidable cultivator in both magical combat and demon slaying. His strength and vigilance were considered absolute pinnacles among cultivators of the same realm. Inside the banquet hall of the prefecture cultivators' manor. Holding his golden chopsticks, Mu Changze listened to the second elder of the Gu family brag while picking up a piece of donkey chitlins. As the chitlins entered his mouth, it was that familiar flavor and texture, smooth, tender, and incredibly delicious. However, beneath this familiar taste, there seemed to be something strange. Blood. The taste of fresh blood. It was growing thicker. What was going on? It seemed to be coming from the entrance. Wait. In an instant, sitting at the head of the table, Mu Changze did not even have time to put down his chopsticks before directly activating his divine ability, transform into auspicious deer. There was a mysterious grand cultivator, at least of the Purple Palace realm, causing chaos and controlling his daughter, Wang Yulo, and the others. The white deer did not speak. Instead, he secretly used his massive divine sense as a heavy sledgehammer, slamming it hard against Wang Xianmao. Wang Xianmao! Wake up! At the same time, the auspicious deer exerted power through its 4 hooves, appearing beside Zhou Yingxi in a flash of light. He lowered his head and bit down on his daughter to carry her. Holding his completely bewildered daughter, he dove headfirst into the flowing waters of the clear stream of Qin Rhine without looking back. There lay the spiritual eye of the Grand Formation. Mu Changze was gambling. He was gambling that the mysterious cultivator, who was at least at the Purple Palace realm, would not dare to lightly start a slaughter within the territory of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. He needed to activate the formation to call for help. Watching Mu Changze flee, Yulo, whose mouth was filled with blood, revealed a smile. He had survived. Little fellow Taoist, you possess the potential for the Purple Palace. I shall wait for you to open your Purple Palace. When that time comes, we shall meet again. An ambiguous, neither male nor female voice echoed within his mind. Yulo's smile froze on his face, and his body shivered uncontrollably. He knew that the mysterious grand cultivator who had caused the chaos was leaving. On the other side, Wang Xianmao had also snapped awake. Almost instantly, he noticed Yulo, who had bitten his own tongue and spat several mouthfuls of blood onto the ground. He had realized the situation a bit later than Mu Changze and had not immediately recognized that this was the work of a grand cultivator of at least the Purple Palace realm. The patriarch made a prompt decision and activated his divine ability, causing a dense spiritual vitality to emanate from his deep green body. Within this spiritual vitality, he utilized a wood attribute movement technique to instantly appear next to Wang Yulo, casually tossing Hongmei to the side in the process. This. Xianmao, what is happening? The second elder of the Gu family was the last one to react. He deduced from the movements of Mu Changze and Wang Xianmao that something major had occurred, so he also conjured his spiritual artifact. The green spiritual vitality expanded, condensing almost into a solid form. From the various lingering traces in the air, Wang Xianmao discerned everything that had just transpired. With a face as cold as iron, he shielded Yulo and Yuan, glaring at the second elder of the Gu family. Old second Gu, do not move. Sit right there. A true person from the sect will arrive shortly. After communicating through sound transmission with Yulo, Wang Xianmao guessed that the audaciously bold grand cultivator had already fled. Wang Xianmao was now incredibly clear about what had transpired. At the competition venue, Hui Yaoyue, who had been concealed by that grand cultivator the entire time, had claimed first place at the final moment. Afterward, the entity manipulated Wang Yulo to perform according to a specific script, but Wang Yulo broke free from the control. Upon realizing Yulo had escaped containment, the grand cultivator worried about complications and went into hiding for a brief period. After investigating and confirming that no other grand cultivator was secretly watching from the shadows, the entity intended to resume control over Yulo. But by then, Yulo was already standing right next to Wang Xianmao. The entity waited and waited, finally striking when Wang Yulo entered the prefecture cultivator's manor and sat at the banquet, separated from Wang Xianmao. Along the way, the entity altered Yulo's words and even blinded Wang Yulo's hearing, preventing him from hearing Wang Xianmao's responses. Wang Xianmao felt a lingering fear, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just now, he had chatted quite a bit with Yulo. It had all been that grand cultivator pretending and answering him. If Yulo had not made a decisive move to bite his tongue and spit blood to call for help, Wang Xianmao dared not imagine what would have happened to the 3 children. Brother, what's wrong with you? Looking at Yulo's blood-filled mouth, Yuan asked in a panic. Damn it. Wang Yulo slumped to the ground, answering weakly. He was truly frightened out of his wits. Zhou Yingxi had been controlled, Wang Yuan had been controlled, Hongmei had been controlled, while the patriarch, Mu Changze, and the second elder of the Gu family had been completely deceived. It was terrifying. What? The dense Yuan was still asking questions, but the patriarch pushed him aside and gently brushed his hand over Yulo's face. Bear with it, the patriarch said in a low voice. Controlling his spiritual power, he barely managed to piece Yulo's severed tongue back together. Then, he retrieved the bottle of spirit marrow meridian cleansing pills from his robe, poured out 1 pill, and fed it to Yulo. Do not speak. Rest well and recover. I understand everything. Looking at the weakened Qilin child of the Wang clan, the patriarch forced a smile and advised him. Everything is fine now. That person did not dare to harm us, which proves they did not want to reveal their identity. They should have departed by now. Yulo pointed toward the southeast, which was the direction of Great Sky Mount Mountain, and spoke succinctly. Gua. Yes, he might also be a problem. To think that the 3 of us completely failed to notice such an outstanding talent from start to finish. Ha, ridiculous, truly ridiculous. To be trifled with like this. The patriarch sighed. A low, resonant, and shocking vibration resounded. Yulo, who was slumped at the entrance of the banquet hall, raised his head toward the source of the sound. A black flood dragon had already appeared in the sky above Clear Stream Market. Mu Changze's reinforcements had arrived. Wang Xianmao let out a long breath and said, It is perfected man Fujiao. Yuan, stay by your brother's side. I am going to greet the true person. The old patriarch remained incredibly meticulous. Considering that Yulo had just suffered a great ordeal, he specifically instructed Yuan to accompany him. Wang Xianmao flew through the air, and after greeting the true person alongside Mu Changze, he reported the massive upheaval that had occurred in Clear Stream Market. The cultivators in the market town did not know what had happened. They only saw a black flood dragon coiled in the sky, assuming it was some legendary purple palace demon general, which scared them half to death. However, when they saw the town guardian cultivator and the recently prominent patriarch of the Anbei Kingdom's Wang clan flying up to greet it, their fears vanished. The Sky Serpent sect revered celestial snakes, and the Red Lantern Illumination sect also possessed spiritual beasts as guardians. The fact that Mu Changze and Wang Xianmao went up to welcome it indicated that the Black Flood Dragon was an ally. Humph, your Wang family certainly knows how to cause a stir. It is hardly surprising that you were targeted. The Black Flood Dragon's eyes remained completely still, and its mouth stayed tightly shut. Perfected Man Fujiao communicated with the two entirely through sound transmission. True person, we fear some villain intends to disrupt the relationship between the Sky Serpent sect and our Red Lantern Illumination sect, thereby sabotaging the Ancestors' Golden Core opportunity, Wang Xianmao replied, remaining calm under pressure. Perfected Man Fujiao had lost his physical body and attached his soul to a flood dragon corpse. His small grotto heaven was gradually collapsing, and the loss of his lifespan was unavoidable. To make matters worse, this perfected man Fujiao of the Zhou family and Patriarch Mangxiang had experienced severe discord within the sect during their earlier years. The Zhou family had targeted the Wang family, hoping to use a marriage alliance as a breakthrough point to repair their relationship with the Mangxiang lineage through Xuanzhuan's faction. However, the Wang clan had refused. Consequently, the precariously situated perfected man Fujiao naturally would not show Wang Xianmao a pleasant countenance. Sabotage? I see it as a helping hand. Alright, no need to fret. That scoundrel has already fled. If there are any further issues, just report them to Huang Qiusheng and have him settle it with the Immortal Alliance. Perfected man Fujiao snapped at Wang Xianmao once more before summoning Zhou Yingxi to his side, questioning her meticulously about her cultivation progress. Wang Xianmao glanced at the expressionless Mu Chunzer and the still shaken Zhou Yingxi. Without a word, he turned and flew back toward the defense cultivator's residence. Patriarch. Yulo looked toward the clan leader. Under the effects of the spirit marrow meridian cleansing pill, his tongue had already recovered significantly in just a brief moment. It certainly justified its steep price. Looking at Yulo, who still had traces of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, the patriarch felt a wave of emotion wash over him. To think that the young lad of the past had matured into such a responsible junior of the family after 10 years of tempering in Clear Stream Market. He had managed to break free even from the control of a grand cultivator. Yulo, you are the Qilin child of our Wang clan. At a critical juncture like this, you shouldn't waste your potential staying with the family. Yulo, let's go. I am personally escorting you to Drip Drop Cave right this instant. The patriarch grabbed Yulo's hand, intending to set off immediately. He was terrified. Drip Drop Cave enjoyed the same renown as Wondrous Peak Mountain and boasted 3 Purple Palace true persons. Yulo would finally be safe there. Seeing the patriarch in such a frantic rush, both Yuan and Yulo were taken aback. Previously, the clan's plan for them was to first return to the family to cultivate until they reached the Qi refining stage. Once they broke through to the Qi refining stage, they would head to the sect to learn its specific cultivation methods. After mastering those methods, the sect would grant special permission for these disciples of the Wang clan to return home. When dealing with those Purple Palace sects, the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom possessed the leverage to negotiate terms. Only after they reached the middle Qi refining stage within the family and accumulated enough experience would they begin serving the sect, which would double as their mandatory tempering. Back then, Wang Xianzhou had progressed step by step in exactly this manner. First cultivating within the family, then entering a Purple Palace sect to learn its subtle techniques. Once his Qi refining was successful, he joined Red Lantern Illumination, using it as a springboard to leap into the Immortal Alliance. Every step had been highly successful. If not for the later accident, Wang Xianzhou would have long since become a renowned high-stage Foundation establishment cultivator commanding an entire region. Under this arrangement, Yulo could obtain top-tier cultivation methods from the sect while simultaneously drawing upon the family's resources to build a flawless foundation, securing a rock-solid base for his future path. But if he were sent to Drip Drop Cave right now, his entire cultivation plan would be upended. The family accumulation before Qi refining took about 10 years, and the accumulation within the family after Qi refining took about 5 years. Only a full 15 years of preparation could guarantee that Yulo would not fall behind the scions of the great sects and the Immortal Alliance. You don't understand. Recalling perfected man Fujiao's bizarre demeanor, Wang Xianmao sighed, filled with deep anxiety. To perfected man Fujiao, war was a welcome event. The patriarch's emotional ties made him reluctant to believe such a possibility. Yet his rationality forced him to realize that a war with the enemy could indeed unite the Red Lantern Illumination sect, adding fuel to their ancestors' quest for the Golden Core. Patriarch, wait. Please don't send them away just yet. Yu Shua has something to report. The patriarch turned around to see householder Red Brow looking thoroughly terrified. He had retained his consciousness while being controlled. He had not forgotten the memories of that moment, and Yulo certainly wouldn't either. Hearing Yulo's voice transmission, Wang Xianmao raised a hand to silence Red Brow. He then gathered the members of the Wang clan and led them straight back to Fortune Source residence. The defense cultivator's residence was Mu Chunzer's territory after all. Red Brow held secrets that were entirely unsuited for discussion there. Wang Xianmao gave He Laosan a harsh scolding when the spirit crane tried to haggle. In the end, He Laosan took to the skies with great reluctance. That third brother of ours. I doubt he will ever achieve great things in this lifetime. As a spirit beast at the peak of the small demon realm, He Laoda could be considered equivalent to a high-stage chi refining combatant, staying behind to guard the clan over the long term. Usually, the one the patriarch kept by his side to deliver messages was either He Lao or He Laosan. The third was the youngest and the craftiest, constantly enjoying making mischief at the expense of the Wang family members. Glancing outside and confirming that perfected man Fujiao had truly departed, Wang Xianmao turned back to Red Brow, his voice turning solemn. Speak up, Red Brow. I've known for a long time that you harbored secrets, but Yulo wanted to grant you a chance at Foundation establishment. Because of that, I am willing to give you an opportunity to come clean. You know exactly what transpired today. If you can clearly understand what you want, then confess everything properly. Perfected man Fujiao was entirely different from true person Danri. Having anchored his soul within the corpse of a flood dragon, his every movement was grand and ostentatious, he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. Therefore, Wang Xianmao had no fear that his conversation with Red Brow would be overheard. Inside the bedroom, the two sat across from each other. Red Brow took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Since things have reached this point, I can no longer keep it hidden. I was once a disciple of the Sky Serpent sect. My Tao companion was a Ning, a female Foundation establishment cultivator from Hidden Dragon Abbey. Wang Xianmao never expected that the brief arrival of that mysterious grand cultivator would actually shake loose such a revelation. He rose to his feet in astonishment, demanding loudly, "Are you saying that the Hidden Dragon Abbey Foundation establishment cultivator who passed away near Clear Stream Market years ago was actually a Ning, the one who nearly opened her purple palace?" Back then, for the sake of that anonymous Hidden Dragon Abbey Foundation establishment cultivator's remains, the families, rogue cultivators, and bandit cultivators around Clear Stream Market had searched relentlessly for nearly a decade. Not a single soul expected that the deceased cultivator was actually the thoroughly renowned Ning of Hidden Dragon Abbey. But Red Brow had no other choice, he had already exposed his mastery of charm art. The moment the Wang clan chose to investigate, they would inevitably discover his background with the Sky Serpent sect. It was impossible to hide any longer. That scoundrel who had controlled him to dance and execute the charm art was utterly detestable. With a bitter expression, Red Brow nodded his head in resignation. Yes. Wang Xianmao stared at the mountain of flesh before him. He looked up and down but failed to see what qualities in Red Brow's heavy appearance could possibly attract a female cultivator who had nearly ascended to the Purple Palace realm. You claim she was your Tao companion? Yes. And Zhong Ningyao is her daughter? Yes. Wang Xianmao still found it hard to accept. Sure, you, Red Brow, kept yourself deeply concealed for so many years, hiding incredibly well. Let alone me, even when true person Danri stood right in front of you back then, he failed to realize that your true cultivation lay in charm arts, and the Sky Serpent sect's charm arts at that. But that was at least a concept Wang Xianmao, as a normal cultivator, could understand. It was shocking, yet within the realm of possibility. Yet now Red Brow claimed his Tao companion was a female cultivator famous throughout Hidden Dragon Abbey and the entire northwestern region of the Wunan Basin. This was simply too absurd to process. Just what did you bring to the table? So, what are you trying to say? Don't tell me that the mountain-flipping flood dragon's egg has something to do with you too. Some matters were better left unthought of, but the moment Wang Xianmao began connecting the dots, he realized something was terribly amiss. The trouble brewing behind Red Brow seemed incredibly massive. Red Brow tugged at his clothing. Upon his crimson robes, two beautiful spirit serpents seemed to come alive, slithering across the fabric. It wasn't just one egg. It was two eggs, and they are both right here. Wang Xianmao sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. A Ning, oh a Ning, you truly were a heavenly genius of your generation. A mountain-flipping flood dragon with a demon general cultivation was roughly equivalent to a Purple Palace expert. Yet you actually used the true spirits within its eggs as spiritual essence, refining them into a spiritual artifact robe for your own Tao companion to wear. As expected of someone from Hidden Dragon Abbey. He glared at Red Brow with an unfriendly gaze, already contemplating putting an end to him. This individual was tied to far too much trouble to be left alive. Otherwise, the Wang clan, which was already facing potential danger, would be pushed into an even more precarious position. However, Red Brow's next words caused Wang Xianmao's complexion to alter completely. What I want to report today isn't about this. This spiritual artifact robe will absolutely not bring any trouble. My wife's attainment in the artificing path could rival the Purple Palace realm. When I wore it to meet true person Danri back then, didn't he also fail to notice anything amiss? Patriarch, what I truly wish to report is the location of my wife's remains. The real meat of the matter had finally arrived. Wang Xianmao pondered how he should handle this ticking time bomb named Red Brow, asking composedly, where is it? Red Brow gritted his teeth and said, you must sign a Tao contract, promising to grant me an opportunity for Foundation establishment and agreeing to relinquish control over me once I succeed. Only then will I speak. Wang Xianmao merely shook his head, and Red Brow instantly rolled off his chair onto the floor from a sudden burst of agony. He wailed miserably, thrashing about. The Black Vine soul-locking art was a secret technique Wang Xianmao executed through his divine ability. Its effects were naturally exceptional, and before long, Red Brow could no longer endure it. Patriarch. I want to establish my foundation. I want to achieve foundation establishment. Let me break through. Let us sign a Dao contract. I won't bring any more trouble to the Wang clan. On one side was the temptation of longevity by doubling his lifespan, and on the other was a torturous pain that made even breathing difficult. Red Brow felt as though he were on the brink of losing his mind. It seems you've forgotten, Red Brow. The Wang clan owes you nothing. It was you who harbored murderous intent toward the two brothers, Yulo and Yuan. Sparing your life was already giving you a chance. I am in a foul mood today. Do not test my patience, understood? Wang Xianmao would absolutely never sign any Dao contract with this massive liability. And Ning had been dead for many years. Who knew what was even left of the remains she had left behind? It was highly probable that Red Brow had already squandered it all away. Furthermore, these two had been audacious enough to purchase a mountain-flipping flood dragon's egg and extract its true spirit to refine a robe. A standoff ensued. Red Brow was unwilling to accept his fate, he yearned for foundation establishment, and he yearned for eternal life. In his youth, his handsome features had earned him the favor of his sect elders. Upon reaching adulthood, those same looks had captured Ning's heart. After leaving the Sky Serpent sect, he had relied on the treasures left by his Dao companion to cultivate all the way to the peak Qi refining realm. His cultivation base was high, yet his Dao heart was utterly unstable. He possessed only wild ambitions without any true inner resolve. His wild ambitions had driven him to plunder the Golden Light Pavilion, his wild ambitions had led him to believe the Wang clan would let him off the hook, and those same ambitions had guided him step by step into a dead end. Finally, under the Patriarch's interrogation, Red Brow succumbed. He cried out in agony, "Stop! Stop! Stop! I'll speak." Wang Xianmao halted the technique and demanded, "Where is it?" My wife was halfway through opening her purple palace when she failed due to a soul injury, but her 5-element Dao foundation had already fused together. Wang Xianmao had lost count of how many times his expression had abruptly shifted today. The whims of fate were truly unpredictable, far too many matters had completely bypassed the old Patriarch's expectations. You mean to say? Choking back tears, Red Brow spoke as though resigning himself to his fate. Yes. My wife's remains reside within her purple mansion minor grotto heaven. That is why the people of Hidden Dragon Abbey could never find it, and why the rogue cultivators failed as well. She is not in this world, but within the grotto heaven. Is what you said true? Wang Xianmao asked foolishly once more, as if his head had been kicked by a donkey. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Hongmei was already in this miserable state. Could he lie? Would he dare to lie? It was evident that the Patriarch's mind was in complete disarray. Wang Xianzhou's mind was in disarray because he had seen his old lover, who still possessed her youthful appearance. Wang Xianmao's mind was in disarray because he had heard of an opportunity that could alter the destiny of his clan. From this perspective, Wang Xianmao was indeed a qualified patriarch. He had never married and spent his entire life worrying over the clan's development. He was highly competent. Of course, this did not imply that Wang Xianzhou was unsuited to be patriarch. Individual development depended on personal inclination and capability, while also factoring in the trends of the era. It was a complex matter, and there was a vast difference between Wang Xianzhou and Wang Xianmao. It is true. My wife had already opened a grotto heaven. Because she meditated until death within it, the people of Hidden Dragon Abbey could never find her, Hongmei replied in a thoroughly broken, pathetic voice. Wang Xianmao did not speak. Instead, he activated his divine ability. In an instant, dense, substantive green spiritual vitality flooded the room. Strands of vines resembling large green pythons silently wrapped around Hongmei. Hongmei wanted to speak, but the large green pythons locked down his 5 senses. He could not even move his tongue. After completing these preparations, Wang Xianmao raised a slightly trembling hand and flicked his finger. A dim speck of spiritual light flew rapidly toward Yulo's room. In this world, a grotto heaven was no ordinary thing. For instance, Drip Drop Cave was named as such precisely because it was located within a grotto heaven, and a blessed land-level grotto heaven left behind by a golden core true person at that. Back then, why had Wang Xianmao made the prompt decision to send Yulo to Drip Drop Cave? It was because once inside the blessed land of Drip Drop Cave, Wang Yulo would never encounter danger like he did today. Suddenly receiving the Patriarch's transmission, a completely bewildered Yulo entered the Patriarch's bedroom. Looking at the scene inside, he could not quite grasp what was happening. He recognized Hongmei on the floor. Although the man's face was obscured, judging by the sheer bulk and size, it could only be Hongmei. Peering through the thick green spiritual vitality, Yulo found the Patriarch sitting solemnly in a chair, staring straight at him. Patriarch, he asked tentatively. But Wang Xianmao merely gestured silently toward an adjacent chair without speaking, conducting the entire exchange via sound transmission. Listening to the Patriarch's transmission, Yulo's expression shifted from initial surprise to profound shock, before finally turning into doubt. Looking at Hongmei, who was bound tightly by the large green pythons, how could Yulo not be doubtful? Hongmei, just how many secrets are you hiding? Patriarch, so within the range of your boundless spirit mechanism divine ability, we don't have to worry about being overheard? A divine ability was a high-level technique that only Foundation establishment cultivators could practice. A Foundation establishment cultivator who possessed a divine ability was often regarded as a seasoned Foundation establishment cultivator, a completely different concept from an ordinary one. Among the Foundation establishment cultivators Yulo had met, only 4 possessed divine abilities. Jiang Baobian's innate divine ability, hidden form and stillness, functioned as a natural invisibility cloak. It was a congenital divine ability and highly effective. Guo Baiqi's divine ability was a spiritual eye, its exact effects unknown. Mu Chuanzai's divine ability, transform into auspicious deer, allowed him to comprehensively enhance his overall strength. Wang Xianmao's divine ability was the ancestral technique of the Wang clan, boundless spirit mechanism. This divine ability did not discriminate based on talent, it could be practiced regardless of one's spirit root. Its effect was also quite straightforward. For someone like Wang Xianmao, once he deployed this divine ability, the area covered by his spiritual vitality experienced a massive buff, offering endless practical uses. However, this common type of divine ability did not mean it was weak. When utilized properly, it could match the strength of Mu Chuanzai in his auspicious deer form. Yes. But communicating via sound transmission remains safer. Yulo, what is your judgment on this matter? Wang Xianmao asked solemnly. What judgment could Yulo have? He merely felt that today had been exceptionally trying. The long-prepared Talisman Master competition had gone completely off the rails after Guo Yaoyue suddenly appeared and snatched first place. A mysterious great cultivator had controlled Yulo, later forcing him to participate in a Cultivation World version of the Truman Show. Having narrowly escaped that danger, the reinforcements from the Red Lantern Illumination sect arrived in the form of perfected man Fujiao. In the end, this ancestor of the Zhou family had absolutely no intention of investigating the matter, forcing Wang Xianmao to write a letter to seek aid himself. Now, the patriarch was telling Yulo that this wretched dog Hongmei was riddled with secrets. Ning's grotto heaven sounded beautiful, but Yulo did not believe this matter could be simple. Patriarch, regarding this matter, I have 8 questions. Although Yulo could not fathom why the patriarch would discuss information about Ning's grotto heaven with him, since the patriarch had asked, he naturally would not hold back. Wang Xianmao's protective care for him was plain to see, and Yulo felt deeply grateful for the clan's benevolence. The kindness the Wang clan showed Yulo was different from the kindness Mang Xiang showed the Wang clan. The Wang clan's kindness was selfless. Mang Xiang's kindness was something you were forced to accept and had to repay with interest, the crucial point being the interest. 8 questions. Good. Take your time and explain them. Wang Xianmao could naturally discern that there were issues regarding Ning's grotto heaven, but he had not expected Yulo to spot 2 more problems than he had. First, did Ning really die? Yulo's very first question made Wang Xianmao grow restless. Indeed, had Ning truly died? Hongmei's words were not necessarily trustworthy. If Ning were not dead, then all the humiliation Hongmei endured could be seen as biding his time. There were countless secret arts and divine abilities in the world. As one of the most renowned seasoned Foundation establishment cultivators from Hidden Dragon Abbey within the last few centuries, she might very well be perfectly fine despite her supposed lifespan limit. She could be eating hot pot inside the grotto heaven right now, waiting for the Wang family to deliver themselves to her doorstep. One could easily imagine a scenario where the members of the Wang family joyfully arrived at the location of the grotto heaven Hongmei described, only for a massive hand to suddenly manifest in the sky, easily capturing them to force Wang Xianmao to lift the black vine soul-locking art. No matter how one looked at it, such a possibility existed. The patriarch nodded repeatedly as he listened. Yulo was incredibly meticulous and exceptionally bold. Right out of the gate, his first question completely undermined the foundational premise of everything Hongmei had said. Wang Xianmao had actually failed to consider this. Over the years, in order to attempt Foundation establishment, Hongmei had taken on disciples to save on shop rent and sold defensive artifacts to gather resources. No matter how one looked at it, he did not seem like someone who possessed the remains of Ning, which was precisely why Wang Xianmao had initially shown no interest in news regarding her remains. Hongmei's circumstances had been rather pathetic. Everyone who knew of this matter assumed that the mysterious Hidden Dragon Abbey cultivator must have died. Wang Xianmao even believed that Ning's remains might have been mostly used up by Hongmei. Yet Yulo dared to think along these lines, directly suspecting that Ning might still be alive. Second, Hongmei plundering the Golden Light Pavilion might not be the whole truth. If Ning's grotto heaven actually exists, Hongmei wouldn't lack Foundation establishment resources. This is also one of the reasons why I suspect there might be issues regarding Ning's death. Considering that I was controlled by someone today, could it be that Hongmei plundering the Golden Light Pavilion, attempting to kill us, and remaining here after being exposed instead of fleeing, is also the work of someone pulling the strings from behind? Before today, Yulo had never considered this question because Hongmei plundering the Golden Light Pavilion had seemed to possess a clear cause and effect at the time. The shopkeeper of the Golden Light Pavilion had withheld his payments, dragging him into the chaotic situation of Hidden Dragon Market. Seeing the chaos erupting in the market, Hongmei chose to kill, plunder, and then burn. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed perfectly normal, leaving aside moral considerations, it was highly logical under the principle of self-interest. One only needed to understand the logic behind it. The shopkeeper appeared to merely be withholding funds, but he had dragged Hongmei into a deadly dispute. This was a grudge born from obstructing someone's path to the Tao. But now, thinking back on it, everything that occurred to the members of the Wang clan had been both incredibly perilous and far too convenient. Was Hongmei truly that pathetic? Or had the mastermind behind the scenes targeted the Wang clan long ago? As Wang Xianmao and Yulo conversed to this point, they simultaneously looked back at the bound mountain of flesh. Well, this wretched dog Hongmei's attainments in the artificing path were indeed high, but his behavior usually seemed quite rational. It was too difficult. It was simply too difficult to make an accurate assessment. Hongmei, are you a true formidable figure biding your time to deceive the Wang clan, or do you just happen to become completely useless whenever a critical moment arrives? Wang Xianmao, who was well acquainted with great storms, could not figure it out. Feeling thoroughly exasperated, he silently increased the binding force of the large green pythons. Third, why didn't Zhong Ningyao enter the grotto heaven to cultivate? Is there some kind of problem with the grotto heaven itself? Senior Martial Sister Ningyao was the daughter of Hongmei and Ning. Judging from her name, it was clear that their relationship as Dao companions had genuinely existed. Yet over the years, Yulo had watched Zhong Ningyao cultivate step by step with his own eyes. She had now reached the peak of the 8th layer of Qi induction and was slowly grinding her way forward, waiting to break through her bottleneck. If the grotto heaven existed, why hadn't Zhong Ningyao gone inside to cultivate? Was it out of fear that cultivating too quickly inside the grotto heaven would draw unwanted attention? Or did it mean the grotto heaven itself had an inherent flaw? Both explanations were possible. After all, Ning had failed to truly establish her purple palace, so it was only natural for her minor grotto heaven to have issues. Furthermore, as Hongmei's daughter, Zhong Ningyao was ultimately just his daughter, not Hongmei himself. To Hongmei, by keeping the existence of the grotto heaven a complete secret from everyone, that blessed land would belong entirely to him in the future. Lest anyone forget, Hongmei had once intended to sell his own daughter to gain more leverage. Fourth, the news of the grotto heaven didn't surface early or late, but precisely when the Sky Serpent sect and the Red Lantern Illumination sect are locked in a tense standoff. Moreover, Hongmei used to be a disciple of the Sky Serpent sect. Clan head, the rogue cultivators conspiracy failed, but this grotto heaven is something our Wang clan cannot refuse. Please consider this carefully. Yulo's question carried deep implications, but Wang Xianmao understood it completely. The Wang clan indeed could not refuse the temptation of a grotto heaven. In fact, no foundation establishment immortal clan in the world could resist such a lure. Even if it were a poison pill, they would still want a small taste. However, the opportunities of the current era facing the Wang clan were incredibly unique, so unique that Wang Xianmao wanted to pack Yulo off to Drip Drop Cave immediately. Yet if the grotto heaven truly existed, Yulo could reach the Qi refining realm in 2 years at most, saving a massive amount of time. His future path toward reaching foundation establishment or even the Purple Palace realm would be much smoother and more composed. Ning's grotto heaven was like a sudden carrot dangled in front of the Wang clan and Yulo alike. How could that not be suspicious? Lest anyone forget, Hongmei was a former disciple of the Sky Serpent sect. Fifth, even if none of these problems exist, if Ning has truly passed away, if Golden Light Pavilion was just an accident, if Hongmei truly doesn't care about his daughter Zhong Ningyao, and if the issues with the grotto heaven aren't that severe, allowing our Wang clan to take over smoothly. Even if all these premises are met, how we handle the grotto heaven remains a dilemma. It is safe to say that every single step will be troublesome. Wang Yulo sighed softly. Exploring secret realms was one of the primary ways to obtain opportunities in the cultivation world. But if Yulo were asked to explore one, he would only shake his head. He would avoid it as much as humanly possible. Aside from opportunities, secret realms contained all kinds of unknown perils. The types of danger were unknown, the scale of danger was unknown, and the forms the danger might take were unknown. Sixth, now that we know where the grotto heaven is, someone has to go inside and look around. Are there dangerous entities within, such as Ning's disciples or her spiritual beasts? How to conduct the exploration was a major problem, was it not? If they sent Wang Xianmao to investigate and the clan head couldn't get back out, what then? Sending in clan disciples whose lifespans were nearing their end sounded perfectly logical on paper. But everyone belonged to the same clan. How could one broach the subject of asking kin to risk their lives, and how could they clean up the mess if things went wrong? If they sent in a couple of intelligent spiritual beasts to scout, what if the beasts were tricked and brought back false information, leading the clan astray? Even if they chose the most reliable person possible, it was still an endeavor that required an immense expenditure of resources. Troublesome, right? But there was worse to come. Seventh, once we possess the grotto heaven, the family can arrange for younger generations to cultivate inside. But with so many disciples in the clan, how do we allocate the slots? Who gets to go in, and who gets left out? A Qi induction cultivator lives for only 120 years, while a Qi refining cultivator can enjoy a lifespan of 180 years. The difference is night and day. Yulo held back a little with this question as well, but he was certain Wang Xianmao would definitely catch the underlying meaning. Namely, resource allocation. The clan's current model of resource allocation had been tested by time. It was stable and sufficiently competitive, helping the Wang clan maintain its edge. However, if the number of Qi refining cultivators exploded alongside a massive surge in foundation establishment experts, it would spell huge trouble. The fragile economic balance that Yulo had just corrected for the Wang clan would be shattered once more. Yet Yulo could not state this too bluntly, as it would make him seem overly heartless. He could only drop hints around the edges, hoping the clan head could devise a suitable plan. 8. The Wang clan currently has no Purple Palace Supreme experts, nor have we ever had one in our history. The laws of heaven and earth dictate that if too many Wang clan disciples use the grotto heaven to accelerate their cultivation, the outside world will notice sooner or later. When that time comes, an innocent man may be condemned for the treasure he possesses. Once Yulo finished speaking, Wang Xianmao nodded slightly and spoke. Go back and focus on your cultivation for now. I need to thoroughly consider how to deal with this wretched creature. Hongmei whimpered a few more times from his position on the floor. Yulo interjected. Clan head, he is my master after all. Now that he has provided this information, he has also performed a great service for the Wang clan. A smile touched Wang Xianmao's face, but he cut off Yulo's performance with a stern tone. Go on, get back to your cultivation. I have my own arrangements for these matters. Wang Yulo let out a long sigh, finding himself with no choice but to rise and take his leave helplessly. Staring at Hongmei on the floor, the clan head's eyes grew deep as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Yulo had raised 8 distinct questions, yet he had bypassed many other sensitive issues. He truly was an extraordinary Qilin child of the Wang clan, knowing exactly what could be acted upon but never spoken aloud. Still, how exactly should they handle the matter of Ning's grotto heaven? In truth, Wang Xianmao had not reached a decision either. With his mind weighed down by these matters, Yulo naturally found himself unable to cultivate. He left the Fortune Source residence and returned to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Yulo, we extended invitations to those winning talisman masters to purchase their talismans for sale here at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, and most of them agreed. But just as you predicted, these talisman masters usually have backing factions behind them. The talisman quotas they can provide to our pavilion are quite limited. The talisman master competition had already concluded, but the harvest for the 100 Treasures Pavilion was just beginning. Collaborating with the winners was only one aspect of it. Furthermore, the 100 Treasures Pavilion would continue to host the talisman competition in the future, turning it into a long-lasting event. This would subtly boost the pavilion's reputation over time. Of course, future iterations of the competition would not be as overly generous as the inaugural one. If the quotas are low, we will sell them through mystery boxes. Let's push the sales of the mystery boxes even higher. Yulo forced a smile and replied. This was similar to a special crossover edition. The mystery boxes themselves already offered a large-scale profit concession with a 2% discount, all to gain an advantage in sales volume and turnover rate. Even for the exact same type of talisman, different talisman masters would produce varying degrees of efficacy when drawing them. Now that the talismans from the winning masters were being added to the mix, the mystery box sales would undoubtedly become even more popular. As Yulo was conversing with Bailu, a familiar voice drifted over. Wang Yulo, you really are here. The newcomer was Zhou Yingxi. It appeared she had recovered quickly from her prior fright. Miss Zhou. Yulo paused for a moment before hurriedly speaking. Ah, quick, Bailu. Draw 1,000 spirit stones from the account and hand them over to Daoist friend Yingxi. Zhou Yingxi had originally come to check on how Wang Yulo was doing after facing such danger. Yet this boy was now acting as if there was nothing but a transactional relationship between them, which left her feeling rather disappointed. Nonetheless, she wasn't about to refuse the spirit stones she was owed. By the way, Daoist friend Yingxi, there is one more thing. I will likely be leaving Clear Stream Market soon. Wang Yulo spoke without even raising his head as he weighed the spirit stones. Whether he would head to Drip Drop Cave, return to the clan first, or go to Ning's grotto heaven to cultivate were all possibilities, but Wang Yulo was definitely leaving Clear Stream Market. Where are you going? Above her veil, her exposed peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as Zhou Yingxi asked softly. It depends on the clan's arrangements. Here, 1,000 spirit stones. Do you want to count them? Zhou Yingxi shook her head and swept the spirit stones into her storage bag. She knew that although this wretched Wang Yulo haggled fiercely during negotiations, he would never shortchange anyone on what was due. The people of the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom might be sly, but they were relatively principled and adhered to their code of conduct. Wang Yulo, will we ever meet again? Wang Yulo looked up in surprise, only to find that Zhou Yingxi's eyes were filled with absolute seriousness. He did not understand the inner world of a noble daughter from the Zhou clan, nor did he have any intention of trying to understand it. Yulo only found it to be a hassle. In a world where one could cultivate toward immortality, Wang Yulo had very little desire to indulge in romantic relationships. If a political marriage could bring benefits to his clan, he could even accept marrying a girl he had never laid eyes on. Moreover, the current Zhou Yingxi was simply too well protected, possessing a kind of innocent beauty that Wang Yulo could not bring himself to appreciate. We probably will. We are both part of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, after all, Yulo replied calmly. The Red Lantern Illumination sect was not just a sect but a massive faction. As long as they advanced far enough on the path of cultivation, they were bound to cross paths again eventually. Upon receiving Wang Xianmao's letter, Huang Qiusheng had no desire to involve himself in the matter of the Grand Cultivator causing trouble in Clear Stream Market. As the sect master of Red Lantern Illumination, he should have treated such incidents with gravity. However, from Huang Qiusheng's perspective, since no severe consequences had come of it, it was better to play it safe and act as though nothing had happened. If everything remained quiet, wasn't that the best outcome for everyone? If he truly investigated and uncovered something, for instance, if the mastermind behind the scenes turned out to be perfected man Fujiao, it would only create an ugly situation. Huang Qiusheng was never one to play the selfless saint, and he certainly wasn't going to offend a powerful grand cultivator who was already on the verge of death for no good reason. Perfected man Fujiao was already in that state, tolerating him was no great loss. Otherwise, if the old man decided to drag Huang Qiusheng along to the grave when he passed, even if Meng Xiang truly achieved the Golden Core realm, he wouldn't be able to bring Huang Qiusheng back to life. Similar to the relationship between Gao Jian, Jiang Baobian, and Mu Chuanzi, Huang Qiusheng was merely a pitiful low-ranking lackey. Thus, Huang merely passed the news along to Wang Jingyi that Clearstream Market had suffered an unexpected incident and that Wang Xianmao required assistance, completely refraining from reporting it to the Immortal Alliance. What he did not know, however, was that when his transmission talisman reached Wang Jingyi's grotto dwelling beneath the Xuanzhuan cliff, it was blocked by the formation array at the entrance. Wang Jingyi had already departed, rushing toward Clearstream Market. As a prominent family, the seat of the patriarch for the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom was a difficult one to occupy. Because the family members were all cultivators, if the leader's power was even slightly lacking, Wang Xianmao could easily find his authority questioned. By comparison, as a disciple of true person Xuanzhuan, Wang Jingyi was clearly a step ahead of the old patriarch in strength. When Yulo had brought up those 8 questions, several of them could actually be linked back to Wang Jingyi. Yet, Wang Yulo had known exactly when to stop. Ultimately, though, Wang Xianmao still chose to share the matter of Ning's grotto heaven with his older sister. A clan had to stand united to venture further, and Wang Xianmao believed his sister shared the same conviction. Unlike ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators who traveled with brilliant, flashing auras, when Wang Jingyi entered Clearstream Market, not a single soul noticed her arrival. Dressed in men's clothing, her face entirely bare of cosmetics, and her cultivation base suppressed to the early stage of qi refining, she silently stepped into Fortune Source residence. Behind the counter of Fortune Source residence, old Tang was busy fabricating the account books. He proceeded with absolute caution, altering half a ledger just to embezzle a mere 3 spirit stones. He didn't dare steal any more, his courage was only so great. Skimming a tiny bit from Bailu's compensation and doctoring half a ledger to pocket 3 stones was his absolute limit. Wang Jingyi failed to sense her brother's presence. After scanning the area with her divine sense and finding no trace of him, she walked up to the counter to inquire. Nianxiu, is Xianmao around? Tang Nianxiu shuddered violently all over. Seeing Wang Jingyi standing quietly right before him, his large round face instantly puckered in tension, looking like a piece of dried dung left out overnight. Ancestor, the patriarch should have gone to the beast medicine shop. Why have you suddenly arrived here? Perfected man Fujiao had visited in the morning, and now Wang Jingyi had arrived in the afternoon. Tang Nianxiu realized that something was deeply amiss. Keep up the good work. Wang Jingyi's words lingered in the air, but her figure had already vanished. From beginning to end, apart from Tang Nianxiu, not a single person noticed her presence. Right outside the stable gates, the siblings, reunited after a long time, happened to run straight into each other. Sister Jingyi, let us find another place to talk. Wang Xianmao and Wang Jingyi had grown up together from childhood. Wang Jingyi was slightly younger than Xianhe but older than Wang Xianmao. In truth, the relationships among them were quite excellent. The two flew directly several dozen miles away from Clearstream Market before finding a massive boulder halfway up a mountain to descend and converse. Who told you about the matter regarding Ning's grotto heaven? Ancestor Jingyi questioned. Wang Xianmao immediately related everything he knew to Wang Jingyi. However, the twists and turns of this bizarre development were truly astonishing, and even with Ancestor Jingyi's vast experience, it took her a long time to digest the information. So, why did Ning take a liking to Hongmei? I know of that man, isn't he a massive fat man weighing at least 300 pounds? Seeing that Sister Jingyi actually cared about this detail, Wang Xianmao replied with a smile. How could I possibly know that? But the existence of Ning's grotto heaven should be genuine. The reason I requested your return this time is so we can open the grotto heaven together to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Wang Jingyi remained silent for a long while before she slowly spoke. I have a single spirit root, Xianmao, you know this. Wang Xianmao replied with a smile. Sister, right now everyone is speculating that a war between Red Lantern Illumination and the Sky Serpent sect is bound to break out sooner or later. If your cultivation base can rise to the next level, it will naturally be a tremendous boon for our Wang clan. This fortuitous opportunity, I am yielding it to you, big sister. Wang Xianmao knew full well that given his own age, cultivation base, and the state of his Dao Foundation, even if he obtained the opportunity within Ning's grotto heaven, it would be impossible for him to open a Purple Palace. Within the Wang clan at present, the only 3 who possessed the potential for the Purple Palace realm were Wang Jingyi, Wang Rongyuan, and Wang Yulo. These 3 belonged to 3 different generations, yet their aptitudes, inherent talents, intelligence, and convictions were all of the absolute highest caliber. Seeing Wang Xianmao express such an attitude, even Wang Jingyi, whose cultivation base was profoundly advanced and whose Dao heart was incomparably firm, was deeply moved and shocked into silence for a moment. To have an incredible opportunity placed right before one's eyes and be capable of passing it to another was something very few people could achieve. This proved that Wang Xianmao was indeed considering the family's interests with his whole heart and soul. Let us go inspect the situation first. I have never met that child Yulo, but the 3 points he raised regarding the exploration of the grotto heaven are indeed worthy of reference. I recall that Rongsher is already nearly 120 years old. Let him go in first to test the waters. If an accident occurs, we will compensate Yuming. What do you think? Wang Xianmao had not expected Wang Jingyi to be so impatient. He asked, "Big sister, are we simply going to ignore the matter of the Grand Cultivator causing chaos?" Yulo had nearly lost his life and destroyed his cultivation base, escaping from that deadly peril only by biting through his own tongue. Yet, Wang Jingyi's mind was entirely filled with the minor grotto heaven, making absolutely no mention of the mysterious cultivator who had wrought havoc. To speak the truth, Wang Xianmao felt a trace of dissatisfaction. My perspective is broad enough to encompass the greater good, but what about your perspective, Wang Jingyi? We are both ancestors of the clan. Why did I make such a massive sacrifice? It was solely to ensure the family stands united and develops properly. The concrete details of the minor grotto heaven are still unknown, yet you display such conduct. Is this not somewhat inappropriate? It cannot be investigated, Xianmao. Perfected man Fujiao's stance is not merely due to his conflict with our Meng Xiang lineage. As you mentioned, it is highly probable that the Sky Serpent sect is intentionally stirring up trouble. If the investigation leads to the Sky Serpent sect, the resulting chaos will be catastrophic, and it will disrupt the grand plan of our ancestor attaining the Golden Core realm, Wang Jingyi replied helplessly. The Immortal Alliance was incredibly powerful, but even the Immortal Alliance could do little against a terrifying great demon like Tianxi. Perfected man Fujiao was far too clever, which was why he shifted the blame onto Huang Qiusheng, and Huang Qiusheng had passed the buck to Wang Jingyi. Wang Jingyi remained unaware that she had already been made a scapegoat, yet she still offered the most correct answer. Perfected man Fujiao stated that a conflict breaking out would actually benefit the ancestor, Wang Xianmao countered. He did not want Yulo to suffer in vain. To be bullied to such an extent by a powerful grand cultivator, there had to be some sort of accountability, right? Wang Jingyi understood Wang Xianmao, but her reply remained resolute. Xianmao, regarding what you just mentioned about Yulo and Yuan needing to borrow the minor grotto heaven to cultivate for a few years, I agree. As for the matter of the investigation, let it end here. The Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom cannot bear the responsibility of triggering a massive upheaval. Patriarch, Ancestor Jingyi claims that the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom cannot bear the responsibility of triggering a massive upheaval. If my memory serves me correctly, it was the Grand Cultivator who controlled me, and who controlled Hongmei and the others. It wasn't that I controlled the Grand Cultivator, correct? Wang Yulo found it impossible to accept this outcome. He had originally assumed that once the Patriarch reported the matter to the Red Lantern Illumination Sect Master, Huang Qiusheng, the Immortal Alliance would step in. Even if the matter couldn't be resolved immediately, the truth would eventually come to light. Yet, from perfected man Fujiao who utterly refused to investigate, to Huang Qiusheng who refrained from reporting to the Immortal Alliance, and finally to Ancestor Jingyi, not a single person cared about the truth. In fact, according to Wang Jingyi, if an investigation triggered a massive crisis, it would still be deemed the fault of the Wang clan. These words were logical, yet profoundly unjust. Because you are weak, you have no choice but to endure. This was far too humiliating, far too suffocating, and far too pathetic. For some unknown reason, Wang Yulo found himself thinking of Gao Jian, and how Gao Jian ruthlessly exploited the rogue cultivators. In the presence of a grand cultivator, no, that grand cultivator hadn't even shown his face from start to finish, yet the mere shadow of his presence terrified everyone into immobility. Yes, but Ancestor Jingyi is also considering the family's welfare. Looking at the indignant Yulo, Wang Xianmao nodded, then spoke in a calm, measured tone. If the issues within Ning's grotto heaven are minor, you and Yuan can enter the minor grotto heaven to cultivate until you complete your qi refining stage. Yulo, one's cultivation base is more vital than anything else. When the day comes that you can ascend to the Purple Palace realm, you will naturally be able to investigate whatever you wish. Yulo, focus entirely on your cultivation. You possess the latent talent for the Purple Palace realm. Perfected man Fujiao did not dare to investigate because he had lost his physical body, forcing his soul to reside within the corpse of a flood dragon, and his own grotto heaven was currently collapsing. He was rapidly approaching death. If a different Purple Palace cultivator were in his place, they might very well have dared to investigate. Hearing the Patriarch's words of comfort, Wang Yulo adjusted his expression and replied, Yulo will thoroughly grasp the opportunity to cultivate within the minor grotto heaven and attain the qi refining stage as rapidly as possible. Regarding the difficult judgment of whether Hongmei was a true hegemon enduring humiliation to bluff the Wang clan, or just a natural waste whenever he encountered a challenge, Wang Jingyi had her own special solution. Apply a charm art on him. His own cultivation method is a charm art, yet none of you thought of using it to reverse control him. Wang Jingyi effortlessly found the breakthrough to the problem. Inside the Patriarch's chamber, Yulo was also present. He watched the old Patriarch offer an embarrassed reply. Charm arts are an insignificant path, and our Wang clan lacks its inheritance, which is why it didn't cross my mind for a moment. Facing his eldest sister, even the mature and stable old Patriarch had his awkward moments. Yulo chuckled silently to himself. A Patriarch like this was truly entertaining, someone he would never get to see under normal circumstances. Speaking of which, there are things you don't know, Wang Jingyi continued. Among the 10 sects, only 2 cultivate charm arts, the Sky Serpent sect and the Moon Splendor sect. The Sky Serpent sect rears many spiritual beasts. Those spiritual beasts know that once they give birth to offspring, the young will eventually be skinned and have their bones scraped by the Sky Serpent sect when they grow up, so they refuse to breed. Therefore, the cultivators of the Sky Serpent sect practice charm arts specifically to assist in crossbreeding their spiritual beasts. Yulo listened in dumbfounded shock. He glanced at Hongmei on the floor, and imagining Hongmei assisting in the crossbreeding of spiritual beasts sent a shiver down his spine. In the vast world of cultivation, wonders truly never ceased. Ancestor, then why does the Moon Splendor sect cultivate charm arts? Yulo wanted to continue broadening his horizons, so he asked cleverly. The Moon Splendor sect likes to recruit outer disciples and then send them out to work as prostitutes to earn spirit stones. The ceiling of charm arts amounts to nothing more than this. So that was how it was. It made sense, charm arts achieved their advantageous effects against enemies by influencing human consciousness. However, in magical combat, far too many methods were more direct, faster to take effect, easier to use, and possessed broader applicability. Take sword cultivators, for instance, who excelled at utilizing flying swords. When a sword cultivator encountered a practitioner of a charm art, before the latter could even activate their technique, the sword cultivator's flying sword would already be slicing through the air, leaving the charm art practitioner to suffer a heavy blow. But senior sister, no one in our Wang family understands charm arts. Wang Xianmao indicated that identifying the crux of the problem was not equivalent to solving it. However, as a core disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, Wang Jingyi naturally possessed her own means. I have charm art talismans, though their power is quite small and might be useless against high-stage chi refining cultivators. Still, weakening his will to resist should just about do it. She sat where she was, sipping her tea while controlling her flying sword to begin paring away at Hongmei's flesh. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In truth, the moment he heard Wang Jingyi's words, Hongmei already wanted to confess. This old crone was simply too ruthless. Wang Jingyi's ruthlessness was different from Gao Jian's. Gao Jian belonged to the type who shouted and barked, only daring to act tough against the weak, whereas Wang Jingyi was someone who would rather act than talk nonsense. Hongmei wanted to confess, but his divine sense was restricted by the giant green python, and his mouth was stuffed with vines. He wanted to speak out but had no way to do so. This sort of thing was like gagging someone during an interrogation and then asking why the victim refused to speak. Calling it a miserable state was an understatement. Ancestor, wait, my master seems to want to confess. Among the three, Yulo was the one who cared most about Hongmei. He truly did not want Hongmei to perish directly. Even if Hongmei could not achieve foundation establishment, he still could not die. That kid Yuan was deeply in love with senior sister Ningyao. As the older brother, he wanted to bring Yuan and Ningyao together. This matter was too trivial, so perhaps the patriarch and ancestor Jingyi did not care about Yuan's romantic feelings, but as the eldest brother, Yulo cared. The flying sword came to a halt, the giant python vanished, and Hongmei spoke with a tremble, filled with terror. What do you want to ask? Wang Jingyi glanced at Wang Xianmao in surprise. Xianmao, you mean to say you haven't asked him a single thing yet? Cough, did a Ning truly pass away? Wang Xianmao cleared his throat with a flush on his face, speaking up. The patriarch thought to himself, fortunately, my face is green complexioned, so even if I blush, no one can tell. She passed away, she passed away. But her grotto heaven is sealed. She told me that it can only be opened after I reach foundation establishment. If I couldn't rely on myself to achieve foundation establishment, I was to pass the matter of the small grotto heaven down to Ningyao, so that she could open it after achieving foundation establishment in the future. The reason for this arrangement was the fear that our cultivation bases would be insufficient, causing us to court disaster because of the grotto heaven. Wang Xianmao and Wang Jingyi exchanged a glance before resuming their interrogation. They asked a thorough round of questions, and Hongmei answered everything he knew without reservation, though he genuinely did not know much. Nevertheless, by the end of it, the two of them still did not entirely trust Hongmei's words. But things having reached this point, they could only head to the location of the small grotto heaven to take a look. Even if it were a poisoned bait, Wang Jingyi had the confidence to take a bite and spit it back out. I will return to the clan to fetch Rongshe. You take Hongmei to the location of the small grotto heaven to set up a formation array. That way, even if a Ning is still alive, the two of us can still wage a battle against her. The patriarch specialized in wood elemental methods and held a significant advantage in setting up formation arrays, making Ancestor Jingyi's arrangement highly reasonable. Wang Xianmao looked at Yulo and said, eldest sister, take Yulo along with you. I fear he might encounter another unexpected mishap. At that time, Wang Xianmao had even intended to take Yulo directly to Drip Drop Cave to join the sect. It could be said that the patriarch attached immense importance to Yulo. Very well. Wang Jingyi possessed a decisive temperament. She immediately wrapped Yulo in spiritual energy, instantly teleporting into the sky. Driving her minor formless spirit sword and holding Yulo with one hand, she flew straight toward the territory of the Wang clan. By the time Mu Chunzer, who presided over the grand array of Clear Stream Market, discovered that a high-stage cultivator had visited, Wang Jingyi had long since departed. Mu Chunzer had been startled several times today, and he was shocked once more this time, believing another grand cultivator had paid a visit. He conjectured that perhaps the Mengxiang lineage behind the Wang clan had sent a Purple Palace cultivator to inspect. However, since the person had already left, he naturally would not cause further trouble. This was precisely the strength of Wang Jingyi. Moving in and out of the grand array established by the Red Lantern Illumination sect as she pleased, Mu Chunzer could not even catch a glimpse of her tail. 2 days later, late at night, beneath an unnamed mountain gorge more than 300 miles east of Clear Stream Market. Yulo, who was kept close to the patriarch's side at all times, had also arrived at this location. However, he could only watch the actions of the patriarch and ancestor Jingyi from a distance. Wang Xianmao sat at the center of the formation array. He had deployed a triple formation array. The first layer of concealment array encompassed a radius of 3 miles, and within it lay 2 layers of killing arrays. Standing inside the killing arrays, Yulo was perfectly safe. Ancestor Jingyi was a metal attribute sword cultivator. Placing her hand upon a massive, 7th-grade yang-raising stone, she had already stood there for 2 full days and a night. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said, "It is about time. Let us begin." Hearing this, Wang Xianmao manipulated a wooden vine to lift Hongmei up to the boundary where Ning's small grotto heaven intersected with this world. Should any mutation occur, he could also be used to block a blow. Seeing the two ancestors finally make their move, Yulo hastily widened his eyes, wanting to see their techniques clearly. Wang Jingyi had received nurturing from the Wang clan since childhood to build her foundation. Later, she entered the Red Lantern Illumination sect and became a disciple of true person Xuanzhuan, making her an exceptionally formidable sword cultivator. The only scenario in which an ordinary cultivator could witness a sword cultivator from such a major sect strike would be right before they reported to the underworld. However, though Ancestor Jingyi had called for the start, the two of them were not in a rush at all. Instead, they continuously utilized various talismans and spells to augment their potential advantages in any ensuing combat. Wang Xianmao naturally activated his divine ability as well. Once limitless spiritual opportunity was unleashed, the green spiritual vitality blocked out everything around him, leaving Yulo unable to see a thing. Hongmei was scared out of his wits by the imposing aura of the two individuals, to the point where he even prayed in his heart. "Ning, oh Ning, my love, you absolutely, positively must have passed away. Do not screw me over under any circumstances." These were two killing gods who had prepared themselves for 2 days and a night. "Are you ready yet?" Ancestor Jingyi's voice remained eternally placid, sounding akin to a piece of cold metal. "In a moment. Let us apply one more Golden Eagle Fall talisman. Just in case we cannot defeat her, we can still flee." There, all set. After the two had utilized a horde of amplification spells and talismans, Wang Xianmao applied an extremely rare Golden Eagle Fall talisman. This was a Foundation establishment-grade talisman crafted from the flight feather of a golden eagle. The name, Golden Eagle Fall, implied that once it lost its flight feathers, the golden eagle would fall to the earth and never fly again. However, with the enhancement of the Golden Eagle Fall talisman, a cultivator's escape method would become a notch faster. Furthermore, the effect of a rare Foundation establishment talisman like the Golden Eagle Fall operated externally, it would not inflict any side effects upon the user, which was also highly crucial. Ordinary low-stage cultivators using a 1,000-mile talisman needed to stick it onto their legs, and using it excessively would damage their limbs. Wang Xianmao was just about to apply a Golden Eagle Fall talisman for his sister as well, but Wang Jingyi shook her head and said, "There is no need for me, brother Mao. If death comes, I shall be the first to die." After utilizing the Golden Eagle Fall talisman, Wang Xianmao's speed would be faster than Wang Jingyi's, which was why she refused his gesture to apply another one to her. The patriarch froze for a moment, silently putting away the Golden Eagle Fall talisman, not because he was cold-blooded, but because Wang Jingyi's personality was simply like this. Yet halfway through putting it away, the patriarch channeled his spiritual chi once more, delivering the Golden Eagle Fall talisman before Yulo. "If any mishap occurs, use the 100-mile evasion talisman combined with the Golden Eagle Fall talisman. You will have a chance to escape. Yulo, survive well, only then can you become what you wish to be." The patriarch's voice arrived via divine sense. Looking at that dense green spiritual vitality, Yulo felt a certain weight in his heart. This was undoubtedly the most important opportunity for the Anbei Kingdom Wang clan in 1,000 years. The two ancestors had already gambled everything. Would they succeed? They would succeed, right? They would definitely succeed. Strictly speaking, the act of applying auxiliary and amplification spells before the battle seemed to have lasted a long time, but it had actually taken less than a brief moment. "Xianmao, shall I begin then?" Ancestor Jingyi confirmed one final time. "Yes, I am prepared as well." Yulo suddenly witnessed a blinding golden light erupting from within that green spiritual vitality. A human-shaped golden silhouette, resembling a golden lantern, emerged amidst the green aura. Wang Jingyi had unleashed her divine ability, Manifest Golden Aspect. Her hand, which had rested upon the 7th-grade yang-raising stone for 2 days and a night, gently lifted that minor formless spirit sword which possessed 97 layers of restrictions. The instant the spirit sword left the stone, the massive yang-raising stone instantly crumbled into fine powder, completely devoid of any spirituality as it drifted with the wind. It turned out that Wang Jingyi had been charging the sword using a secret method, absorbing all the essence within that yang-raising stone over the course of 2 days and a night. Under the effects of numerous auxiliary and amplification spells, in coordination with Wang Xianmao's limitless spiritual opportunity divine ability, and with the enhancement of the Manifest Golden Aspect divine ability, the Red Lantern Illumination sect core disciple Wang Jingyi held that minor formless spirit sword, which had drained all the essence of the 7th-grade yang-raising stone, and slashed straight toward the intersection between the small grotto heaven and this world. Formless signified having no shape. Minor formless meant it was somewhat shapeless, but not completely so. Hongmei, who was being hoisted by the vines to serve as a spare shield, watched with wide eyes as Wang Jingyi, transformed into her golden aspect, bypassed him with her sword. That formless sword appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of sword chi, spiritual rhythm, or even a sense of sharpness. This was not because the formless sword was lacking, but because Wang Jingyi was far too exceptional. At this moment of unleashing the charged sword, she manifested her golden aspect through her divine ability, achieving a unique state of human sword unity. 2 days of charging the sword, at the cost of a 7th-grade spiritual object like the yang-raising stone, had brought an immense amplification to this formless sword. If a more substandard sword cultivator were in her place, when they utilized this formless sword, it would surely be radiant with brilliant light and piercing sword chi, looking infinitely powerful. However, in that manner, the power accumulated at such an immense cost would rapidly dissipate. Hongmei had once taught Yulo the spirit energy nurturing method to nourish spiritual artifacts. Wang Jingyi's method of charging a spirit sword was, to a certain extent, an advanced progression of the spirit energy nurturing method, but it was also far more than a simple advancement. A spiritual artifact's power was already immense to begin with, but during combat between Foundation establishment cultivators, the accumulated power would diminish with every single sword strike. Therefore, Wang Jingyi controlled the minor formless sword in her hand with absolute focus, seeking to ensure that not even a shred of the power capable of deciding the outcome of the battle would leak away. The female cultivator manifesting her golden aspect finally approached the location of that small grotto heaven. The seemingly ordinary formless sword suddenly erupted with immense spiritual rhythm and majesty the moment it collided with the boundary. Hongmei, bound by the vines, was instantly blown backward by the shockwave. Wang Xianmao's vines were actually so frail beneath the residual power of Ancestor Jingyi's minor formless sword. Yulo could perceive that the world enveloped by the limitless spiritual opportunity was undergoing a transformation. This was a strike from a sword cultivator, a strike enhanced by talismans worth over 10,000 spirit stones, a strike nurtured by draining an entire piece of 7th-grade yang-raising stone. Furthermore, it was the strongest strike Wang Jingyi had delivered since commencing her cultivation path. Beneath a sword strike of this caliber, even the heavens and earth trembled. Even if Ning herself were present to receive this strike, she would surely perish, her path dissolving into nothingness. A grotto heaven was also a heaven. Jingyi of the Wang clan, her sword cleaves the heavenly gate. A Ning small grotto heaven, which a Foundation establishment cultivator could open upon mastering the location, naturally could not remain hidden beneath a sword strike like this. A dark, ruptured hole manifested in midair, that was the entrance to the small grotto heaven. The small grotto heaven, independent of this world, was like a bubble adhering to the surface of water. However, when damaged, it would not burst, instead, it would slowly repair itself, once again forming a closed space independent of the world. Gazing at that slowly healing dark rupture, Wang Jingyi hovered in midair. She waited for a long time, yet she did not receive the attack from the female cultivator of Hidden Dragon Abbey, and Ning, which she and the Patriarch had feared most. It could be said that all of their preparations had been made to withstand this well-known, seasoned Foundation establishment cultivator of Hidden Dragon Abbey, but now, it seemed she had truly passed away. Rongsher, it is your turn, Ancestor Jingyi spoke. Hearing Ancestor Jingyi's words, not far away, Wang Rongsher, who had likewise waited for 2 days and a night, nodded solemnly. He stood up, walked before the Patriarch, and came to a halt. The white-haired Wang Rongsher dropped to his knees with a thud, prostrating 3 times. When he rose again, his eyes were already brimming with tears. Rongsher requires no reward, I only wish for my Anbei kingdom Wang clan to flourish continuously for generations. Watching the nearly 120-year-old Wang Rongsher step firmly into that dark rupture without a shred of hesitation, both Wang Jingyi and Wang Xianmao felt somewhat melancholy. Wang Xianmao let out a long sigh, turning his head slightly away in reluctance. Was it pressure? Responsibility? Honor? Shame? Helplessness? Wang Xianmao could not distinguish what was manipulating his heart. Though he was clearly uninjured, his heart ached exceptionally severely. Knowing that someone always had to shoulder the risks was an entirely different matter from watching one's own younger generation step into danger with one's own eyes. Wang Rongsher was a child he had watched grow up. Rongsher's youngest son, Yulio, possessed poor aptitude and left home early, dying at the hands of rogue cultivators outside. Rongsher had failed to break through qi induction his entire life, but his eldest son, Yuming, was the very first qi refining cultivator of the Wang clan's Yu generation. Now, he had stepped into a Ning's grotto heaven. Wang Rongsher's cultivation base was not high, but the baked wheaten cakes he made were delicious, and both Yulo and Yuan loved to eat them. Uncle Rongsher, I still want to eat those fragrant donkey meat wheaten cakes you make once more. Yulo felt a surge of anticipation, but what he anticipated was more than just eating wheaten cakes. However, just as Wang Rongsher stepped toward the small grotto heaven left behind by Ning, Wang Jingyi moved. With a casual flick of her finger, she used her Foundation establishment cultivation base to easily restrain Wang Rongsher, who was merely at the high stage of qi gathering, and yanked him back down. Forget it, Rongsher. It's better if I go in myself. Wang Rongsher had been watched over by Wang Xianmao as he grew up, and Wang Jingyi had watched him grow as well. Having left home to cultivate for so many years, Wang Jingyi had risen step by step from an ordinary disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect to a core disciple, becoming a seasoned Foundation establishment cultivator with divine abilities. To most of the newer Wang clan members born over the past century, Ancestor Jingyi of the Red Lantern Illumination sect was more like a legendary figure. Yet, in her heart, Wang Jingyi still considered herself a child of the Wang clan first, and a core disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect second. That was why she had dared to directly request Wang Xianmao to let her use the small grotto heaven left by Ning to attempt to reach the Purple Palace realm. I am a member of the Wang family, and my talent is sufficient, so I rightfully deserve a share of this fortune. Now, Wang Jingyi once again proved through her actions that she was not an ungrateful leech who only expected benefits from the family without taking on responsibilities. Ancestor, I can do it, Wang Rongshi unexpectedly rejected Wang Jingyi's suggestion, pleading earnestly. You are the family's strong backing within the Red Lantern Illumination sect. If you encounter danger, it will impact the future of the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom. I, on the other hand, am just a dying man. To be able to contribute one last time to the family in my remaining days, this is what I should do, and what I want to do. Wang Xianmao did not voice an opinion, no one could easily take a stance on such a matter. The risk was right there, akin to a unique trolley problem. In a traditional trolley problem, the train is coming, and you must choose who dies. The trolley problem facing them right now was that an invisible, high-speed train might be waiting ahead, and Ning might still be alive, simply waiting for someone to step into her domain and deliver themselves to her. The difficult choice facing the Wang clan was determining what standard to use to select someone to go check. The moral dilemma was unresolvable. Letting Wang Rongshi go in seemed heartless from an emotional standpoint. And what of compensation? Wang Rongshi didn't care about a bit of compensation. The logic was simple, if Wang Yiming proved capable, the Wang family would naturally support him. If Wang Yiming turned out to be useless, Wang Rongshi wouldn't want the Wang clan's resources wasted on him either. Letting Wang Jingyi go in seemed foolish from a rational standpoint. A grotto heaven was a cultivator's home turf. If a Ning was inside waiting for a Wang family member to take the bait, Wang Jingyi might truly encounter immense danger upon entering. Neither choice was superior, both were correct. The former was compassionate, while the latter was rational. The bond of shared blood formed the foundation that allowed the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom to endure for 1,000 years. From this perspective, Wang Jingyi, who chose to stop Wang Rongshi, was a qualified member of the Wang family. Yet, prudence, endurance, and rationality were also the maxims that had guided the Wang clan through historical storms to this day. From that perspective, sending Wang Rongshi in was the optimal, rational choice. However, as a seasoned Foundation establishment cultivator, Wang Jingyi could naturally read something from Wang Xianmao's silence. Thus, she said no more, simply gripped her sword, and dove straight into a Ning's grotto heaven. Patriarch, Ancestor Jingyi. He had waited for 2 days and mentally prepared himself for 2 days, even leaving behind his final words for Yiming. Wang Rongshi had completely failed to anticipate that things would take this turn. Let's wait. Wang Xianmao shook his head, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. In many matters, relying purely on logic was impossible. Furthermore, if they merely sent Wang Rongshi in to investigate, his low cultivation level might cause him to be deceived, leaving him unable to discover any hidden issues. From this perspective, the most suitable person to enter became Wang Xianzhou. Yes, theoretically, the optimal candidate to explore the grotto heaven was Wang Xianzhou, but if you asked Wang Xianmao to arrange it, he wouldn't be able to bring himself to do it. Human hearts are not made of stone. Wang Jingyi, who seemed as unyielding as metal, had her own warmth. Wang Xianmao protected Yulo so fiercely that he practically coddled him, so he was naturally even more tender-hearted, though their warmth was reserved solely for the Wang clan. Before long, Wang Jingyi flew back out of the grotto heaven, her usually placid, water-like face actually carrying a smile. Xianmao, everything is normal. A Ning has indeed meditated into passing. Hongmei did not lie to us. Suspended in anxiety, Hongmei heard that his Dao companion was truly dead, and the unease in his heart finally dissolved. However, due to the intense mental pressure of the past several days combined with a sudden surge of excitement, he actually blacked out and swooned right then and there. Perhaps marrying Hongmei was the single greatest mistake in the life of a Ning, that famous female cultivator from Crouching Dragon Temple whose name was known throughout Wunan. Wang Xianmao rose in excitement, pressing for details. How large is this small grotto heaven left by a Ning? A grotto heaven was an otherworldly domain that could only be opened after achieving the Purple Palace realm. According to the Wang clan's deductions, the size of a grotto heaven was tightly bound to the strength of its creator. But a Ning had ultimately failed to truly reach the Purple Palace realm. She had only succeeded in opening the grotto heaven before failing her final advancement. Consequently, Wang Xianmao worried that this domain might be too small. Wang Jingyi did not answer. She struck with her sword once more, widening the entrance of the small grotto heaven slightly to delay its self-repair speed. Go see for yourself. I will keep watch out here. Wang Xianmao recalled Yulo first, and only then did he take Yulo with him into a Ning's small grotto heaven. This is a grotto heaven. Looking at the barren landscape that resembled a wasteland under a deep red, incredibly oppressive sky, Wang Yulo was momentarily stunned. When hearing of a grotto heaven, he had held certain romantic expectations. But seeing its true appearance after entering, the gap between expectation and reality was simply too vast. However, in the center of this desolate domain lay a pool of water, and within a radius of several dozen feet around it, life flourished vibrantly. Carrying Yulo as he flew through the air, Wang Xianmao commented objectively, a quarter-mile in diameter. There is a reason a Ning failed to advance to the Purple Palace realm, this grotto heaven of hers is simply a bit too small. As he spoke, he guided Wang Yulo toward the center of the domain. They are all spiritual materials. The moment they landed, Yulo felt the difference. When they were high in the sky near the edge of the grotto heaven, he hadn't even been able to sense the spiritual energy of this place. But upon reaching the edge of this pool, Yulo clearly saw that there were actually 5 kinds of spiritual materials at the heart of Ning's small grotto heaven. In this vibrant center of the domain, various spiritual items grew in abundance. The pool was a rank 9 spiritual spring of the water attribute, and the spring water seemed to carry a dominant, cleansing power. The ground consisted of rank 9 spiritual soil of the earth attribute, upon which grew numerous spiritual grasses, flowers, and trees. Among them were 2 unique red trees, identical to the redwood of the redwood sect, possessing both fire and wood dual attributes. Indeed. They are all spiritual materials, every single one of them. Wang Xianmao's smile was so wide his mouth practically split. Though Ning's small grotto heaven was tiny, its spiritual items were plentiful. These materials could completely sustain the breakthrough requirements for multiple future foundation establishment cultivators of the Wang clan. The greatest crisis currently plaguing the Wang clan was completely resolved just like that. After delivering a massive amount of the family's accumulated resources to the Red Lantern Illumination sect, the Wang clan had been forced to push several of their qi refining cultivators to break through to foundation establishment. The logic remained unchanged. The Red Lantern Illumination sect was deliberately distributing favors to bottom-tier cultivators, who then began to reach foundation establishment in droves. The sheer scale of new foundation establishment cultivators was large enough to cause the price of foundation establishment resources across the entire Wunan basin to double. If the Wang clan had failed to keep pace back then, their relative advantage in the competitive landscape would have plummeted. Thus, the Wang clan had been forced to join the race. But joining didn't solve the underlying problem, it merely generated new ones. Because resources were insufficient, even Wang Xianzhou, a man over 160 years old, had returned to the battlefield to earn spirit stones for the Wang clan. Now, with the replenishment from Ning's small grotto heaven, the transition pains the Wang clan would face over the next few decades would be much steadier and far more manageable. Inside there, that should be Senior Ning's remains, right? Yulo noticed a peculiar entity among the many spiritual plants. That plant possessed luxuriant branches and leaves, but the source of those limbs sat precisely at the junction of the spiritual spring and the spiritual soil. By absorbing the spiritual energy of 2 rank 9 spiritual materials, it had grown a massive flower bud. That slightly translucent, giant bud rested quietly amidst the trees. Through the tightly closed, pale yellow petals, Yulo could discern a human silhouette. That was why he deduced it to be the resting place of the remains of Ning, the famous female foundation establishment cultivator of Crouching Dragon Temple. She truly lived up to her reputation as a core disciple of a great sect whose name echoed across Wunan for centuries. Even in death, she chose to handle her remains in such an extraordinary fashion, literally passing away in a spectacular style. Still, Senior Ning, why on earth did you take a liking to Hongmei? Hongmei was a highly deceptive individual. Initially, Yulo had thought him to be an extraordinary qi refining cultivator who would surely achieve foundation establishment with ease down the line. But as his understanding of Hongmei deepened, Yulo realized that while Hongmei appeared powerful on the surface, his inner resolve was weak and vacillating. Once he learned that Hongmei possessed a Dao companion like a Ning, all the inconsistencies surrounding the man became perfectly logical. Yes, do not show any disrespect. A Ning was a cultivator of excellent reputation. Come to think of it, I even crossed paths with her once. Leading Yulo, Wang Xianmao walked toward the flower bud. Along the way, under the control of his wood attribute spells, the various spiritual plants left by a Ning parted to form a path. Arriving before the bud, Wang Xianmao bowed deeply, showing full etiquette toward a Ning's remains. 70 years ago, I served as a formation envoy within the Immortal Alliance. Once, while exchanging items at the Immortal Merit Hall in Lotus Immortal City, I ran into a Ning and caught a distant glimpse of her. To think that after 70 years, she and I would share such an intersection. If one fails to reach the Purple Palace realm, no matter how glorious or trendy they may be for a time, they will ultimately be nothing more than dry bones in a tomb. Yulo nodded silently. Cultivators of the Purple Palace realm in this world could seclude themselves within their small grotto heavens to halt the passing of their lifespan. In this manner, a Purple Palace cultivator's natural lifespan, which began at 700 years, could easily stretch into thousands or even tens of thousands of years. What did it mean to enjoy eternal life? This was precisely it. Fellow Daoist and Ning, the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom will surely treat your daughter well. As for your Dao companion, Hongmei, well, so be it. I shall grant him his foundation establishment breakthrough. What could he possibly achieve anyway? Before opening the bud to claim Ning's left-behind treasures, Wang Xianmao ultimately decided to give Hongmei a chance. Matters of karma were nebulous and could not dictate Wang Xianmao's decisions. The only reason he was willing to afford Hongmei a chance at foundation establishment was that Hongmei was simply too incompetent. Had Hongmei possessed even a slightly stiffer backbone or a firmer Dao heart, Wang Xianmao would have certainly cut the weeds and pulled up the roots to eliminate any future trouble. Under his wood attribute spells, the pale yellow bud gradually blossomed, revealing the true form of a Ning's remains hidden within. As a Ning's remains gradually came into view, Yulo's expression shifted drastically. Stench. An unimaginable, mind-numbing stench. Just before Yulo could faint from the odor, the thoroughly shaken old patriarch finally snapped to his senses. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a gust of wind, continuously sweeping the foul smell from the air. This. His eyes stinging from the stench, Yulo finally got a clear look at a Ning's remains. The deceased Ning possessed a head of pitch black hair, and the bright yellow spiritual robe she wore still shimmered with spiritual light. However, beneath the wrinkles characteristic of an elderly person, her skin was entirely black. In certain places, the skin had begun to slough off, revealing an unusual white flesh beneath. A mottled mixture of black and white, paired with a horrendous stench, the sight filled Yulo with intense revulsion. Zhong Ningyao might truly be her daughter. Wang Xianmao immediately offered a judgment that seemed completely unrelated to the scene. Patriarch, why are Senior and Ning's remains in such a state? This is far too unseemly. Yulo also realized where the issue lay. After a Foundation establishment cultivator died, their physical body could resist decay, allowing the corpse to remain preserved for many years. The method Ning used to store her body was clearly extraordinary. Her remains should not look this wretched under any circumstances. There was only one possibility: her physical body had already begun to rot prior to her death. Perhaps it was because she expended her life essence to nurture her child that Ning passed away in such an undignified manner. If I recall correctly, Ning should have lived to be nearly 500 years old, which is why her reputation was so grand. She exhausted every kind of longevity extending method, yet she still could not truly advance to the Purple Palace realm. To think that after a lifetime dedicated to the Tao, she chose to seek out a Tao companion at the very end of her life. You must know that 70 years ago, she still looked like a young woman in her 20s. It is hard to imagine, truly hard to imagine. Wang Xianmao sighed with emotion. Ning had been a hair's breadth away from the Purple Palace realm. She had even succeeded in opening her small grotto heaven. Yet that tiny gap was precisely what reduced her to her current state. Yulo, pay your respects to her as well. Our Wang clan has received Ning's legacy, so we ought to show some gratitude toward her. Wang Yulo stood solemnly, took 2 steps forward to face Ning's remains, and bowed respectfully. Suddenly, a voice echoed from Ning's corpse. Hongmei, I did not expect a waste like you to actually succeed in reaching Foundation establishment before the age of 90. Ningyao, you have grown up as well. Regrettably, my daughter, your mother can no longer see you. You must. Amidst Yulo's astonishment, Wang Xianmao pointed at the yellow stamen section where Ning's remains rested and nodded. Ning had not resurrected, she had merely left behind a contingency measure. You must find a suitable husband early on. Do not be like me, tossing and turning for a lifetime in search of the Tao, only to realize at the end that the Great Tao possesses no gate. The Great Tao has no gate. Cultivating immortality is nothing but a scam. The number of grand cultivators in heaven and earth is fixed. If one wishes to emerge, they require the approval of the Gathering Immortals platform. If the Gathering Immortals platform does not permit you to attain the Tao, any amount of cultivation is futile. Hongmei, if you manage to reach Foundation establishment before 90, then this grotto heaven I left for you will be of use. It will begin to collapse when you turn 293 years old. A 4-vein Tao foundation is not easy to repair, you must hurry. First, use this grotto heaven to help Ningyao advance to the Qi refining stage as soon as possible, then enter the Immortal Alliance, and subsequently begin repairing your Tao foundation. Having fled from the Sky Serpent sect, it is impossible for you to find an opportunity for the Purple Palace realm by joining other major sects after your breakthrough. Your sole opportunity for the Purple Palace lies within the Immortal Alliance. Enter it early, and my artificing path inheritance will help you secure your footing. Take good care of Ningyao, you waste. Hongmei's wife was dead, yet she still harbored such deep resentment toward him, it seemed they shared genuine feelings. With that final insult, Ning's parting words came to an end. Wang Xianmao gathered his divine sense and swept over the stamen that carried the message, discovering an exceptionally concealed, unique formation array within it. Fellow Daoist Ning was truly formidable. Had we come 2 years later, the formation would have vanished. If only a single Foundation establishment cultivator had come, the formation wouldn't have triggered either. The moment someone disturbs her remains, the formation will self-destruct. I brought you in merely to broaden your horizons, yet through a stroke of luck, you happen to walk up to her and stand alongside me. I am at Foundation establishment while you are at Qi gathering, which perfectly aligns with the scenario of Hongmei reaching Foundation establishment before 90 and bringing Ningyao inside. Thus, we managed to hear Ning's final instructions to Hongmei and Ningyao. Ha, a stroke of luck. Yulo, tell me, isn't this a stroke of luck? The patriarch cast a deep look at Yulo, but Yulo was lost in thought over Ning's final words and failed to notice the look. Patriarch, in Senior Ning's parting words, she claimed the Great Tao has no gate, cultivating immortality is a scam, and reaching the Purple Palace requires the approval of the Gathering Immortals platform. Is this true? Seeing Yulo ask this, Wang Xianmao blanked for a moment, then smiled and explained, the Great Tao is indeed gateless for most people, myself included, even Jingyi might not stand a chance. Having sought the Tao her whole life without success, it is only natural for Ning to view cultivating immortality as a scam upon her death, one that left her with countless regrets. As for reaching the Purple Palace requiring the approval of the Gathering Immortals platform, that is utter nonsense. When it comes to attaining the Tao, who would willingly allow themselves to be shackled by the Immortal Alliance? No matter how formidable the true persons atop the Gathering Immortals platform may be, they cannot control everyone under heaven. Take you, for instance. Under the control of that mysterious Grand Cultivator, as long as your resolve is strong enough, you can break free. This is the finest proof. Seeing the Patriarch bring up the mysterious Grand Cultivator, and considering that no one else could possibly spy on them inside this small grotto heaven, Yulo felt safe enough to speak freely. Patriarch, the one controlling us might very well be perfected man Fujiao. He arrived far too quickly, and his handling of the situation was entirely superficial. Furthermore, if Wang Xianmao frowned and cut Yulo off, saying, "Stop. Once the investigation into Guoyaoyue yields results, it won't be too late to guess the mastermind. If nothing else, perfected man Fujiao doesn't command any outstanding geniuses like Guoyaoyue, and Mu Chang's behavior didn't seem feigned either. If perfected man Fujiao were playing tricks, he could have easily coordinated with Mu Chang's." Perhaps realizing his words sounded a bit too cold, the patriarch explained further, though high-level cultivators love to spout nonsense, one thing perfected man Fujiao said when he arrived that day was actually correct. "What did he say?" Yulo asked. "He said that if a fight breaks out, it would aid the ancestor in attaining the golden core. You ought to understand this point. Perfected man Fujiao wouldn't go out of his way to help our ancestor attain the golden core, would he? So it's highly unlikely to be him. Moreover, your claim that they are controlling you to incite chaos is merely a deduction." Yulo felt a hint of helplessness. He shifted his angle and asked, looking at it from the opposite perspective, perfected man Fujiao lost his physical body and tethered his soul to a flood dragon corpse, no one wants to provoke him right now. If war breaks out, he can strike at will, easily altering the outcome of the battle. He could even switch allegiances to interfere with the ancestor's attainment of the golden core. Yulo did not know that perfected man Fujiao had actually discussed the matter of switching allegiances with the direct lineage members of the clan. He had truly hit the mark purely through speculation. As long as grand cultivators remained alive, people would naturally offer them tributes. No one among their peers wished to tangle with a half-dead grand cultivator like Zhou Bujiao. The man was already on the verge of death, so why provoke him? Let him throw his tantrums. Once he kicked the bucket entirely, they would settle accounts with the Zhou family. Yulo's analysis made immense sense. Wang Xianmao pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Focus on reaching the qi refining stage first, Yulo. The family sent you to Clear Stream Market originally because we thought it was safe. But now, the situation between the Sky Serpent sect and the Red Lantern Illumination sect remains unclear, and you have suffered such an ordeal. It is my intention that once you reach qi refining, I will send you directly into Drip Drop Cave to begin your true cultivation. As for that mysterious cultivator, just as you said, no one wants to deal with Zhou Bujiao. Given our Wang clan circumstances, if it is Zhou Bujiao, we are powerless, if it isn't Zhou Bujiao, we are equally powerless. Your pressing priority is to cultivate diligently inside this small grotto heaven. Do not dwell on anything else." Yulo fell silent. It always came back to this. No one would uphold justice for the weak, your justice wasn't everyone else's justice, nor could it bring benefits to others. The patriarch's evasion and cold handling of the matter was the sole recourse available when entirely powerless. Cast aside obsessions, move forward, and cultivate first. Yulo understands. Ultimately, 2 more people joined Yulo to cultivate within Ning's small grotto heaven. Wang Yuan, who knew absolutely nothing but was incredibly dependable in his simplicity. And Wang Rongshi, whose hair was stark white and who had only a few years left to live, but could extend his lifespan if he achieved a breakthrough. Yuan counted as half a prodigy for the Wang clan and was exceptionally reliable, so he naturally earned the opportunity. Meanwhile, Wang Rongshi had proven his loyalty to the Wang clan through his actions, so the patriarch granted him a chance as well. A grotto heaven existed independently of the outside world, free from the heavenly constraints that restricted qi-gathering cultivators from consuming pills or cultivating for extended hours. The only reason Zhou Yingxi had reached the early stage of qi refining at the age of 16 was that she could enter perfected man Fujiao's small grotto heaven to cultivate. This was precisely the fundamental difference between a Purple Palace lineage and a Foundation Establishment Immortal clan. A Purple Palace lineage could drastically compress the time required for their clan's qi-gathering cultivators to reach qi refining, thereby vastly increasing the probability of their cultivators achieving Foundation establishment down the line. An earlier breakthrough to qi refining naturally paved the way for an earlier breakthrough to Foundation establishment. However, for the Wang clan, who had acquired a small grotto heaven for the very first time, custom tailoring pills for qi-gathering cultivators emerged as a brand new challenge. The patriarch knew how to refine pills, but he couldn't remain stationed inside the small grotto heaven indefinitely. Yuan's father, Wang Rongwen, was also a pill refiner, but he had accepted a legal decree and was currently hunting demons in the West Sea. Among the other entirely trustworthy clan cultivators, few possessed high achievements in pill refining, and each had their own duties to attend to. Hiring outsiders to refine the pills was out of the question. Oh, the Wang clan wants to refine pills needed by qi-gathering cultivators. Could it be that the Wang clan possesses a small grotto heaven? Thus, in the end, the task of entering the small grotto heaven to craft custom spiritual pills for the family's 3 qi-gathering cultivators fell upon Wang Xianzhou, who had been living out his retirement within the clan and was practically dying of boredom. On one hand, Wang Xianzhou possessed sufficient strength, though he was only at the qi refining stage, he could easily open the small grotto heaven to escort people in and out. On the other hand, his skill in pill refining was high enough to craft a series of Foundation establishment spiritual pills. On this day, Wang Xianzhou was napping while soaking in the spiritual spring. Yuan tiptoed over to his side and said respectfully, "Ancestor, my brother says the medicinal potency of this batch of fire-gourd spirit tempering pills is just right. We can keep refining them according to this formula." Wang Xianzhou opened his bleary eyes and asked with a smile, "All right then. Go ask your uncle Rongshi how the 4 dragon spirit tempering pills I tailored for him are working out." "I already asked." Uncle Rongsher said they are excellent, Yuan replied hastily. What about yours? Terrific as well. The medicinal properties of the golden fruit and stone flower align perfectly with my spirit root. When I cultivate, one day feels like 4. Yuan stated, his eyes filled with admiration. He held immense respect for ancestor Xianzhou. It could be said that his admiration for the elder had reached an absolute peak. Based on the differing spirit roots of the trio, Wang Xianzhou had refined 3 entirely distinct types of spiritual pills for them. Purely customized, tailored specifically down to the individual. After consuming these custom spiritual pills, their cultivation felt as though it were advancing by leaps and bounds. Wang Xianzhou's tailored formulas even corresponded directly with the qi gathering manuals the 3 of them practiced. Such was Wang Xianzhou's caliber, his attainment in the path of pill refining was unquestionably masterclass. That's good. Once you break through the 8th layer of qi gathering or the medicinal potency begins to wane, I will redesign the formula. Go along and cultivate. Watching Yuan's departing figure, Wang Xianzhou smiled faintly. He turned around, but sleep eluded him now. Staring up at the dim, deep red sky, Wang Xianzhou cleared his mind. As one grows old, they always enjoy reminiscing, looking back on fond times from the past. Yet he feared reminiscing. Through a stroke of luck, the Wang clan had actually acquired a small grotto heaven. In the future, Sister Jinyi would have a shot at charging toward the Purple Palace realm. Everything was improving, save for himself. His sole remaining utility was actually soaking in the spring water to sleep. Refining pills for 3 juniors. Don't be ridiculous. He, Wang Xianzhou, certainly knew how to refine pills, but could crafting qi-gathering spiritual pills for them be considered meaningful work? No, it was merely nursing home care. Wang Xianzhou didn't feel old, yet he truly was old. Forget it. Sleep, sleep. Getting more rest is good for the body. If I live a few years longer, perhaps I might even witness the birth of a Purple Palace cultivator from the Wang clan. At Forge Peak residence in Clear Stream Market, Hongmei finally returned after being away for many days. He pushed open the door and saw the shop boy dozing behind the counter. Instantly enraged, he grabbed the boy and unleashed a torrent of scolding. He couldn't control his own destiny, having lost far too much across successive choices. Consequently, when facing a minor shop boy whom he could fully control, Hongmei seemed to enter a frenzy, unleashing a thoroughly satisfying tirade. I quit. Damn it all, for a job that pays 2 spirit stones a month, your demands are way too high. Hongmei's insults were foul, and the shop boy refused to take it quietly, simply bolting right out the door. Looking at the empty Forge Peak residence, for some reason, Hongmei suddenly recalled the day Yulo and Yuan had bowed to join his lineage. His face blank, he pulled a chair over and placed it precisely where he had sat during that apprenticeship ceremony. Seated in the chair, Hongmei maintained a stern expression, but slowly, he began to smile again. Then he began practicing a harsh look, a smiling look, a dissatisfied look. Suddenly, he halted his performance, buried his face in his hands, and began to weep silently. No one could step into the same river twice once its waters had flowed away. Her heart weighed down by worries, Zhong Ningyao returned from outside. Seeing her father had actually reappeared, she was instantly overjoyed. But looking closer, she discovered her father was actually shedding tears. Father, are you alright? Are you injured? Anxious and frightened, Ningyao stepped forward, grabbing Hongmei's arm as she questioned him. Seeing his daughter show such deep concern for him caused Hongmei, whose mind was already on the verge of collapse, to experience a total shattering of his Dao heart. An-Ning! 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 My An-Ning! An-Ning had called Hongmei a waste, yet she had still left behind a genuine opportunity for him to attain the Dao. Hongmei had once wished for An-Ning to truly die, but at this moment, he could no longer hold it in. His companion had been a good companion, and his daughter was a good daughter. What about him then? He had ruined his own life step by step, and in doing so, he had ruined his daughter's life as well. He truly was a waste, a useless wretch who possessed nothing save for a bit of charm, art and talent in the artificing path. An-Ning? Father, who is An-Ning? It was actually the first time Ningyao had ever heard her mother's name. Looking at her daughter's worry-filled face, Hongmei wept aloud as he spoke. An-Ning is your mother. My Dao companion. Seeing her father in this state, Zhong Ningyao instantly realized something. Trembling, she asked, Mother, where is mother? Hongmei raised his head, tears welling in his eyes. He circulated his spiritual essence to halt the tears, then looked back at his daughter. Child, I have arranged a marriage for you. What do you think of Wang Yuan? I am sorry, child. I am a waste, and I have ruined your destiny. Zhong Ningyao shook her head frantically. She did not like Wang Yuan, and she certainly didn't want to discuss some inexplicable marriage at a time like this. Father, my heart is set solely on the Dao. I have no wish to marry anyone. Right now, I only want to know what happened to mother. Looking at his resolute daughter, Hongmei froze. The contours of Ningyao's eyes and brows were the spitting image of a Ning. The same determination, the same dedication to the Dao, and the same lack of desire for any Dao companion. He rose, feeling utterly dejected and wanting to find a place to escape, but Forge Peak residence was too small, there was nowhere to run. What happened to mother? Father, did something happen to her? Ningyao pressed relentlessly. She is dead, Ningyao. From now on, the two of us, father and daughter, can only depend on each other. But I cannot protect you for a lifetime, which is why I wish to betroth you to Wang Yuan. The Wang clan has a grand lineage and massive assets. Joining the Wang clan will ensure you have a fallback for this life. Hongmei was human after all. At this moment, he transformed from a cold-blooded cultivator into an ordinary father. He was no longer the artificing master Hongmei, no longer that fortunate minor disciple of the Sky Serpent sect, and no longer that cultivator whose mind was entirely consumed by an obsession with Foundation establishment. Right now, he was merely a father who had committed far too many mistakes. He had erred too greatly, and all he could do now was minimize the burden he placed on his daughter. My mother, my mother. But father, I have never even seen her. I have never even seen her. Zhong Ningyao murmured softly, her eyes instantly turning red. Gently stroking his daughter's beautiful hair, Hongmei suddenly remembered that he still possessed a painting. It had been commissioned from an artist in Immortal Town over 20 years ago while he was traveling the world with a Ning. From the deepest depths of his storage bag, he fetched that painting, unrolled it, and handed it to Ningyao. She is your mother. Ningyao focused her gaze. In the painting, a man and a woman embraced beneath a peach tree. The peach blossoms bloomed in abundance. A woman in her 20s, clad in a python-patterned red robe, was smiling as she pinched a flower, the contours of her eyes and brows identical to her own. Beside the woman stood a handsome, tall man, his left arm pulling her into his embrace while his right hand held an unfolded paper fan, cutting the figure of a romantic young master. Upon the paper fan, 2 lines of tiny script were written. I desire to know you, my lord, to live a long life without end or decay. This line of poetry had been penned by a Ning herself. In truth, why did there need to be so many reasons? When a Ning acted, why would she ever care about the thoughts of others? Senior Marshal Sister Ningyao wiped away her tears, looked at the painting, and then looked back at her father. She discovered that her father's red robe was indeed identical to the one worn by the flower-pinching woman in the painting. It was just that the difference in appearance was far too staggering. Well, I put on a bit of weight later, Hongmei explained awkwardly. Zhong Ningyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Hongmei's explanation. Sobbing, she brought up another question. So, mother, what kind of person was she? Meeting his daughter's expectant gaze, Hongmei drifted into memory. Her. She was a cultivator whose heart was set entirely on the Tao, and she was also an artificing master. She and I. Inside the grotto heaven, beside the spiritual spring. Wang Yulo and Wang Xianzhou sat facing each other. The elder kept one eye on Yulo's breakthrough to the qi refining stage while narrowing his eyes to doze. Suddenly, Yulo's aura began to fluctuate unevenly, and Wang Xianzhou's eyes snapped open instantly. The breakthrough was imminent. Breaking through from qi gathering to qi refining actually lacked any massive bottlenecks, the sole hurdle lay in the fact that heaven and earth locked the cultivation ceiling for qi gathering cultivators. Under conditions where the ceiling was locked tight and spiritual pills could not be used, the majority of 5-element and 4-element spirit root cultivators lost any possibility of breaking through to qi refining. But if one entered a grotto heaven, they could completely break through via prolonged, continuous cultivation coupled with the consumption of pills. For this breakthrough, Yulo had consumed 4 pills. Yet, unlike the livestock rearing style of cultivation, none of the 4 pills Yulo consumed were meant to force the breakthrough for him. Relying on pills to break through wasn't inherently flawed, but achieving it on one's own remained the superior option. Because a cultivator would always encounter bottlenecks down the line, wearing down early bottlenecks through one's own efforts could accumulate experience for dealing with and overcoming future hurdles. Thus, Yulo did not consume any spiritual pills that directly boosted his cultivation base or forced a breakthrough this time. Instead, he consumed auxiliary spiritual pills. Among the 4 pills, one was designed to stimulate the meridians. By doing so, it assisted in ensuring a successful breakthrough. The width of the meridians would not alter, but through the stimulation of the pill, the spiritual energy within the meridians could circulate much faster. This could help a cultivator increase their odds of success during a breakthrough. Another pill accelerated the absorption speed of spiritual energy, allowing for a continuous, massive influx of spiritual energy from the surroundings during the breakthrough process. If one viewed a cultivator as a bucket meant to hold spiritual energy, then the breakthrough from qi gathering to qi refining was akin to adding a hoop to the bucket's newly grown wooden planks to bear more water. Cultivating through the 10 layers of qi gathering was the process of lengthening the wooden planks, while the final breakthrough was the process of fitting the hoop onto those planks. Increasing the speed at which a cultivator absorbed spiritual energy during a breakthrough could be viewed as the effect of using a hammer to accelerate the hammering process, thereby crafting the new hoop better and more securely, leading to a successful breakthrough. The third pill enhanced the sharpness of the divine sense, and its effect was equally straightforward. Through a temporary amplification of the divine sense, it helped the person breaking through better grasp their own progress and transformations during the process. The fourth pill was the most peculiar. This was an externally applied pill. To be precise, it wasn't a solid pill but a paste, which Wang Xianzhou helped slather across Yulo's entire body. The effect of this medicine wasn't complicated either. Its potency entered Yulo's body through his skin, continuously providing physical energy to slow the rate at which exhaustion accumulated during the breakthrough process. A breakthrough wasn't something you simply tried on a whim, succeeding if you could and walking away if you failed. A cultivator's physical body formed the foundation of their cultivation, and the accumulation of physical essence experienced peaks and troughs. If a breakthrough failed, attempting it again would require a prolonged period of proper recuperation. With pills to replenish his reserves, even if Yulo's breakthrough failed, the time required for his recuperation could be drastically shortened. For cultivators of slightly higher realms, breakthroughs even depended on location and timing. If a cultivator practicing water element methods attempted to break through to Foundation establishment in the heart of the Eastern Desert, they wouldn't succeed even if they tried 100 times. By the same logic, when Wang Xianmao broke through to Foundation establishment back then, he chose a spring day in late March, given his wood element methods. Yulo was merely breaking through from qi gathering to qi refining, so he naturally didn't need to be fastidious about the timing. However, Wang Xianzhou had nothing else to do anyway, so he refined the specific traits of the pills based on Yulo's talent, spirit root, and physical condition. This ensured that each of the 4 breakthrough spiritual pills Yulo used was entirely unique, the sort of bespoke item that money simply couldn't buy, pure custom tailoring. In short, the selection and refining of these 4 types of pills were filled with nuances and experience everywhere, fully demonstrating the caliber and heritage of the Wang clan. From this perspective, the 100 Treasures Pavilion's complete auxiliary package for Foundation establishment breakthroughs was actually a massive bargain for the small amount of spirit stones it cost. Under Wang Xianzhou's watchful gaze, Yulo's aura gradually shifted from chaotic to orderly, slowly stabilizing. Finally, Yulo opened his eyes, revealing a flash of brilliant white teeth against a face slathered in black medicinal paste. Uncle, I did it. 87 days. In a mere 87 days inside the small grotto heaven, Yulo had achieved the cultivation results that would have required 8 years on the outside, succeeding on his very first attempt to break through to the qi refining stage. Haha, get in and wash up. Seeing the minor prodigy of the Wang clan succeed in his breakthrough, Wang Xianzhou laughed heartily, lifting his hand to toss Yulo straight into the spiritual spring pool. Wash up. Using this spiritual spring seems like a waste. Wang Xianzhou waved his large hand and said, what waste? It's meant to be used. I bathe in it every single day. If I can bathe in it, you naturally can too. A spiritual spring served many purposes, but this specific spring inside the small grotto heaven couldn't easily be transported outside anyway, its primary use was for watering plants. When refining pills, they could gather it from the source, and they didn't require much. Thus, didn't it happen to be perfect for bathing, utilizing waste material, even if that waste happened to be surplus rank 9 spiritual spring water. A few days later, having received news of Yulo's breakthrough to the qi refining stage, Wang Xianmao hurried to the small grotto heaven. However, the very first thing he did upon arrival was lead the group to a meal. Come, braised donkey meat. Have a few more pieces, haha, Wang Xianmao said with a smile as he carved the meat for Yuan. 2 days prior, Yuan had also broken through to qi refining. His natural talent was slightly superior to Yulo's. The only reason he achieved his breakthrough after Yulo was that once they entered the small grotto heaven, the disparity in talent regarding cultivation time was flattened, and Yulo, possessing the maturity of 2 lifetimes, was naturally more steady and broke through first. As for Rongsher, he had already left 2 months ago after successfully breaking through to the qi refining stage. Patriarch, my brother is heading to Drip Drop Cave. Where am I going? Given how fierce the fighting has become at Wondrous Peak Mountain, you can't possibly be sending me there, right? Before Danri had tested the spirit roots for the 2 of them, the Patriarch's arrangement for Yulo was to enter the Red Lantern Illumination sect, either following Wang Jingyi's path or Wang Xianzhou's path. But as for the arrangement for Yuan, he was to go to Wondrous Peak Mountain. Yuan indicated he would remember that for the rest of his life. It had practically turned into an obsession. You shall enter Crouching Dragon Temple. Crouching Dragon Temple practices both fire and earth dual cultivation, and its artificing path inheritance is exceptionally profound, along with inheritances in metal methods. Among Ning's left behind treasures, there are quite a few Crouching Dragon Temple techniques that you can utilize. Once you enter Crouching Dragon Temple, you can practice them legitimately. During this period, I have already gotten in touch with a Daoist friend from Crouching Dragon Temple. We shall trade 2 slots for inner disciples of the Red Lantern Illumination sect in exchange for 1 inner disciple slot at Crouching Dragon Temple. Sigh, right now the entire Wunan region is guessing when the Red Lantern Illumination sect will go to war with the Sky Serpent sect, and many people have even set up betting pools. Otherwise, there would be no need for a 2-for-1 trade, the Patriarch said in distress. This sort of transaction where major clans exchange disciples into other factions was actually a method for cultivation families to diversify their risks. If Yuan could secure a firm footing within Crouching Dragon Temple, the Wang clan might very well gain another branch in the future. I'm going to Crouching Dragon Temple, then wouldn't that mean? Yuan looked at his elder brother with a hint of embarrassment. Now he had once again become the one capable of entering a superior sect. It is all much the same. Drip Drop Cave is also a sect under the umbrella of the Red Lantern Illumination sect system. If Yulo harbors the desire in the future, it won't be too late to join the Red Lantern Illumination sect whenever he wishes. A sect itself was merely a concrete manifestation of an organizational structure. When Wondrous Peak Mountain squeezed them too hard, the qi refining disciples of the sect could walk away without any mental burden. As long as one remained within the Red Lantern Illumination sect system, this sort of thing was no major issue. Of course, if one had extracted significant benefits from a sect, they would naturally have to repay what they owed the sect before departing. Back in the day, Wang Xianzhou had also cultivated within the family first, then cultivated within a minor sect, and subsequently joined the Red Lantern Illumination sect as an inner disciple, before leaping into the Immortal Alliance system, executing a metaphorical dragon leap. Xianzhou, the circumstances for you in going to Crouching Dragon Temple differ from being within the Red Lantern Illumination sect. This time I have brought a considerable number of the family's secret manuals. Escort him there along the way, and teach him to memorize them thoroughly. Once you enter Crouching Dragon Temple, Yuan, cultivate diligently and reach the peak of the chi refining stage early on. As for the opportunity for foundation establishment, we shall have to see when the time comes. Wang Xianmao looked at Yuan, who was about to travel several thousand miles away, feeling a hint of reluctance. This child had left home at a tender age, and now he had to journey to a distant land. Sigh. So urgent? Yulo caught the patriarch's underlying meaning, he had even brought the secret manuals along. It cannot be helped. I worry that if we drag it out and the Red Lantern Illumination sect goes to war, that Daoist friend from Crouching Dragon Temple might back out of the trade. The patriarch shook his head with a bitter smile. What did it mean to be forced by circumstances? This was precisely it. Yuan was momentarily dazed. By now, he understood perfectly that he was seemingly meant to leave the small grotto heaven and head straight for Crouching Dragon Temple. Let me take him back to see Luan first. He ought to see her once before departing, the nearby Wang Xianzhou spoke up. The elder understood Yuan's thoughts. Yes, of course. Wang Xianmao naturally consented. No matter how urgent the matter, it wasn't so pressing that they would deny Yuan a meeting with his birth mother. Though time was tight, it had not reached such an unfeeling extreme. Before long, the brief gathering concluded. Wang Xianmao harvested many spiritual grasses, flowers, and materials, storing them into his storage bag before rending open the small grotto heaven to guide the group back to the outside world. Allow only the 3 of you Chi Gathering clan members to use this small grotto heaven is not due to our Wang clan being stingy with favors, it is truly because the implications are far too massive. Furthermore, because its master has passed away, every entry and exit requires brute force to rend it open. The grotto heaven consumes its own origin essence during self-repair, so excessive entries and exits will cause it to collapse even faster, Wang Xianmao explained helplessly, and Yulo fully understood this strategy. A grotto heaven was far too precious, the secret of the Wang clan possessing one had to be fiercely guarded. Just as Wang Xianzhou was leading Yuan away, for some reason, Yuan suddenly turned his head to look back at his elder brother. He was about to part ways with Yulo temporarily, or perhaps it might not be temporary. The two had grown up together from childhood and journeyed to Clear Stream Market to cultivate together, a span that had now lasted 10 years. Yulo smiled and nodded toward his simple younger brother, saying nothing more. Ningyao had also gone to Crouching Dragon Temple. Whether Yuan could seize the opportunity during this journey to win her affection remained a mystery to Yulo, but the Wang clan had already exerted its utmost efforts, creating the finest possible conditions for him. Meeting an old acquaintance in a distant land, Yuan, you must grasp this opportunity firmly. Wang Xianmao glanced back toward the location of the grotto heaven, confirming that no one could detect its existence without knowing its precise coordinates. He then looked back at Yulo, inquiring about his sensations upon reaching chi refining. Yulo, now that you have reached chi refining, do you sense any differences? Yulo pondered for a moment, then sighed. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is far too thin. I didn't feel it before, but now I have become much more sensitive to spiritual energy. Indeed. When engaged in magical combat, you must also remember never to strike lightly in places where spiritual energy is sparse. After offering a reply, Wang Xianmao summoned that high-grade spiritual artifact bestowed upon the Wang clan after the Red Lantern Illumination sect absorbed the bulk goods exchange. This high-grade spiritual artifact was named the Red Lantern, a signature spiritual tool of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. It could function as a spirit fire furnace, a spell cannon, or a flying artifact. Within the territories of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, flying aboard a Red Lantern made one the most eye-catching figure wherever they went. Everyone would know at a glance, one of our own, and a rather core member at that. Yulo shall bear it in mind. It's just, where are we heading now? Wang Xianmao smiled as he watched Yulo clumsily step onto the lantern, saying, ha ha ha, I am taking you to Drip Drop Cave. Do you like this red lantern? A high-grade spiritual artifact, I doubt any cultivator would dislike it. Yulo felt as though the patriarch were teasing him. Indeed. It possesses 88 layers of restrictions and comes with 2 innate divine abilities. I intend to bestow it upon you. The bulk goods exchange was built up through your management, and this red lantern was obtained in exchange for the bulk goods exchange. It rightfully belongs to you. After a long interval, Yulo received another treasure bestowal. This was the opulence of the Wang clan, yet it wasn't merely the family's wealth, but also the patriarch's high regard. The Wang clan's rewards were not claimed for nothing, it had cost over 50,000 spirit stones. No, it is far too precious. Moreover, the red lantern is an offensive-type spiritual artifact, Yulo lacks the capacity to utilize it anytime soon. Yulo was genuinely startled. The patriarch's behavior seemed suspiciously overly generous. With this red lantern available, it would be far better to reserve it for Uncle Rongjiang or Uncle Rongyuan once they achieved foundation establishment down the line. Wang Yulo could only remain at the chi refining stage for the next few decades, so how could he possibly make use of a spiritual artifact? Furthermore, Patriarch, the bulk goods exchange was not built up through my management alone, it was because the family granted me the opportunity and platform to gain experience that I was able to achieve anything. How could Yulo dare to monopolize the credit? By borrowing the prestige of the Wang clan and utilizing the platform of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Yulo had managed to achieve a modicum of success in Clear Stream Market. Yet he remained acutely aware that stripped of the Wang clan, he was merely an ordinary minor cultivator. How could someone like him possess the qualifications to enjoy the credit all to himself? Seeing Yulo take such a stance, Wang Xianmao did not reply immediately. Instead, he guided Yulo through a long flight toward the southeast before finally replying softly, "Yulo, you are to cultivate within Drip Drop Cave until you achieve foundation establishment. As for whether you return to the family after your breakthrough, you may decide that for yourself. Aside from this high-grade spiritual artifact, the Red Lantern, I can teach you everything regarding the belt around your waist, the secret family water and fire techniques, and Ning's hand-drawn notes on the artificing path. Finally, I shall grant you an additional 5,000 spirit stones to ensure your hands are a bit less strained. I wonder, what are your thoughts on this arrangement?" The primary distinction between a spiritual artifact and a magical tool lay in the fact that a spiritual artifact could freely expand and contract. The massive red lantern flew steadily through the sky, and Yulo sat upon it securely. He could watch the drifting clouds in the sky slide past his side, and by extending his hand, he could even feel the moisture within the clouds. Aside from attempting to grasp the clouds that were destined to depart, he also wanted to hold on to the patriarch and ask why he was casting him away. Yet, in the end, he did not voice the question. Yes, he had always been exceptionally mature, steady, clever, dependable, wise, and sharp from childhood. Precocious, highly intelligent, capable, and even singularly outstanding. Thus, it seemed there was nothing truly worth asking. "May I return to see Uncle Rongyuan?" Not expecting Yulo to bring up Wang Rongyuan, Wang Xianmao blanked for a moment, then replied calmly, "To accomplish a grand enterprise, one must discard emotional entanglements. Once you leave the family to cultivate within the sect, become a slightly more selfish person, Yulo." Drip Drop Cave was located southeast of Clear Stream Market, bringing it a step closer to the mountain gate of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. As a sect that shared equal renown with Wondrous Peak Mountain, Drip Drop Cave likewise possessed 3 Purple Palace Grand Cultivators. It belonged to the strongest tier among the vassal sects of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. However, the most unique and well-known aspect of Drip Drop Cave was the location of its mountain gate. The full name of Drip Drop Cave should actually be Droplet Cave Heaven, as it sat within a semi-sealed grotto heaven. The owner of this grotto heaven was True Person Droplet, who had passed away over 1,000 years ago, and the True Person here did not refer to the title used under the first True Person law, but a genuine ancient expert. He was the kind of existence whom even Mang Xiang would have to respectfully bow before if they met face to face. Yet, even a golden core cultivator could not achieve true immortality, and this grandmaster had eventually succumbed to time. Although True Person Droplet's 3 disciples took over the blessed land level grotto heaven he left behind, for some reason, they chose to connect the blessed land to this mundane world. Thus, Drip Drop Cave was born as a sect. Aboard the Red Lantern, the silent patriarch guided the equally silent Yulo, gradually drawing closer to where the mountain gate of Drip Drop Cave lay. "Look over there. That is the mountain gate of Drip Drop Cave," Wang Xianmao pointed out. Snapping out of his deep thoughts, Yulo looked in the direction the patriarch was pointing and was slightly stunned. It was a peculiar cluster of mountains. Though they were not spiritual mountains like Wondrous Peak Mountain, they were all lofty and perilous peaks. There was a saying that the higher the mountains, the deeper the water. But here, it became, the higher the mountains, the higher the water. For above the mountain peaks that seemed to worship the sky, beneath the high and grand heavens, sat a magnificent celestial gate. The 2 sides of the celestial gate were formed by sheer, wondrous peaks acting as pillars. Between the 2 peaks, a white waterfall surged downward violently. The mountains were high, the waterfall grand, and the clouds shallow. From afar, it looked precisely like a massive white dragon winding through the clouds. Behind the white dragon was a misty area. When Yulo cast his gaze into it, he felt as if his soul was being drawn in. His vision pierced through the misty boundary where the grotto heaven met this world, catching a glimpse of the interior of Drip Drop Cave in an instant. Within this legendary golden core blessed land, Yulo saw a boundless, vast marsh that resembled a great sea. He saw continuous, verdant mountain ranges that blotted out the sky, and bustling towns with rows upon rows of houses and thousands of wisps of cooking smoke. The heavenly gates open above the peaks, boundless wonders of the droplet blessed land. This is Drip Drop Cave. Drip Drop Cave was merely a purple palace sect, yet it was already this magnificent. If so, what would a truly great sect like the Red Lantern Illumination sect look like? Yes. You will cultivate inside here from now on. I will take you in right now. Riding the Red Lantern, the 2 of them ascended higher and higher through the midair, gradually approaching that magnificent celestial gate. Flying outside the gate, the moisture scattered by the falling white waterfall filled the air, making it extremely humid. Most importantly, Yulo could feel that as they drew closer to the celestial gate, the density of spiritual energy was rising. The spiritual energy is very dense. Once you enter Droplet Cave Heaven, the spiritual energy will be even denser. Wang Xianmao activated a transmission talisman and shot it into the misty entrance of the grotto heaven. Moments later, a gatekeeping Drip Drop Cave cultivator flew out. The gatekeeping cultivator was at the peak Chi refining realm, wearing a dark purple Dharma robe and flying through the air on a boat-shaped magic artifact. Seeing that Wang Xianmao possessed a profound cultivation base and looked somewhat non-human, and especially noticing that he was riding the Red Lantern, the signature spiritual artifact of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, the cultivator instantly became deeply respectful. "Senior. May I ask who you are?" Wang Xianmao of the Anbei Kingdom Wang clan. I have an appointment with fellow Daoist Zhuo Qi. The gatekeeping cultivator thought for a moment and said, since Senior has an appointment with Elder Zhuo Qi, please come inside first. Entering and exiting the grotto heaven of Drip Drop Cave was strictly regulated. It opened and closed only twice a day, which were the only two opportunities for communication between the inside and the outside. Aside from that, only the foundation establishment cultivators of the sect could freely enter and leave the grotto heaven. However, Wang Xianmao had a profound cultivation base and clearly held some status within the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Moreover, he had an appointment with an elder of the sect. Seniors of this caliber had to be invited in promptly. As he passed through the misty entrance of the Celestial Gate, Yulo felt as if he were submerged in a warm spiritual spring, with the spring water gently massaging every single angle of his body. Soon, this sensation vanished. Yulo found himself standing on a plaza outside a magnificent, jade-colored grand palace. Within the plaza, some drip-drop cave disciples wearing various dharma robes walked back and forth, completely ignoring their arrival. However, right in front of them, over a dozen drip-drop cave disciples were sitting cross-legged, seemingly waiting for the grotto heaven's gates to open so they could leave. Seeing the two of them suddenly appear, they were slightly surprised but said nothing, seemingly used to such occurrences. The teleportation formation array of drip-drop cave is on par with that of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Did you feel very comfortable when you passed through the formation array just now? Wang Xianmao led Yulo toward the jade-colored grand palace. Yulo nodded silently. He noticed the plaque hanging before the entrance of the jade-colored palace, Droplet Heaven. Droplet Heaven, omitting the word, cave, Yulo thought, deep in contemplation. Before even entering the palace doors, Yulo noticed a massive golden statue facing the main entrance. It was a golden deity with a human torso and a fish tail, holding a seashell in its hands. The deity statue, cast entirely from spiritual gold, sat upon a high platform paved with white jade. Its eyes were tightly shut, and a faint smile played at the corners of its lips. In front of the statue stood a massive incense burner, along with row after row of prayer mats. The statue was cast from spiritual gold, but the incense burner was even more extraordinary, it was directly a spiritual artifact. Under Wang Xianmao's lead, Yulo silently paid his respects to the statue, and then the two of them left the palace. Although Di Shui Xianzuan has passed away, her lineage remains. In order to avoid being marginalized by the Red Lantern Illumination sect, Drip Drop Cave always likes to keep Di Shui Xianzuan's contributions to Wunan on the tip of their tongues. Both inside and outside the sect, Drip Drop Cave disciples pay respects daily. This is also something you must pay attention to while cultivating in Drip Drop Cave, you must maintain reverence for the Immortal Venerable at all times. Even though Yulo was practically being sent away from the family, Wang Xianmao remained deeply concerned about his future cultivation. This left Yulo somewhat unable to fathom his thoughts. Yulo understands. Just as the two of them were about to step out the door, a familiar voice drifted over. Fellow Daoist Xianmao. Wang Xianmao and Yulo turned around in surprise, only to see Wu Jinyan, the newly advanced foundation establishment cultivator of the Wu clan. He was actually wearing the Dharma robe of an Immortal Alliance steward, walking out from a side hall with a smile. You are. Wang Xianmao sized Wu Jinyan up, completely bewildered. Ha ha ha, let us talk inside, talk inside. Pulling Wang Xianmao into the side hall, Wu Jinyan invited the two of them to sit. Only after serving spiritual tea and setting out spiritual fruits did he explain the reason for his presence in detail. As it turned out, the first time he went to the Red Lantern Illumination sect to use the back door for some business, he had not gauged the amount correctly and accidentally gifted too much. Linghu Qishang took his spirit stones and arranged a good position for him, making him a steward in the Immortal Alliance responsible for monitoring the interior of Droplet Cave Heaven. However, the interior of Droplet Cave Heaven was territory completely controlled by Drip Drop Cave, leaving no room for outsiders to perform any real monitoring. Consequently, Wu Jinyan had no choice but to frantically slack off. For the sake of his cultivation, he chose to take a part-time position as a guest elder of Drip Drop Cave. Furthermore, because of his status as a monitoring steward of the Immortal Alliance, the sect master of Drip Drop Cave was also quite helpless, forced to pinch his nose and spend resources to buy peace. In the end, the task assigned to Wu Jinyan as a guest elder was simply to look after the Dharma statue of Di Shui Xianzuan within the Droplet Heaven Grand Palace. Ultimately, the one I should thank the most is fellow Daoist Xianmao. If fellow Daoist Xianmao had not introduced me to fellow Daoist Linghu, how could I have such excellent conditions now? I lack neither cultivation methods nor time to cultivate, and I don't even have to do anything. No, what I mean to say is, of course, right, one still has to remain vigilant at all times. Vigilant at all times. Wu Jinyan, who was not particularly careful with his words despite his name, realized halfway through that he had gotten too carried away and hastily tried to patch up his words. Ha ha ha, right, vigilant at all times. Jinyan, the burden on your shoulders is indeed not light. Wang Xianmao chuckled, teasing him briefly before pointing at Yulo. Hongmei has now joined our Wang clan as a guest elder. You also know Yulo, you could say you watched him grow up. In the coming years, he will be cultivating here in Drip Drop Cave. I hope fellow Daoist Jinyan can look after him a bit. Speaking of which, the Wang clan and Wu Jinyan already had quite a few connections, establishing the foundation of a generational friendship. As for how long this friendship could last, it did not depend on the Wang clan, but on whether the Wu clan could continuously produce Foundation establishment cultivators. Therefore, facing Wang Xianmao's request, Wu Jinyan did not hesitate. Naturally. Since Yulo is both Hongmei's disciple and a child of the Wang clan, I will certainly look after him. However, fellow Daoist Xianmao, why did you not send him into the Red Lantern Illumination sect, but sent him to Drip Drop Cave instead? Fellow Daoist Jinyan, our Wang clan has always possessed slots for inner disciples of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. It is just that Yulo needs to cultivate the methods of Drip Drop Cave. Oh. How do you manipulate the inner disciple slots? Wu Jinyan instantly became interested. The Wu clan belonged to those families that had lingered at the bottom for many years. Compared to the likes of the Wang clan and the Yang clan, they were terribly destitute. Now that he had luckily achieved Foundation establishment, there were far too many lessons he needed to catch up on. It goes like this. Right now, everyone is worried that a war is about to break out, so the prices have skyrocketed. Our Wang clan still has 3 accumulated slots left. If you want one, I can part with one for you at a price of 24,000 spirit stones. If a war is about to break out, shouldn't the price drop? Wu Jinyan was no fool, he felt that Wang Xianmao was treating him like a sucker. AI, you don't understand. Right now, Foundation establishment resources in Wunan are too expensive. During the years of the Clear Stream Grand Gathering, the Red Lantern Illumination sect distributed many methods to the outside. The rogue cultivators have gradually begun to attempt Foundation establishment over the past few years, only to suddenly realize they cannot afford or even find Foundation establishment resources. They have no choice but to enter sects like the Red Lantern Illumination sect as disciples. But a high-stage chi refining rogue cultivator without any background, even if they enter the Red Lantern Illumination sect, has to start climbing from the position of an outer disciple. This has forced the few inner disciple slots that leak out to surge drastically in value. Moreover, there are many things an inner disciple can do. Selling it for just 24,000 is not considered expensive at all. A sect was a closed system, and Wunan did not operate on a free market economy. For a scarce resource like Foundation establishment resources, the selling price outside the sect might be 80,000, 90,000, or 100,000 spirit stones. However, inside the sect, using the sect's internal circulation system to exchange for resources might only cost 50 to 60,000. The price difference between the inside and the outside was precisely the reason why inner disciple slots had inflated, only inner disciples could make the exchange. As for Yuan's 2-for-1 exchange, that was an exception. After all, what Yuan obtained was an inner disciple slot for Hidden Dragon Abbey, which had also gone up in price. So that's how it is. Wu Jinyan nodded, forced a bitter smile under Wang Xianmao's expectant gaze, and said, our Wu clan cannot afford it for the time being. Drip Drop Cave is quite decent, though. Although there are many rules, it is extremely safe inside the Grotto Heaven. Right now, tension is running high between the two sections. Yulo coming here to cultivate can be considered a correct choice. This was actually the point that puzzled Yulo. Wang Xianmao clearly maintained a posture of driving him out of the family, yet he had also paved the way for him, giving him various treasures and a heap of spirit stones. Although he had not mentioned how Yulo was supposed to achieve Foundation establishment in the future, Yulo felt confident. He had the Jade Rui in his possession, his artificing talent was quite good, and he had also obtained Ning's artificing notes. Relying solely on himself, he was confident he could amass a portion of Foundation establishment resources. The two bid farewell to Wu Jinyan and continued to wait in the plaza. After waiting for about another 15 minutes, the patriarch's friend, Zhueqi, finally arrived. Daoist Zhueqi was not tall and carried a fair amount of flesh, but it was not soft fat, rather, it was a solid, robust stoutness. He leaped down from a spiritual boat, words of apology spilling from his mouth. Fellow Daoist Xianmao, I am truly sorry. When I received your transmission talisman just now, I happened to be circulating my energy, which caused a bit of delay. Saying that, Zhueqi looked at Yulo and praised, reserved and calm, a good seed. This is Yulo. Even though the man had arrived late, his attitude was warm, so Wang Xianmao naturally would not mind his lateness. Yes, fellow Daoist Zhueqi, I wonder how the matter regarding Yulo has been handled. Yulo's mind raced. The matter regarding me? How has it been handled? This indicated that Wang Xianmao had long been in contact with this elder Zhueqi of Drip Drop Cave. Let us talk as we walk. Zhueqi summoned his spiritual boat and invited the two to stand upon it, then steered the boat to fly down from Droplet Heaven. Only at this moment did Yulo realize that Droplet Heaven was actually a palace complex built amidst the clouds, rather than on a mountain peak. The spiritual boat flew out from Droplet Heaven, and for the first time, Yulo directly witnessed the sights inside Droplet Cave Heaven. High up in the sky, he could see that the distant edge of the land was a soft gray, marking the boundary of this grotto heaven that spanned a radius of 1,000 kilometers. On the ground, there were fishermen and farmers steering small boats, catching fish upon the vast marsh, laboring for their livelihoods. Shifting his gaze from the marsh to the dry land, densely packed rice fields were filled with tender green rice sprouts. The sprouts here were so dense that they seemingly had no concern about insufficient soil fertility at all. As the spiritual boat drew closer, it startled the birds within the mountain forests. They took flight in anger, chirping loudly as they offered their beautiful blessings to the discourteous Zhueqi. Brother Xianmao, in truth, both you and I know that for a child of the Wang clan to enter Azure Water Palace, the matter itself is not difficult at all. However, entering Azure Water Palace yet wanting to take the cultivation manual first to cultivate, and only returning the owed drip drop cave merit points later, this matter is far more difficult to handle. But look, I have handled it for you anyway. However, allowing Yulo to cultivate for 20 years first, this matter, no matter what, I could not easily secure. The plump Shuachi spoke with distress. Old Wang's demands were truly too excessive. Azure Water Palace was where the inner door of Drip Drop Cave resided. An Azure Water Palace disciple was an inner disciple of Drip Drop Cave. The reason it was named this way was that terms like inner door, outer door, and miscellaneous duties disciples were far too detrimental to unity. Words detrimental to unity should be spoken less. Wang Xianmao requested a complete free ride, taking a free ride for 20 years first, and then slowly paying it back later. The condition he wanted was something that even the chi refining disciples of the Foundation establishment families within Drip Drop Cave could not obtain. Old Wang, you are far too daring in your imagination. Do you treat our Drip Drop Cave as a charity house? The deity statue we worship is Di Shui Xianzuan, not some Bodhi or Buddha of the Buddhist path. Fellow Taoist Zhuoqi, since you said it is difficult, then there must surely be a solution. Let us hear it. How could Wang Xianmao believe Zhuoqi's laments? If you could not handle matters when asked, what use would I have for a cheap Taoist friend like you? Giving you face, I call you a fellow Taoist. If I don't give you face, I will call you a little fatty. It goes like this. Our Yulo can directly begin to accept a mission under the identity of an Azure Water Palace disciple, immediately performing the mission to earn merit points without wasting any time at all. Of course, this mission is something I have meticulously prepared. Yulo, you can choose between becoming a fishing port guardian cultivator or a mountain mine guardian cultivator. The risks of these two missions are extremely low, and nothing has gone wrong for over 100 years. After you accept the mission, you can balance your cultivation during the guarding process, without any delay at all. A town guardian cultivator sounded identical to Mu Changza's position, but in reality, the difference was immense. Mu Changza was a seasoned Foundation establishment cultivator, matching the scale of Clear Stream Market. As for places like Hidden Dragon Market, during ordinary times, they were completely garrisoned by Chi refining stage town guardian cultivators. When it came to Yulo choosing a mission, he could only pick between watching over a fishing port or watching over a mine shaft. Clearly, these belonged to posts that did not place high demands on one's cultivation, suitable for his level as someone who had just entered Chi refining. Seeing the patriarch look over, indicating for him to choose, Yulo asked, Town Guardian Cultivator. Are there any dangers within the Grotto Heaven? Zhuoqi barked a laugh and said, there are, and there aren't. A certain amount of demon beasts is necessary. Only in this way can the mortals within the Grotto Heaven understand the greatness of our Drip Drop Cave and Di Shui Xianzuan. However, these demon beasts are not strong, at most reaching the small demon realm, which is equivalent to Chi refining. You hail from the Anbei Kingdom Wang clan, even if you encounter a peak small demon realm beast, you can easily escape. Therefore, this kind of guarding post is still relatively sought after. When I went to the sect master to pull strings, it cost quite a bit. A certain amount of demon beasts is necessary, so that mortals can understand the greatness of Drip Drop Cave. The young Wang Yulo was completely silenced by this sentence. The interior of Droplet Cave Heaven appeared truly beautiful, the weather was favorable, the breeze gentle, even the sky looked perfectly normal, and there was even a sun with a magic treasure acting as its core. Previously, everything Yulo saw indicated that this place seemed to be a utopian blessed land, and the living standard of the people here was decent as well. Under the control of Drip Drop Cave, food resources were absolutely sufficient. Within the Grotto Heaven, the people would also not suffer from natural disasters or the impact of wars. No matter how one thought about it, this place ought to be a happy, utopian world. Yet, at this moment, Elder Zhuoqi emphasized without the slightest hesitation the importance of using demon beasts to conduct gratitude education upon the mortals within the Grotto Heaven. Meng Xiang's gratitude was targeted and distributed, while Drip Drop Cave's gratitude was delivered free of charge upon birth. Compared to Drip Drop Cave's method of releasing demon beasts to refine gratitude, Yulo actually found that the ancestor suddenly seemed somewhat adorable. Before Meng Xiang's gratitude loan, everyone possessed the right to choose. Meanwhile, Drip Drop Cave's gratitude was entwined from birth, unable to be fully repaid until death. On the other side, Wang Xianmao and Zhuoqi had finally negotiated the price. Though carrying an expression of helplessness, a hint of satisfaction remained within Zhuoqi's eyes. The Wang clan's bargaining skills were exceedingly high and widely renowned, for him to actually make a small profit was already very satisfying. Yulo, which one do you want to choose? Zhuoqi asked with a beaming smile. Yulo hesitated slightly. Choosing the mountain mine meant that as a town guardian cultivator, the portion that ought to be collected could be used by him to advance his artifact refining. Choosing the fishing port placed him closer to water, which could provide some benefit to his future cultivation of the source vein Gui water chi. Patriarch, which one should I choose? Yulo was using a sound transmission to probe. With a grand wave of his hand, Wang Xianmao directly made the decision for Yulo. Alright, we will choose the mountain mine. Fellow Taoist Zhuoqi, are we going directly to Azure Water Palace now? Yes, follow me. The spiritual boat traveled rapidly, twisting and turning before arriving at a place where mountains and water met. Beside the water sat a complex of palaces, which was precisely where Azure Water Palace lay. Following Zhuoqi into Azure Water Palace, with the assistance of the Azure Water Palace steward, Yulo quickly completed the entry process. With the reputation of the Wang clan, sending a dual spirit root cultivator into Drip Drop Cave to become an inner disciple was just this simple. As an Azure Water Palace disciple, the sect benefits Yulo could enjoy were not few. After all, an Azure Water Palace disciple was equivalent to an inner disciple, belonging to the backbone of the sect's grassroots power. First was the annual stipend. Yulo was currently at the first layer of Qi refining, so he could draw 12 spirit stones, comparable to the stipend the Wang clan gave to young cultivators at the Qi induction stage. It appeared pitifully meager, but Drip Drop Cave possessed over 1,000 Azure Water Palace disciples. Depending on their cultivation bases, over 100,000 spirit stones had to be handed out every year. The difference between a family and a sect lay precisely in this: a family's distribution could excellently guarantee the baseline, but the ceiling was not that high. A sect belonged to a system where the baseline was approximately 0, but the ceiling was incredibly high. Of course, since Yulo entered directly into Azure Water Palace upon joining, the baseline he obtained was still very decent. Aside from the stipend, a Dharma robe was also issued. It was a pity it only possessed the level of a low-grade magic tool. However, this robe used a cyan green color as its base, paired with a light red gold-threaded belt, making it look genuinely dashing. In addition, there was an initial 100 merit points. This was the starting merit points for an Azure Water Palace disciple, though it could only be used to exchange for techniques and cultivation manuals, unable to be exchanged for any resources. This was the advantage of a sect. A sect might have an extremely low baseline in terms of distribution, but its advantage in terms of cultivation methods was much greater than that of a family. It goes like this, Steward. When Yulo was receiving his mission, even though he could have used a sound transmission, Elder Zhuoqi insisted on speaking clearly to that Azure Water Palace steward. Understood. I understand the Elder's meaning, it is just that the current situation is rather peculiar. The mountain mine has been snatched away by the people of the Yuan clan. This. Elder, you also know, I am just a tiny steward. Seeing that steward filled with helplessness and trembling with fear, Yulo knew that an accident had occurred. Zhuoqi had prepared 2 excellent posts for him to slack off, but now, the position at the mountain mine had been snatched away by someone else. And looking at the steward's appearance, the people of the Yuan clan seemed quite overbearing. Then we will choose the fishing port. It does not make much of a difference. Yulo, I believe that no matter where you go, you can quickly adapt. Hearing Wang Xianmao say this, Zhuoqi grew anxious. Fellow Daoist Xianmao, we should still choose the mountain mine. No matter how tyrannical those named Yuan are, they cannot just snatch it away like this. He had already accepted Wang Xianmao's gift for the arrangement. If this matter changed, would he have to return it? Therefore, Zhuoqi was highly motivated to help Yulo take back the post of mountain mine guardian cultivator. Alright, let us go take a look at the fishing port first, let us see before saying anything else, Wang Xianmao said. Zhuoqi did not fear the Yuan clan, because Zhuoqi belonged to the Zhuo clan, a foundation establishment clan within Drip Drop Cave. However, if a mere mission caused Yulo to clash with the Yuan clan in the future, that would be far too ridiculous. The Wang family would not commit such a stupid act. Seeing Yulo follow Wang Xianmao out of Azure Water Palace, Zhuoqi gave that steward a cold glare before sweeping his sleeves and leaving as well. He knew that Wang Xianmao would not ask for the gift back, but in the future, he would very likely need to look after Wang Yulo in certain aspects, and Zhuoqi disliked trouble. Wang Xianmao steered the red lantern in front while Zhuoqi steered the spiritual boat to follow behind, the group flying toward the fishing port where Yulo would be stationed long-term. Brother Xianmao, if I am not mistaken, this is the version of the red lantern with 88 layers of restrictions? Zhuoqi spoke with some tongue-clicking astonishment. The red lantern was one of the signature spiritual artifacts of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, starting at the spiritual artifact grade. It was specifically divided into 3 versions. The version with 40 layers of restrictions was an entry-level medium-grade spiritual artifact. It possessed no divine abilities but was relatively easy to use. The version with 72 layers of restrictions was an entry-level high-grade spiritual artifact, carrying the Red Lantern Fire divine ability. In magical combat, it could thoroughly thrash water attribute cultivators, while simultaneously amplifying the power of fire spells. It could also be used as a source of spirit fire for alchemy and artifact refining. The version with 88 layers of restrictions was a fine specimen among high-grade spiritual artifacts, carrying 2 divine abilities, Red Lantern Fire and Streaming Flame Flying Fire. The effect of Streaming Flame Flying Fire was very simple, approximately equivalent to summoning a meteor shower. Whoever it hit would stop talking entirely, they would be finished instantly. However, as a divine ability, the effect of Streaming Flame Flying Fire did not lie solely in its powerful offensive capability. The falling flames it brought could, within a certain range, alter the state of spiritual energy in the combat environment, drastically reducing the combat strength of wood and water attribute cultivators while fully amplifying fire attribute cultivators. Under this push and pull, it became exceptionally formidable. Therefore, even if the Red Lantern as a spiritual artifact could not directly participate in combat, its might was undeniably powerful. Yes, it was a reward from the sect. It was impossible to refuse even if I wanted to, Wang Xianmao replied smugly, causing Zhuoqi's teeth to grind in envy. Damn it, even a large storage bag can't show off as much as you can. We are almost there ahead, Zhuoqi said in a muffled voice after flying silently for half an hour. Look, right over there, Yulo. The red lantern came to a halt, and Wang Xianmao's expression grew very serious. Yulo noticed the small fishing village nestled within the river bend. To be precise, it was a town. The town was distributed on both sides of the river. On each side, there was a single street, lined with various shops. There was also a beautiful stone bridge over the river, connecting the traffic of both sides. Looking from afar, beyond the streets in the center of the town lay many small courtyards. However, the most eye-catching feature was the several hundred fishing boats moored within the river bend at the river's mouth where it entered the lake. Senior Zhuoqi, I understand that Azure Water Palace disciples need to perform missions, but I am currently only at the first layer of chi refining. In case a demon beast comes, I can certainly run, but... Seeing how large the fishing village was, Yulo felt a bit uneasy in his heart. If he could not hold off the demon beasts, wouldn't these people suffer disaster? Accepting the family's assistance to take the fast lane was one thing, causing harm to people due to insufficient capability was entirely another. Yulo could not bring himself to do it. No matter, you are not guarding this place alone. Look, they are coming. Zhuoqi and Wang Xianmao did not conceal their auras. With two Foundation Establishment seniors steering spiritual artifacts suspended in the sky, the guardian cultivators of the fishing village naturally could not fail to notice. Very quickly, two chi refining cultivators flew up. One was dressed in elegant attire, carrying the appearance of a graceful young master, looking to be only in his 20s. The other was much older, a square-faced middle-aged man with a stern countenance, dressed in a green robe. They did not recognize Zhuoqi either, so they could only hurriedly pay their respects to Zhuoqi, who was wearing the robes of a drip-drop cave elder. Greetings, Martial Uncle. We failed to welcome you from afar. May we know the reason for Martial Uncle's arrival? Yulo noticed that Zhuoqi, who had spoken with a gentle and soft voice to him, had now changed his countenance. His round face assumed an expression of natural dignity as he said, "All right, I am Zhuoqi, and this is fellow Taoist Wang Xianmao. We have come here today to escort the new town guardian cultivator, Wang Yulo, to his post." Recently, the river. Between the two chi refining stage town guardian cultivators, the younger one, who possessed a slightly higher cultivation at the fifth layer of chi refining, opened his mouth to say, "Martial Uncle Zhuo, River Bend Village, River Bend Village." Zhuoqi nodded and continued to ask, "Ah, right, River Bend Village. How has the situation at River Bend Village been recently?" A small fishing village like this belonged to the lowest level of control at the very edge of Droplet Cave Heaven. How could Zhuoqi possibly remember its name? He did not truly care about the situation here either, he was merely displaying his regard for Yulo. Last year, a mid-stage small demon realm black-backed water snake arrived. We dealt with it rather promptly and successfully managed to slay it. As for this year, from the beginning of the year until now, we have not encountered any blind demon beasts. There were a few miscellaneous wild beasts causing trouble, but the disciples at the chi induction stage could handle them, and they did not cause any major harm. The square-faced middle-aged man in the green robe hastily replied. Zhuoqi nodded in satisfaction and looked at Wang Xianmao. Brother Xianmao, didn't I say this place is a good spot? In the future, if any problems arise, just let these two juniors act on Yulo's behalf. Yulo only needs to cultivate properly and does not need to worry about the mission matters at all. Wang Xianmao glared at Zhuoqi for making arbitrary decisions. With just one glance, Zhuoqi shivered. Yulo also felt some displeasure in his heart. Zhuoqi might have intended to help, but his words were far too provocative. Any child of the Wang clan who heard them would feel a jolt of discomfort in their heart. What nonsense are you speaking? Yulo accepted the mission decree to come here precisely to act as a town guardian cultivator. Fellow Taoist Zhuoqi, mind your words. The two chi refining cultivators were terrified by Wang Xianmao's aura, trembling so much that they dared not speak at all, keeping their heads lowered completely. What exactly you two mean, we dare not understand, nor do we dare to speculate. But we understand that a powerful character has arrived this time. We understand, senior, everything goes unsaid. True. Yulo, I am very pleased that you can join Drip Drop Cave. Since you happen to be acting as a town guardian cultivator in River Bend Village, you cannot do without a good residence. This martial uncle will gift you a residence, then. Saying that, Zhuoqi pulled a wooden residence from his storage bag and tossed it toward an empty space in the middle of River Bend Village. After that wooden residence landed, it rapidly grew and expanded. Within moments, it transformed from a tiny model-like toy into a grand residence complete with its own formation array. The way the two town guardian cultivators looked at Yulo completely changed. Where did this ancestor come from? Now, in their eyes, Wang Yulo was no longer just a powerful character, but an ancestor. Elder Zhuoqi had casually gifted him a residence equipped with its own formation array, and there was another Foundation Establishment cultivator who appeared even more powerful than Zhuoqi escorting him to his post. If anything happened to Wang Yulo while he was stationed at River Bend Village, the paths of the two of them would likely come to an end along with it. Alright, you two may withdraw first, Wang Xianmao gestured indifferently, and the two minor chi refining cultivators naturally obeyed. Leading Yulo down into the newly formed courtyard, the patriarch exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhuoqi, and Zhuoqi then departed. Before leaving, however, he left several transmission talismans for Yulo, which could be considered an expression of his intent to shelter Yulo during his cultivation career in Drip Drop Cave. I have escorted you all the way to the end, Yulo. In the end, a parting must come, Wang Xianmao said with some sighing emotion as he stood in the front courtyard of the residence. Patriarch. I. Wang Xianmao waved his hand, cutting off Yulo's words. Alright, previously I only knew that drip-drop cave cultivators favored using flying boats, only today did I learn that they use nothing but flying boats. Within Droplet Cave Heaven, a flying boat is indeed the most suitable flying magic artifact. You don't have a flying magic artifact yet, do you? Yulo blanked for a moment, then said, I do. I have a purple copper flying sword. That sword is made from an entire block of purple copper, which is actually sufficient to act as a flying magic artifact. Speaking of which, that purple copper Dharma sword with 13 layers of restrictions was something Yulo had refined a few months ago. But since he had reached chi refining now, he could completely and easily refine better medium-grade magic tools, and even high-grade ones were not impossible. Haha, forget about a flying sword. It is inferior to a flying boat. Saying that, Wang Xianmao searched through his storage bag for a good while, pulling out a water attribute spiritual seed. After activating it, it quickly transformed into a massive water candle spiritual herb. The water candle was also known as cattail. Its fruit looked like a rolling pin, but the most valuable part lay within its leaves. Wang Xianmao plucked the leaves of this 8th-grade water candle spiritual herb, stimulated the wood generation method, and began to refine it. During the process of the patriarch's refining, Yulo stood to the side with his hands lowered, silently contemplating the current situation. The patriarch wanted him to leave home, and it was very urgent, seemingly even hinting to him never to return to the Wang clan. Why? There were far too many possible reasons, many of which Yulo was unwilling to contemplate, and many of which Yulo was unable to alter. But he understood clearly within himself that he possessed feelings for the Wang clan, for Yuan, for Uncle Rong Yuan, for the patriarch, and for many others. The Wang clan had nurtured him for so many years, it was impossible for him to leave completely unconcerned. That would make him less than human. Furthermore, the existence of the Wang clan was not merely a simple matter of kinship for Yulo. Under the Immortal Alliance 10-sex system, the existence of a family could help an individual cultivator better resist risks and climb upward more effectively. If one wished to go far, even if they joined a sect, they still needed to manage their own forces, and a family was the best fundamental base to manage. Alright, a medium-grade flying boat. The refining was a bit rushed, but it should be enough for your use. Once you cultivate for a few more years, your cultivation base advances further, and your artificing path advances further, you can refine a high-grade magic tool flying boat for yourself. The old patriarch finished refining the flying boat and delivered it to Yulo. The wood generation method had shortcomings everywhere, but its strength lay precisely in its speed, and in the ease with which functional traits could be stacked during refinement. Yulo understands. Looking at Yulo, who was calm yet carried a trace of bewilderment, the old patriarch suddenly pulled out 2 more magic tools from his storage bag. This jade blade is made from 8th-grade corundum. Although it only possesses 18 layers of restrictions, as long as its blade remains undamaged, it can easily slash through most magic tools and shields. This golden symbols is a medium-grade magic tool. You know how to use it. Do not be stingy during combat, you must activate it to its limit, and after activating it, discard it immediately, deploying other magic tools to launch a surprise attack while the opponent is off guard. Yulo obediently accepted the jade blade and the golden symbols once more. He even possessed a sensation right now as if the patriarch were delivering his last words. Patriarch, has something happened to the family? Wang Xianmao smiled slightly, shaking his head as he said, the world is about to descend into chaos. When everyone believes a certain event will occur, that event will very likely happen. The future survival of the Wang clan rests upon you, and also upon Yuan. The 2 of you currently possess the highest natural talent among the Yu generation. One goes to Hidden Dragon Abbey, and one comes to Drip Drop Cave. With attainment in the artificing path on your persons, no matter how chaotic the future becomes, you can still cultivate peacefully and stably within the sections. Cultivate well. Ning's artificing inheritance was, aside from those existences above the Purple Palace, the top-tier artificing inheritance in this world. The artificing path Yulo and Yuan learned from Hongmei belonged to Ning's artificing lineage to begin with. Now that the 2 of them had obtained Ning's true inheritance, their futures were naturally exceptionally bright. Patriarch, but this red lantern is truly unsuitable for Yulo to take. If I keep it, I won't be able to use it for decades. It would be better left within the clan. A high-grade spiritual artifact red lantern with 88 layers of restrictions and 2 innate divine abilities, Yulo knew its price now as well. It was priceless, no one had ever sold one. This object was excellent, but in Yulo's hands, its sole purpose would be to act as a source of spirit fire for burning flames. I am a wood-water attribute cultivator, your Uncle Rong Yuan is an earth-wood attribute cultivator, Uncle Rongwen is also a wood-water attribute cultivator, Uncle Rongjiang is a gold-wood attribute cultivator. Wang Xianmao forced a bitter smile as he analyzed the situation. Tai Qinhua does possess deep attainment in fire methods, but you know how it is. Hearing the patriarch analyze it this way, Yulo understood as well. The red lantern was extremely formidable, but there was no one within the clan who could use it, or rather, using it would result in its effectiveness being drastically compromised. Very well, then I shall keep it for now. If Ancestor Xianzhou achieves foundation establishment, it can be given to him. Wang Yulo finally accepted the red lantern. After all, the red lantern fire of this object was indeed useful. With it around, the consumption of spirit fire required for artifact refining could be greatly reduced. I am leaving. Wang Xianmao was about to leave when he suddenly halted his steps. He pulled a spiritual crane from his robes and stuffed it into Yulo's arms. This is He Lao San. Let him follow you from now on. Although this fellow is a bit sly, he possesses the potential to advance into the small demon realm. Having a helper during combat is also very important. Right, the donkey mane sachets. Take these donkey mane sachets. The blue ones contain water poison, the red ones contain fire poison, and the gray ones contain neutral poison. After delivering an entire dozen of donkey mane sachets to Yulo, Wang Xianmao finally departed. When he left, he steered his signature fruit core spiritual artifact, never looking back. Gazing at the retreating back of the patriarch, Yulo stood within the courtyard for a very, very long time. Gifting a residence, a flying boat, a jade blade, a golden cymbals, a red lantern, a spiritual crane, and sachets. Living, traveling, attacking, special attacking, assisting, helping, and field controlling. The accumulation of the Wang clan was revealed without omission through these things the patriarch had gifted to Yulo. It could be said that the patriarch had provided every single aspect of the magic tools and companions a cultivator required for combat. Yet, Yulo still felt somewhat forlorn, as if he had lost something. Leaving home at a young age, and now leaving even further away, what would the future be like? Yuan had gone to Hidden Dragon Abbey under the escort of ancestor Xianzhou, while he had come to Droplet Cave Heaven. The hard-working Bailu, the meticulously calculating Uncle Rongshen, senior martial sister Ningyao who was single-mindedly devoted to the Tao, the foolish Yuan, and fellow Daoist Ingshi who liked to swallow donkey intestines despite her disgust. Cultivating immortality, in just a few months' time, many things had completely changed. If accepting change was also a part that a cultivator of immortality had to adapt to, then Yulo, experiencing the sheer magnitude of change for the first time, only felt a sense of emptiness. Would he ever meet these past companions again in the future? The occurrences that took place in Clear Stream Market clearly felt like yesterday. But thinking about it now, it already carried the sensation of a distant past. Yulo had left the starting village, officially beginning his true cultivation journey. Cultivators were merely travelers walking along the path to seek the Tao, yet they were a rather distinct kind of traveler. Take Wang Yulo for instance. The last time he pondered where his ultimate destination would be, his answer had been the Purple Palace realm, by marrying Zhou Yingxi. Becoming a live-in son-in-law, reaching a simplified version of the Purple Palace realm, living for 700 years, and ensuring the continuation of his family line didn't actually sound that bad. How wonderful that was, filled with the simple fantasies of a minor cultivator. The reality, however, was that even if he became Zhou Yingxi's Dao companion, the Zhou clan might not necessarily have the capability to push them into the Purple Palace realm. Without the approval of the Gathering Immortals platform, no one can achieve the Tao. Cultivation is a scam. And Ning's final words weighed as heavily as a mountain upon Yulo's heart. Even so, Yulo did not sink into excessive dread. There was no need for a person to constantly trap themselves in anxiety over distant matters. Compared to the hardships of the future, his current predicament was the focal point he needed to exert his efforts toward solving. As long as his cultivation base steadily rose, everything would improve. At the very least, he would possess greater composure when facing a perilous era. Wang Xianmao's line of thinking aligned perfectly with Yulo's on this matter. Whenever the patriarch communicated with Yulo, their conversations would invariably return to the simple yet profound foundation of one's cultivation base. Nonetheless, now that Yulo had truly departed from the family's shelter, he still felt a bit uneasy. Back on Wang Family Mountain, the clan's high-stage cultivators, the Grand Formation Arrays, and the order enforced by the Immortal Alliance had shielded Wang Yulo. In Clear Stream Market, the Town Guardian Cultivator, the Grand Formation Array, and the Immortal Alliance's order had protected him as well. Yet upon entering Droplet Cave Heaven, Yulo could deduce from Elder Zhuqi's demeanor that the so-called Order of the Immortal Alliance did not exist here. Wu Jinyan was a prime example. This inspector from the Immortal Alliance had been directly absorbed into Drip Drop Cave as a guest elder, swiftly bought off and thoroughly corrupted. As for the ordinary commoners residing within Droplet Cave Heaven, they were subjected to the benevolence education system devised by Drip Drop Cave, learning day and night until the very end of their lives. Furthermore, at his assigned post as a town guardian cultivator in Riverbend Fishing Village, there was no grand formation array to speak of. No, technically there was a formation array. The array attached to the residence that Wang Xianmao had gifted to Yulo through Elder Zhuqi was currently the strongest formation array in Riverbend Fishing Village. When the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. But here, it seems I am the tallest one. Yulo sighed with a hint of helplessness. Even so, he had nothing to fear. If he always hid under the shelter of others, how could he ever become a great cultivator capable of truly holding his own? Flowers grown in a greenhouse were incredibly fragile. Only those who dared to face the storms and lightning could step by step reach that distant shore. After stowing away the numerous treasures bestowed upon him by the patriarch, Yulo changed into the robes of an Azure Water Palace disciple and stepped out of his residence, which was constructed entirely from spiritual wood. Yes, spiritual wood. Thus, this was unquestionably a gift from the patriarch. Given Elder Zhuqi's typical demeanor, he could never afford such a grand gesture. However, the patriarch's attitude was far too complex, so Yulo decided to put it out of his mind for the time being. Immortal Master. Greetings, Immortal Master. Immortal Master. An immortal residence had suddenly descended from the sky, and the villagers had long since gathered around it out of pure curiosity. The moment Yulo stepped out of the door, they shouted in unison, and some even knelt down directly to kowtow. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Yulo understood that they weren't kneeling to him, but rather to the azure water palace robes he wore. Drip Drop Cave's unique gratitude education method sounded like a living hell, but from the results, its effectiveness was exceptionally good. Although these people weren't entirely fishermen, the majority were indeed fishermen dressed in coarse cloth tunics. To these fishermen, Drip Drop Cave's town guardian cultivators could suppress demons and slay water monsters. They were tangible, visible guardian deities. Naturally, they held immense respect, to the point of kneeling the moment they caught sight of one. Step aside. Do not obstruct the path of the Lord Town Guardian Cultivator. While Yulo was quietly observing and reflecting, a squad of martial artists dressed in red appeared, dispersing the villagers gathered at the entrance of Yulo's residence. The captain of these red-clothed martial artists was a female cultivator in her early 20s at the 6th layer of the Spirit Induction realm. She wore the uniform of a Drip Drop Cave Clear Spring Palace disciple, which meant she was a miscellaneous disciple. To be precise, it wasn't a proper magical garment at all, but merely a slightly more elegant uniform. The female cultivator cast an envious glance at the azure water palace robes on Yulo's body. Noticing Wang Yulo's gaze turning toward her, she quickly lowered her head, bowed, and spoke with a touch of nervousness. Senior Wang, Senior Zhang and Senior Cui invite you to a banquet to welcome you. This was an inner sect disciple of Drip Drop Cave at the early stages of chi refining, and moreover, one who had been escorted to his post by 2 high-stage cultivators of the Foundation establishment elder level. Within a mere half an hour, Wang Yulo's grand entry had already spread among all the Drip Drop Cave cultivators in Riverbend Fishing Village. Such a prodigy from an elite lineage belonged to a completely different tier of existence compared to her, the other cultivators stationed in Riverbend Fishing Village, and even the 2 existing town guardian cultivators. Senior. Yulo felt a touch of wistfulness. Having grown up on Wang Family Mountain, the Wang clan possessed Foundation establishment cultivators. When he arrived at Clear Stream Market, he had Hongmei, Wang Rongshan, and others above him. By a stroke of luck, Yulo had even accompanied the Patriarch to meet many Foundation establishment cultivators and had even seen 2 Purple Palace true persons. During those times, Wang Yulo was merely a marginal character. Everyone was more powerful than him, and everyone's cultivation base exceeded his own. A Purple Palace cultivator, whose lifespan could reach 10,000 years, was akin to a genuine immortal. Danri could achieve the feat of dual suns crossing the sky to suppress the blazing sun, while Zhou Bujiao, despite his ruined physical body, appeared disheveled but remained immensely powerful by anchoring his soul to the corpse of a demon general-level flood dragon. Furthermore, there was that mysterious rogue cultivator of unknown origin who had stirred up trouble. That individual was truly like a divine dragon whose head and tail were hidden. Yet now, he had actually reached the point where he was addressed as a senior by others. The stark contrast left Yulo briefly dazed. He offered a slight smile and nodded to the female disciple from the Clear Spring Palace. Lead the way. By the way, what is your name? Why are you leading a squad of mortal martial artists? The female cultivator signaled her subordinates to clear a path for Yulo, then carefully walked beside him, replying in a low voice. Senior, this junior is named Qin Chern. These martial artists are not entirely ordinary mortals, they belong to the postnatal realm. If they can grasp the innate essence, they can step into the spirit induction realm. Postnatal martial artists cultivate martial arts techniques, which possess decent power. Many of the water monsters that harass Riverbend Fishing Village are merely entities that have newly entered the mixed demon realm, so these martial artists can handle them with ease. Wang Yulo nodded thoughtfully. He was accustomed to seeing Foundation establishment cultivators deploy divine abilities, and chi-refining cultivators command magical tools and unleash secret inheritances. In his view, spirit induction realm cultivators could only cast basic spells and manipulate talismans in the early stages, and at most control mid-grade magical tools in the later stages, which seemed weak enough. Yet in a grassroots administrative unit of Drip Drop Cave like Riverbend Fishing Village, Qin Chern at the 6th layer of spirit induction was considered a squad leader level expert, while a chi refining cultivator like himself was viewed as a chi condensation ancestor. Well, how should he put it? It felt a bit surreal, but upon careful reflection, it was entirely normal. After all, Yulo's starting point had been far too high, to the extent that it was only today that he truly comprehended the world of minor cultivators. What are the names of my 2 fellow Taoists, and what are their backgrounds? Yulo continued to inquire. This was a standard practice upon arriving at a new territory. First clarify the situation within the local ranks. Elder Zhua Qi and Wang Xianmao stood at heights too lofty, so they wouldn't pay attention to such minute details. Perhaps in their eyes, whatever occurred in Riverbend Fishing Village had nothing to do with Yulo, he was simply here to cultivate in peace. This. Qin Chern truly had not expected a prodigy from a prominent clan to act in this manner. He was far too arrogant, unbelievably arrogant. You came here to serve as a town guardian cultivator, yet you didn't even bother to learn any information about your colleagues beforehand. In truth, she had misjudged Yulo. By questioning her, he was actively attempting to grasp the situation and gather information at the very first opportunity. Far from being arrogant, Yulo actually placed great importance on this. In the past at Clear Stream Market, the shopkeepers and customers he interacted with were mostly high-stage chi refining cultivators. Even then, Yulo couldn't be bothered to pay much attention to many of them, maintaining merely a polite facade. Now, personally inquiring about the details of two drip-drop cave chi refining disciples was the closest he had ever come to examining the lives of ordinary people. Though startled by Wang Yulo's perceived arrogance, Qin Chern decided to take a gamble after a brief moment of deliberation. She reported in a low voice. The younger one is Senior Zhang Xuewu, and the older one is Senior Cui Dingyi. Senior Zhang has a chance to become a disciple of the Azure Water Palace, so he often conducts himself rather imperiously, which has led to some friction with Senior Cui. Senior Cui, on the other hand, is a local from Riverbend Fishing Village. He step-by-step advanced from a mortal martial artist to his current level, but he has been unable to break through to the fourth layer of chi refining for many years. Oh. You mean both of them are outer sect disciples? Yulo instantly caught the crucial detail. Good heavens, Riverbend Fishing Village had 3 chi refining town guardian cultivators, but 2 of them were outer sect disciples, whereas Wang Yulo was an Azure Water Palace disciple, inner sect. This meant he had just become the highest-ranking official here. Yes, Senior Zhang and Senior Cui both belong to the splendid Pool Palace, Qin Chern said. Who could possibly compare to you? She didn't know which grand clan he hailed from, to have entered the Azure Water Palace just after reaching the chi refining stage. She couldn't possibly imagine that the sole reason Wang Yulo hadn't directly joined the inner sect of the Red Lantern Illumination sect was simply because he needed to cultivate Drip Drop Cave's source vein Gue water chi. If Drip Drop Cave hadn't possessed this exact spiritual energy suited for Wang Yulo, he might currently be sitting inside Wang Jingyi's grotto heaven, contentedly refining his chi. Alright, I understand. Wang Yulo gave a noncommittal nod and fell silent. Once she escorted Wang Yulo into Zhang Xuewu's residence, Qin Chern stood outside the gates, suddenly feeling a bit lost. She couldn't quite articulate why she felt this way. Perhaps it was because her subtle gesture of allegiance had received no response. Or perhaps it was realizing that Yulo looked to be around her age, yet had already achieved success in chi refining. Born of a grand clan, an inner sect genius with exceptional talent, perhaps he even possessed a single spirit root. Such a person would undoubtedly have a chance to achieve foundation establishment in the future, right? The chasm between individuals was simply too vast. The more Qin Chern dwelt on it, the more dejected she became. Captain Qin, Senior Wang is clearly a scion of a grand family. Don't go daydreaming about him, ha ha ha, a martial artist acquainted with Qin Chern teased with a laugh. Watch your mouth. Get back to patrolling. This was the first time Yulo had entered the residence of an unfamiliar cultivator. Well, setting aside the town guardian cultivator's manor back in Clear Stream Market, as that was a place one could enter simply by paying spirit stones. Fellow Taoist Wang, please take the seat of honor, please. Seeing Wang Yulo arrive, Zhang Xuewu quickly rose to greet him. By now, he had changed into the robes of a splendid Pool Palace disciple. The splendid Pool Palace uniform was crafted from fine silk, appearing somewhat superior to that of the Clear Spring Palace. Outer sect disciples were, after all, better off than miscellaneous disciples, but it still wasn't a proper magical garment. Merely from the uniform of the splendid Pool Palace disciples, Yulo gained a new understanding of the sect's administrative model. Cut costs wherever possible, never hand out benefits freely, and ensure they kept moving, striving for a beautiful life of cultivation. Fellow Taoist Yulo, have the 2 seniors departed? Cui Dingyi was older and relatively more composed. It was also possible that since his path had essentially reached its limit, he wasn't nearly as eager as Zhang Xuewu, though he remained very courteous. Yes. There is no need for the 2 of you to be constrained. I have come here merely wishing to cultivate quietly in peace. However, as a town guardian cultivator of Riverbend Fishing Village, I will still perform the duties that require my attention. There is no need for the 2 of you to be constrained. Even though Yulo was the invited guest and Zhang Xuewu's cultivation base was at the 5th layer of chi refining, far higher than his own, Yulo naturally assumed the air of the master of the house. As he spoke, he settled firmly into the primary seat at the banquet. Contrary to his usual habits, Wang Yulo chose an exceptionally high-profile approach. Maintaining a low profile, being cautious, or even hiding one's capabilities were excellent strategies, but that did not mean taking a high profile couldn't be effective as well. The brilliance of its application lay entirely within one's intent. Given that Riverbend Fishing Village was a shallow pond with few significant figures, if Wang Yulo maintained a low profile, it might actually compromise his safety. Elder Zhuoqi and the Patriarch had already established his persona. As long as Yulo didn't act foolishly, these 2 companions would naturally not dare to harbor any ill intentions against him. Indeed, fellow Taoist Wang is young, promising, and handles matters with courage and responsibility. Today, your actions have set an excellent example for me. This foolish older brother has merely lived a few more years. In all other aspects, I still have much to learn from fellow Taoist Wang. After delivering a thoroughly passionate performance, Zhang Xuewu didn't sit down. Instead, he gestured with his arm and called out loudly. Bring out the banquet. Cui Dingyi smiled without a word, quietly taking a sip of spiritual tea. Since it was highly unlikely he could make further progress, he naturally lacked the drive to flatter Wang Yulo excessively. Since the 2 of you have been here for years, I would like to learn about the demon beast sightings near Riverbend Fishing Village. I wonder which of you can enlighten me. Zhang Xuewu was just about to speak when Cui Dingyi cut him off. Fellow Taoist Yulo, I am a native of Riverbend Village. Speaking of which, I have lived here for nearly a century. Cui Dingy didn't want to flatter Wang Yulo, but he knew he couldn't appear too distant, lest it seem like he harbored grievances against him. Consequently, he had to actively demonstrate his value and attitude to at least ensure his own safety. In the presence of an inner sect genius who was young, prominent, and had entered the Azure Water Palace at the first layer of chi refining, Cui Dingy's caution was simply a wisdom for survival. Inner sect genius was quite a rare title. Hold on. Are there specific records? For instance, how many demon beast attacks occurred in a given year, and what was the strength of the invading entities? As a town guardian cultivator who had risen from the local ranks of Riverbend Fishing Village, Cui Dingy was naturally familiar with the area, but his purely experiential summaries were far too vague. Yulo preferred to examine concrete data. Yes. Yes. Fellow Taoist Wang, we have them. I shall go fetch them for you right away. Zhang Xuewu finally found his opening and hastily chimed in. No rush, let us partake of the banquet first. Yulo originally intended to suggest eating first, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the local banquet was incredibly meager. 2 spirit fish, 1 steamed and 1 boiled, served as the main courses. There was no spirit wine, though ordinary mortal wine was available in abundance. Aside from that, each person had a bowl of spirit rice and a cup of unidentified spiritual tea. If the attitude of the 2 men demonstrated their desire to align themselves with Yulo, this chi condensation ancestor and inner sect genius, then this sparse banquet illustrated their true financial straits. This. Fellow Taoist Wang, it is indeed a bit meager. But rest assured, the next time a demon beast attacks, we will entertain you with demon beast meat. Cui Dingy spoke up, taking his turn to offer pleasantries. Riverbend Village yielded 2 primary resources, spirit fish caught from the Great Marsh from time to time, and invading demon beasts. Every part of a demon beast was a treasure. Yulo smiled faintly, pulling a bamboo-jointed wine flask from his storage bag. Come, sample the 8th-grade luster crystal wine I brought. This wine is brewed using luster crystal stones as a catalyst, supplemented by various unique spiritual medicines. Its flavor is quite extraordinary. Zhang Xuewu and Cui Dingy's eyes went completely wide. Was this the sheer extravagance of a grand clan scion? An 8th-grade spirit wine, and one brewed from luster crystal stones at that, they had never even heard of such a thing. Abandoning his low-profile strategy today, Yulo deliberately assumed a high posture and brought out 8th-grade spirit wine as entertainment, all to ensure these 2 newly met companions recognized the reality of the situation. Following Wang Yulo meant a bright future. Only in this manner could he cultivate peacefully and securely in Riverbend Village. Because this wine contains luster crystal stones, it cannot be held in vessels of metal or stone. Come, bring 2 wooden cups for our fellow Taoists. The moment Zhang Xuewu heard Yulo's command, he scrambled to his feet with exaggerated haste, urging the servants to locate wooden cups. The older, more experienced Cui Dingy noticed something amiss. Why did Wang Yulo have a silver cup in his own hand? Hadn't he just said that metal or stone vessels couldn't hold luster crystal wine? What? A cup forged from mirror silver as a magical tool. Cui Dingy finally gained a direct appreciation for the luxury of elite clans. When the 3 of them raised their cups to drink together, his gaze never drifted from that mirror silver cup. He was simply too wealthy. Fellow Taoists, the 3 of us shall stand united. Moving forward, we will work together with one heart to protect Riverbend Village. With that, Yulo drained his cup of spirit wine in one gulp. Having lived for over a century, this was Cui Dingy's first time drinking 8th-grade spirit wine. Reluctant to down it all at once, he held the cup and took several small sips before finishing it. This meal featured spirit fish, spirit rice, spiritual tea, and spirit wine, allowing the group to dine with immense satisfaction. Through his exchanges with the 2 men, Yulo steadily pieced together the inner workings of Drip Drop Cave and grasped the relevant conditions of Riverbend Village. By the end, due to the tag team flattery from both sides, Yulo even felt a sense of unreality. It didn't feel as though he had come to serve as a town guardian cultivator, but rather to hold a temporary post for experience. Yet it differed from a typical temporary posting. Yulo's background and his own capabilities granted him the power to alter someone's destiny simply by offering a minor favor. At the very least, he could alter the destinies of these 2 men. Before he even entered his courtyard, Yulo heard Lao San cursing loudly. He shook his head, realizing he had entirely forgotten about this wretched bird. Lao San, stop cursing. Following me won't do you any harm. If you keep cursing, I'll send you back home, and someone else will deal with you then. Wang Yulo snapped back at Lao San. The crane naturally understood his words and shook its head resentfully. Whether serving Wang Xianmao or Wang Yulo, it was all work at the end of the day, but jobs naturally had tiers. The poor bird, however, possessed no right to refuse the Wang clan's employment arrangements. At that thought, it opened its beak wide and let out another series of loud squawks. Here. 1 essence blood pill a week, nothing more. Yulo tossed an essence blood pill, which landed squarely inside Lao San's open beak. Then he said, now that you've eaten the pill, let's go. Take me to the Azure Water Palace. Having consumed the essence blood pill, Lao San found a shred of motivation to work and obediently served as Wang Yulo's mount. The patriarch's intentions were truly difficult to fathom. Before leaving, he had first refined a flying boat for Yulo, only to hand over a spiritual bird at the very end. These 2 assets overlapped heavily in functionality. As for why he was returning to the Azure Water Palace, he had already obtained the technique for the source vein Gue water chi he required, but with the two seniors present at the time, and the merit exchange list for Azure Water Palace disciples being so lengthy, Yulo hadn't examined it thoroughly. Returning to the Azure Water Palace this time was to see if the list contained any opportunities he could seize to earn merit points. The first 4 layers of the source vein Gue water chi cost 400 merit points. Yulo currently owed Drip Drop Cave 300 points. Although merit points didn't accrue interest, it was better to clear the debt early for peace of mind. Serving as a town guardian cultivator in Riverbend Fishing Village only earned him 30 merit points a year. Relying solely on passing time to repay it would be far too foolish. Chi refining cultivators could utilize various spiritual pills to accelerate their cultivation. What Yulo wanted was to find a method to earn merit points, clear his debt early, and raise his cultivation base as quickly as possible. He needed to seize every moment, for in cultivation, time was everything. Danri had achieved foundation establishment in her teens and later reached the Purple Palace realm. Zhou Yingxi would likely achieve foundation establishment before the age of 30. Even if she possessed a single spirit root, achieving foundation establishment at such an age meant she would have an excellent chance at the Purple Palace realm in the future. Wang Yulo's ambitions were modest, achieving foundation establishment before 80 would suffice. And Ning had set the example that the foundation establishment stage could extend one's lifespan to nearly 500 years. He believed that within a span of 400 years, too many things could transpire, and nothing was impossible. Wang Yulo sat cross-legged on He Laosan's back. He Laosan pushed off with both legs, lightly flapped his white wings tipped with grey flight feathers, and soared into the sky. At this moment, Zhang Xuewu, who was carrying the historical records of demon beast attacks in Riverbend Village to report to Wang Yulo, had just arrived at the gates of Yulo's residence, witnessing the scene of Yulo taking flight on the crane. In the sky, the spiritual crane flew gracefully. The youth dressed in blue-green robes turned his gaze slightly, nodding toward Zhang Xuewu before rocketing into the clouds. The spiritual crane spreads its wings through heavy clouds, soaring gracefully as if an immortal traversing the cave heaven. A brilliant aura cloaks the magical robes, as he departs for the azure waters to seek his Daoist destiny. Seeing Yulo depart, Zhang Xuewu assumed that Yulo's words at the welcoming banquet had merely been a prelude to his current absence from his post. Clutching the records, he prepared to leave, but after a moment's thought, he remained standing at the gate, waiting. He lacked opportunities. Because he had none, he acted with such subservience and refused to give up in front of Yulo, who represented a potential opportunity. He possessed a dual spirit root, a talent considered outstanding elsewhere, but among the 3,000 disciples of the splendid Pool Palace, it was merely ordinary. If 1 out of 50 cultivators possessed a dual spirit root, then the splendid Pool Palace housed 60 such cultivators, yet only 20 could become inner sect disciples each year. Furthermore, there were plenty of formidable individuals among those with triple spirit roots, and those with quadruple spirit roots who possessed connections would also force their way in. Thus, the opportunities left for Zhang Xuewu were scarce. If one couldn't become an inner sect disciple, what use was a dual spirit root? It was worthless. Flying all the way to the Azure Water Palace, He Laosan landed smoothly. A cultivator who had newly entered the chi refining stage riding a spiritual bird at the peak of the mixed demon realm caused everyone who noticed the pair to look over. However, upon spotting the Azure Water Palace robes on Yulo's body, they looked away with understanding. A scion of a grand clan. In truth, the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom wasn't considered a top-tier grand clan. Among Foundation Establishment Immortal clans, they were merely decent. However, Patriarch Mangxiang of the Red Lantern Illumination sect was currently attempting to attain his golden core. Expectation dictated that as the chickens and dogs raised by Mangxiang, the Wang clan would ascend along with him. Consequently, everyone afforded them far more respect than in the past. Inside the merit hall, Yulo briefly stated his purpose to the duty disciple, who then handed him a jade slip. This jade slip contains the exchange catalog for Azure Water Palace disciples, though it cannot be updated in real time. The sect's merit exchanges are not fixed, occasionally, exceptionally valuable items will suddenly appear. If you wish to receive real-time updates, you can purchase our New Arrival Notification service. It costs a mere 12 spirit stones per year. Once purchased, we will notify you whenever the merit exchange catalog is about to be updated. Yulo froze for a moment, quickly realizing that this was a revenue-generating method devised by the duty disciples of the Azure Water Palace Merit Hall. He first accepted the jade slip, then drew 12 spirit stones from his storage bag, handed them to the disciple, and said, "Fellow Taoist, you are aware of my circumstances. I currently owe the sect a sum of merit points. Therefore, I wish to find some means to earn merit points as quickly as possible. I wonder if you have any recommendations." Having accepted the spirit stones, the duty disciple's attitude grew even warmer as he explained, "The merit points of inner sect disciples are typically tied to missions. Since you currently serve as a town guardian cultivator, aside from the fixed annual merit rewards, any achievements in slaying demon beasts will grant you an additional reward. Furthermore, your Azure Water Palace disciple token possesses a merit trading function, so transactions with other disciples can also earn you merit points. However, the fastest method remains using spirit stones to buy merit points. 6 spirit stones per single Azure Water Palace merit point. It isn't actually that expensive, hahaha." Yulo nodded. At 6 spirit stones per merit point, the exchange price for the first 4 layers of the source vein Gue water chi technique would equate to 2,400 spirit stones. Given the rarity and power of this technique, this price was exceptionally reasonable. One had to understand that for high-value resources and inheritances, the existence of a definitive price and market was itself a rare piece of fortune. However, Wang Yulo naturally had no intention of exchanging spirit stones for merit points. Spirit stones in his hands could be utilized for cultivation or to generate new spirit stones. If used well, they were by no means inferior to merit points. I possess some proficiency in the artificing path. I wonder if the sect accepts magical tools. Yulo inquired. The duty disciple blinked, sizing Yulo up before replying, we do. But fellow Taoist, the palace only accepts high-grade magical tools with 18 layers of restrictions or more. It was understood that Wang Yulo possessed a single spirit root and had become a chi-refining cultivator at a young age. Looking at him, he did not seem like someone capable of refining high-grade magical tools. He was unaware that Yulo's cultivation base had been forged inside a grotto heaven. Currently, the only person to have noticed that Yulo's cultivation base did not match the typical progression speed of his spirit root was Wu Jinyan. However, Old Wu maintained good relations with the Wang clan and remained ignorant of the internal situation regarding Mengxiang's direct lineages like the Wang clan, so he hadn't dared to ask. As for sending Yuan to Hidden Dragon Abbey, there was even less worry about his cultivation base drawing scrutiny. Hidden Dragon Abbey lay thousands of miles away from the Red Lantern Illumination sect, and aside from Zhong Mingyao, no one recognized Yuan. The Wang clan had only permitted Yulo, Yuan, and Rongxing to utilize the Grotto Heaven for cultivation precisely because allowing any more individuals would make the risks unmanageable. As an entity at the peak of the mixed demon realm, the space on Hilausan's back could easily accommodate 2 people. Sitting cross-legged upon it, Yulo pressed the jade slip against his forehead, carefully browsing through the contents. Golden Core Pill, 110 merit points per pill. The name sounded terrifying, Golden Core, though this object was a physical pill forged from various spiritual metals. Its medicinal properties were exceptionally violent, capable of breaking through all bottlenecks in the chi refining stage. Of course it was violent, it used materials meant for refining magical tools to forge a pill. The sole issue was that after consuming this pill, one would forfeit any possibility of making further progress. This belonged to the category of realm-breaking grand pills. 5 Truths Precious Pill, 260 merit points per pill. The term 5 Truths shared the same meaning as 5 elements, 5 rhythms, or 5 colors, corresponding to cultivators who practiced 5 different attributes of spiritual energy. A wood attribute cultivator would consume a wood truth precious pill, while a water attribute cultivator would consume a water truth precious pill. Once the precious pill was ingested, it could also break through a realm, though success wasn't absolute. However, it would not destroy the possibility of future advancement. This fell under the category of precious pills, rather than realm-breaking grand pills. Certain unscrupulous merchants would exploit independent cultivators by selling realm-breaking grand pills as precious pills, akin to passing off ordinary piglets as rare miniature hogs, utterly rotten to the core. The advantage of a sect lay precisely here. Within the sect, those who wished to swindle you might harbor the intent but lacked the courage, drastically reducing the likelihood of falling into traps. However, a sect wasn't something just anyone could enter. Families of various sizes monopolized all crucial positions from the bottom to the top. Soon, Yulo located a spiritual pill he desperately required within the medicine list. 3 Crimson Marrow Generating Paste, 20 merit points per gene. The 3 Crimson referred to Great Blood Generating Herb, Demon Beast Flesh Essence, and Crimson Spiritual Ginseng. The 3 Crimson Marrow Generating Paste, forged primarily from these 3 ingredients, could strengthen a cultivator's physical body when applied topically.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.